Super Devouring System Chapter 513 to Chapter 598. Golden Sand Giant. Right now, Xian had a new evaluation of the sand whale. Its strength was trash, but it was very annoying. Fortunately, the sand whale's speed was not fast. Therefore, after Xian landed, he quickly dodged. With his speed, he should be able to avoid many dangers, unless there was a holy beast comparable to a spirit stage saint beast. He began to go deeper into the yellow sand. Along the way, he encountered many sand whales with their mouths wide open, but he avoided them all. If an ordinary person were to enter this place, it would be difficult for them to move forward without being able to fly. They could only move forward at full speed. However, they did not know what was waiting for them ahead. If they were to move forward at full speed, it would be easy for them to step into the gates of hell. At this moment, a large mountain entered Xian's eyes. It was a large mountain of yellow sand. Xian did not want to touch such a strange thing, so he immediately avoided it. However, the large mountain suddenly moved when Xian rushed over. Xian was shocked, but this was within his expectations. Another exotic beast, a yellow sand giant? He narrowed his eyes and directly used the earthen sword. Bang! 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 The earth-shattering sword flew out from the sand and struck the body of the yellow sand giant. However, the yellow sand giant's body was quickly repaired after a few holes were punched into it. Maybe there's something good. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Xian shouted and began to attack crazily. In a second, he could slash out a dozen earthen swords. As long as his attack speed surpassed the yellow sand giant, it would be enough. Sure enough, after a few seconds of crazily attacking, the yellow sand giant's body rapidly decreased. Xian even found a bead in its body. That should be the yellow sand giant's vital point. Xian circulated his true qi and used a large amount of world's origin qi. Then, he fiercely stepped on the sand. Battle Dragon's 6 steps, earthen sword, with the combination of the 2 top-grade heaven-tier martial arts, the yellow sand giant's body was directly split open, shattering the brown-yellow bead in its body. In the next moment, the yellow sand giant fell down like a waterfall, dead. Xian quickly rushed over and found the shattered yellow bead. It really is the Earth's soul essence. He crushed the yellow bead and took out a yellow seed. Then, he used a special method to devour it. Special Devour required a large number of Devour crystals to devour items. For example, if Xian swallowed a pill that strengthened his physique using a special method, his physique would improve. At the same time, his realm would also increase. However, the Special Devour cost too much. Usually, Xian would only use it if there was something good. Although the Earth's soul essence did not allow him to open the next heavenly meridian, his true qi had increased tremendously. If this continues, I might be able to break through to the spirit stage by the time I leave the secret realm. Xian thought to himself. The location of the secret realm was different. However, the secret realm would always last for a certain period of time. At the very least, it would last for half a month. The longest would last for a year. When the 100 Ghost Elder first discovered the secret realm, he had to wait for 3 days before entering. As for Xian, he had only entered for a few hours. The remaining time was more than enough for him. The Earth's soul essence could increase one's affinity. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. Xian continued to move forward. This desert was boundless, and he could not fly. Even if he jumped up to observe, he would only see a vast expanse of sand. Therefore, he could only randomly choose a direction. Along the way, he encountered many yellow sand giants, but they were all killed by him. Some of these yellow sand giants had the Earth's soul essence, while others did not. However, Xian had a premonition that there should be an Earth Spirit fruit here. If he could obtain an Earth Spirit fruit, not only would it increase his affinity with the Earth attribute, it might even allow him to break through to the spirit stage. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xian walked around in the desert. At this moment, it had already been 2 hours since he entered the desert. However, just as he used the Earth's soul essence to open his 26th heaven vein, a loud roar suddenly came from the distance. Xian frowned. This was because he did not encounter anything that would roar after entering the desert. There was a situation, he immediately rushed towards the direction of the roar. 1 minute later, he saw an enormous yellow sand giant. No, it should be a golden sand giant. The giant's body was completely made of golden sand. It sparkled under the sunlight and almost blinded Xian's eyes. At this moment, the golden sand giant was making a ruckus. Because there were many sand dunes along the way, Xian did not understand what it was doing. However, when Xian approached, he discovered that the golden sand giant was fighting with someone. There's actually someone? Xian was extremely astonished. This was because his movement speed was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Even the Anan City Lord would not be able to do so. That was not the main point. The main point was that the yellow sand giant was comparable to the peak of the Heaven Vein stage. This golden sand giant was definitely stronger than the yellow sand giant. It might even be at the spirit stage. However, there was actually someone who could fight with it. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. Xian approached and discovered that the person fighting with the golden sand giant was a young man wearing black clothes. Although they were a few thousand meters away, Xian discovered that the young man was not at the spirit stage. He should be at the peak of the Heaven Vein stage and was only a step away from the spirit stage. Boom! 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 The black-clothed young man was extremely powerful. He was the strongest person that Xian had seen in the Greenrock territory. He was much stronger than the Anan City Lord and the 100 Ghost Elder. Furthermore, Xian felt a familiar aura from him. Demonic Qi. Someone from the demonic sect. Xian narrowed his eyes and stealthily moved over. However, he never expected that the young man would discover him. Scram, or I'll kill you. The black-clothed young man's voice floated over. His tone was extremely discordant. Scram? Xian's eyes lit up. This guy had quite the temper. He immediately snorted, You? If you dare to come over, I'll kill you first. The black-clothed young man threatened. Not only do I dare to come over, I even dare to cause trouble. Xian instantly burst forth with speed and charged towards the golden sand giant and the black-clothed young man. At the same time, he continuously slashed out with the Earth Splitter and used the Battle Dragon's 6 steps. Damn it! The black-clothed young man cursed. He was still very powerful, and Xian's attacks only caused him some trouble. Battle Dragon's step, I also know it. The black-clothed young man cursed and stepped out. Boom! Xian was shocked. He was stunned for a moment. He never expected that the black-clothed young man would also know the Battle Dragon's step. Furthermore, his mastery was not low. He was probably at 40% or even 50% mastery. By the time Xian reacted, the black-clothed young man had already charged over. The former let out a cold snort and cautiously faced him. Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique? Battle Dragon Stomp. Battle Dragon Stomp. Xian and the black-clothed youth both knew the Battle Dragon Stomp. However, the black-clothed youth only knew the 5-stack stomp, while Xian knew the 6-stack stomp. Although Xian was slightly weaker in terms of realm, he still had the agility advancement skill. In terms of speed, Xian was faster. Bang! 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 Both of them ran while using the Battle Dragon Stomp. Xian was faster, so he wasn't affected much. However, the black-clothed youth was greatly affected. After all, the combination of the earth-shattering sword and the Battle Dragon Stomp was too difficult to deal with. Moreover, the black-clothed youth was being chased by a huge golden sand giant. You dare to tell me to scram? See if I don't kill you. Xian instantly exchanged blows with the black-clothed youth. Boom! 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 The sounds of battle constantly reverberated in the air. Xian and the golden sand giant worked together to attack the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth was helpless. He was already having a hard time dealing with the golden sand giant. Now that Xian was involved, he was instantly defeated. Damned bastard, go to hell. Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique, Demon Eyes. The black-clothed youth roared at the sky. His entire aura surged, so strong that it made Xian's heart palpitate. What? Xian was stunned. He actually heard the name Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique. This youth actually knew it too. He focused his eyes and realized that the youth's eyes had already turned black. This was a sign that the demon seed was too strong for a martial artist. As long as the time passed, even if this youth didn't die, he would be demonized or become a demon. The black-clothed youth had already taken out his trump card. He was determined to kill Xian and the golden sand giant. So strong. Xian's heart trembled. He didn't hesitate to use the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. A wave of demonic chi spread out, startling the black-clothed youth. How dare you use my 1,000 demon sex martial arts in front of me? Do you think that a mere demon seed scripture is enough to fight me? The black-clothed youth was enraged. 1,000 demon sect? When Xian heard this name, he frowned slightly. He suddenly recalled that the Dao Heart Demon Seed law he had learned was only an incomplete version. It seemed like the 1,000 demon sect had a complete Dao Heart Devil Seed technique. But for now, he had to deal with this black-clothed youth first. Kill. At this time, Xian was also on high alert. This black-clothed youth's strength after entering the demonic state was probably above his own. If he wasn't careful, he might die here. Fortunately, Xian still had a non-teammate helping him, and that was the golden sand giant. Otherwise, Xian might really have been killed by this black-clothed youth. Right at this moment, Xian, who was fighting with the black-clothed youth, glanced around from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a different color not far away. Green, oasis. Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed in that direction. There might be something good in that oasis. Originally, he wanted to stall for time until the black-clothed youth's Dao Heart Demon Seed technique passed. But now, there was a new turn. It had been a few hours since Xian entered the desert, but this was the first time he saw an oasis. There might be something good there. Damn it, get back here. The black-clothed youth's heart trembled as he shouted. His words made Xian believe that there was something good in this oasis. Most likely, this black-clothed youth had discovered this oasis and was then blocked by the golden sand giant. This was Xian's thought, but he felt that there was an 80% chance that this was the case. Bang! Suddenly, a giant fist came crashing down. Xian nimbly dodged it. When the golden sand giant saw that Xian wanted to go to the oasis, it hurriedly tried to stop him. But Xian's speed was very fast and he instantly pulled away. Behind Xian, the black-clothed youth followed closely. You want to catch up to me? No way. Xian used the battle dragon stomp and the earth-shattering sword in a frenzy, giving the black-clothed youth a lot of trouble. Although the black-clothed youth also used the battle dragon stomp, his speed and range were not as fast as Xian's, so he was one-sided. Damn it, damn bastard. The black-clothed youth roared at the sky. Just now, he had cursed Xian because he was afraid that Xian would discover this oasis. His intuition told him that this oasis would have an earth spirit fruit. The golden sand giant no longer cared about the black-clothed youth and rushed towards the oasis. However, Xian still managed to reach the oasis before they could catch up. Haha, I smell it. I smell a huge amount of spiritual energy. It's the earth spirit fruit. The treasure-hunting deer bloodline in Xian's body kicked in and guided Xian to the place where the spiritual energy was the most abundant. Found it. When Xian arrived at the place where the spiritual energy was concentrated, he saw a yellowish-brown fruit. The earth spirit fruit. The earth spirit fruit was able to increase one's affinity with the earth attribute. For a pinnacle heaven vein realm cultivator, it was extremely useful. The 100 Ghost Elders' highest affinity with the earth attribute was the earth attribute. However, he did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality and fought with Anand City for a wood spirit fruit. In the end, he died. Not only that, but the black-clothed youth was the same. His goal was also the earth spirit fruit. However, who would have thought that Xian would be the first to obtain it? Haha, you're finished. Xian laughed as he plucked the earth spirit fruit and swallowed it. Ding! The host has opened the 31st heaven vein. A notification sound entered Xian's ears. Xian's face stiffened. The value of this earth spirit fruit far exceeded 100 earth soul essences. In his estimation, this earth spirit fruit should be able to allow him to break through to the spirit stage and condense a spirit. However, he had overestimated the value of the Earth Spirit fruit. It only allowed him to open 31 heaven veins from 26. He was still a bit away from 32. However, this was enough. His current strength was several times stronger than before. It was enough for Xianxia to kill the black-clothed youth and the golden sand giant. At this moment, the black-clothed youth had also entered the oasis. The golden sand giant followed closely behind. "You came at the right time." Xianxia roared as he stomped his foot. Battle Dragon's six-fold stomp. Bang! The black-clothed youth's foot happened to be on the ground. He was shocked by the force of the stomp. He felt his right foot go numb and he could no longer control it. He was shocked as he felt the change in Xianxia's strength. Previously, Xianxia had only opened 26 heaven veins and was able to fight evenly with him without using the Dao Heart Seed Demon technique. Now that Xianxia had opened 31 heaven veins, he was no longer a threat to Xianxia. By the time he reacted, Xianxia had already arrived in front of him and quickly slashed with his sword. Clang! The black-clothed youth was forced to block the sword. However, in the next moment, he heard the sound of his thigh bones shattering. Crack! Die! Thousand Demon Sect die! Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He swung the Bahuang sword in his hand, and a head flew into the air. The black-clothed youth was dead. Subsequently, Xianxia quickly devoured the black-clothed youth's universe ring. Ding! The host has opened the 32nd heaven meridian. Right now, Xianxia was truly at the pinnacle of the heaven meridian. After opening 32 heaven meridian, the next step was to condense the spirit. Ding! The host has reached the pinnacle of the spirit essence realm. Currently, the host's affinity with the earth attribute is the highest. The host can condense the earth spirit. Another system notification rang out. Xianxia rolled his eyes. This was because he saw the requirement to condense the earth spirit. An earth spirit fruit was required. If he had already opened 32 heaven meridian, then he could have directly condensed the earth spirit and broken through to the spirit realm after obtaining the earth spirit fruit. Unfortunately, the earth spirit fruit was specially devoured by him to increase his affinity with the earth attribute and cultivation. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the spirit realm, he would need an earth spirit fruit. Boom! A loud sound rang out in Xianxia's ears. It was the golden sand giant that had caught up to him. Taking advantage of the time that the Dao Heart Seed Demon technique still had, Xianxia immediately charged over. With his current strength, killing the golden sand giant was not a problem. The golden sand giant's vitality and recovery were very strong. Xianxia only managed to kill it after fighting for half a minute. This golden sand giant's earth spirit essence is much better than the yellow sand giant's. However, I've already reached the pinnacle of the spirit essence realm. If I devour it, I won't be able to increase my cultivation. However, I can increase my affinity with the earth attribute. Xianxia pondered for a moment before devouring the earth spirit essence. This time, he had made a huge profit. Although he was still lacking in earth spirit fruit, his current strength was already invincible within the spirit essence realm. Even if he encountered a spirit realm expert, he would have the courage to fight. There was still a lot of time left in the secret realm. At this moment, Xianxia continued searching to see if there were any more earth spirit fruits. However, he was disappointed. After running all over the desert, he did not find a second oasis, nor did he find a second earth spirit fruit. He had no choice but to leave. He returned to the entrance of the mystic realm and looked around. He found that people were still coming in one after another. This mystic realm no longer held much interest for him. Instead, he was more interested in the sect of that black-clothed youth. After the death of the black-clothed young man, Xianxia found a token in his yin and yang ring. It was an identity token of a 1,000 demon sect disciple. At the same time, he also found out that the 1,000 Devil sect was one of the top sects in the Green Cliff region. I only have the Dao Heart Devil Seed chapter, and there is still the Devil Enslavement chapter. If I want to learn it, I have to enter the 1,000 Devil sect, Xianxia thought to himself. What the black-clothed youth used before was the Devil Enslavement chapter of the Dao Heart Devil Seed chapter. However, the Devil Enslavement was not a true Devil Enslavement. It was only temporary. Once the duration of the Dao Heart Devil Seed chapter was up, it would return to its original state. However, the Devil Enslavement chapter's amplification was much greater than the Devil Seed chapter. Fortunately, the black-cloaked youth had just learned it. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be finished. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to take a look at the Thousand Devil sect. He opened a map and glanced at it. Then, he flew towards the direction of the Thousand Devil sect. He estimated that with his current strength that was invincible in the spirit essence realm, it shouldn't be difficult for him to join the Thousand Devil sect. Although the Thousand Devil sect was a devil sect, it was still one of the top forces in the Green Cliff region. There were spirit realm experts guarding it. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that there might be an earth spirit fruit inside. Furthermore, he was only going to learn the Dao Heart Devil Seed chapter. He would leave once he obtained the earth spirit fruit. Yi Xian spent a total of 10 days flying from the South Peace City to the Thousand Devil Sect's territory. After 10 days, he arrived at the foot of the Thousand Devil Sect's mountain. Before he arrived, he could already feel a monstrous demonic aura. Sure enough, this was not a place that ordinary people could come to. The people here were all vicious and merciless. They would kill without batting an eyelid. Why are there so many people? Yi Xian looked at the scene in astonishment. At this moment, hundreds of experts had already gathered in front of a stone tablet at the foot of the Thousand Devil Sect's mountain. Among these experts, most of them were at the peak of the Heaven Pulse realm. Not only that, Yi Xian also felt a few powerful auras. They should be experts that had surpassed the spirit essence realm and reached the spirit realm. Yi Xian walked over in shock. Oh no, oh no. This time, there are spirit realm experts participating in the exam. Our chances are small again. Sigh, the last time I participated, there weren't this many people. There weren't any spirit realm experts either. I heard that this time, the exam will only accept 20 people. Isn't this too strict? Nonsense, what would happen if they accepted 100 people? If I can learn the second stage of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique, I might be able to fight with spirit realm experts. TCH, you haven't even mastered the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. You're thinking too much. Let's talk about it after we pass the exam. A group of people were discussing in a low voice. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood that today was the day of the Thousand Devil Sect's exam. The Thousand Devil Sect would hold an exam every month. The number of people they accepted would be different. Sometimes, they would accept 50 people, and sometimes, they would accept 100 people. However, today, they only accepted 20 people. Furthermore, the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique's Dao Heart Demon Seed technique could be learned anywhere. However, the Demon Seed technique could only be learned by becoming a disciple of the Thousand Devil Sect. The black-cloaked youth was a disciple of the Thousand Devil Sect. By relying on the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique, he had killed his way into the Thousand Devil Sect and became a disciple of the Thousand Devil Sect. Unfortunately, after spending a large amount of time to learn the Demon Seed technique, he went out to search for the Earth Spirit Fruit in an attempt to break through. However, he was killed by Yi Xian, who appeared out of nowhere. It seems that the Thousand Devil Sect's exam doesn't require registration, Yi Xian thought for a moment and blended into the large group of people. He could already feel 4 powerful auras, and they were all at the spirit realm. Presumably, these 3 people were also here for the Demon Seed technique. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of it. This was because these 4 spirit realm experts should have just broken through. However, there were hundreds of people here. It wouldn't be so easy to meet them. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and waited quietly. Soon, 3 disciples of the Thousand Devil Sect flew down from the Thousand Devil Mountain. Another spirit realm expert, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Thousand Devil Sect was truly worthy of being one of the top forces in the Green Cliff region. They actually had so many spirit realm disciples. At this moment, the leading disciple looked around and said, "The time has come. Next, I'll bring you to the exam location. The content of the exam is very simple. You just have to find the exam tokens. There are a total of 20 tokens. Whoever finds one and delivers it to us will pass the exam." Golden token. Seeing that no one had any questions, the head disciple continued, "Anyone who passes the examination will receive a reward. Furthermore, there are 3 golden tokens within the examination token. Anyone who passes the examination with a golden token will receive a corresponding spirit fruit. When these words were spread, everyone's eyes lit up. Spirit fruit, there was actually a spirit fruit in the reward. If someone were to find a golden token and pass the examination, they would be able to obtain an earth spirit fruit. This would greatly increase their chances of breaking through to the spirit stage. The entire crowd was in an uproar. However, it wasn't that easy to obtain a golden token. It depended on luck, and there would definitely be people who would try to steal it. When Yixian, who was standing in the crowd, heard this, his eyes lit up. It was truly something that he lacked. As long as he obtained a golden examination token, he would be able to break through to the spirit stage. Okay, everyone follow me. At this moment, the head disciple spoke and flew into the air. A group of participants also flew into the air and followed him. They flew north for about an hour before they were finally brought to a mountain range. The leading Thousand Demon sect disciple and the other two stopped. The former turned around and said, "This is the place where you will be tested. I will be in charge of this place. My two junior brothers will be at the tower on the east and west side of the mountain range. Whoever passes the test token to us will pass the test. Let's begin." The moment the voice of the Thousand Demon sect disciple sounded out, the hundreds of experts immediately scattered and flew into the mountain range. Yixian also landed and quickly rushed into the mountain range. In terms of speed, his speed on land was much faster than when he was flying through the air. At this moment, other than him, there were 4 other people who quickly rushed into the mountain range. They were the 4 spirit stage experts. Yixian deliberately went around the 4 of them and began to search for the examination tokens. This examination wasn't about who was the strongest. Therefore, Yixian had to be careful. The Thousand Demon sect disciple didn't take out a single examination token, but those who had participated in the examination knew about it. Yixian deliberately slowed down his pace and stopped rushing forward. What he was thinking now was to wait for the others to find the token before snatching it away. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions came from the horizon. Yixian flew up to take a look and found that there were people fighting. Among the participants, not all of them were here to participate in the assessment. Some of them were here to make a killing, gathering a few people to hunt other participants. However, Yixian was wrong. A black light beam? Yixian's eyes narrowed as he saw a black beam of light shoot into the clouds. Examination token. Previously, he thought that this test depended on luck, but in the end, it also depended on strength. He reckoned that the test token could not be stored in the interspatial ring. Once it was found, it would emit a black beam of light to attract the surrounding people. It was the same as the test on Death Island. Yixian immediately rushed over. Although his goal was the gold token, it was not bad to earn some extra money. There were at least 10 people who saw the beam of light, and at this time, all of them had already gathered. Yixian rushed over, but before he even arrived, a blind person had already charged out. "Go to hell, kid." This peak heavenly vein martial artist suddenly attacked and looked at Yixian with a cold gaze, as if he had already determined that Yixian was a dead man. However, what he didn't know was that Yixian was slowing down just now. He had already discovered this hidden person. Battle Dragon 6 steps. Sword of the Earth splitting. Rip, a head flew up, and Yixian put away this person's interspatial ring in the blink of an eye. Those who came to participate in the Thousand Demon sect's examination were all ruthless people, so there was no need for him to hold back. Not far away, the token that emitted the black beam of light had already changed hands several times. Yixian immediately rushed over and quickly killed these 10 people. Then, he transferred all the items into the Devour space. Now that he had reached a bottleneck, if he didn't have the Earth Spirit Fruit, it would be a waste to devour any more treasures. Therefore, he stored the items and waited until he broke through to the spirit realm before devouring them all. Although these people were also at the peak of the heavenly vein realm like Yixian's strength was several times stronger than these people. Even if he didn't use the sinister sword of the earth splitting and battle dragon stomp, he could easily kill these people. Not bad, each of them is quite rich. Yixian nodded his head in satisfaction and then picked up the black token. With this black token, he would become the target of everyone, and there would be people constantly coming to kill him. He had already used this method of baiting once before, on the Island of Death. It was just that his cultivation at that time and his current cultivation were worlds apart. Sure enough, he used the black token as bait and attracted a large number of peak Heavenly Vein Realm experts, who were all killed by him. Not only that, but he also obtained 2 tokens. One in his left hand and one in his right. 2 black beams of light shot into the sky. At this moment. A golden beam of light? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The golden beam of light must have been emitted by the golden token. One must know that the golden beam of light was equivalent to a spirit fruit. If he obtained it, he would be too lazy to continue with the competition. He would directly hand it over to the 3,000 demon sect disciples. This way, he would be able to obtain an earth spirit fruit. Immediately, he rushed over. The golden beam of light was much more conspicuous than the black beam of light in this gloomy weather. Someone could see it from dozens of miles away and immediately rushed over. Yi Xian was the first person to arrive at the golden beam of light. He didn't waste any time and immediately attacked, killing the person holding the golden token. Haha, a golden token. Yi Xian laughed a few times and threw away the 2 black tokens in his hand. With a golden token, why would he need a black token? However, just as he was about to put the golden token away, he heard a series of hurried footsteps. Someone was here. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be a threat to Yi Xian. However, the person who came this time was a spirit stage expert. Boy, put down the golden token, and I'll spare your life. A spirit stage martial artist walked out. He was around 35 years old and had a scar at the corner of his eye. Then let's see if you have the ability. Yi Xian patted his chest and gripped the Bahuang sword tightly. What arrogance! A mere spirit stage martial artist dares to speak to me in such a manner? The scarred man coldly shouted and raised his sword. He had already broken through to the spirit stage and had a trace of attributed true qi within his body. Even if he didn't use this true qi, he could easily kill Yi Xian. The assessment ended. Battle Dragon Stomp. Sword of Earth Shattering. Yi Xian dodged as he counterattacked. The reason why he was able to challenge those above his level was due to his extraordinary speed. As long as his opponent was unable to catch up to him, then he would have the strength to fight. You do have some skills. The scarred man narrowed his eyes and swung the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a green sword aura slashed towards Yi Xian. The sword aura was extremely fast and exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. Fortunately, Yi Xian's battle instincts allowed him to dodge the fatal sword aura. However, his arm was still grazed by the green sword aura. Just when he thought that he had dodged the attack, he felt an intense pain coming from his left arm. He subconsciously looked down and discovered that his left arm had started to wither. Furthermore, the wither was quickly spreading. Yi Xian widened his eyes and suddenly recalled the scene when he was chased by the wyverns in the Tang dynasty. That middle-aged man had used the same move, but the sword aura was not green. Rip! Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cut off his left arm. The wither did not continue to spread. Oh? You do have some ability. The scarred man was slightly surprised, but in the next moment, he was also stunned. He saw that Yi Xian's severed arm was recovering at a visible speed. Soon, a new arm grew out. How is this possible? The scarred man widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately used the Dao Heart Seed Demon technique and began his counterattack. So it's the wood spirit. Fortunately, I just broke through to the spirit stage, so I don't have much elemental true qi, Yi Xian thought in his heart. The wood spirit was wood elemental true qi. This wood elemental true qi had the wither effect. Although his opponent's realm was higher than his, he had just been careless. Now, it was not a problem for him to be on guard. Battle Dragon Stomp. Sword of Earth Shattering. Yi Xian attacked with all his might. His strongest move was not the Earth Splitter, but the Battle Dragon Stomp. His recovery speed was extremely fast, so every step he took required him to use the Battle Dragon Stomp. The scar-faced man was currently on the ground, so this was the best way to counterattack. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The scar-faced man snorted coldly and leaped into the air, shattering all of the earthen swords. After all, this was not a mystic realm. There was no anti-flight array here, so Yi Xian's Dragon War Stomp was considered ineffective. So what if I can fly? Yi Xian swung his sword in a frenzy, slashing out more than 20 attacks in a second. These attacks were all smashed into the ground and then swept out from under the scar-faced man's feet. Bang! 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 The knife-scarred man defeated these slashes one by one, and at the same time found the time to counterattack. Due to the disgusting battle dragon stomp, the knife-scarred man did not dare to land on the ground, so he could only fly. However, his speed on land was already slower than Yi Xian. Now that he was in the air, the difference was even greater. As a result, he was no threat to Yi Xian at all. At the same time, Yi Xian could not do anything to him. There's still some difference, huh? Forget it, I'll spare your life. Let's leave first. Yi Xian snorted coldly and turned around to leave. If he obtained the Earth Spirit Fruit, then he would be able to break through to the Spirit stage. At that time, wouldn't he be able to deal with this knife-scarred man? That was impossible. You want to leave? The knife-scarred man's eyes turned cold. He stabbed out with his sword, which landed in front of Yi Xian. Bang! Suddenly, the space in front of Yi Xian exploded, and a cloud of green mist quickly spread out. It's poisonous? Yi Xian's intuition told him that he could not enter the green mist, so he quickly went around it. Damn it! The knife-scarred man cursed and immediately chased after him. However, just as he landed on the ground, a violent tremor came from beneath his feet, causing him to fly up again. He knew that if he was accidentally shaken, Yi Xian might quickly counterattack. He had to be careful. He also knew the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. However, his demon seed was on the verge of turning into a demon. That was why he came to the Thousand Demon sect to learn the demon transformation technique. This way, he would not be afraid of turning into a demon. Damned beast, don't let me see you again. The knife-scarred man cursed and turned around to leave. After breaking through to the spirit stage, this was the first time that he let a spirit stage martial artist escape from him. Yi Xian, who was running towards the east, felt the aura behind him getting farther and farther away. He turned around to take a look. Did he leave? TSK, coward. Don't let me see you again. The next time will be the time of your death. Yi Xian cursed in his heart as he madly ran. Now that he knew his own strength, he did not want to encounter a spirit stage martial artist again. He was not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but he was afraid of two spirit stage martial artists teaming up. There was a Thousand Demon sect disciple at the entrance of the mountain range. There was one on the east and one on the east. Yi Xian was currently running towards the east, and he could already see the tower. Oh, a black beam of light? On the way, Yi Xian encountered a black beam of light that was also heading towards the tower in the east. However, he was too lazy to make a move. Soon, he saw the tower and rushed over at high speed. A golden token? The Thousand Demon sect disciple was shocked. He did not expect that someone would bring the golden token over so quickly. Senior brother, I brought the token over. Yi Xian handed the golden token over to the disciple. Not bad, not bad. Stand behind me. The Thousand Demon sect disciple nodded. He did not put away the golden token and allowed Yi Xian to continue holding it. Yi Xian stood behind him in the air and quietly waited. Soon, people came over with tokens one after another. There were also people who rushed over after seeing the golden beam of light. However, when they saw the situation, they helplessly shook their heads and retreated. One of the golden tokens had already been found, so there were only two left. After Yi Xian, 4 people with black tokens arrived. Soon, a signal was sent in the air. The Thousand Demon sect disciple on Yi Xian's side also sent a signal into the air and reported the number of people. A total of 20 people, just right. The assessment is over. The Thousand Demon sect disciple counted and then left with Yi Xian's group of 5. Since the assessment was over, those who did not manage to obtain a token were naturally eliminated. Of course, they could still participate in the next month's assessment. When Yi Xian returned to the entrance of the mountain range, he encountered the scarred man from before. The The scarred man's eyes flashed and he looked as if he wanted to eat someone. On the other hand, Xian was somewhat calm. Now that he had joined the Thousand Demons sect, he could be considered as a fellow disciple of the same sect as the scarred man. Would the scarred man dare to attack him? Battle Demon Stage F***CK. Xian jumped in fright. The scar-faced man was actually a brother of the examinee. This was going to be a tragedy. Alright, I understand. The leading disciple glanced at Xian and nodded slightly. Fortunately, Xian had obtained a golden token and passed the test, so he didn't dare to fall out with the examinee on the spot. F***CK, snakes and rats really belong to the same nest. Xian cursed in his heart. Alright, you 20 people, follow me back to the Thousand Demon sect. As for the rest, go back to where you came from. The leading disciple said coldly, then turned around and flew away. The other 2,000 Demon sect disciples and Xian's group of 20 people quickly followed. Along the way, the scar-faced man glanced at Xian from time to time, as if saying, "Brat, you're F***king done for." Xian was planning in his heart when he suddenly remembered that the Thousand Demons sect was a demonic sect, and it wasn't impossible for fellow disciples to kill each other. He hesitated whether he should leave and come back with a new identity. Soon, Xian followed the 3,000 Demon sect disciples back to the entrance of the Thousand Demons sect and entered the Thousand Demons sect. In front of the Thousand Demons sect's spiritual medicine hall. Anyone with a black token can receive 10 soul essences. 3 golden tokens can be exchanged for 1 earth spirit fruit. The leading disciple shouted, then entered the spiritual medicine hall and distributed the rewards. When he gave the earth spirit fruit to Xian, his eyes flashed and he left. Then, he brought Xian's group of 20 people to receive their disciple robes and identity tokens. Finally, he said loudly, "Find an empty house and stay there. You, come with me." As expected, seeing the leading disciple pointing his index finger at him, Xian's heart trembled. As expected, he was going to be the first target. The surrounding people had a look of schadenfreude. Although they didn't know what happened, they knew from the scar-faced man's expression that there was a conflict between the two sides. "Why aren't you getting lost?" the leader of the disciples shouted. With that, the surrounding people dispersed, leaving only Xian and the scar-faced man. "Brat, how dare you steal my command medallion?" The scarred man snorted coldly. "Big brother, why can't you handle a mere soul essence realm expert?" the leading disciple asked in astonishment. The scarred man looked at Xian and shook his head. "I don't know. This kid's speed is very fast and his physique is very strange. Forget it." The leading disciple shook his head and extended his right hand towards Xian, saying, "Give me the earth spirit fruit and I'll let this matter rest." Hand over the earth spirit fruit? Xian narrowed his eyes. What kind of joke was this? He actually wanted him to hand over the earth spirit fruit. This was a necessity for him to break through to the spirit stage. "And if I don't?" Xian asked coldly. "Then you better not go out and hide in the Thousand Demons sect for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking my big brother." The leading disciple snorted. "Oh, so the Thousand Demons sect doesn't allow fellow disciples to kill each other." Xian immediately understood. The leading disciple told him not to go out. Didn't this mean that the Thousand Demons sect still had rules? "Brat, do you dare to enter the Battle Demon platform with me?" At this moment, the scarred man suddenly spoke. Battle Demon platform? What? This was the first time Xian had heard of this name, so he frowned and asked. "Humph, you came without asking about the Thousand Demons sect. You're really lucky. Life and death can be decided on the Battle Demon platform. I also have an earth spirit fruit here. Do you dare to gamble?" the leading disciple said. "Oh? You want to gamble?" Xian immediately became interested. He hadn't gambled for a long time. "That's right. Do you dare?" The leading disciple nodded. In reality, he was just casually saying it. After all, his big brother was at the spirit stage, while Xian was only at the peak of the heaven pulse stage. There was a huge gap between them, so he didn't think that Xian would agree. However, Xian wasn't afraid of the scarred man anymore. "Okay. Yi Xian nodded. If he won, then he could obtain another Earth Spirit fruit. Moreover, he could obtain the Scarred Man's Universe Ring. This was a rare opportunity. The reason why he didn't immediately consume the Earth Spirit fruit and break through to the Spirit stage was because of this. If he broke through now, the other party might change their mind. Good courage. Let's go. The leading disciple was stunned for a moment, then he began to lead the way. Brat, you're truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. You actually thought that you could defeat me. Let's see how you're going to escape now. After the Scarred Man finished speaking, he followed. The battlefield just now was extremely large, but the Battle Demon stage had a limit. Even if one were to fly, they couldn't fly more than 10 meters. Whoever landed outside of the stage first would lose. However, how could he know that Yi Xian was determined to win? Soon, the three of them arrived at the Thousand Demon Sect's Battle Demon stage. At this moment, a life and death battle was taking place. However, there were a total of 3 Battle Demon stages, so it didn't affect the battle between Yi Xian and the Scarred Man. When the three of them arrived at the Battle Demon stage's application area, the old man from the Thousand Demon Sect said in surprise, "Unfamiliar faces. Are you new?" Yi Xian knew that the old man was talking about him, so he nodded. "You're suppressing the newcomers again." The old man glanced at the leading youth and began to register. However, he guessed wrong. This was because the person fighting Yi Xian wasn't the leading youth, but his big brother. Okay, go up to the 3rd stage. Once you're up there, you can't admit defeat. You can fly until one of you dies. However, you can't fly more than 10 meters. Flying outside of the stage is also against the rules. Those who violate the rules will be killed by me personally. The old man explained. Immediately after, Yi Xian and the Scarred Man flew up to the 3rd stage. When Yi Xian stepped onto the stage, the Scarred Man mocked, "Now that you're on the Battle Demon stage, it's too late for regrets." Is that so? I shouldn't be the one to regret, right? Yi Xian looked at the Scarred Man and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Immediately after, the aura on his body skyrocketed. Ding! The host has broken through to the spirit realm. The current Earth attribute has been converted to 1 point. He had finally reached the spirit realm Yi Xian had been holding back since the beginning. He couldn't wait to break through. However, if he had broken through just now, he wouldn't have been able to see the shocked expression on the Scarred Man's face. What? The Scarred Man's body trembled and he immediately reacted. It turned out that Yi Xian had been pretending to be weak from the very beginning. He was also at the spirit realm like him, but he had suppressed it. However, what the Scarred Man couldn't understand was why Yi Xian didn't reveal himself and fight with him if he was at the spirit realm. Okay, make your move. The old man below the stage was stunned for a moment before he shouted out. Spirit realm. Brat, I don't care if you're at the spirit essence realm or the spirit realm. Today, you're going to die. The Scarred Man shouted as he charged towards Yi Xian with large strides. Humph, you'll be the first. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart as he stomped his right foot. The Dragon War Stomp and the Earth-Shattering Sword were both peak-rank heaven-level martial arts. Furthermore, they were both Earth attribute martial arts. If one used Earth attribute Qi, then their power would increase. Just now, when Yi Xian broke through, the system notified that his Earth attribute Qi had been converted to 1. This meant that 1% of Yi Xian's Qi had been converted to Earth attribute Qi. The power of this Dragon War Stomp was at least 2 times stronger than before. Bang! The Scarred Man's foot trembled, but it did not affect him at all. This was because he had already flown into the air. Die! He fiercely slashed towards Yi Xian. This slash contained wood attribute Qi. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 types of Qi actually countered each other. Metal countered wood countered water, water countered fire, fire countered earth, and earth countered metal. However, wood and earth were not like forest. Therefore, the 2 types of Qi did not conflict with each other. Yi Xian knew this, so he raised his hand and slashed out a brown-yellow slash. This was the Earth-Shattering Sword. He had used Earth attribute Qi. Bang! The 2 sword Qis collided. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Xian's earth-shattering sword was superior. After all, he had the Sword Saint's bloodline. What? The scarred man was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but he was a step too slow. Just like Yi Xian, his arm was grazed by the attack. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The scarred man lowered his head and saw that his left arm had been petrified. The blood had instantly solidified. At this moment, a casual punch would probably shatter his arm into dust. Attribute Qi is indeed useful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had used his elemental true Qi. He did not expect it to be so useful. Metal element Zhen Qi was very sharp and had a strong attack power. Wood element Zhen Qi had the effect of withering and restoring Zhen Qi. Water element Zhen Qi was gentle and flexible, and could also be used for healing. Fire element Zhen Qi had a burning effect, and its attack power was second only to metal element Zhen Qi. Earth element Zhen Qi had the effect of petrifying. Of course, this was only on the surface. Break! The scar-faced man's speed was quite fast. After his left arm was petrified, he circulated the wood attribute true Qi in his body and shook off the hard stones. Both he and Yi Xian had merged into one. However, Yi Xian had the blood of the sagely tree of life. After using that earth-type attack just now, his true energy had been restored, but the scar-faced man hadn't. Therefore, Yi Xian had a huge advantage. However, when the scar-faced man's arm was petrified, he did not take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Instead, he quietly waited for the scar-faced man to remove the petrification. Brat, I want you dead. The scar-faced man went berserk. This time, Yi Xian did not plan to use his true energy. Instead, he used normal true energy without any attributes. This was because he needed to level up and increase the proficiency of his martial arts. Earth-shattering sword. Battle dragon stomp. Yi Xian relied on the blood of the sagely tree of life in his body, which allowed him to recover his true energy at an explosive speed. Although the battle dragon stomp could not hit his opponent, it could force his opponent to not fall to the ground. Ding! The proficiency of the earth-shattering sword has increased. Current proficiency, 70%. Ding! The proficiency of the battle dragon stomp has increased. Current proficiency, 70%. In just a short moment, Yi Xian's two heaven-level martial arts had reached 70% proficiency. When he was in the spirit essence stage, his two martial arts could only reach 60% proficiency due to his insufficient realm. However, now that he had broken through to the spirit realm, it was different. Just now, Yi Xian used the normal earth-shattering sword to clash with the scar-faced man's true energy. Now that the proficiency of the earth-shattering sword had increased, it immediately dispersed the scar-faced man's wood true energy and swept towards his opponent. What? It's stronger? The scar-faced man was shocked. However, he did not notice that the long sword in Yi Xian's hand was not the Bahuang sword that he had used in the previous battle. Furthermore, Yi Xian had not used his full strength at this moment. Otherwise, he would have been instantly killed. Bang! 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 Yi Xian stood on the spot and stomped his feet as he exchanged blows with the scar-faced man. The latter's true energy and attribute true energy were quickly consumed, while Yi Xian was still at his peak. Ding! The proficiency of the earth-shattering sword has increased. Current proficiency, 80%. Ding! The proficiency of the battle dragon stomp has increased. Current proficiency, 80%. More than 10 seconds later, Yi Xian finally heard the second round's notification. Even the old man from the Thousand Demons sect had not reached 80% mastery of a heaven-level martial art. Alright, it's time for you to die. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he slashed with the heaven-level weapon in his hand. Xiao! The speed of this slash was twice as fast as the previous one. Even the power was the same. Before the scar-faced man could react, his head was directly chopped off. Gotcha! His head was petrified in the air before it fell to the ground and turned into powder. Even his body was the same. Instant kill, this was Yi Xian's current realm. The leap of a realm is indeed like the difference between heaven and earth. I didn't even use the Bahuang sword before I died. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly as he walked over to the scar-faced man and put away his Qian Kuan ring. Ding. The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Current proficiency, 2 points. The system notification sounded. Attribute conversion, 1 point was 1% of one's true energy converted. 10 points was 10%. If someone converted all the true energy in their body into attribute true energy, then they could break through the bottleneck. The next realm was the Nihility God realm. Yi Xian had only broken through after devouring everything in the scar-faced man's Qian Kuan ring, including the Earth Spirit fruit. This made him sigh. Leveling up wasn't that easy. Big brother. At this moment, the leading youth on the stage suddenly shouted. He couldn't believe that his big brother had died in front of him. Senior brother, do you want to fight? Yi Xian said to the leading youth. Bastard, I'll definitely kill you. The leading youth's eyes turned red as he turned to the old man and said, I want to fight him on the battle demon stage. Okay, I understand. The manager of the battle demon stage nodded. Immediately, the leading youth jumped onto the battle demon stage. He first collected the corpse of the scar-faced man, then stared fiercely at Yi Xian. His attribute conversion had already reached 3 points. The higher the attribute conversion, the higher the amount and strength of the attribute true energy. In simpler terms, he was slightly higher than Yi Xian in terms of realm. However, in the spirit realm, the level suppression wasn't as obvious as in the spirit realm. 10,000 demons Cliff Brat, you dare to kill my big brother? I will definitely grind your bones to dust. The leading young man gritted his teeth and said. Yi Xian was still holding on to the top quality heaven artifact as he stared coldly. There were many spirit stage experts in the Thousand Demon sect. Furthermore, it was said that the ancestor was a Nihility God stage expert. Therefore, Yi Xian did not dare to take out the Bahuang sword. He was afraid that he would be recognized. If the Bahuang sword was a Nihility God weapon, he would be dead for sure. To be safe, he could only use the top quality heaven artifact to hide his strength. Without waiting for the old man to speak, the leading young man shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. He believed that he was stronger than Yi Xian, so he was very bold and did not fly into the air. Since that was the case, Yi Xian would let him see what the difference between them was. War Dragon's 8 steps. A series of 8 shockwaves blasted along the ground and followed the young man's feet. In an instant, the young man felt his right leg tremble. Crack! A clear and loud sound rang out as the young man's right leg bones were completely shattered. What a joke, the 80% completion War Dragon's step coupled with the earth attribute True Qi, it was already good enough that he did not become a fool. However, his fate was even worse than becoming a fool. Bam! Yi Xian stepped out again, and the young man's left leg bones were completely shattered as he fell to the ground. The bones in his legs were completely shattered, and there was no way for him to get up again. He used his hands to support himself on the ground and prepared to curse. Bam! Bam! Yi Xian stepped out 2 consecutive War Dragon's 8 steps. The bones in his hands were also shattered, and with his 4 limbs broken, he could only lie face down on the stage. Go! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he finally stepped out. Bam! Crack! The young man's sternum was shattered. Not only that, his heart was also shattered. The young man's eyes widened, and after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fell unconscious. The entire audience was shocked. Yi Xian, a disciple who had just joined the Thousand Demon sect, had actually stomped an old disciple to death. This was shocking news. From the beginning to the end, the young man did not attack. Yi Xian did not even know what attribute he was. He really overestimates himself. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Then, he went over and took off the young man's universe ring, poured out the scarred man's corpse, and swallowed everything. The Myriad Demon sect was a demonic force, and none of the disciples in the sect were ordinary people. Therefore, this young man had quite a few good things in his universe ring. Unfortunately, Yi Xian needed too much experience, so all of this was just a drop in the bucket. Yi Xian had a carefree expression as he flew to the bottom of the arena under the gazes of the crowd. Then, he asked the old man, Senior, may I ask where the Myriad Demon's Cliff is? Kid, you're not bad. You want to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff to learn the enchantment technique, right? The old man looked at Xian with a smile. Yes. Xian nodded. The enchantment technique depends on one's aptitude. Some people can't learn it even with 10% attribute conversion. Some people can learn it when they're only at the peak of the heavenly vein stage. Your aptitude is not bad. I think you can learn it in a year. The Thousand Demons Cliff is over there. Go. The old man said with a smile. 10% attribute conversion was 10 points. Xian was a little surprised that such a person could not learn the enchantment technique. However, Xian remembered the black-clothed young man in the secret realm. He was only at the peak of the heavenly vein stage, but he had already learned the enchantment technique. He could be considered a genius. Unfortunately, he had already fallen. Thank you, senior. Xian thanked him, then flew in the direction the old man pointed at. This kid is so strong. He just entered the Thousand Demons sect and he already killed an old disciple. I wonder where he came from. This is bad. That person was Senior Brother Wufeng's subordinate. Since this kid killed him, Senior Brother Wufeng will definitely come for revenge. Hey, look, Senior Brother Wufeng's subordinate, Xiao Dashan, is also here. Shoo, don't say any more. If he hears you, you can forget about leaving the Thousand Demons sect. Just as Xian was about to fly away, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A good dog doesn't block the way. Xian glanced at the person in front of him. It was a tall and sturdy man. Kid, how dare you talk to me like that? The man's face darkened. You killed someone and you still want to leave? Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that the man's aura was very strong, much stronger than the young man. Maybe his attribute conversion had reached 5%, or even higher. If he didn't use the Bahuang sword, it would be difficult to win. After all, the man might know the bewitched chapter of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Just now, he caught the young man off guard, and the young man was killed because of his carelessness. However, this scene fell into the eyes of so many people. It wouldn't be so easy to deal with next time. Kid, come with me. The man added when he saw that Xian didn't speak. I want to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff, Xian replied coldly. The man's face darkened. He shouted angrily, what kind of joke is this? You want me to wait for you? 3 days later, we'll go to the Battle Demon platform. Xian said. 3 days, in fact, he didn't need 3 days. He only needed to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff and learn the bewitched chapter of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. He would be able to deal with this guy immediately. 3 days? The man was stunned. He snorted and said, you want to learn the bewitched chapter in 3 days? That's none of your business. 3 days later, I'll come to the Battle Demon platform again. Xian said and left directly. The man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Xian dared to ignore him. He really deserved to die. However, this was the Thousand Demons sect. He couldn't fly into a rage. After all, that old man was still below. 3 days, he would wait for 3 days. 3 days later, he would kill Xian. Under the gazes of thousands of people, Xian left and flew towards the Thousand Demons Cliff. If he could use the Bahuang sword, he might be able to kill this guy instantly. Unfortunately, there were many experts in the Thousand Demons sect. Although there weren't many people here, what if there were experts secretly watching? If they found out that the Bahuang sword was a void divine weapon, he would be dead. Therefore, he had to be careful. After leaving the Battle Demon platform, Xian flew towards the Thousand Demons Cliff. The bewitched chapter of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique was recorded on the stone wall of the Thousand Demons Cliff. When he arrived at the Thousand Demons Cliff, he was stopped by a disciple of the Thousand Demons sect. Newcomer? The disciple of the Thousand Demons sect asked. Yes, senior brother. Xian nodded. Good. Then let me remind you. After entering the Thousand Demons Cliff, you are not allowed to take out a pen and paper to copy the bewitched chapter. Otherwise, you will be killed by the sect's elders. The disciple of the Thousand Demons sect reminded him. This bedevilment technique, that's impossible. There's a special formation in the Myriad Devil Cliff. The moment you exit, you will completely forget the contents of the bedevilment scripture. Hence, after you enter, you can only learn it once. Otherwise, you would have to learn it all over again. The disciple shook his head. So it's like that, Yixian was astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a situation. However, he had the heaven-defying devouring system. As long as he copied the bedevilment technique into the devouring system, he would be able to learn it on the spot. Many thanks for senior brother's reminder. Yixian cupped his fists respectfully. Then go in. The bedevilment technique is in the cave. Following which, Yixian flew into a cave on the Myriad Demons Cliff. The cave was huge and there were luminous pearls embedded in the walls. Yixian walked in and after a while, he saw hundreds of disciples sitting cross-legged in front of a mural. This bedevilment technique is actually not a chant. Yixian raised his eyebrows and walked over quietly to take a look. This mural was of a person, a man wearing armor. However, there were a few horns on his head and he didn't seem to be a human. Yixian didn't care too much and directly copied what he saw into the devouring system. Ding! Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique, Bedevilment Technique. Copy successful. Current completion rate is 1/7. Since the completion rate was only 1/7, it meant that there were 6 more murals. After taking a look, Yixian continued to walk deeper into the cave. The second mural was of a person, but the appearance was the same as the first one. Only the movements were different. Ding! Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique, Bedevilment Technique. Copy successful. Current completion rate is 2/7. After copying the second mural into the devouring system, Yixian continued to go deeper into the cave. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth mural, in front of each mural, there were hundreds of people sitting cross-legged and comprehending. Gradually, the number of people was decreasing. When Yixian reached the end of the cave, there were only a dozen people left. The last part of the Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique was not a mural, but a chant. Yixian only glanced at it and copied it into the devouring system. Ding! Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Bedevilment Chapter, copied successfully. Current completion rate is July 7th. Ding! Would the host like to learn the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Bedevilment Chapter? Yes. Ding! Host has learned the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Bedevilment Chapter. Finally, he had learned it. Yixian couldn't help but grin. Along the way, he saw nearly 1,000 demon sex disciples. Most of them were spirit stage experts, and some of them might even have completed 10% of their attribute conversion. However, the Dao Heart Seed Devil Enchanting chapter indeed looked at one's aptitude and comprehension ability. This was because Yixian even saw a soul essence realm martial artist in the depths of this chapter. Yes, I have. Let me see if this Myriad Devil Cliff is really that mystical. It can make me forget everything I've seen. Yixian walked back to the cave entrance. When he stepped out, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately after, he completely forgot about the contents of the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Devil Enchanting chapter. It's truly amazing. It should be an array set up by the Void God Realm ancestor of the Thousand Demon sect. I can't remember anything about it now. Yixian sighed in his heart. He had even forgotten the appearance and movements of the first mural. This prevented him from spreading it, and even if he learned it, he couldn't teach it to others. Although he had already learned the bedevilment chapter, he still returned to the cave and pretended to stay there for 3 days. After 3 days, he came out. Today was the day of the battle between him and the brawny man. Although my attribute conversion is only at 2%, my recovery speed is extremely fast. As long as I don't use it continuously, I will be able to recover. Moreover, my earth-shattering sword and dragon war stomp have both been upgraded to 80%. Even without using the Bahuang sword, I can still kill him. Yixian thought as he flew towards the battle demon platform. However, when he arrived at the battle demon platform, he discovered that there was already a large number of Thousand Demon Sect's disciples gathered there. There were at least 1,000 of them. So many people. What's the big battle today? Yixian frowned and blended into the crowd. There were a total of 3 battle demon platforms, but at this moment, there was no one on the other 2 platforms. Only one platform had two graceful figures standing on it. There's going to be a good show. Xianxia actually went to the battle demon platform with Sima Wenjing. One of them will definitely die. I heard that senior brother Wang Haoyan and senior sister Liang were separated because of Sima Wenjing. Shu, lower your voice. What are you afraid of? Senior brother Wang Haoyan and senior brother Wu Feng are comprehending the demon god chapter together. Hearing the discussions around him, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The two people on the battle demon platform were both women. Moreover, it seemed like they were fighting because of a man. However, what made Yi Xian's eyes light up was that he heard something new. Demon God Chapter. The Dao Heart Demon Seed Chapter, the first stage of the Demon Seed Chapter, the second stage of the Bedevilment Chapter. So there's a third stage of the Demon God Chapter after the Bedevilment Chapter, Yi Xian thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to leave the Thousand Demons sect after killing the muscular man. However, after hearing this, he couldn't help but hesitate. The Demon Seed Chapter was already so powerful, and it would be even more powerful after the Bedevilment Chapter. If he learned the Demon God Chapter, his strength would increase tremendously. However, the Demon God Chapter wouldn't be taught to others so easily. He had to find out more about it. At this moment. Sima Wenjing, you stinking B***TCH. How dare you steal my man? Today is the day you die. The woman in green on the battle demon platform shouted in exasperation. Senior sister Liang, I've already said that senior brother Wang only came to ask me about some cultivation matters. We have nothing to do with each other. The other woman in blue replied. Bullsh*T senior brother Wang's cultivation is so much higher than yours. How dare you use this excuse? The woman in green scolded. In the next moment, she directly attacked. Stinking B***TCH, go to hell, withering sword. The green-robed disciple swung his sword at Sima Wenjing. A green sword chi shot towards Sima Wenjing. Would attribute sword chi. Senior sister Liang, since that's the case, I won't hold back. Water drop sword. The woman in blue didn't waste any more time and started to counterattack. She had a water attribute spirit, so her sword chi was slightly blue. Most importantly, wood was the bane of water, so she was weaker than her opponent in terms of attributes. However, there was no suspense in this battle. Bam, the two sword chis, one green and one blue, collided. However, after the collision, the sword chis of the woman in blue suddenly spread out like water. Droplets of sword chis shot towards the woman in green like a rain of bullets. Translator, Transin editor, Transin bedevilment what? The green-robed woman did not expect this, and her reaction was one step too slow. She was directly covered by this group of water droplets of sword chi, and was turned into a sieve on the spot. There were even 5 bloody holes on her face, and blood gushed out from the wounds like fountains. Dead, the entire arena was silent. Everyone knew that wood was the bane of water, but who would have thought that Xianxia, who had the advantage in attributes, would be killed in one strike? One had to know that the difference in their realms wasn't big. Is that the dripping sword? Senior sister Sima actually mastered the dripping sword? That's amazing. The dripping sword is the most common water attribute martial art. Many people know it, but not many are proficient in it. I remember that the strongest user of the dripping sword is Elder Shui. I didn't expect senior sister Sima to have mastered it. Nonsense, senior sister Sima is Elder Shui's disciple. Unfortunately, senior sister Sima hasn't been bedeviled yet. I've seen Elder Shui use it once. A single sword chi can turn into thousands of water droplets. Ordinary people can't block it at all. Although the dripping sword is powerful, Xianxia isn't weak either. In terms of attributes, Xianxia has the advantage. He was careless and ended up like this. Even bedevilment didn't work. Senior sister Liang had a good time with senior brother Wang. Now that she's dead, senior brother Wang, a group of Thousand Demon Sect's disciples were discussing in private. Some of them were even fantasizing if they were the ones on the stage just now. Would they be able to block that sword? Yi Xian was also stunned. It seemed that every attribute had its own advantages. If the wood attribute hit the body, it would have a withered effect. At the same time, the wood attribute chi could heal injuries. It was very good. The water attribute Qi could also heal injuries and had a myriad of changes. When fighting with a water attribute martial artist, one couldn't be careless. Otherwise, one would die miserably. Yi Xian estimated in his heart. If he was the one standing there just now, he wouldn't be able to block that attack. Strong, at this moment, Sima Wenjing silently walked to Liang Junkie's corpse and gently covered his eyes. Then, she took off the universe ring. Since the battle was over, many people immediately dispersed. Then, Yi Xian flew down. He was here to accept the challenge today. Stinking brat, you really came. A coarse voice rang out. The brawny man from 3 days ago descended from the sky. It had only been 3 days, so he naturally did not think that Yi Xian had already mastered the bedevilment chapter. Cut the crap and apply. Yi Xian was too lazy to talk to him. He walked directly to the administrator of the Battle Devil platform. The administrator of the Battle Devil platform, the old man from 3 days ago, shook his head helplessly when he saw Yi Xian. Sigh, you are too impulsive. If you had cultivated for another year and learned the bedevilment chapter, you would have been able to fight him. These words were somewhat unpleasant to the ears of the burly man, but he did not dare to refute. After all, this old man was an elder of the Thousand Demon sect, and he could kill him with a single finger. This brat won't die. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Humph. The burly man snorted coldly. Sigh, go ahead. Battle Devil platform number 1. The old man shook his head. Shortly after, Yi Xian and the burly man stepped onto the Battle Devil platform. When Yi Xian flew onto the Battle Devil platform, the burly man took out a large blade and said coldly, Brat, don't you dare to land on the ground? Yi Xian had not landed on the ground yet, so he could admit defeat. However, he was never afraid of the burly man, so why would he admit defeat? Hee, why wouldn't I dare? Yi Xian landed on the Battle Devil platform with a paw sound. Good guts, I thought you would kneel down and beg me. The burly man narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not spare your life. Yi Xian continued to smile. You are courting death. When Yi Xian finished speaking, he shouted and slashed a golden sword Qi towards Yi Xian. Metal attribute true Qi was extremely powerful, much more powerful than fire attribute true Qi. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian was of the earth attribute, and earth countered metal. Earth-splitting sword. A brownish-yellow sword Qi collided with the golden sword Qi. Bang! The two sword Qi collided and instantly exploded. The burly man's attribute true Qi had already reached 5 points. Although he was countered by the earth attribute true Qi, his true Qi was stronger than Yi Xian's. It's actually a draw. This brat's martial arts attainment is very high. The spectators were not fools. Yi Xian's cultivation base was lower than the burly man's, and the difference in their weapons was not large. Therefore, the only explanation was that his martial arts attainment was higher. Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword had reached 80% proficiency, while the burly man's martial arts was only at 50% proficiency. This was the difference between them. Humph, even if I don't use Bahuang, the difference is not large. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed out another earth-splitting sword. Although his attribute conversion was only at 2 points, which was lower than the burly man's in both quantity and strength, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. The earth attribute true Qi that had been consumed by the first earth-splitting sword had already been replenished, but the burly man had not. Bang! 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 Yi Xian stood in place and exchanged blows with the burly man. He did not even use Dragon War Stomp. The burly man was also on guard, and the metal attribute true Qi in his body was quickly depleted. However, in the next moment, he discovered that Yi Xian's attack speed seemed to be even faster than his. Other than dealing with his attack, Yi Xian actually still had the strength to swing the earth-splitting sword towards the ground, causing him to have no choice but to dodge. He moved. Qiu Dashan actually moved. Qiu Dashan can't beat that brat in a head-on clash? That's strange. Although Qiu Dashan's metal attribute is restrained, it shouldn't be so weak. Is that brat's martial arts attainment really that high? That's the earth-splitting sword. I learned it before, but due to the wrong attribute, my mastery was only 20%. I didn't expect this martial art to be so sinister after mastering it. Everyone was shocked. The old man below the battle demon platform was also shocked. He did not expect that he would be wrong again. This was the second time. Not only that, but Sima Wenjing was also the same. She originally wanted to leave, but coincidentally, there was a battle to the death, so she stayed. At this time, the situation on the platform changed. Bedevilment, Qiu Dashan used the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Everyone had a gloating expression. From the beginning, they thought that Qiu Dashan would not lose, because Qiu Dashan had spent 2 years learning the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had just entered the Thousand Demon sect. TSK, I heard that this brat made an agreement with Qiu Dashan 3 days ago to enter the Thousand Demon Cliff to cultivate the bedevilment technique. Now that 3 days have passed, I wonder if he has learned it? Someone couldn't help but say with a mocking tone. However, at this time on the battle demon platform. Chapter 523, You re the only one who can be bewitched. Are you the only one who can be bewitched? Yi Xian sneered and roared towards the sky. Immediately after, his eyes turned black. When the last bit of white was drowned out, the entire audience was shocked once again. How is this possible? How could he be bewitched? Who the F***ck said that this brat only entered my Thousand Demons sect 3 days ago? Could it be that he learned the bewitched technique within 3 days? What kind of joke is this? Even if it's 3 months, it's still impossible. But everyone knows the situation at the Thousand Demons Cliff. Those who tried to copy it were all killed by the elders on the spot. The surrounding hundreds of disciples of the Thousand Demons sect were all tongue-tied. They were unable to come to a conclusion. At this moment, Qiu Dashan realized who he had provoked. To be able to learn the bewitched technique within 3 days, he was definitely the #1 genius in thousands of years. He would definitely be taken in as a disciple by the experts of the Thousand Demons sect. However, at this moment, he and Yi Xian were standing on the battle demon stage. Either he died, or Yi Xian died. Therefore, no matter what, he had to kill Yi Xian. Brat, go to hell! Qiu Dashan roared. But at this moment. Ding, the proficiency of the earth-splitting sword has increased. It is currently at 90%. The system notification came at the right time. It's about time. You should go now. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he crazily attacked with his top-grade heaven artifact. His attack speed was at least twice as fast as before. Not only that, from the beginning until now, Yi Xian had not used the War Dragon Stomp. Now, it was time for him to use it. War Dragon's 8 steps. Earth-splitting sword. Yi Xian's figure flashed, and in an instant, he used the War Dragon's 8 steps several times, shattering the feet of the big man not far away. Crack! In the end, the big man was unable to dodge this move. With the bones in his feet shattered, he directly fell to the ground. Previously, he had seen how Yi Xian killed people. He immediately slapped the ground in front of him and used his true qi to fly into the sky. However, just as his body flew up, a few slashes suddenly broke through the ground in the arena. Rip! 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 A few crisp sounds entered everyone's ears. They focused their eyes and found that the burly man's neck and arms had been cut open. The wounds were instantly petrified, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Kacha, the big man's head fell to the ground. Even though he was petrified and smashed to the ground, no blood flowed out. After he died, Yi Xian slowly walked over and took his interspatial ring. Ding! Host Earth attribute conversion has increased to 3 points. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's true qi decreased slightly and turned into Earth attribute true qi. This Qiu Dashan was actually killed by a brat who just entered the sect. It's too fake. Qiu Dashan's attributes were converted by half, but he was actually killed. That's not the main point. The main point is that this brat managed to learn the bedevilment chapter in 3 days. I spent 3 months in the Myriad Demons Cliff and only managed to comprehend the 3rd mural. All the disciples of the Myriad Demons sect couldn't believe their eyes. The old man below the Battle Devil stage and Sima Wenjing were also the same. He just entered the Myriad Demon sect 3 days ago, but he managed to learn the bedevilment chapter? Sima Wenjing's eyes widened. She had also entered the Myriad Demon's Cliff to study for half a year, but she didn't manage to learn the bedevilment chapter. However, Xian managed to learn it in 3 days. Anyone who saw this would doubt their own aptitude. At this time, Xian suddenly flew up from the arena and disappeared from everyone's sight. 2 points of attribute conversion, and he managed to convert 5 points of attribute. If I were to use the Bahuang sword and add it to my current 3 points of attribute conversion, I should be able to convert less than 10 points of attribute conversion. Xian thought to himself as he flew. Unfortunately, he couldn't take out the Bahuang sword because the administrator of the Battle Devil stage was very strong. He might have heard of the Void Divine weapon. Originally, he wanted to leave the Myriad Demons sect after learning the bedevilment chapter and never return. However, he decided to stay because he heard about the Demonic God chapter. After all, the Myriad Demons sect was established by a Void God Realm expert. Although it had declined and didn't have a single Void God Realm expert, it was still a peak power in a high-grade territory. In this place, Xian would be able to improve himself. Previously, when he entered the Myriad Demons sect, he had to fight to the death on the Battle Devil stage, so he didn't even find a place to stay. Now, he was going to find a place to stay. However, there were many disciples of the Thousand Demons sect following behind him. At the same time, the administrator of the Battle Devil stage also disappeared. He had to report this matter to the upper echelons of the Myriad Demons sect. Soon, he found a place to stay and settled down. Junior brother, please wait, junior brother, teach us some of your experience. Senior brother, can you follow me to the Myriad Demons Cliff and teach us how to learn the bedevilment chapter of the Tao Heart Devil Seed Law? As expected, most of the disciples who followed him didn't learn the bedevilment chapter and wanted Xian to teach them some of his experience. In fact, if he wanted to teach them, it wasn't impossible. After all, the bedevilment chapter of the Tao Heart Devil Seed Law had been copied into the Devouring system. As long as he wanted to, he could copy it out again. However, if the Myriad Demons sect found out about this, his tendons would be pulled out and used as shoelaces. Senior brothers, I'm sorry. It was just a coincidence. I don't remember anything about the bedevilment chapter at all. I hope you can forgive me. Before Xian entered the house, he turned around and cupped his fists. When the disciples heard this, they shook their heads helplessly. After all, they had been to the Myriad Demons Cliff and had forgotten everything after coming out of the cave. They only remembered that the bedevilment chapter was written on the stone wall. However, many of them still waited outside Xian's house. They wanted Xian to enter the Myriad Demons Cliff again. Who knows, he might give them more experience. At the same time, in the Myriad Magic Hall at the peak of the Myriad Demons sect. Elder Song, is what you said true? He learned the bedevilment chapter in 3 days? A long-haired middle-aged man asked in shock. He was the current sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect. Standing in front of him was the administrator of the Battle Devil stage, Elder Song. Sect leader, it's absolutely true. That brat is new and had a battle with someone 3 days later on the Battle Devil stage. 3 days later, he actually learned the bedevilment chapter and killed his opponent with ease. Elder Song nodded solemnly. Are you sure? The sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect asked again. It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes and there were hundreds of disciples watching. Elder Song nodded again. Sect leader? This old man thinks so too. After all, the Myriad Demon Cliff is protected by a formation set up by the founder, and there are many elders watching over there. It's impossible for anyone to bring the bedevilment scripture out, Elder Song said. That's right. Our Myriad Demon sect has been established for thousands of years, and there has never been a case of the Tao Heart bedevilment scripture being leaked. Otherwise, our Myriad Demon sect wouldn't have much of an advantage over the other sections. The Thousand Demon sect leader nodded. Elder Song, go and call that brat over. Yes, sect leader. Elder Song respectfully retreated and left. After rejecting so many people's requests, Xian stayed in his own room. He didn't need to cultivate, he just needed to wait for someone. Today, he used the Tao heart bedevilment scripture in such a high-profile manner to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the myriad demon sect. At that time, it would be best if he could comprehend the demon god scripture. As long as he could comprehend the demon god scripture, he would leave the myriad demon sect. Outside his residence, there were still hundreds of myriad demon sect disciples who were unwilling to give up. These people didn't dare to barge into Xianxia's residence. After all, the myriad demon sect had its own rules. Most importantly, they knew that the higher-ups of the myriad demon sect would definitely notice Xianxia. Sure enough, after they had observed for a while, an elder flew through the air and arrived at the scene. It's Elder Song. All of the disciples recognized the person who had just arrived. The Battle Devil platform was the most popular place in the myriad demon sect. Almost all the disciples knew the administrator of the Battle Devil platform. From this, it could be seen that Elder Song's position in the myriad demon sect wasn't low. What are you looking at? Scram back to cultivate. Disperse. Elder Song shouted. Although he didn't know where Xianxia lived, he could find it from the eyes of these people. The hundreds of myriad demon sect disciples could only shake their heads helplessly and leave. However, there were still some people watching from afar. After Elder Song arrived, he directly landed in Xianxia's courtyard. When Xianxia heard the sound, he smiled faintly and opened the door. Senior, this is... Xianxia purposely pretended not to know. The sect master wants to see you. Come with me. Elder Song went straight to the point. Sect leader? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his plan had succeeded. However, this was also within his expectations. Learning the bedevilment technique in 3 days, how could the sect master not be shaken? Let's go. With that, Elder Song turned around and left. Xianxia quickly followed after him. Perhaps, the Thousand Devil Sect's sect leader was prepared to accept him as a disciple. At that time, he would be considered to have soared into the sky. When his strength increased, it would be time for him to leave. In the end, the demon sect was just a springboard for him. Brat, did you really only learn the bedevilment chapter in 3 days? On the way to the Myriad Magic Hall, Elder Song couldn't help but ask. This kid is just lucky. Xianxia said humbly. He did not think that he was very powerful, because everything he had was due to the devouring system. If he didn't have the devouring system, he would still be a cripple. If he were to comprehend the bedevilment chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, he would probably need years to comprehend it. My Thousand Devil sect has been established for more than 5,000 years, and the same goes for the Thousand Devil Cliff. However, in the history of my Thousand Devil sect, the fastest genius to learn the bedevilment chapter took more than a month, but you only took 3 days. That's unbelievable. Elder Song said in shock. When this kid was comprehending it, he suddenly had an epiphany. That's how I learned it. Xianxia said casually. Alright, don't be so humble. Have you heard of the 3rd layer of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique? Elder Song asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded. He just found out about it. If it wasn't for the Demon God chapter, he would have left long ago. Elder Song continued, the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique was created by the founder of my Thousand Devil sect. There are 3 layers in total. The first layer is the Demon Seed chapter, the second layer is the Bedevilment chapter, and the third layer is called the Demon God chapter. As far as I know, there are more than 1,000 disciples in my Thousand Devil sect who have fallen into the Demon God chapter. However, there are less than 10 disciples and elders who have comprehended the Demon God chapter. Your aptitude is not bad. In the future, when your strength grows, the sect leader might let you comprehend the Demon God chapter. After hearing Elder Song's words, Xianxia's eyes lit up. The reason why he stayed in the Thousand Devil sect was because he wanted to learn the Demon God chapter. However, from Elder Song's words, he could tell that the Demon God chapter had a requirement of strength. Not everyone could comprehend it. Not everyone can learn the Demon God chapter. If your strength is not enough, you will explode and die just by looking at it, not to mention comprehending it. Therefore, as long as your strength is enough, the sect leader will definitely let you comprehend the Demon God chapter. Elder Song said. Xianxia nodded silently. Although Elder Song didn't say what realm he needed to reach, he understood that he was still far from it. Therefore, he didn't ask any more. It seemed that he still had to stay in the Thousand Devil sect for a while. After following behind Elder Song for a while, Xian saw a dazzling hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were 2 demons tied up. Before Xian even got close, he felt a strong sense of oppression that made him feel like he couldn't break through. So strong, I'm afraid their strength is 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than the demon lord. Xian's heart palpitated. Although Elder Song was strong, he could suppress his aura. However, these 2 demons didn't suppress their aura at all. They were the most powerful non-human creatures Xian had ever seen. Elder Song, these 2 demons are. Xian couldn't help but ask. These 2 demons were both humans when they were alive. One was the previous Thousand Devil sect leader, and the other was the current sect leader's disciple. The former entered Qi Deviation because of the Demon God chapter, while the latter entered Qi Deviation because he forcefully comprehended the Demon God chapter, Elder Song explained. The previous Thousand Devil sect leader and the current sect leader's disciple? Xian raised his eyebrows and said, didn't they say that after turning into a demon, they can still maintain their rationality? That's true, but they comprehended the Demon God chapter created by the Void God Realm ancestor. If they took a wrong path in their cultivation, they would end up like this. Even their consciousness would be erased. Elder Song nodded. The Demon God chapter is so terrifying? Xian was a little shocked. Yes, over the years, many disciples have turned into mindless demons that only know how to kill. That's why the sect leader strictly limited the number of people who can comprehend the Demon God chapter. Elder Song nodded and landed in front of the hall. Xian landed behind him and looked around. When he saw the demons that were only 10 meters away from him, he couldn't help but shiver. Heart Demon Oath, let's go, the sovereign is inside. Elder Song led Xian into the Myriad Magic Hall. A middle-aged man with long hair was already standing in the center of the magic hall. He was the Myriad Demon Sect's sovereign. Greetings, sovereign. Xian hurried to greet him. With his hands behind his back, the sovereign turned around and asked, what's your name? Xian. I heard that you only spent 3 days to learn the 2nd stage of the Tao Heart Demon Seed Law, Bedevilment chapter. The sovereign narrowed his eyes. Yes. Xian nodded. At this time, the Thousand Devil Sect's patriarch spoke again. Do you know, in the history of our Thousand Devil sect, the fastest person to learn the Bedevilment chapter took more than a month? I know. Xian nodded again. He had heard about it from Elder Song just now. I can't believe that you've been here for the past 3 days. I feel that you must have obtained the bedevilment scripture from somewhere. Do you dare to swear a heart demon oath? The sect leader of the 10,000 demon sect stared fixedly at Xian. Swear the heart demon oath, this was something that cultivators were most unwilling to do. Once they broke the oath or lied, the heart demon seed would rapidly expand. In the best-case scenario, their strength would stagnate, and in the worst-case scenario, their body would explode and they would die. That's really ruthless. Xian had heard of the heart demon oath, but he could understand. After all, the bedevilment chapter was extremely important. It was the foundation of the Myriad Demon Sect's strength. Disciple is willing. He nodded without hesitation and said, Disciple Xian swears that before entering the Myriad Demon Sect, I have only learned the demonic seed chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed Law. I have never learned the bedevilment chapter. If I lie, I will be punished by the heavens. Xian's decisiveness dispelled the doubts in the sovereign and Elder Song's hearts. Very good, I believe that you have never learned the bedevilment chapter. You only spent 3 days in the Myriad Demon Cliff to learn it. The sovereign's eyes lit up. Xian's talent gave him hope. After the fall of the Nihility God stage ancestor, the Thousand Demon Sect continued to decline. Originally, they had quite a few experts at the peak of the spirit stage, but now, not a single one remained. At this moment, Elder Song suddenly said, Sect Master, his aptitude is not bad. It's just that his earth attribute is a little off. Are you? No, I don't want to accept any more disciples. Just let him cultivate by himself in the sect. The Thousand Demon Sect leader said. Upon hearing this, Xian was a little disappointed. F*CK, I have such good qualifications in front of you, and you don't want to accept me. Even if he didn't accept it, he should at least give him something good, right? Yi Xian cursed the 1,000 Demon sect leader 100 times in his heart. How could such a stingy person be a sect leader? Shameless. Ahem, alright. Elder Song nodded. Also, keep your mouth shut. Right now, the atmosphere in our sects is very tense. Don't let the other sects know about this. The 1,000 Demon sect leader reminded. Yes. Elder Song replied, then left the 1,000 Magic Hall with Yi Xian. What a loss, what a loss. A super genius actually doesn't know what's good for him. What a waste. Yi Xian helplessly left the 1,000 Magic Hall. Seeing his disappointed expression, Elder Song said, you saw it too. The sect master's only disciple was forced to comprehend the demon god chapter and turned into a mindless demon. It's worse than going berserk. Yi Xian nodded. He naturally understood this. However, he didn't think much of it. Since they didn't want to accept him, then so be it. He had never been hungry before. Brat, go and cultivate by yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Although this old man's strength isn't the best in the 1,000 Demon sect, it's more than enough to guide you. Also, it's best that you don't go out for the next few days. The outside world is very chaotic recently. Those so-called righteous sects are wantonly killing our disciples. Be careful. Elder Song reminded. This disciple understands. Yi Xian nodded. Ever since he cultivated the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique, his aura had changed. Ordinary people could feel it. After going berserk once, his demonic chi had increased even more. He couldn't restrain it even if he wanted to. However, it was still okay now. After all, there were many people in this world who cultivated demonic arts. Cultivating demonic arts wasn't a big deal. As long as one didn't use evil methods to cultivate, no one would care. However, there were some righteous sects who would kill anyone who cultivated demonic arts on sight. After Elder Song left, Yi Xian returned to his residence. Just as he entered, someone called out to him. Junior brother, please wait, a gentle voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and found that the person who called out to him was Sima Wenjing, the one who killed her opponent in one strike on the battle demon stage. Senior sister, is there a problem? Yi Xian asked with a frown. He didn't have a good impression of Sima Wenjing because others said that Sima Wenjing seduced senior sister Liang's man. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Yi Xian didn't want to have anything to do with her. Junior brother, you mastered the bedevilment technique in 3 days. Can you teach? Sima Wenjing said. However, before she could finish, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, I'm sorry, senior sister. Junior brother has forgotten everything after leaving the Myriad Devil Cliff. I know. However, I want to ask junior brother to come with me to the Myriad Devil Cliff. Of course, I can give you some compensation. Moreover, you can cultivate beside me while I'm comprehending the technique, Sima Wenjing said. I'm sorry. Junior brother is at the critical juncture of breaking through. I'm afraid he won't be able to help. Yi Xian refused. He could copy the bedevilment technique, but he didn't dare to do so in the Myriad Devil sect. After he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the room. However, in the next second, Sima Wenjing rushed up to him like an arrow. Junior brother, if you don't agree, I won't leave. Sima Wenjing said firmly. Her actions almost made Yi Xian take out his Bahuang sword to counterattack. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't feel her killing intent. Senior sister, don't you think it's a little inappropriate for you to do this? There seems to be a rule in the sect. Yi Xian said with a frown. If you want to complain, then go ahead. In any case, I won't leave. Sima Wenjing didn't care. The sect's rule was to restrict disciples without any background. She was the direct disciple of an elder, so it wasn't a big deal for her to trespass on a disciple's residence. Yi Xian had a headache. He also heard that Sima Wenjing was an elder's disciple and that her strength wasn't bad. If he left, this Sima Wenjing would definitely follow him like a shadow, so it would be a bit difficult to deal with this. Then I'll leave it to senior sister. Yi Xian said helplessly. He directly sat on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. What did he mean by he didn't need to cultivate because he was at the critical juncture of breaking through? That was just an excuse he made up. What he needed to do now was to wait and wear down Sima Wenjing's patience so that she would take the initiative to leave. Trouble after trouble. Sima Wenjing saw him sitting cross-legged on the bed and closed the door. Then, she sat at the door and refused to leave. The two of them were in the same room. The atmosphere was very awkward. After Yixian closed his eyes, he didn't open them again. Even if he had hemorrhoids, he didn't get up. He sat there for an entire day. "Senior sister, are you in there?" A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Sima Wenjing and Yixian opened their eyes at the same time. Then, Sima Wenjing opened the door. A female disciple stood outside. She looked at Yixian, who was behind Sima Wenjing, with a strange expression, then said, "Senior sister, master is calling for you." Sima Wenjing couldn't help but turn around and look at Yixian. She said softly, "I'll be back." Then, she followed the female disciple and left. Phew, she's finally gone. Yixian sighed in relief. He didn't sleep at all that night. He was on guard against Sima Wenjing. He stretched his body and prepared to go out and take a look. The Thousand Demons sect didn't only have the Battle Demon platform. They had other things too. When Yixian walked out of his room and was about to leave, he noticed that there were quite a few people staring at him. Are they all unwilling to give up? Yixian narrowed his eyes and ignored them. However, at this moment. Stop! A loud shout came. Yixian turned his head in shock and saw 3 figures flying over. Senior brother Wufeng's men again? He immediately reacted and said, "Senior brothers, what's the matter?" "Humph." The man in the lead snorted and said, "What's the matter? Don't you know what's going on? You killed Xianxia yesterday. Do you think you can get away with it?" They were indeed senior brother Wufeng's men. Yixian narrowed his eyes and said, "I fought that Xianxia on the Battle Devil stage. He was not as skilled as I was, so he died at my hands." What a good excuse. "Follow me on to the Battle Demon platform," the leading man said coldly. His tone was extremely domineering, and he didn't allow Yixian to refuse at all. "What if I don't?" Yixian probed. "It's not up to you to refuse." The man in the lead didn't seem to care about the rules of the Thousand Demon sect. "Since that's the case, may I be so bold as to ask, what are the cultivation levels of the 3 senior brothers?" Yixian asked again. Although it was a little embarrassing to ask such a question, one could only win 100 battles by knowing one's own strength and the enemy's strength. It would be easier for him to respond if he asked the other party's realm first. "Humph, you killed Xianxia who only had half of his attribute conversion yesterday. You do have some ability. However, the strength of the 3 of us is not something that Xianxia can compare to. Our attribute conversion has long surpassed 7 points. A green-clothed disciple behind the leader said. 7 points of attribute conversion. That was 7%, which was 4 points higher than Yixian. Yesterday, Yixian was able to defeat Xianxia not only because of his superior martial arts, but also because earth countered metal. However, the people he was going to face today might have different attributes. They might have the common fire attribute like the metal attribute, which countered his earth attribute. However, Yixian didn't think much of it. He should be able to deal with 7 points of attribute conversion. "Alright, I'll go with you." Yixian immediately agreed. "How dare you? Let's go." The leader immediately turned around and flew away. Yixian followed closely behind. In Yixian's eyes, these 3 people were his stepping stones. They were the experience points he needed to level up. If he could successfully kill these 3 people, then he should be able to increase his attribute conversion to 4 points. Yixian followed behind the 3 people and soon arrived at the Battle Demon platform. The Thousand Demons sect was a sect that was crueler than the other sections. The internal competition was very serious. There were many cases of people killing their fellow disciples to increase their cultivation. Therefore, there were people watching the Battle Demon platform at all times. Every day, there would be one battle after another. There were even people who took root at the Battle Demon platform and cultivated there. When there were life and death battles, they would watch. Who knows, they might suddenly be enlightened and break through. Oh? It's that brat again. That brat killed Xianxia yesterday. Today, he's called to the battle demon platform again. How pitiful. How pitiful. Yesterday, he was taken away by Elder Song. I heard that he went to see the sect leader. What? There's actually such a thing? Then these 3 people still dare to find trouble with him? What's there to be afraid of? The sect leader didn't take him as a disciple. Moreover, these 3 people are backed by Senior Brother Wufeng. Senior Brother Wufeng is backed by the Great Elder. The Great Elder doesn't even respect the sect leader. A group of disciples were discussing in private again. Yixian followed behind the 3 of them and arrived in front of Elder Song. Elder Song saw Yixian from afar. He also understood what was going on. However, the Thousand Demon sect was crueler than the other sections. If one wanted to become stronger, they had to step on countless corpses. Who's first? Elder Song's gaze fell on the 3 of them. Me. The green-cloaked disciple who mocked Yixian just now walked out. Then let's go to the first battle demon platform. Elder Song didn't say anything. He had a premonition that Yixian would be able to defeat his opponent. After all, the genius who learned the bedevilment chapter in a month back then was able to kill gods and Buddhas who blocked his path. No one could stop him. Brat, you're dead meat. The green-cloaked disciple mocked. Then, he took the initiative to jump onto the first battle demon platform. Yixian took out a good quality heaven artifact and followed him. At this moment, he didn't know what attribute this green-cloaked disciple's spirit was, so he had to be cautious. Yesterday, Xianxia died in your hands because of carelessness. Today, I won't fall into your trap. The green-cloaked disciple said coldly. He had heard of Yixian's 2 sinister martial arts. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk so much nonsense, Senior Brother. Yixian deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. Although he called him Senior Brother, his tone was full of ridicule. The green-cloaked disciple's face sank. Since you want to die so quickly, then I'll fulfill your wish. Xiao. A fiery red sword chi attacked. Fire attribute, fire countered earth. Yixian's earth attribute was countered. Yesterday, Xianxia's metal attribute was countered by Yixian. Today, Yixian's earth attribute was countered by the green-cloaked disciple's fire attribute. In addition, the green-cloaked disciple was prepared. His realm was higher than Yixian's, so this battle wasn't going to be easy. My advantage is only in my martial arts attainment. Moreover, my opponent's martial arts are of higher quality than my Sword of Earth Splitter and Battle Dragon Stomp. I don't have much of an advantage. Yixian squinted his eyes. If that was the case, he would try his best not to clash head-on with his opponent. After all, the fire attribute countered his earth attribute. Moreover, the fire attribute was ranked second among the 5 elements. Battle Dragon Stomp. Sword of Earth Splitter. Pung. 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 To be possessed by the devil. Unfortunately, the green-robed disciple was already on guard and was flying at a low altitude. His feet were not on the ground, so the Battle Dragon Stomp had no effect on him. Yixian's only advantage now was his speed. His opponent was flying at a low altitude, and Yixian had mastered the Battle Dragon Stomp and 3 agility advancements, so his speed was off the charts. Xiao. 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 The green-robed disciple's fiery red chi was very fast, but Yixian was even faster. As long as this attack could not hit him, what was the point of it being so strong? So fast. The green-robed disciple's expression had already sunk to the bottom. At this moment, Yixian's earth-shattering sword had already surged out from the ground like a volcano erupting. Flame armor. The green-robed disciple hurriedly circulated the energy of heaven and earth and condensed a layer of flame around him. The earth-shattering sword crashed into this layer of defense and was instantly destroyed. Fire restrained earth, so Yixian's fire was just a little bit weaker. Since the quality is not enough, then I'll use quantity to make up for it. Earth-shattering sword. Yixian moved around while crazily using the earth-shattering sword. His attack speed was exactly twice that of his opponent's. The green-robed disciple could slash out 5 times, but Yixian could slash out 10 times. Although the former's flame defense was a little strong, Xian's 10 slashes were enough to break through his flame defense. This was a battle of attrition. In terms of attrition, Xian was not afraid of anyone. The two of them clashed for more than 10 seconds, and the green-robed disciple had already used up half of his fire-attributed chi. Damn it, why is this brat so fast? He's clearly just a piece of trash. My goal is to comprehend the Demon God chapter, the green-robed disciple thought to himself and directly used the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, Demon Transformation chapter. He's possessed, he's possessed. What are you shouting for? Won't that brat be possessed too? It's too scary. This brat has just joined the 1,000 Demon sect, but he can already defeat an older disciple. If he's allowed to grow, won't he surpass the peak senior brothers in the sect? Let's see if he can kill his opponent first. In the arena, the eyes of the green-robed disciple turned pitch black, without a single trace of color, like a black hole in the night sky. At the same time, Xian was the same. His aura began to skyrocket, and his entire body was wrapped in a dark demonic aura. He was like a god of death. Fight! Xian roared and attacked even faster than before. Boom! 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 One after another, the earth-shattering swords flew towards the green-robed disciple, only to be destroyed by his flame defense. But don't forget, Xian's elemental chi wasn't worth much, and his opponent's elemental chi was only of the fire attribute, not the wood attribute. The green-robed disciple was beaten to the point where he had no power to fight back. He could only passively defend, and his fire attribute Jin Chi was quickly consumed. Damn it, the green-robed disciple cursed in his heart. According to his estimation, Xian should have used up all of his true chi long ago. How was he still able to hold on until now? One had to know that he only had a third of his elemental chi left. He wasn't the only one who realized this. So did the others. Xian's elemental chi had far exceeded warriors of the same level. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that his martial arts consumed very little elemental chi? The higher one's martial arts attainment is, the less elemental chi is consumed. Could it be that he has reached 100% mastery? Maybe he has some trick up his sleeve. The surrounding disciples were aghast. They didn't have much elemental chi left. If they could reduce their consumption, they could increase the duration of the battle, which could be considered a disguised increase in strength. But how could they know that Xian had the sacred tree of life bloodline that allowed him to recover quickly? At this time, the battle was nearing its end. The green-robed disciple's fire attribute Jin Chi was almost depleted before he could even hit Xian. When the elemental Jin Chi was depleted, the battle strength would be greatly reduced. Using ordinary Jin Chi to use elemental martial arts would not be as powerful as before. Haha, prepare to die. Xian's eyes lit up. Although using a method of depletion was a little shameless, it was also a strategy. As long as he could win, no one would say anything even if he used hidden weapons or poison. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. Pung! When the green-robed disciple's flame defense was shattered, the fire attribute Jin Chi in his body was also depleted. Now, he could only use ordinary Jin Chi. He sensed danger and smelled the scent of death. However, he knew where he was at. Battle Devil Platform, 1,000 Demon Sects Battle Devil Platform. The Battle Devil Platform's rules were that as long as two people's feet landed on the platform, one of them had to die. If anyone violated the rules, they would be personally killed by the administrator of the Battle Devil Platform, which was that Elder Song. Ah, I'll fight it out with you. The green-robed disciple roared loudly. His entire aura changed again. Wow, he was bedeviled just now. This time, he really went berserk. Amazing, this is the first time I've seen someone go berserk. It seems that even if he doesn't die, he will be locked up in the 1,000 Demon Pagoda. TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't be impatient. People like us who cultivate demonic arts can easily go berserk if we take the wrong path. A group of 1,000 Demon Sects disciples were gloating. They wanted nothing more than for the world to be in chaos. Seeing this, Elder Song also prepared to make a move. That was because one would lose their rationality if they went berserk. They might even casually attack other disciples. The other two disciples were also shocked. They originally thought that the green-robed disciple was enough to deal with Yixian. However, they didn't expect that Yixian would be completely fine. On the other hand, their companion was forced to the point of going berserk. This slap in the face was too resounding. "Brat, die!" The green-robed disciple who went berserk roared loudly. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to cut Yixian into 8 pieces, then peel off his skin, bones, and tendons before turning him into a corpse. In his eyes, Yixian was like a demon who killed his father and raped his wife. "So what if you've gone berserk? Can you still be revived? Die for me." Yixian's eyes flashed. In an instant, he slashed out several earth-shattering swords. The earth-shattering swords sank into the ground and quickly swept to the green-robed disciple's feet. Pung! 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 The green-robed disciple, Su Rian, went berserk. However, his battle awareness was still there. Unfortunately, he no longer had the ability to block all the attacks. Rip! The green-robed disciple's arms and thighs were instantly petrified by the earth attribute True Qi. At this moment, another earth-shattering sword rose up and slashed at his petrified body. Kacha! The green-robed disciple's thighs instantly shattered, separated from his body, and fell to the ground. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 1 vs 2 Thud. When the green-robed disciple's corpse smashed onto the Battle Devil stage, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Dead, they watched as Yixian walked over and took the green-robed disciple's yin and yang ring. Oh, just a little more. Yixian felt a headache coming on. There were many things in the yin and yang ring, but he still needed a little more to convert his attributes to 4%. He had won the first round, so it was time for the second round. He flew to the bottom of the platform. Elder Song smiled and said, "Men, go and clean up the Battle Devil stage." This round was very intense, and the Battle Demon platform was a mess. As soon as Elder Song gave the order, some disciples rushed to the platform to clean up the corpses and repair the Battle Demon platform. At this moment, Yixian looked at the other 2 disciples and said, "Who's next?" He still needed a little more to level up. As long as he dealt with these 2, he would definitely be able to break through. However, after seeing Yixian's strength, the 2 of them were a little afraid. Even the green-robed disciple who countered Yixian's earth attribute had died at the hands of Yixian. If the 2 of them went up, wouldn't they end up the same? How dare you? You actually dare to kill senior brother Windless people? The leader of the group shouted angrily. Can you say something more meaningful? For example, let's have a round? Yixian narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, the 2 of them trembled violently. They were not confident that they could beat Yixian. However, Yixian had just fought a round, so he must have used up a lot of his attribute True Qi. If they went up now, they would definitely have an advantage. However, when they thought of Yixian's attribute True Qi, which was much stronger than others of the same level, they cowered again. How about this? Since you don't dare to fight me one-on-one, why don't you come together? I, Yixian, will take you on alone. Yixian suddenly said. What? When these words fell into the ears of the surrounding people, they were once again shocked. This time, Yixian actually wanted to go 1-on-2. When the 2,000 demon sect disciples heard this, they looked at each other and immediately revealed crafty smiles. They wondered if Yixian had gone mad as well. After an intense battle, he actually wanted to go 1-against-2 in the second round. If he wasn't possessed, then he was definitely a fool. This, Elder Song, who was standing at the side, was stunned. It was possible to fight 1-against-2 on the Battle Devil stage, but Yixian had already fought once. You too, to think that you're my 1,000 demon sect's disciples and my senior brothers. Don't you even have this bit of courage? Yixian couldn't help but provoke them. What did you say? The leader immediately became furious. Another disciple in black also angrily rebuked, Fine, since you want to die so much, I'll accept it. Awesome. Yixian revealed a crafty smile and walked in front of Elder Song to register. Fine. Elder Song shook his head. He was the administrator of the Battle Devil stage. As long as both sides agreed, he didn't have the authority to interfere. Although Yixian's aptitude was very good, if he died, he wouldn't be considered a genius. He would only be considered a person with good luck. After Elder Song registered, he said, "Go to the second Battle Devil stage. The rules are the same." "Thank you, Elder." After Yixian spoke, he actually took the lead and flew towards the Battle Devil stage. The other two hurriedly followed him. "There's going to be a good show. This brat actually dares to go 1 against 2. Maybe he has the strength. Let's see if anyone wants to bet." Me. I'll be the banker. I'll bet 10 water spirit fruits on that brat. I'll bet 3 fire spirit fruits on those two." The surrounding 1,000 demon sect's disciples immediately became interested. Their bet was a spirit fruit. This was a precious item for a spirit essence stage martial artist. A single spirit fruit could allow a peak heaven vein stage martial artist to break through to the spirit realm. However, for spirit stage warriors like them, it wasn't much. After all, the effects of the spirit fruit would decrease towards the end. Furthermore, the time required to refine the spirit fruit would also increase greatly. If it wasn't for Yixian devouring everything, he would have wanted to bet on himself. Unfortunately, he didn't have anything good left. He was only left with the fire spirit. Even if one reached the spirit stage, there would still be people fighting over a spirit beast like the fire spirit. After he snatched the fire spirit, the entire South Peace City was in an uproar. This was because as long as one could sign a contract with the fire spirit, they would at least be able to break through to the spirit stage. Yixian and the other two people both landed on the Battle Devil stage. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Yixian immediately said, "Senior brothers, let's not waste time. Let's begin. You're courting death." Yixian's tone made the leading man extremely angry. He immediately launched an attack. The other black-cloaked disciple also did the same. Although it was 2 against 1, this was the Battle Devil stage. Over the years, there had been many cases of the weak winning against the strong. They couldn't fall like the previous person. One is wood, and the other is metal. Yixian narrowed his eyes. There was no conflict between wood and earth. Furthermore, his earth was able to restrain the leading man's metal attribute qi. Battle Dragon's 8 stacks. In an instant, Yixian erupted with extreme speed and dodged the two people's attacks. If he wanted to win this battle, he would need to use the same method. That was guerrilla warfare. However, guerrilla warfare wasn't that easy. Bedevilment. When the leading man saw that his first attack had failed, he immediately used the Dao Heart Devil Seed Technique's bedevilment technique. His strength instantly soared. "Damn, I'll do it too." Bedevilment. Yixian didn't hesitate and entered bedevilment once again. Demonic qi wrapped around his body and his aura soared. The Dao Heart Devil Seed Technique's bedevilment technique consumed a lot of qi. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Even the leading man could only enter bedevilment twice in a row. However, when Yixian was conversing, the non-attribute qi and earth attribute qi in his body had already recovered to their peak. The two of them instantly entered bedevilment as two monstrous demonic qi spread out. Bang! 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 The leading man and the black-cloaked disciple attacked crazily. The former assisted while the latter assisted. Their cooperation was perfect. However, Yixian's speed still greatly surpassed theirs. Dragon slaying 8 stacks. Sword of earth splitting. With the two martial arts working together, Yixian still had some advantage. The reason why he challenged two people at once, other than because he was about to break through, was also because he needed to train his martial arts. The Sword of Earth splitting had already reached 90% completion, and the Battle Dragon Stomp had reached 80% completion. As long as either of these two martial arts improved, he would be able to win. Even if he couldn't improve, it didn't matter. In any case, these two people couldn't catch up to him, right? If they couldn't catch up to him, it meant that they weren't a threat to him. However, he could use the sacred tree of life's bloodline to increase his advantage until he killed the two of them. Damn trash, you run pretty fast. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Senior Brother Windless. Damn trash, you sure run fast. The man who was already possessed gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that Yixian was much stronger than before, so much so that the two of them couldn't do anything to Yixian even if they worked together. More than 10 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. Yi Xian relied on his extremely high martial arts attainments and speed to run quickly on the battle demon stage. Almost there, I feel like I'm about to break through. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he ran wildly, as if he was one with the earth. On the ground, it was as if he was an invincible existence. Breakthrough for me. Yi Xian roared towards the sky. Pa. Ding, the proficiency of Battle Dragon Stomp has increased. Current proficiency is at 90%. Finally, the Battle Dragon Stomp finally broke through and reached 90% proficiency. Haha. Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. The earth-shattering sword was enhanced by the Earth attribute and Sword Saint bloodline. Although the Battle Dragon Stomp only had an Earth attribute enhancement, he was very fond of this martial art. Practicing it was like playing around, which was why he was able to reach the same level as the earth-shattering sword. The enhancement of the Battle Dragon Stomp caused Yi Xian's speed to increase sharply. In addition to the speed enhancement, his entire body seemed to be flying. One had to know that he wasn't using Imperial air flight. So fast, this brat actually broke through in the middle of the battle. So strong, the entire stage is shaking. I didn't expect the Earth attribute to be so strong. No wonder it's so rare. The group of people were dumbfounded. Exceeding one's limits in a battle was a common thing, but there weren't many people who could actually do it. Yi Xian was one of them. I broke through. Now, you can die for me. Yi Xian shouted and directly rushed towards the black-cloaked disciple. Yi Xian's breakthrough came very suddenly. The black-cloaked disciple was originally the closest to him, but after he broke through, the black-cloaked disciple was stunned and couldn't react. Die. He suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of the black-cloaked disciple, then easily chopped off his head. Death, as the black-robed disciple's head flew into the air, his interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding. Host Earth attribute conversion has increased to 4 points. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's Earth attribute true energy increased in strength and quantity. This change was enough to determine the outcome of this battle. You're dead meat, earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head to look at the leader and started attacking the floor madly. Xiao! 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 The leader resisted with great difficulty. Yi Xian was of the earth attribute, while he was of the metal attribute. Therefore, Yi Xian's earth attribute Xianxia would deal additional damage. If it had been a one-on-one battle between him and Yi Xian in the first round, he wouldn't have been able to beat Yi Xian. Now that he had broken through twice in a row, he was destined to lose. Swish! Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the floor behind the leader, directly cutting off his head. Death, 1 against 2. Yi Xian successfully killed both of them. The spectating disciples were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yi Xian's aptitude had probably surpassed all of them. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. How terrifying. He broke through twice in a single battle. Once in martial arts, and once in realm. Is this kid a freak? Many people thought so in their hearts. Their gazes gathered on Yi Xian. However, just as Yi Xian landed outside the Battle Devil platform, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, an angry roar sounded. Kid, you're courting death. Everyone turned their heads to look, and when they saw the appearance of the person who had arrived, they were greatly shocked. Then, they revealed expressions of schadenfreude, because the person who had arrived at this moment was senior brother Wufeng. Who? Yi Xian turned his head in shock. He didn't recognize this senior brother Wufeng. However, he could feel that this person was very strong. He was probably 10 times stronger than the person he just killed. Wufeng quickly flew over and landed in front of Yi Xian. He fiercely said, "Bastard, who gave you the guts to kill my Windless Alliance's people?" Windless Alliance? After hearing these 3 words, Yi Xian's brain quickly thought for a moment and reacted. Presumably, this was senior brother Wufeng. However, Yi Xian heard that senior brother Wufeng went to comprehend the Demon God chapter. Could it be that the Demon God chapter came out halfway? Who are you? Although he already guessed in his heart, Yi Xian still asked. You dare to kill my Windless Alliance's people. Don't you know who I am? Senior brother Wufeng opened his eyes wide. Could it be that you're senior brother Wufeng? Yi Xian pretended to ask. Humph. Senior brother Wufeng coldly snorted. His aura suddenly skyrocketed and pressed down on Yi Xian. Yi Xian only felt a powerful aura pressing down on him like a mountain. It pressed down on his chest and made his heart beat faster. So strong. At this time, Yi Xian finally felt Wufeng's true strength. The latter's attribute conversion had probably exceeded 15 points, or even 20 points. Elder Song couldn't watch anymore. He hurriedly poured out his true qi to bear the pressure. At the same time, he coldly shouted, Wufeng, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Thousand Demon sect just because you have the support of the Great Elder. Wufeng's strength was very strong. He was already close to 20 points of attribute conversion. The true qi in his body was vast and mighty. He was at the top of the Thousand Demon sect's disciples. However, Elder Song was an elder after all. Moreover, he was the administrator of the Battle Demon stage. His strength far surpassed Wufeng's. It's you again, old man. Wufeng glanced at Elder Song and secretly said in his heart. After Elder Song made his move, the pressure on Yi Xian's body instantly dissipated. Then, Wufeng retracted his aura and said, although the people who died were trash, they were still my Windless Alliance's people. However, they weren't qualified to be killed by a bastard like you. Windless Alliance was a small force in the Thousand Demon sect. The leader was this Wufeng. It didn't matter if those 3 people with 7 points of attribute conversion died. However, they were still Windless Alliance's people. They were killed. How could Windless possibly look on and not stand up for them? Just kill them. Is there a need to be qualified? Yi Xian coldly smiled. What did you say? This sentence seemed to have touched senior brother Wufeng's G-spot. His aura couldn't help but leak out. Are you going to bite me? Yi Xian didn't care at all. A newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. If he was afraid of this and that, how could he achieve great things? Brat, you're courting death. Senior brother Wufeng looked like he was about to make a move. With his realm, killing Yi Xian in an instant was a piece of cake. Wufeng, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. If you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Elder Song was furious. The reason why he was angry wasn't because Wufeng wanted to kill Yi Xian, but because Wufeng relied on the support of the Thousand Demon sect's great elder and ignored him. Old man, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Demon God Phantom old man, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Windless directly roared and made a move in front of so many people. Whoosh! A golden sword qi swept towards Yi Xian. Its speed had already exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. Bang! Fortunately, this sword qi was blocked by Elder Song. Good, you actually violated the sect rules. Today, I'll kill you on the spot. Elder Song also had a violent temper, but this was understandable. After all, he was an elder. How could he tolerate being ignored by a disciple? In an instant, this Elder Song and Windless were exchanging blows. Although the former's realm was higher than Windless, the latter's strength was not weak either. The two did not immediately decide the victor. Heavens, how can senior brother Windless be so strong? He can actually exchange blows with Elder Song. Senior brother Windless went to comprehend the Demon God chapter some time ago. Could it be that he learned it? Impossible, how can it be so fast? It must be that senior brother Windless was hiding his strength. No, it must be that when he was comprehending the Demon God chapter, he suddenly had a breakthrough. A group of disciples' faces were filled with astonishment. The elders of the Thousand Demon sect had attribute conversion at least 25, and this Elder Song had even exceeded 30. However, Windless was actually able to exchange blows with him. This was enough to prove that Windless' aptitude was outstanding. Damn, so strong. I underestimated his strength. Yi Xian thought with lingering fear. If not for Elder Song just now, he would probably have died. How could he have thought that Windless was actually unrestrained to this extent? He actually ignored the elders and killed his own fellow disciples in the Thousand Demon sect. At this time, Yi Xian thought of another problem. The Thousand Demon sect's ancestor was in the Void God realm. He did not expect that after a few hundred years, he would actually decline to this extent. The elder's attribute conversion was only around 30. This was too bad. However, now was not the time to think about this problem. He was hesitating whether to retreat or not. Otherwise, if Elder Song could not block Windless, then he would be finished. "Old man, get out of my way!" Windless suddenly shouted loudly. His entire person's chi surged wildly. Black chi gushed out from his body, and then unexpectedly transformed into a black phantom. Demon God, Dao Heart Demon Seed Law, Demon God Chapter. Heavens, senior brother Windless actually succeeded. Demonic God Chapter. This is the Demonic God Chapter. Elder Song is doomed. Is there going to be a huge change in our Thousand Demon sect? Is senior brother Wufeng going to kill Elder Song? Elder Song's face darkened when he saw the Demon God shadow. However, he could tell that the Demon God shadow was not complete. It was only half complete. Therefore, this Windless did not master the Demon God Chapter. Windless, I'll let you experience what a true Demon God is. Elder Song narrowed his eyes as the demonic chi in his body surged out crazily, forming the shadow of a demon god. Furthermore, this fiend god phantom was even larger than Windless, and its aura was even stronger. Heavens, Elder Song actually knows the Demonic God Chapter. In our Thousand Demon sect, there seem to be no more than 10 people who have mastered the Demon God Chapter. I didn't expect Elder Song to be one of them. What 10? Actually, there are only 7. While the group of disciples were exclaiming, a figure was suddenly sent flying. It was actually Windless who used the Demon God Chapter. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? Courting death. Elder Song was furious and quickly rushed toward Windless, determined to kill him. However, at this moment, another wave of monstrous demonic chi began to spread. Song-yi, you dare to touch my disciple? A furious roar spread out like thunder, falling into everyone's ears. Some of the weaker disciples suddenly felt dizzy and fell from the sky. F***ck, not only them, even Xianxia was the same. Fortunately, his willpower was still strong and reacted. When his vision recovered, he found that Elder Song had already started fighting with another person. This was a white-haired old man with a demon god shadow standing behind him. From his words, one could know that this white-haired old man was Windless' master, which was also an elder of the Thousand Demon sect. Windless violated the sect rules and attacked his fellow disciples in the Thousand Demon sect. I have reason to kill him on the spot. Head Elder, could it be that you want to violate the sect rules too? Elder Song's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Who do you think you are? My disciple doesn't need you to discipline. Don't use the sect rules to pressure me. Get lost. Head Elder roared. Windless was the most talented disciple under his command and was about to master the Demon God Chapter. How could he be killed by Elder Song like this? The two people's strength was very close, but Windless, who was sent flying by Elder Song, was now free. Stinking brat, go to hell. Windless crawled up from the ground and slashed at Xianxia from afar. After using the Demon God Chapter, his strength skyrocketed. Before Xianxia could react, this golden sword chi had already swept in front of him. But at this critical moment, another figure suddenly flashed in the air. Bang! This golden sword chi was about to hit Xianxia's body, but it was defeated by another golden sword chi. However, the impact of the collision between the two true chis directly sent Xianxia flying. Crack! Xianxia heard the sound of his sternum shattering, but the blood of the sacred tree of life instantly began to heal his injuries. He turned his head and saw a man in black standing in the air. It was the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect. All of you stop! The sect master of the Thousand Demon sect shouted angrily. His voice was very familiar to everyone, and it was impossible for the head elder to hear it wrongly. Immediately, the first elder and Elder Song stopped fighting and quickly separated. Greetings, sect master. Elder Song withdrew the demon god phantom and respectfully greeted. However, the head elder did not move at all because his position was not below the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. After all, the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect was the strongest person in the sect, and he could not defeat him now. At this moment, Elder Song took a step forward and cupped his fists. Sect master, Windless ignored the sect rules and attacked a fellow disciple. I have reason to kill him on the spot, But not only did the head elder not help, he even prepared to cover up. I understand. The sect master of the Thousand Demons sect narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Windless and the head elder. Windless, you disobeyed the sect rules and should have been killed on the spot. However, seeing that it was not easy for you to cultivate, I will punish you to go to the Thousand Demon Cliff and face the wall for half a year. After half a year, you can continue to comprehend the demon god statue. This? Windless' heart trembled. Half a year, how could he wait for half a year? He was originally about to learn the demon god chapter, but now he was punished to go to the Thousand Demon Cliff for half a year. How could he bear it? No. Not waiting for Windless to open his mouth, the great elder shouted loudly. Regarding the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, fire does not subdue metal. This is indeed Moonfall's negligence, and I apologize to everyone. Because it involves too many things, please do not link the 5 elements in this book with the 5 elements in reality. For the 5 elements in this book, she would follow them: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and gold. This was because there would be readers who did not understand the 5 elements like Moonfall. Furthermore, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were easier to pronounce. She would just follow the 5 elements of mutual restraint. She did not need to think about it. Translator, trans and editor, trans and 10,000 Demons Tower. What's wrong, Grand Elder? Do you have any objections? The sect leader's gaze landed on the Grand Elder. Wu Feng is already at the critical moment of comprehending the demon god statue. You can't punish him by sending him to the Myriad Demons Cliff. The Grand Elder hurriedly said. Since he's at the critical moment, he'll only turn into a demon if he continues to cultivate. Half a year, otherwise, he'll be disqualified. The sect leader said coldly. The Grand Elder was so angry that he blew his beard. His position was only the same as the sect leader's, but the sect leader was still the sect leader's leader, and he was only the Grand Elder. Most importantly, he couldn't defeat the sect leader, hence, he could only endure this anger. Fine, half a year it is. Let's go. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and glared at Wu Feng. Then, he grabbed his shoulder and left. He was thinking that in the future, when his strength surpassed that of the Thousand Demon sect leader, he would definitely take revenge. At that time, he would be the sect leader. Looking at the Grand Elder's back, the sect leader coldly snorted. This time, he wanted to use this opportunity to reorganize the sect leader. He wanted to let others know that he was the sect leader. Phew, that scared me to death. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he smelled the scent of death again. Fortunately, the sect leader arrived in time. Otherwise, he would be dead. In fact, the sect leader had been here for a long time. He just didn't appear. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he just wanted to observe Yi Xian's aptitude. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's aptitude was very good. It might even surpass Wu Feng's. Yi Xian, you can go to the Myriad Demons Tower now, the sect leader suddenly said. What? Everyone present suspected that they had heard wrongly. Myriad Demons Tower? What? Myriad Demons Tower? Didn't they say that only disciples with more than 10% attribute conversion can enter? How young is he? He hasn't even converted 5% of his attributes. He needs at least 10% to enter the Myriad Demons Tower. But his strength isn't weak. He should be able to stand on the 2nd floor. It doesn't matter. Everyone around them knew what the Tower of 10,000 Demons was, but Yi Xian did not. What kind of place is the 10,000 Demons Pagoda? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The 1,000 Demon sect leader didn't reply. The 10,000 Demon Tower is filled with demonic creatures, and there are a total of 9 floors. The demonic creatures here are all transformed from our 10,000 Demon sect's disciples. Originally, only those who have achieved 10% of their attribute conversion can enter. Moreover, not everyone can enter, only a genius like you can. Elder Song explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Demons? Previously, the demon master in the demon's den was just one person. After a few decades, he had spawned millions of demons. Since the 10,000 Devil Pagoda was filled with the disciples of the 10,000 Devil sect, wouldn't the number of devils that were spawned reach 10 million? Don't demonized demons retain their rationality? Yi Xian asked with a frown. That's right. However, disciples who have learned the bedevilment technique will lose their rationality once their cultivation goes awry. Therefore, they are forcibly turned into demons and locked in the 10,000 devil pagoda. This way, they can continuously produce demon orbs for us to cultivate. Elder Song nodded. So that's how it is, Yi Xian understood. Simply put, those demons were different from the demon master. They were all creatures without consciousness. In other words, they were equivalent to the demon commanders, demon generals, and demon soldiers from before. However, his interest was piqued. Demon orbs, he could break through by devouring demon orbs. If he was allowed to enter the 10,000 devil pagoda, he would definitely be able to break through quickly. Just now, he had already sworn in his heart that he would definitely kill that windless guy. This token allows you to enter the 10,000 devil pagoda. The 1,000 demon sect leader took out a token and threw it to Yi Xian. Thank you, sect leader. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. This token was the key to his breakthrough. After that, the 1,000 demon sect leader left. Elder Song also instructed a disciple to bring Yi Xian to the 10,000 devil pagoda. After that disciple brought Yi Xian to the entrance of the 10,000 devil pagoda, he immediately left. The 10,000 devil pagoda. Although there was a pagoda in its name, the 10,000 devil pagoda was actually underground. This was not surprising. After all, there was no pagoda that could withstand tens of millions of demons. Yi Xian stood at the entrance of the 10,000 devil pagoda and sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no one guarding the 10,000 devil pagoda. This was because there was a protective array around the pagoda. Only those with a token could enter. Yi Xian held on to the token and walked in. Woo-woo, he walked down the path. Along the way, he could hear the cries and howls of the demons. He was somewhat excited. Demons, there were only demons down there. To him, demons were all experience points. However, he did not dare to be careless. This was because he heard from the disciple that brought him here that the 10,000 devil pagoda was filled with demons that were comparable to the spirit stage. Soon, he arrived at the first floor of the 10,000 devil pagoda. Huff. Huff, as soon as he stepped into the array, a few ignorant demons rushed over. You're courting death. Earth-splitting sword. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed out a few times. Although he had to use a martial art like the Prime Clarity Sword technique to deal with demons, the Prime Clarity Sword technique was only a high-rank heaven-rank martial art. On the other hand, the Earth-splitting sword was a peak-rank heaven-rank martial art. Furthermore, it was enhanced by the Earth attribute. Thus, it was relatively easy to deal with demons. Bang! 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 The 3 earth-shattering swords exploded and the 3 demonic creatures were instantly killed and turned into 3 demonic orbs. Yi Xian walked over and picked up the 3 demonic orbs before devouring them. Haha, awesome! These 3 demonic orbs gave a lot of experience. Although it could not be compared to an interspatial ring, this was the 10,000 devil pagoda. There were tens of millions of demons here. If all of these monsters were killed by him, then his attribute conversion could increase to 20%, 30%, or even 40%. This 10,000 devil pagoda was simply a place for him to level up. Kill. Yi Xian did not hesitate and began his massacre. At this moment, he was only on the first floor of the 10,000 devil pagoda. The demons here were relatively weak. Therefore, Yi Xian directly went to find the entrance to the second floor. Although the demons on the second floor were strong, he could still deal with them based on the strength of the demons on the first floor. During the process of searching, Yi Xian saw some of the 10,000 devil sect's disciples that had turned into demons. These demons could still speak, but they had already lost their rationality. They only knew how to kill and possess. The disciple who led the way just now told Yi Xian that if Yi Xian encountered these 10,000 devil sect's disciples, he should try his best to be merciful. This was because as long as they were alive, there would be an endless supply of demons. As long as they did not threaten his life, Yi Xian would still choose to let them go. Soon, he found the entrance to the second floor of the 10,000 devil pagoda and continued to go deeper. Chapter 532 Chapter 532 Demon God Location. Originally, only those who had at least 10% attribute conversion could enter the 1,000 demons sect, so the first 2 floors were not a threat to them. To be on the safe side, Xian first stayed on the second floor for a day, killing thousands of demons at an extremely fast speed. After increasing his attribute conversion to 5%, he went to the third floor. 5% attribute conversion, which was 5%, would increase the strength of the earth attribute true energy, and it would be safer. At this time, Xian had already arrived at the third floor. From now on, we can't be careless. Xian narrowed his eyes. The demons on the third floor were not weak, at least comparable to experts with 5% attribute conversion. They were not a threat to Xian alone, but if 7 or 8 of them came at once, Xian would have to be cautious. After all, the War Dragon's 9 steps was useless against demons. Moreover, Elder Song also reminded him that it was best to stay on the first 2 floors and increase his strength first. Junior brother. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice fell into Xian's ears. Xian turned his head in shock and found a disciple of the Thousand Demons sect running towards him. Xian's heart trembled, because demons could possess people. He could not guarantee that this disciple of the Thousand Demons sect was not possessed. Moreover, although this was the Thousand Demons sect, Xian had specifically asked that he could kill in the Thousand Demons pagoda. Senior brother, what's the matter? Xian turned to look at him. Those who could enter this place had at least 10% attribute conversion, which was 10%. However, Xian had also broken through to 5%. If the other party only had 10%, it would be fine. If it exceeded 10%, then he would take out the Bahuang sword. Junior brother, I see that you look quite new. Did you recently join the Thousand Demons sect? The disciple said. That's right. Senior brother, what's the matter? Xian nodded and asked. The Thousand Demons sect disciple smiled and said, It's like this, my weapon is broken. Junior brother, do you have any extra? The weapon is broken? Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Then why don't you go out, senior brother? From the third floor to the outside, it shouldn't take more than 2 hours, right? The disciples of the Thousand Demons sect were stunned. Xian already understood that this disciple of the Thousand Devil sect had been possessed by a devil. Every floor of the Thousand Devil pagoda had a special array. As long as one was possessed, they would not be able to leave. The Thousand Demons sect's disciple pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly took out his weapon and shouted, Since junior brother isn't willing to lend it to me, then die. I knew it. Xian took out his Bahuang sword and stepped forward. Battle Dragon's 9 steps, Earth-splitting sword. This Thousand Demons sect disciple's attribute transformation had just reached 10%. He had just entered a few days ago, but he had accidentally been possessed by a demon. Now, he was finally free. Hiss. The head of this Thousand Demons sect disciple fell to the ground. His entire head was petrified. Xian kept his Bahuang sword and looked left and right. When he did not find anyone suspicious, he walked over and kept the Qian Kuan ring. Ding. Host's attribute transformation has increased. The current attribute is 6 points. That was 6%. Just 4 more points and he would reach 10%. There were a few earth spirit fruits in this Qian Kuan ring, but all of them were swallowed by Xian. Xian glanced at the interface by chance and discovered that there was an additional attribute on his interface, affinity. Only now did he realize that his earth attribute affinity was at the upper epic level. He only needed to upgrade it once to reach the legendary level. Not bad. No wonder the earth-splitting sword is so powerful. Xian squinted his eyes. He was already very satisfied with the upper epic level earth attribute affinity. Even among the thousands of disciples of the Thousand Demons sect, there were only a few who had reached the upper epic level. That Windless was one of them. After this episode, Xian made a decision in his heart. As long as he encountered someone, regardless of whether they were possessed or not, he would directly attack. On every floor of the Thousand Demon pagoda, there was a safety point. There was a formation here, so demons and people possessed by demons could not enter. It was a place specially for the disciples of the Thousand Demons sect to recover and heal. However, Xian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so he did not need to rest at all. There were many demons on the third floor, nearly 10 million of them. Yi Xian killed from the east to the west, then from the west to the north. In just 3 days, his attribute conversion had increased by 1 point, reaching 6%. During this time, he did not encounter any other disciples of the Thousand Demon sect, so he could only rely on demons to level up. 6% attribute transformation could only increase his strength by a little, so he continued to kill and break through. 7 days later, his earth attribute transformation had increased again. The number of demons that died at his hands had exceeded 100,000. His killing speed was definitely the fastest among those of the same level and even those of a higher level. With his current level, it should not be a problem for him to go to the next floor. Therefore, he continued to go to the 4th floor. However, when he entered the 4th floor, he felt a monstrous demonic aura coming from his left. What a powerful demonic aura! Could it be that an elder is here? Yi Xian frowned. The demons on the 4th floor were very strong, comparable to a martial artist with 10 points of attribute transformation. However, this level of cultivation was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the elders of the Thousand Demon sect. Therefore, it was impossible for the elders to be possessed by demons. Out of curiosity, he decided to go and take a look. To be safe, he used a supreme-grade celestial weapon. Soon, he arrived at the safety zone of the 4th floor. There were already dozens of disciples of the Thousand Demon sect here. Since they were in the safety zone, he could be sure that they were not possessed by demons. More than one elder? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He saw 3 people wearing elder robes sitting in front of a statue. This statue was exactly the same as the people in the murals that Yi Xian saw in the Thousand Demon Cliff. However, this statue was divided into 2 colors. The arms of the statue were bronze, while the rest of the body was gray. What are they doing? Yi Xian walked into the safety zone. Kid, you're new, right? Have you learned the bedevilment chapter? A white-haired elder opened his eyes and asked. Yes. Yi Xian did not understand why he asked this question. He just nodded silently and answered. This is a replica of the demon god statue. You can sit down and study it, the white-haired elder said slowly. Demon god statue. After hearing this name, Yi Xian suddenly recalled that the Thousand Demon sect leader had also mentioned this term. Wu Feng had been studying the demon god statue before. From this, it could be inferred that the demon god chapter was recorded on a demon god statue. I see. Wang Hao Yanding. Discovered Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique, Demon God Chapter. Do you wish to copy it? Yes. Copy successful. Current completion rate is 10%. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian frowned again. Completion rate, however, he immediately understood that only the hands of the demon god were replicas. The rest of the body parts were made up. Elder, why is there only a pair of arms? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The white-haired elder replied, from the 4th floor to the 8th floor, there are parts of the demon god statue on every floor. Only after you fully comprehend these replicas can you proceed to the 9th floor to comprehend the complete statue. Otherwise, you will suffer from chi deviation with a single glance. I see. Yi Xian immediately understood. From the 4th floor to the 8th floor, there were parts of the demon god statue. If he could copy all of them, the completion rate of the demon god chapter should reach 50%. Only then would he be able to comprehend the complete demonic god statue. Then Windlass should have finished comprehending all of these, Yi Xian thought to himself. It turned out that the demon god chapter was recorded in the 10,000 Demons Tower, and the complete demon god statue was on the 9th floor. Therefore, if one wanted to learn the demon god chapter, then one had to break through to the 9th floor alone and comprehend every part of every floor. Yi Xian glanced at the replicas of the demon god's arms and shook his head helplessly. He wasn't interested in this kind of thing. Fortunately, he had the devouring system to help him comprehend it. If I can learn the demon god chapter, my strength will greatly increase. However, before that, I need to be strong. Otherwise, I won't be able to reach the 9th floor. Thinking of this, Yi Xian left the safe zone and began to level up crazily. The demons on the 4th floor were very strong, but Yi Xian's speed was very fast. He could still move freely as long as he wasn't surrounded by a large number of demons. This time, he still spent a week to convert the earth attribute to 80%. Now, he had the guts to go to the 5th floor. After spending some time, Xian arrived at the 5th floor's safe zone. There were only a dozen people in the 5th level safe zone, including an elder. These people could not be bothered with Xian. The demon god statue in this safe zone was a pair of demon god shoulders. After Xian copied it into the devouring system, the completion rate of the demon god chapter reached 20%. Xian killed for a few more days in the 5th level and raised his cultivation level. Then, he went down to the 6th level. At this point, Xian's attribute conversion had reached 9 points. He was just 1 point away from reaching 10%. The demons on the 6th floor had already reached around 15 points in strength. Even the disciples of the Thousand Demon sect would have to form a team to come down here. However, Xian's attributes had not even reached 10% before he was sent down. As soon as Xian stepped onto the 6th floor, he bumped into a demonic creature. He immediately used the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Bedevilment. Xian's aura surged. During this period of time, he had been in the bedevilment state. This was because his true qi recovery speed was fast enough. The true qi consumed by the bedevilment state could be recovered within a short period of time. With the bedevilment state, Xian's strength skyrocketed. It was enough for him to rampage on the 6th floor. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Xian slashed a few times and killed the demonic creature. However, at this moment. Ding! The proficiency of the Sword of the Earth Shattering has increased. It is currently at 100%. Its attack power has doubled. This notification sound made Xian extremely happy. He had been in the Thousand Demon Pagoda for almost a month. Now, he had finally reached the peak of the Sword of the Earth Shattering. The Sword of the Earth Shattering's power had doubled. This caused his strength to skyrocket. This dangerous 6th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda was like his own home to him. Soon, he arrived at the safe zone of the 6th floor. In this safe zone, there was only 1,000 demon sect disciple in white robes. There were no elders. Xian walked over and copied the demon god statue into the devouring system. However, at this moment. Scram! The youth in white robes who was sitting cross-legged shouted without opening his eyes. What? Xian was a little surprised. He turned his head and found that he was the only one in this safe zone. It was obvious that these words were directed at him. I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? The youth in white robes was still sitting cross-legged in front of the demon god statue. Xian was also confused. What was wrong with this guy? Why did he ask him to scram for no reason? Senior brother, is there something wrong with your brain? Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in a mocking tone. What did you say? When the youth in white robes heard this, he immediately jumped up from the ground and turned to look at Xian. His expression was very strange, as if he had seen a ghost. In the Thousand Demon sect, there were not many who dared to speak to him like this. He was Wang Haoyan, who came in with Windless to comprehend the demon god chapter. He was also the lover of the dead senior sister Liang Junki. He had entered together with Windless, but Windless had finished comprehending early on and then went to the 7th floor. He was stuck on the 6th floor, so his temper was very irritable. The disciples who had entered before were all driven out by him. However, those disciples from before recognized him, but Xian did not. Of course, if Xian recognized him, he would continue to talk back. Compared to Windless, what was this Wang Haoyan? At this time, Xian's brain suddenly understood and said, You are Wang Haoyan, senior brother Wang? Since you know, why aren't you scramming? Wang Haoyan said coldly. So it's you. I thought you had already gone to the 9th floor. I didn't expect you to still be on the 6th floor. Compared to Windless, you are too weak. Xian shook his head helplessly. Why don't you mention that name again? Wang Haoyan's true qi gushed out, and an invisible pressure fell on Xian. Sure enough, as Xian guessed, this Wang Haoyan's strength was far inferior to Windless. His attribute conversion was estimated to be only around 18. Are you talking about Windless? Previously, he went out and made a big scene. He was punished by the sect master to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff and face the wall for half a year. Yi Xian said casually. What? Wang Haoyan was shocked. Face the wall for half a year, this meant that he had half a year to catch up to Windless. Senior brother Wang, you have been here for a long time. No one is talking to you. Are you lonely? Why don't you exchange a few moves with junior brother? Yi Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Wang Haoyan was also shocked. Since Yi Xian recognized him, he actually dared to challenge him. This was really courting death. You are courting your own death. Wang Haoyan still used a cold tone to reply. The Thousand Demons Pagoda allowed disciples to fight and kill each other. Each floor's safe area was only to isolate demons. You could also fight in the safe area. Translator, Transin editor, Transin level 9-inch come on. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he took out the Bahuang sword. There was only him and Wang Haoyan here. Either he or Wang Haoyan would die. There was no need to fear anything. Wang Haoyan's eyes narrowed when he saw the Bahuang sword, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He just thought that the Bahuang sword was a better quality celestial artifact. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Haoyan shouted as he took out his weapon and launched an attack. Haha, metal attribute again. See if I don't kill you. After seeing Wang Haoyan's attributes, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Immediately, his aura skyrocketed as he used the Dao Heart Seed Demon Technique's Bewitching chapter. His true chi didn't cost money anyway, so there was no problem for him to be bewitched. Moreover, during this period, he also found that the 30% completion rate of the Demon God chapter also increased the enhancement of bewitching by about 30%. Therefore, his current strength was even stronger than Wang Haoyan's. Earth-splitting sword. Yi Xian directly slashed out with the earth-splitting sword at full power. Under the situation where earth countered metal, Wang Haoyan's metal attribute attack was directly dispersed. It's actually so strong? Wang Haoyan was very puzzled because there were only a few geniuses in the Thousand Demon sect. The only one he was afraid of was Windless. However, there was now one more Yi Xian. Who are you? Wang Haoyan couldn't help but ask. A dead person doesn't need to know my name. Yi Xian calmly replied as he attacked crazily. However, he didn't use the Battle Dragon Stomp's shock effect because Wang Haoyan didn't know about this move. When the time was right, he would suddenly use it and catch his opponent off guard. Facing this insidious earth-splitting sword, Wang Haoyan's face became more and more gloomy. He didn't know why, but he began to feel nervous as if he smelled the scent of death. He's stronger than me? This thought suddenly flashed in Wang Haoyan's mind, but he immediately rejected it. Other than Windless, he wasn't afraid of anyone. At this time, Wang Haoyan roared at the sky. Then, a strong demonic chi gushed out from his body. He was possessed by the devil. The Dao Heart demonization art consumed a lot of energy, and it would increase as one's cultivation level increased. Most people could only use it twice in a row, so Wang Haoyan had consumed more than half of his Zhen Qi. But this time, Yi Xian did not intend to engage in a war of attrition. Taking advantage of Wang Haoyan's demonic state, he stomped his right foot forward. Battle Dragon's 9 steps, boom, a burst of energy instantly exploded from Wang Haoyan's feet. Wang Haoyan was shocked. He wanted to fly up, but he was one step too slow. This surge of energy went straight through Wang Haoyan's body and into his brain. You're dead. This time, Yi Xian did not use the Earthsplitter sword anymore. Instead, he quickly rushed over, and a supreme-grade celestial artifact appeared in his hand. By the time Wang Haoyan reacted, Yi Xian had already slashed out. Bang! The Earthsplitter sword was defeated by Wang Haoyan. However, Wang Haoyan did not notice that Yi Xian's 8 Desolate sword had already shattered. 8 Desolate Wind Formation. Pft! 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 8 sharp blades imbued with earth attribute Zhen Qi pierced Wang Haoyan's legs, instantly petrifying them. You're still not dead this time? Yi Xian's eyes widened. With a sweep of his sword, Wang Haoyan's head flew off. The second genius of the Thousand Demons sect, Wang Haoyan, was dead. His death was unjust, but it was also reasonable. After all, Yi Xian's moves were too sinister. The Earthsplitter sword, Battle Dragon Stomp, and 8 Desolate Wind Formation could all create unexpected effects. After Wang Haoyan died, Yi Xian put away the 8 desolate sword and took off Wang Haoyan's interspatial ring. Ding. Host Earth attribute conversion has increased to 11 points. The attribute conversion had finally exceeded 10%. As expected of the second genius of the Thousand Demon sect. You're really rich. It seems that I can directly go to the 7th floor. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. Originally, he did not want to kill Wang Haoyan. Who told him to have such a big mouth? After keeping Wang Haoyan's corpse, Yi Xian disguised the area. After all, the traces of the Earthsplitter sword were too obvious. He could not let others see any clues. Then, he went to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was not a place where ordinary people could go. Even Wang Haoyan had to be prepared to enter demonization at any time. However, to Yi Xian, this place was like his own home. Ding. Dao Heart Demon Seed Law, Demon God Chapter, copy successful. Current completion rate is 40%. There was no one in the 7th floor safe zone. After copying, Yi Xian left directly. He spent 10 days to increase his attribute conversion by 1 point and went to the 8th floor. The demons on the 8th floor were stronger than Wang Haoyan. Previously, Wu Feng was only able to reach the 8th floor's safe zone with the help of the Grand Elder. Ding. Dao Heart Demon Seed Law, Demon God Chapter, copy successful. Current completion rate is 50%. After a month and a half of hard work, Yi Xian finally reached the 8th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda. At this time, he wanted to find the entrance to the 9th floor. The complete demon god statue was on the 9th floor. With his current situation, he would be fine if he saw the complete demon god statue. However, this thing would definitely be guarded. He wondered what kind of expression the guard would have when he saw him. He began to search the 8th floor. After half a day, he finally found the entrance along the stone wall. There was indeed someone guarding the entrance to the 9th floor. It was an old man who was at least 100 years old. This old man had long noticed Yi Xian. His pair of old eyes fell on Yi Xian. He slowly said, "How did you come up?" Replying to Senior, "Of course I killed my way up." Yi Xian replied respectfully. "Oh? A genius like you actually appeared in the sect recently. To be able to kill your way up to the 8th floor, not bad, not bad." The old man praised. The 7th and 8th floor were usually guarded by the elders. Therefore, there were usually no disciples who were possessed by demons. The old man had guarded the 9th floor for many years. This was the first time he saw someone kill their way up alone. He couldn't help but look at him in a new light. "Senior, may I ask if the demon god statue is on the 9th floor?" Yi Xian asked. The reason he stayed here for so long was to find a complete demon god statue. As long as he got permission, he could learn the demon god chapter. "That's right. It's on the 9th floor behind me. However, you didn't get permission from the sect master, so I won't let you in." The old man nodded. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Crisis. I can see that your demonic aura is very strong. Among all the disciples in the sect, other than Wu Feng, you're the one with the greatest increase in demonic aura. However, I can't let you in without the sect leader's permission. The old man still refused. All right. Yi Xian sighed. It seemed that he had to go out and get the sect leader's permission first. However, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed in the 10,000 Demons Pagoda. What's going on? Yi Xian looked up in confusion and found that the sound came from above. Was it from the 7th floor, or the 6th floor? Rumble. Normal battles wouldn't cause such a loud sound. Who was fighting so wildly? Wasn't he afraid of attracting a large number of demons? The old man was also very surprised. He listened carefully and found that the sound didn't come from the 7th or 6th floor. It came from the ground, in the 10,000 Demons sect, except for the Battle Demon stage and the 10,000 Demons Pagoda, fighting was not allowed anywhere else. However, someone was fighting at the entrance of the 10,000 Demons Pagoda. Something must have happened. The old man frowned and listened for a while. The rumble continued. After a while, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. Not good, the 10,000 Demons sect is under attack. What? Yi Xian was shocked. The 10,000 Demons sect was under attack. He wasn't strong enough to hear like the old man and determined that the sound came from the ground. However, he could make a guess. The scale of this battle was definitely not small. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so loud and wouldn't have lasted for so long. It seemed that the 10,000 Demons sect was indeed under attack, and the target of the attack was most likely one of those righteous sections. They must be after the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique and the Demon God statue. The old man muttered and pointed in a direction. Kid, there's a hidden passage that leads to the ground. Hurry up and leave. Then, Senior, you. Yixian was stunned. Hurry up and leave. I'm going to seal the array. If you don't leave, stay with me. The old man said solemnly. Then I'd better go. Yixian shrunk his neck and hurriedly ran in the direction the old man pointed. Just now, the old man also said that those righteous sects were here for the Tao Heart Seed Devil technique and the Demon God statue, so their target was definitely the 10,000 Devil Tower. If he stayed here and was seen by those people, he would definitely be dismembered. It was better to leave first. Very quickly, Yixian found the path that led to the ground and drilled his head in. In the next moment, he saw that the formation was closed. He could no longer enter, and he could not see what was inside. Forget it, it's better to leave first. After some thought, Yixian decided to leave as soon as possible. Those righteous Tao forces would definitely join forces to attack the 1000 Demon sect. Whether or not the 1000 Demon sect could withstand them was still a question. However, regrettably, he did not see the Demonic God chapter, which made him feel very helpless. As long as he took a look, he would be able to copy the Demonic God chapter into the Devouring system. At that time, his strength would be greatly increased. However, who would have thought that such a thing would happen? If he had a little more time, he would be able to run back and forth. Soon, Yixian rushed out of the hidden passage. When he saw his surroundings clearly, he realized that he was actually at the 1000 Demon Cliff. Another formation that only allows one to leave but not enter? Yixian realized that he could no longer turn back. However, that was not important. What was important was the current situation of the 1000 Demon sect. Violent roars kept coming from the horizon. From these sounds, one could tell that the battle was very intense. At this moment, Yixian was hesitating whether he should go and take a look. However, just as he was hesitating, a few figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The disciples of the 1000 Demon sect are being hunted down? Yixian's eyes narrowed. He saw that behind the 3 disciples of the 1000 Demon sect, there were 5 disciples of other forces in white clothes. Their strength is not strong. He judged the strength of the 5 people at a glance. Although these people were from the righteous sects, he had now joined the 1000 Demon sect, so he naturally had to serve the sect. Most importantly, in this world where the strong were respected, the strong were justice. Senior brother, save us! The 3 disciples of the 1000 Demon sect hurriedly shouted. Their attribute conversion was only around 10 points, but the ones chasing after them were 12 or 13 points. They also had the advantage in numbers, so they had no choice but to use it. Kill! Yixian instantly charged out. Even in the air, he could easily kill these 5 people. Just by calling him senior brother, he had a reason to help. Although it was said that he was in the air, his war dragon's 9 steps had already been raised to 90%. Even Wang Haoyan had died in his hands, so what were these people? In less than 3 rounds, the 5 martial artists who were chasing after the disciples of the 1000 Demon sect fell from the sky, their heads separated from their bodies. Yixian took their universe rings and said, "What's the situation now?" The elites of the 3 great sects, Sacred Fire Peak, Yin and Yang Mansion, and Flame Dragon sect, have joined forces to kill our 1000 Demon sect. We are no match for them at all. A disciple of the 1000 Demon sect explained. The 3 great sects. Yixian narrowed his eyes. These 3 great sects seemed to be the top forces of the Green Cliff region. With the 3 of them joining forces, it was normal for the 1000 Demon sect to not be able to defeat them. Senior brother, let's go quickly. The 1000 Demon sect is finished. They will soon kill their way to the 1000 Demon Cliff. The disciple reminded. You guys go first. Yixian slowly replied. In the cave of the Thousand Demon Cliff, there was the enchanted chapter of the Tao Heart Devil Seed technique. This was the prerequisite for learning the Demon God chapter. The three great sects definitely wanted the Demon God chapter, so they had to obtain this enchanted chapter as well. Senior brother, you be careful. After the three disciples finished speaking, they left without looking back. Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the cave in the distance. There were still many disciples in the cave, and there were also elders guarding it. They should have known that the Thousand Demon sect was attacked at the first moment. However, as long as someone entered the Thousand Demon cave and took down the murals, the Tao Heart Devil Seed technique would be leaked out. I'll stay here. If there is a chaotic battle, I can increase my strength a little. Xian thought in his heart and decided not to leave. Although he hadn't learned the Demon God chapter, his enchanted chapter was stronger than ordinary people. Coupled with the 8 Desolate Sword technique, he could challenge those 10 levels higher than him, which meant that he could challenge those with more than 20% attribute conversion. At the same time, his strength would constantly increase. He felt that he could lead this sect extermination battle. He immediately flew to the sky above the Thousand Demon cave. At this time, there were disciples and elders rushing out of the cave. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Pulse of the Earth. There are 3 elders and hundreds of disciples who don't know the bedevilment chapter. Xian squinted his eyes. They're here. At this moment, one of the elders shouted. Xian turned around and saw a large group of people flying towards the Myriad Demons cliff. He quickly glanced at them and did some calculations. There were about 300 disciples of the 3 major sects flying towards the Myriad Demons cliff. However, they were all elites of the 3 major sects and were led by 3 elders. If they were at the same level, the elders of the Myriad Demons sect would definitely be stronger than the elders of the 3 major sects with the bedevilment chapter. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was still uncertain. Looking at the people in the distance, Xian's eyes flashed. The opportunity to level up had come. Kill! The elders of the Myriad Demons sect shouted. In an instant, hundreds of disciples flew into the air and clashed with the disciples of the 3 major sections. At the same time, Xian also entered the bedevilment state. Demonic chi spread out from his body as he joined the battle. This battle was in the air, which was not very advantageous for an earth attribute martial artist like him. Fortunately, most of the disciples from the 3 great sects that had killed their way to the Myriad Demons cliff were of the metal attribute, so Xian had specifically looked for trouble with them. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds continued in the air as people fell from the sky at every moment. Almost all of them were dead people. Xian held a supreme-grade heaven artifact in his hand as he charged into the crowd and started a massacre. Killing people was indeed faster than killing demons. Xian killed 1 person, which was equivalent to killing thousands of demons. After a while, his attribute conversion reached 12 points, and his strength increased by another step. Die, brat! Suddenly, a disciple of the 3 major sects with an attribute conversion of 18 points stared at Xian. His strength was actually on the same level as Wang Haoyan. If they were on the ground, Xian wouldn't be afraid of him at all. However, they were in the air and his opponent was of the fire attribute, which countered his earth attribute. Therefore, he could only use the Bahuang sword. Earth-splitting sword. In an instant, Xian slashed out more than 10 times. Although he didn't have the advantage in terms of realm and attributes, he had the Sword Saint bloodline, Bahuang sword, and the fully matured earth-shattering sword. In this situation, he still had a huge advantage. Die for me! Xian widened his eyes and slashed with all his might. Bang! This disciple was no match for Xianxia. After his attack was defeated, Xianxia's sword brushed past his head. His left eye was instantly petrified. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian charged over and killed him. His interspatial ring also fell into Xian's hands. Disciple, the eyes of one of the 3 major sects elders turned red. The person that Xian had just killed was his personal disciple. He really wanted to charge in front of Xian and tear Xian into pieces. However, there were also 3 elders on the Thousand Demon sect's side, so he couldn't leave. Good lord, is he the genius who learned the bedevilment technique in 3 days? The eyes of the three elders of the Thousand Demons sect lit up as they thought in unison. At this moment, they seemed to have seen hope. Yixian alone was very likely to lead this battle. After that disciple died, Yixian began to kill crazily. Even in the air, his speed was second only to the six elders, so no one could pose a threat to him. With the Bahuang sword in hand, he wantonly reaped the lives of the three major sects' martial artists. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of martial artists had died. "Kid, die for me." The elder who lost his disciple roared and slashed a flaming sword chi at Yixian. At this moment. Ding! The host's affinity with the earth attribute has increased. It is currently at 13 points. His realm just happened to increase at this moment. However, right after the system announcement was made, a voice rang out. Ding! The proficiency of the Battle Dragon Stomp has increased. It is currently at 100% proficiency. Its power has doubled. Ding! The host has comprehended the profound meaning of Earth's throbbing pulse. What? Yixian was stunned. What the hell was Earth's throbbing pulse? He frowned, then slashed an earth-shattering sword at the flaming sword chi. An earth-shattering sword that contained the Earth's throbbing pulse. This sword easily dispersed the elder's flaming sword chi. Yixian's eyes narrowed. He saw his earth-shattering sword vibrate rapidly when it collided with the flaming sword chi. Earth's throbbing pulse, vibrate, he thought of the Battle Dragon Stomp. Now that he was using the Battle Dragon's 10 steps, its power was twice as strong as before. If it was combined with the profound meaning of Earth, its power might be even stronger. Profound meaning, this kid actually comprehended the profound meaning. That's impossible. The elder of the three major sects exclaimed. Profound meaning? Everyone was stunned. Then, they focused their attention on Yixian. Profound, this was profound. Of all the people present, including the six elders, not a single one of them had managed to comprehend profound. As for Yixian, he comprehended it. Hearing this, Yixian subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel and saw that there was an additional attribute. Profound meaning of Earth's throbbing pulse 1 layer. This profound meaning of Earth did not require anything to use, not even true chi. Therefore, Yixian could use it without any restraint. Ha ha ha, you're all finished. Yixian suddenly laughed. From now on, every attack of his would contain the Earth's throbbing pulse. Die. Yixian's eyes were bloodshot. The power of the earth-shattering sword was already terrifying. Now that it was combined with the Earth's throbbing pulse, no one present could stop him except for the elders. The number of people in the air decreased rapidly. Those who died were mostly disciples of the three major sections. Not good, retreat. An elder of the three major sects immediately shouted. He realized that the number of people on his side had fallen below 100. If this continued, even the three of them would be in danger. However, this group of disciples was not as fast as Yixian. When Yixian's attribute conversion increased again, this group of disciples was almost completely wiped out. Nearly 15% of the attribute conversion caused Yixian's strength to soar once again. At this time, he was already rushing toward the three elders of the three major sections. Run! The three of them were shocked. They immediately landed on the ground and prepared to escape back to the Thousand Demon sect to seek reinforcements. However, what they did not expect was that their actions were extremely stupid. Landed, haha, you actually dared to land. You're courting death. Yixian laughed in his heart. He also landed on the ground and quickly took a step. Battle Dragon's 10 steps, this step contained the Earth's throbbing pulse. Whether it was the power or the speed, it was far greater than before. Bang! Crack! Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Zhan Wufengwat, the other two elders were shocked. Then, they heard a crisp sound. Kacha, the elder who fell to the ground was actually stomped to death by Yixian. How was this possible? One had to know that the elder's attribute conversion had reached 26 points. How could he be so weak? Profound meaning, was it really so powerful? You too, don't even think about running. Yixian used the surrounding Yuan Qi and stomped a few more times. Bang! 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 One of the elders was too slow to dodge and fell to the ground. Then, he was stomped to death by Yixian. Now, only one of the three was left. The three elders of the myriad demon sect were all stunned. Yixian actually relied on his profound meaning to stomp two elders of the three great sects to death. He was simply a monster. The third elder had already flown away. Yixian would probably not be able to catch up, so the three elders from the Thousand Demon sect took his place. As for Yixian, he went to pick up the two yin and yang rings. Ding! Host Earth attribute conversion has increased to 16 points. These two elder yin and yang rings allowed Yixian to break through twice. It was already very good. As for the third elder from the Righteous Path Alliance, his strength was still considered strong. His attribute conversion had probably reached 30%. The three elders from the Thousand Demon sect couldn't catch up to him even if they were demonized. As such, they still needed Yixian to make a move. At that moment, Yixian rushed out again. His battle dragon stomp at full power allowed him to surpass the four elders in speed. Unfortunately, even if the earth pulse was merged with the battle dragon stomp, it couldn't increase his speed. It could only increase his power. The four elders flew in the air while Yixian ran on the ground alone. In less than 2 seconds, Yixian overtook the elder from the Righteous Path Alliance. Sword of the Earth splitting. Yixian stood on the ground and attacked the air crazily. The elder's escape route was blocked, so he could only go around. However, he was caught up by the three elders from the Thousand Demon sect. No! The elder roared into the sky. He had already seen despair. Yixian alone could trample two elders of the Righteous Tao Alliance to death. His strength could only be described as monstrous. Now that these three elders of the myriad demon sect joined in, he would definitely die. Sure enough, in less than 3 rounds, this elder was struck by Yixian's sword and turned to stone. Bang! The profound meaning of earth took effect when he was petrified, shattering the petrified parts. This elder's chest exploded. Blood sprayed out from the sky. He died. Naturally, Yixian wouldn't let go of his things. The 3,000 demon sect elders didn't have any intention of fighting with Yixian either. They just watched as Yixian took off the ring. Quick, go back and support them. The 3 elders of the Thousand Demon sect didn't say anything and continued on their way. After Yixian swallowed everything in the last ring, he also rushed back to the Thousand Demon sect. At this time, his attribute conversion had increased to 17 points. Just now, he was able to kill 3 elders of the Righteous Tao Alliance with the throbbing pulse of the earth. One of them even had a conversion of 30%. If he went back and joined the battle now, he might be able to turn the situation around. Of course, this wasn't a guaranteed success. However, this was a chance to level up, so he definitely wouldn't miss it. His speed was very fast, far surpassing the 3 elders of the Thousand Demon sect. He was the first to return to the Thousand Demon sect. The Thousand Demon sect was already in a mess. There were many Righteous Tao Alliance members killing the disciples of the Thousand Demon sect in the sky. Yixian felt it for a moment and discovered several powerful auras. Immediately, he charged out again. Bedevilment. Yixian had a strong recovery ability. When he returned to the Thousand Demon sect, his true qi had already recovered to its peak. Coincidentally, the bedevilment state had passed, so he used it again. However, right at this moment, another powerful demonic qi suddenly appeared, causing his mind to tremble. He turned around and saw a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect flying towards him. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that this Thousand Demon sect disciple was actually Windless, who had almost killed him previously. No wonder I didn't see you at the Thousand Demon Cliff. You've already returned. Yixian's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha, go to hell, brat. Windless didn't care about the current situation at all and directly attacked Yixian. A golden sword qi slashed towards Yixian. He estimated that this slash could cut Yixian in half. Unfortunately, Yixian was no longer the same as before. This golden sword qi was no longer a threat to him. Sword of the Earth splitting. Throbbing pulse of the earth. A sword of the earth splitting that contained the throbbing pulse of the earth broke through the air and collided with the golden sword qi in the blink of an eye. What made Windless flabbergasted was that his attack was actually defeated by Yixian's attack. Not only that, the sword of the earth splitting actually still had leftover energy to blast towards him. So strong, how is this possible? Windlass' eyes widened. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. At once, he released a monstrous demonic chi and condensed it into a demon god's phantom. Dao Heartseed Demon Great Law, Demon God Chapter. Windlass' attribute conversion had 23 points. Although it was forcefully increased recently, his martial arts attainments were very high. After entering the demon god state, he was still evenly matched with Elder Song. After using the demon god chapter, he also forced Elder Song to use the demon god chapter. Therefore, his strength was even stronger than the third righteous Dao Alliance elder that Yi Xian had just killed. However, Yi Xian didn't take him seriously at all. You're just a dabbler. So what if you have the demon god chapter? Yi Xian roared and attacked. Windlass' demon god chapter was only just learned and could be used, so the gap between him and Elder Song was huge. Bang! 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 The loud sounds in the air didn't stop. Yi Xian and Windlass began to fight fiercely. One was the demon god chapter, the other was a dabbler in the demon god chapter. Yi Xian was the former, but the more he fought, the more he used it. Throbbing pulse of the earth. Even though there was a huge gap in their realms, Yi Xian had comprehended the profound meaning. The profound meaning was something that even the myriad demon sect master hadn't comprehended. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. It was hard to tell who was better. Windlass' face was aghast. He didn't dare to believe it. One had to know that he could easily crush Yi Xian more than a month ago. If it weren't for Elder Song, Yi Xian would have died long ago. In more than a month, Yi Xian could actually grow to the point where he could contend with him. This was impossible, he didn't pay much attention to it before. Now, he noticed. Yi Xian's attacks were very special. Profound meaning, it's actually profound meaning. Windlass couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He didn't dare to believe that Yi Xian had actually comprehended the profound meaning. Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled. It seemed that this Windlass wasn't stupid. He still knew about the profound meaning. 1 against 3, however, the battle here attracted the attention of the Righteous Path Alliance's experts. There's another genius from the Thousand Demon sect over there. He actually comprehended profound. Kill him. 2 elders from the Righteous Path Alliance noticed Yi Xian and hurriedly rushed over. Their strength was not inferior to the last elder that Yi Xian killed. Damn it! Yi Xian's face sank. He was fighting with Windlass. If 2 more people came, he would be in trouble. At this time, he was thinking whether he should retreat. After all, if he landed on the ground, no one could catch up to him. Forget it, retreat first. Yi Xian quickly landed on the ground. He was like a fish in water on the ground. After witnessing the power of profound, Windlass did not dare to rashly land on the ground. He could only fly at a low altitude to chase after Yi Xian. As for the other 2, they also surrounded Yi Xian in a pincer attack. Don't land. This brat is very troublesome. Windlass loudly reminded. What? Yi Xian was stunned. These 2 were clearly closer to Windlass. Why did they team up with him? Was it because of profound? In the next moment, Yi Xian understood. Windlass had most likely betrayed the Thousand Demon sect and joined forces with the Righteous Path Alliance. You bastard. I didn't betray you, but you dare to betray me. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian was enraged. Compared to Windlass, he was considered better. At least he was still helping the Thousand Demon sect fight. He retreated while dealing with Windlass and the other 2 who were flying at a low altitude. The ground was his home ground. Although the Dragon War Stomp was still ineffective, he still had the Earthsplitter sword. In the air, Yi Xian's Earthsplitter sword was very straightforward. However, on the ground, Yi Xian's Earthsplitter sword could move from the ground, catching the opponent off guard. Coupled with the Earth Pulse, he was evenly matched with the 3. However, the advantage was constantly tilting in Yi Xian's direction. As long as he persevered, victory would be his. His profound is actually so powerful. This brat's attribute conversion definitely didn't surpass 20%, but he was able to fight the 3 of us to a draw. A Righteous Path Alliance elder said enviously. Such a genius must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, our three great sects will definitely be destroyed. Another elder said. The two of you, stop stalling and attack with all your might. Windless shouted. If this dragged on, his demon god phantom would disappear. One had to know that the demon god chapter was different from the bedevilment chapter. The bedevilment chapter could be used twice in a row, but the demon god chapter could only be used once in a short period of time. They had seen how powerful Yixian was. If they didn't defeat Yixian during this period of time, then they would have no chance of winning. It was very likely that they would be killed by Yixian. However, no matter how they attacked, they were unable to break through the earth-splitting sword that contained the earth pulse. The battle came to a standstill. About 10 seconds passed. When Windless saw that the three of them were still unable to pose a threat to Yixian, he couldn't help but think, I can't fight anymore. This brat's true chi is endless. If I continue to fight, the one to die will definitely be me. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated, not even bothering to say hello. What? The other two Righteous Path Alliance elders were startled. Good chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian suddenly erupted and rushed over, instantly suppressing the two elders. Damn brat, he actually dared to attack us. A white-clothed elder angrily cursed. The demon sex people are really unreliable. Let's go. The other elder also shouted. The two quickly retreated in a different direction from Windless' escape. They thought that Windless' hatred was definitely higher than theirs, so Yixian should chase after Windless. However, they were wrong. Yixian was the principle of proximity. As long as these two were killed, then Yixian's strength would increase again. At that time, he would be able to kill Windless. Two old men, die for me. After reducing the pressure, Yixian crazily attacked. Streaks of earth and swords swept out from under the two elders' feet. They could only defend with all their strength. However, defending with all their strength was not a long-term solution. Sure enough, 3 seconds after Windless left, one of them was grazed by the earthen sword. His shoulder was instantly petrified and then shattered by the pulse of the earth. Damn it! The elder glanced and discovered that half of his shoulder was gone. Pain welled up in his heart. This was not the main point. The main point was that his right arm was injured, which affected his attacks. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Die. Yixian narrowed his eyes and continuously attacked him with earthen swords. In less than 2 rounds, the elder was blasted to death. Taking advantage of when Yixian attacked his companion, the other elder immediately turned around and left. He wanted to quickly distance himself from Yixian, so he landed on the ground. Just nice, go to hell. Yixian quickly stepped out a few times. The battle dragon's 10 steps, which contained the pulse of the earth, directly shattered the bones in the elder's feet and caused his head to boom. Immediately after, Yixian swept out with earthen sword and cut off his head. Yixian quickly swept over and took away the two's universe rings. He then swallowed all the earth spirit fruits inside. Ding, the host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently at 18 points. The increase in realm meant that Yixian's speed had increased by another level. At that moment, Yixian chased after Windless. What? Windless heard the movement behind him. He turned around and was immediately scared silly. 2 elders who were not weaker than him were actually killed by Yixian. How was this possible? Damn it, why can this brat comprehend the profound, why can't I? Windless cursed angrily in his heart. But right now, what he should be worried about was not this problem, but survival. He was a few seconds away from Yixian. If Yixian wanted to catch up to him, he should need to spend a few more seconds. After all, he was also running wildly. Yixian's battle dragon's 10 steps couldn't reach him at this distance. Right at this moment, Windless suddenly saw a figure rushing over in front of him. When he saw the figure's face clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, save me." The figure that was rushing toward Windless was his master, who was also the great elder of the Thousand Demon sect. After seeing this person, Yixian's face sank. The great elder's realm was about the same as the 2 people just now, but don't forget, the great elder also knew the demon god chapter. If he condensed the demon god phantom, it was definitely not something that Yixian could contend against. Yixian hesitated. He was thinking whether to leave or stay. This windlass almost killed him that day, this enmity must be avenged. But now that a great enemy had arrived, if he didn't leave, his life would be in danger. But at this moment, Yixian glanced out of the corner of his eye and discovered another figure. Chapter 539 Qi Deviation. Brat, kill Windlass. I'll hold him back. Elder Song shouted from afar. What? Great Elder stared blankly for a moment. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Elder Song had already condensed a demon god phantom and was rushing towards him. Damn it. Great Elder didn't expect Song Yi to suddenly appear. He didn't dare to be negligent and used the demon god chapter. Another demon god phantom descended. Master, save me. Windlass smelled the scent of death and hurriedly shouted. The Great Elder also wanted to save him, but Elder Song suddenly appeared and blocked his path. How could he save him? Yixian was getting closer and closer. Windlass' expression also became more and more gloomy because the demon god phantom's duration was about to end. No, I can't die like this. I'm not reconciled. Windlass suddenly faced the sky and howled. His entire aura also underwent a transformation. Not good, he's Qi deviation. Great Elder's mind trembled. He really wanted to rush over and help Windlass, but there was no way. He could only watch as Windlass' heart was attacked by fire and entered Qi deviation. So what if he's Qi deviation? Yixian didn't care at all. Qi deviation was just a loss of reason. His strength wouldn't become much stronger. Sword of Earth splitting. When he was only a kilometer away from Windlass, Yixian made his move. Several swords of earth splitting drilled into the ground and quickly swept below Windlass. Whoosh! 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 Although Windlass was flying in the air, after the swords of earth splitting were unearthed, they still chopped towards him. The current him was already Qi deviation. What he wanted to do the most right now was to kill Yixian. Therefore, after he defeated these swords of earth splitting, he actually rushed back and attacked Yixian. Truly overestimating yourself. Go to hell. Yixian directly swept in front of Windlass and slashed out. Bang! Windlass forcibly blocked this sword, but in the next instant, the demon god phantom behind him vanished into thin air. The duration of the demon god chapter was over. Die. Yixian's eyes widened. His sword swept out horizontally, chopping off Windlass' head. The number one genius of the Thousand Demon sect, Windlass, had died. Ding. Host attribute conversion has increased to 19 points. After Yixian devoured the contents of Windlass' scene and Yang Ring, the system notification rang out once more. The Great Elder had no children, so after accepting Windlass as a disciple, he regarded him as his own. Some time ago, in order to let Windlass comprehend the Demon God chapter, he did not hesitate to spend a large amount of natural treasures to help him break through. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures were huge in quantity, and Wu Feng had not used them all yet. Therefore, there was still a lot of stock in his Qianquan ring. It was a pity that Yixian had benefited them all. Windlass? After the Great Elder saw Windlass' corpse, his whole body trembled fiercely, as if his son had died. I want your lives. He was going crazy. If they were to compare realms, he was slightly higher than Elder Song. However, the suppression of realms in the spirit stage wasn't that obvious. The spirit stage looked at attribute affinity, martial arts attainments, and attribute restraints. Of course, it also looked at weapons, combat experience, etc. The Great Elder had the metal attribute, and so did Elder Song. Both of them had the same attribute, and they both knew the Demon God chapter. Therefore, it would be difficult to determine the victor without at least 100 exchanges. But now, it was different. Great Elder, if it wasn't for you, Windlass would have already died. See if I don't kill you now. The vengeful Yixian gripped his Bahuang sword tightly and rushed forward. But at this moment... Rumble. A loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the horizon. The Great Elder and Elder Song's expression changed as they suddenly realized something. Not good, the 10,000 demon tower has been broken through by the Righteous Alliance. Millions of demons are coming out. Elder Song shouted. What? Yi Xian frowned. The 10,000 demon tower had been broken through, that wasn't important. What was important was that millions of demons were coming out. Damn, this righteous alliance is truly vicious. In order to obtain the Demon God chapter, they didn't hesitate to release millions of demons. The Green Rock region is going to be in chaos. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. He was also cursing in his heart. What righteous alliance? They were just a bunch of trash that would do anything for their own benefit. But right now, he had to deal with the Great Elder first. Great Elder, die. Yi Xian instantly joined the battle. However, he didn't dare to get too close to the Great Elder. After all, the Great Elder was a super expert who had achieved 30% attribute conversion and knew the Demon God chapter. Although Elder Song was helping, he couldn't let his guard down. If he wasn't careful, he would die. I'll kill you all. The Great Elder's appearance had also become ferocious. His aura was a bit chaotic, as if he was about to go berserk. However, he had cultivated for 100 years, and had learned the Demon God chapter for more than 10 years. Thus, he was able to control himself. After Yi Xian joined the battle, he had a slight advantage in terms of distance. However, it would be difficult to kill the Great Elder in a short period of time. Rumble. The loud noise in the sky grew louder and louder. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced around and discovered a black mass of demons. They were all demons. Not good, the demon tide is coming. Let's go. Elder Song shouted at Yi Xian. Before he could finish, the Great Elder roared, "Don't even think about leaving." Yi Xian killed Windless, and Elder Song was an accomplice. The Great Elder wouldn't let them leave. I'll help you hold him back. You go first. Elder Song shouted. No, I'll leave after I kill him. Yi Xian wasn't such a coward. Elder Song had saved his life just now. Otherwise, he would have died in the Great Elder's hands. Brat, the 1,000 Demon sect is done for. I'm afraid the sect master and Grand Elder are also done for. Hurry up and leave. You can avenge us when you grow stronger in the future. Elder Song shouted. He knew that Yi Xian had comprehended the profound meaning of Earth. Such a genius would definitely stand out. He definitely couldn't die here. No. Yi Xian replied resolutely. Wasn't it just a demon tide? He had reached the 8th floor alone. What was there to be afraid of? As long as he killed the Great Elder, his attribute conversion might increase by 20%. At that time, he could bring Elder Song and kill their way out. Yi Xian's stubbornness gave Elder Song a headache. However, he didn't say anything and continued to attack the Great Elder. A large number of demons broke through the 1,000 Demon Tower and rushed out like a tide. The entire sky turned dark. Yi Xian assisted in the attack while paying attention to the demon tide. Soon, the demonic tide surged over and surrounded the three of them. The three of them were under great pressure. The Great Elder was the one with the most pressure. He had to fend off Yi Xian and Elder Song while fending off the demons. Chapter 540 Annihilation. Boom. 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 Yi Xian also freed up a hand and began to clean up the surrounding demons. Each of his swords of Earth Splitter could travel thousands of meters, killing hundreds of demons along the way. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to collect those devil orbs. As the three of them fought in the midst of the devil tide, the entire battlefield was completely surrounded by monsters. At the same time, Grand Elder Song and Grand Elder Song's true energy was rapidly depleting. After a while, they would not be able to hold on any longer. Yi Xian, on the other hand, still had a lot of chi left. If not for the continuous use of bedevilment and earth-shattering sword, his chi could have been maintained at its peak. However, this was enough. Elder Song, hold him back. I'll clean up the demons, Yi Xian shouted. His current plan was to have Elder Song delay the Grand Elder while he killed the devil behind Elder Song. As long as the Grand Elder ran out of chi, he would be dead for sure. However, right at that moment. Huff huff. Suddenly, two monstrous demonic chi spread out, alarming the three of them. These two auras are, Elder Song frowned. In the next moment, his eyes widened. Oh no, they're here. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he suddenly came to his senses. The they that Elder Song was talking about were probably the two demonic creatures that were suppressed outside the Myriad Magic Hall. One of them was the previous patriarch of the Myriad Demon sect, while the other was the patriarch's disciple. Of these two, one had turned into a devil because he failed to cultivate the Devil God chapter, while the other had forcefully comprehended the Devil God statue. It was still fine if he was the disciple of the Thousand Devil sect leader, but the other was the previous Thousand Devil sect leader. His strength had probably surpassed everyone present. "Brat, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to," Elder Song shouted. Indeed, if these two demonic creatures attacked, the three of them would most likely die here. However, when Elder Song's voice fell, the first elder's face suddenly sank. Good chance. The demonic chi on the great elder's body suddenly surged, and the demonic god shadow disappeared. Then, the enormous demonic chi condensed into another black figure. The great elder had actually abandoned his physical body and chosen to demonize himself into a demonic creature. This scene happened so suddenly that Elder Song couldn't react in time. He continued to attack the Grand Elder's body. In the next moment, Elder Song was possessed by the Grand Elder. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the Great Elder's body floating in the air, he immediately reacted. Damn it, he cursed and hurried to catch the Grand Elder's body and devoured the things in his universe ring. Not enough. Brat, run. Elder Song was possessed by the Great Elder, but he still maintained a trace of consciousness and was fighting against the Great Elder. Tisk, tsk. Old man, give up. Elder Song said again. Obviously, the one who spoke this time was the Great Elder. Now, Yi Xian was faced with a huge problem. No, it was a choice. Elder Song was ambushed by the Great Elder, who had transformed into a demonic creature. Although Elder Song's consciousness was still intact, the Great Elder definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Brat, don't hesitate. Kill me while I'm still conscious, then kill this guy too. If you can't do it, then run. Elder Song said. Yi Xian was thinking as he cleaned up the surrounding demonic creatures. The Great Elder had transformed into a demonic creature and possessed Elder Song's body. The surrounding demonic creatures had already regarded him as a comrade and no longer attacked him. Instead, they all pounced on Yi Xian. Brat, don't be hasty. Wait until I get this body, then I'll take your life. The Great Elder said through Elder Song's body. Damn it. After a short moment of consideration, Yi Xian made his decision. Kill, he immediately rushed toward Elder Song and slashed with the Bahuang sword. An ordinary earth-shattering sword pierced through the air. What? The Great Elder was shocked. He wanted to break away from Elder Song, but he realized that Yi Xian's attack was aimed at Elder Song's arm. To be precise, it was his wrist. Rip. Elder Song's left hand was chopped off. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the yin and yang ring. Ding. The host's attribute conversion has increased to 20 points. 20 points. That was 20%, which was 20%. Yi Xian kept the severed arm in the yin and yang ring and then charged toward Elder Song. This brat is indeed heartless. Although the Great Elder was in Elder Song's body, he couldn't move his body while the two were fighting. He could only stand in the air like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he slashed at Elder Song's head. Go. The Great Elder didn't want to die together with Elder Song, so he directly appeared behind him. Huff, huff. Seeing this, Yi Xian's right hand paused. At this moment, the Bahuang sword was only half an inch away from Elder Song's head. Old man, it's time for you to die. His expression was cold and gloomy. The moment the first elder appeared, he slashed out with his sword. Earth pulse. No. Bam. 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 The Great Elder's demonic body exploded and then disappeared into thin air. His voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Go. After the Great Elder died, Yi Xian slapped Elder Song's shoulder and quickly landed on the ground, leaving at full speed. This was because he felt an extremely strong demonic aura appear. So strong. This should be the Thousand Demon Sect's sect leader or supreme elder. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. The supreme elder of the Thousand Demons sect was the old man that Xian saw on the 8th floor. However, Xian felt that this extremely strong demonic aura came from a demonic creature. In other words, one of the Thousand Demons sect's sect leader or supreme elder had turned into a demonic creature. He didn't know if they were possessed or if they were beaten up by the righteous sections. No matter what, Xian didn't want to stay here any longer. Soon, Xian and Elder Song killed their way out of the demonic creature tide. With their strength, these demonic creatures couldn't get close to them at all. These demonic creatures couldn't catch up to them. After losing their vision, they began to scatter in all directions. The Green Cliff region was going to be in chaos. There weren't many living people in the Thousand Demons sect. Most of the disciples had already fled. Xian and Elder Song killed their way out. At this moment, they were a few thousand miles away from the Thousand Demons sect. Sigh, I didn't expect that my Thousand Demons sect's thousands of years of foundation would be destroyed today. Elder Song was very helpless. After stopping, Xian took out his severed hand and handed over a bottle of medicinal powder. At the same time, he also handed over his universe ring. Xian didn't devour everything in Elder Song's yin and yang ring. He only swallowed a few things, and after breaking through 20% of his attributes, he stopped. Righteous Tao Alliance Elder Song, what should we do now? Xian couldn't help but ask. The Thousand Demons sect has been destroyed. Thousands of disciples have either died or escaped. The 10,000 Demon Towers array has been destroyed, and the Demon God statue will fall into the hands of the Righteous Tao Alliance. It's impossible to rebuild the Thousand Demons sect. Elder Song shook his head. Then Xian frowned. Let's disperse. I'll find a place to train. Tens of millions of demons will cause a lot of trouble for the Green Rock region. Boy, you've comprehended the profound when you're only at the spirit stage. Your future is limitless. If you become stronger in the future, you must avenge the Thousand Demons sect. Elder Song said helplessly. I will. Xian nodded and asked, Elder Song, can I only learn the Demon God chapter by comprehending the Demon God statue? That's right. When you went to the 10,000 Demon Tower, did you fully comprehend the Demon God statue? Elder Song asked. I fully comprehended all 5. I was only missing the Demon God statue, but I was stopped by the Supreme Elder. Xian said helplessly. If the Supreme Elder didn't stop him, he would have been able to learn the Demon God chapter by just looking at the Demon God statue. At that time, the Righteous Tao Alliance would be destroyed, the Thousand Demons sect might not have been destroyed. Sigh, the Supreme Elder is so old-fashioned. If you want to enter the 9th floor, you must be personally led by the sect master. That powerful demonic aura just now was either from the sect master or the Supreme Elder. Elder Song sighed again, what a pity. Your aptitude is comparable to the founder. If you were to learn the Demon God chapter, you would be stronger than me. You might be able to reverse the situation today. Xian also felt that it was a pity. If he were to obtain the Demon God chapter, he would be able to easily kill the Supreme Elder. Those people from the Righteous Tao Alliance would also become his stepping stones. At that time, his attribute conversion would increase to at least 25 points. Since it's already like this, we have no other choice. I have a good friend in the Xianxia mountain in the north of the Green Rock region. I'm going to train there. Boy, what about you? Elder Song asked. I'll go and train. Xian said casually. Fine, be careful. If you have any problems, you can find me there, Elder Song said. Xian nodded. Immediately after, Elder Song left. He had also given up hope. Xian had just exited the Cliff of Myriad Demons, so he hadn't seen that scene. However, Elder Song saw that this time, the 3 sects had formed an alliance of the righteous sects, and had organized a large number of elites to kill their way in. Among the people who had attacked the Thousand Demons sect, there were more than 10 of them who had an attribute conversion of 30 or more. Coupled with the Great Elder's interference, the Thousand Demons sect was completely defeated. The sect master and a few experts retreated into the Thousand Demon Tower. Because Elder Song was at the Battle Devil platform, not many people came and he was lucky to survive. Xian looked at his back and shook his head helplessly. Although he wanted to help the Thousand Demons sect, he didn't know the Demon God chapter. Otherwise, he could have fought with the Righteous Tao Alliance. This was the fate of the Thousand Demon sect. If he had been a day later, the outcome might have been different. I don't know the Demon God chapter yet. The Demon God statue should have been taken away by the Righteous Tao Alliance. If I want to learn it, this is the only way. Xian thought to himself. There was a way, however, he had to wait. After the Righteous Tao Alliance retreated, he would take his time to plan and see if he could find the Demon God statue. As for the requirement to learn the Demon God chapter, it was nothing. Now, the Righteous Tao Alliance might have entered the Thousand Demon Cave and recorded the bedevilment chapter. Therefore, it was very likely that the bedevilment chapter would be leaked. Of course, it was also possible that it wouldn't, because he had killed all the elders and disciples who went to the Cliff of Myriad Demons. The remaining 3 elders of the Thousand Demons sect might have directly destroyed the bedevilment chapter, preventing the Righteous Tao Alliance from obtaining it. However, no matter what, Xian had to get the Demon God statue. How could one give up halfway on the path of martial arts? Immediately, he found a random direction and prepared to wait for a few days. The news of the Thousand Demons sect's annihilation quickly spread to the various forces in the Green Cliff region. At the same time, the tens of millions of demons made the people in the Green Cliff region feel anxious. At this time, in a city in the Green Cliff region. What a lie, releasing tens of millions of demons to resist the Righteous Tao Alliance. What a joke. After Xian heard the recent rumors, he couldn't wait to kill his way to the 3 major sects and slaughter them all. If the 3 major sects didn't attack the Thousand Demon sect and the array of the Thousand Demon Pagoda, those demons wouldn't have come out. In Xian's heart, these 3 major sects were actually no different from the Thousand Demon sect. Today, a week had passed since the Thousand Demon sect's annihilation. After Elder Song left, Xian found a place to rest for 7 days. He had just entered the city today because he heard the lies made up by the Righteous Tao Alliance. I don't care so much, I must find out where the demonic god statue is. Xian couldn't be bothered with these rumors and didn't prepare to announce the truth to the world. What he wanted to do now was to find out the exact location of the demonic god statue. After asking around, Xian found out that the 3 major sects of the Righteous Tao Alliance had merged into a new force called the Righteous Tao Alliance. At the same time, the Righteous Tao Alliance's headquarters was in the former Thousand Demon sect. In other words, the demonic god statue was very likely to still be in the Thousand Demon sect. After hearing this news, Xian's eyes narrowed as he cursed in his heart, damn it, occupying the land as a king. Immediately, he left for the Thousand Demon sect. With his current strength, he could be considered the top in the Green Cliff region. As long as he didn't encounter the sect leader or great elder of the Righteous Tao Alliance, he could handle them. A day later, Xian arrived at the Thousand Demon sect. Previously, the Thousand Demon sect was besieged by the Righteous Tao Alliance and was in a mess. However, after the Righteous Tao Alliance's disciples repaired it, it was restored to its former appearance. After arriving at the Thousand Demon sect, Xian observed from the clouds in the sky. At the same time, he restrained his aura to avoid being discovered. The Thousand Demon sect, no, it should be called the Righteous Tao Alliance now. In the Righteous Tao Alliance's headquarters, there were disciples of the 3 major sections. They treated this place as their home. After looking around, Xian flew to the sky above the Thousand Demon Cliff. He saw that there were actually disciples of the Righteous Tao Alliance entering and leaving the Thousand Demon Cave. It seemed that the Tao Heart Demon Seed Technique's bewitching chapter hadn't been destroyed. Returning to the 10,000 Demons Pagoda, Xian's eyes shot out 2 beams of light as he charged into the 10,000 Demons Cave. At this time, the formation of the 10,000 Demons Cave had been broken. Even if one came out of the 10,000 Demons Cave, they would not lose their memories of the bedevilment scripture. In an instant, a storm of blood swept through the 10,000 Demons Cave. In this world, the strong were the righteous ones. There were hundreds of disciples in the 10,000 Demons Cave, but their strength was not high. Only 2 elders with 25% attribute conversion were guarding the cave. These people were all killed by Xian. Not a single one was left alive. As for why the Righteous Path Alliance did not copy the bedevilment scripture, it was because it was personally carved by the founder of the 10,000 Demons sect. If they copied it on paper, even if there was a mistake, it would mislead the disciples and cause them to go berserk. Since the 10,000 demons sect no longer exists, then this bedevilment scripture cannot be left to the Righteous Path Alliance. Yixian thought to himself. He directly dug out the murals and kept them in the devouring space. The Righteous Path Alliance was too careless. The bedevilment scripture was the foundation of the demon god scripture. Yixian could not understand why they only sent 2 elders to guard it. However, just as he came out of the 10,000 demons cave, he coincidentally bumped into a group from the Righteous Path Alliance. Who are you? One of the leading elders asked in surprise. I'm here to collect the bedevilment scripture. Yixian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What? The elder and a group of people behind him were all shocked. Collect the bedevilment scripture? Damn it, quickly go and take a look. The elder's expression changed. He hurriedly ordered someone to enter the 10,000 demons cave to check. Soon, that person came out of the 10,000 demons cave with a face as if he had eaten stinky tofu. Elder, the bedevilment scripture is gone. The disciple replied. I told you, I've collected the bedevilment scripture. You want to find him to copy the murals, right? Yixian's gaze suddenly fell on an elder in the group. Indeed, the Righteous Path Alliance wanted to copy the bedevilment scripture completely, so they found a skilled painter. But who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, the bedevilment chapter would disappear? You destroyed the bedevilment chapter? The elder asked with a gloomy expression. Guess? Yixian smiled as he took off his interspatial ring and tossed it over. The elder took a look. Damn it, there was nothing. Capture him. The elder roared furiously. However, at this moment. Pa! Yixian suddenly took a step forward. Plop! 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 The dozen or so Righteous Path disciples behind this elder fell to the ground one after another. Their heads had already been shattered by Yixian. The might of the war dragon's 10 steps, which had fused with the throbbing pulse of the earth, was terrifying. A single stomp had killed so many people. What? The Righteous Tao Alliance's elder and the painter were both shocked. The former quickly reacted and took out a long sword, charging towards Yixian. Just now, if Yixian wanted to kill him, he would definitely be able to break his legs with a single kick. However, Yixian did not do so because he wanted to know the whereabouts of the demon god statue. This elder's attribute conversion had also exceeded 30%, so his strength was not bad. However, this kind of strength was not enough in front of Yixian. Bedevilment. Sword of the earth splitting. Yixian casually struck out with his sword, colliding with the other party's flaming sword chi. Fire countered earth, but Yixian's attack did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Bam! The two true chi collided, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. However, at this moment, Yixian had already rushed to the elder's side and slashed out twice. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The elder's 2 arms fell to the ground, but there was no blood because the wounds had already been petrified. At this moment, Yixian had already placed the Bahuang sword on the elder's neck. Where is the demon god statue? Yixian asked coldly. It was only now that the elder realized that he had been knocked unconscious by the dragon battling stomp. After regaining his senses, he could not help but reveal a look of horror. He had already converted more than 30% of his attributes, but he could not resist at all. How was this possible? Kill me if you want. This elder from the Righteous Path Alliance had a backbone. I know even if you don't say it. It's on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, right? Yixian continued. As soon as he said this, the elder's face twitched. Sure enough, it was on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. Rip! A head was tossed into the air with a crisp sound. This elder from the Righteous Path Alliance was dead. It's indeed on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. It seems that the demon god statue cannot be moved. Otherwise, why would the Righteous Path Alliance establish their headquarters here? Yixian thought to himself as he picked up the surrounding yin and yang rings. Ding! Host's earth attribute conversion has increased to 21%. After killing so many people, it only increased by 1 point. It was getting harder and harder to level up. Xian shook his head helplessly and turned to look at the painter who was only at the peak of the heavenly vein stage. I won't kill you. Go. This painter was only invited here and did not do anything, so Xian could not be bothered to kill him. From the beginning until now, this painter had not breathed a single breath. Now that he heard this, he immediately ran away, pissing his pants in fear. Xian looked at his back as he left, then flew up and rushed toward the Myriad Demons Pagoda. The demon god statue was still on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, so Xian had to take a look. However, there was a hidden passage in the Myriad Demons cliff. He did not know if it would work. He went to check it out, but he still could not enter. It seemed that he could only break through the 1st floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. However, before he reached the Myriad Demons Pagoda, he heard a loud rumbling sound. It's coming from the mountain gate? Xian suddenly frowned. Then, the disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance below gathered and flew toward the mountain gate. It seemed that something big had happened. Could it be that the escaped disciples and elders of the Myriad Demons sect have gathered to counterattack the Righteous Path Alliance? Xian guessed in his heart. If that was the case, it would be too much of a coincidence. This trick of luring the enemy away allowed him to easily enter the 9th floor and see the demon god statue. He hurried to the top of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, waited for a while, and then rushed in. However, he did not expect that the array of the Myriad Demons Pagoda was still there. He had no choice but to take out the token from that day and enter. It seems that the array has been repaired. There might be an expert guarding it. Xian entered the Myriad Demons Pagoda carefully. As expected, there were still demons in the Myriad Demons Pagoda. The last time he entered the Myriad Demons Pagoda, his attribute conversion was not even half. This time, his attribute conversion was more than 20%. In less than half an hour, he killed his way from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Demonic God Statue. Xian snuck into the vicinity of the safe zone. As expected, there were disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance guarding the safe zone. However, the Thousand Demons sect had only been destroyed for less than 10 days, so no one had learned the bedevilment technique yet. Hence, no one had come to comprehend the replica of the demonic god. At that moment, Xian quickly rushed over and killed all of them. Then, he rushed to the 5th floor. As expected, there were still people guarding it. The Righteous Path Alliance formed by the 3 great sects could release so many demons to massacre the Thousand Demons sect for their own benefits. Hence, Xian would not be polite to them. There were people guarding the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, but they were all killed by Xian. Now that Xian had returned to the 8th floor, he had to be more careful. That was because the entrance to the 9th floor from the 8th floor might be guarded by people like the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Demon sect. Xian cautiously approached the entrance to the 9th floor. As expected, there was a figure guarding the entrance to the 9th floor. He squinted his eyes and saw that it was an old man wearing the uniform of the Righteous Path Alliance. His aura was powerful, and he had probably converted more than 35% of his attributes. So strong. With him guarding the entrance, it won't be easy to reach the 9th floor. Xian could feel the strength of the old man. He immediately thought about whether he could use a diversion to lure the old man away. He took out a bunch of puppets from the Devouring system and ordered them to advance in a certain direction. When the puppets encountered the demons, they were immediately killed without leaving a single one behind. The sound of the battle fell into the ears of the Righteous Path Alliance's expert, but he did not move. The entrance to the 9th floor could be considered a safe zone, so the old man was too lazy to care about it. However, he still opened his eyes because he should be the only one in the 8th floor. Why were the demons rioting? It's useless. Since that's the case, I can only force my way through. Xian took out the Bahuang sword and charged out with a wave of energy. Remnants of the Thousand Demons sect? The old man's eyes suddenly widened, and 2 beams of light shot out. His figure flashed as he charged forward. Earth-shattering sword. An earth-shattering sword that contained the Earth's pulse swept out. The old man was shocked. He could feel that this sword was extraordinary, and he immediately used all his strength to block it. Bang! His Chaos Demon Sect Alliance's sect was Earth Demon Sect's technique was, and with the Earth and Earth's realm, even if the earth-shattering Earth, the sect's Earth technique, it would not threaten him. However, Yi Xian's current goal wasn't to kill him, but to enter the 9th floor. Profound, it's actually a profound. There's actually such a genius in the Thousand Demon Sect? The old man was astonished. In the next moment, he was God Demon. By mortal sect. Was demon, was mag technique sect. However, he did not use the battle dragon stomp. After all, that was his trump card. So strong. If you are allowed to grow, the entire righteous Tao alliance will be destroyed by your hands. You must die. The old man did not hesitate and used all his skills to deal with Yi Xian. In an instant, the two of them fought fiercely. The sound of the battle echoed in the 8th floor and even reached the ground. I can't drag this out. If the experts of the Alliance of Righteous Sects come in, I'll be in trouble. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. When the old man stepped on the ground to avoid the earth-shattering sword, he suddenly took a step forward. 10 steps of the War Dragon, Earth's Pulse. Boom. An extremely strong chi flowed along the ground and blasted towards the old man. The old man was unable to react in time, and his legs were numb from the impact. Fortunately, he was experienced in battle and only used the tip of his foot when he ran, so his injuries were not serious. Due to the huge gap in their realms, and the fact that this step was not enhanced by the 8 Desolate Sword, it only caused a little trouble for the old man. However, this little bit of time was very precious to Yi Xian. Charge. Yi Xian took advantage of the old man's stunned state and rushed towards the entrance of the 9th floor. Humph, you're really here for the demon god statue. Idiot, the demon god statue has a powerful formation that can't be destroyed or taken away. What's the use of you going in? The old man did not care at all and chased after him. He understood the difficulty of cultivating the demon god chapter. Since the establishment of the Thousand Demon Sect, there were probably no more than 500 people who had learned the demon god chapter. One had to know that the Thousand Demon Sect had a history of more than 5,000 years. On average, there were only 10 people in 100 years, only one person would learn the demon god chapter every 10 years, therefore, he did not think that Yi Xian would be able to do anything in there. However, how could he have known that Yi Xian had a very bugged system? Yi Xian was very fast. At full speed, his speed surpassed the old man. He rushed into the entrance of the 9th floor and then went all the way down. Finally, he arrived at the 9th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda. There were no living creatures on the 9th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda. The place was not big, and there was a 10-meter-tall statue in the middle. This was the demon god statue. The statue was personally carved by the founder of the Thousand Demon Sect, a virtual god realm elite. I finally see it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he focused his gaze on the demon god statue. Suddenly, his head swelled a little. If an ordinary person looked at the demon god statue, they would go crazy. Only those who had comprehended the first 5 parts of the demon god were qualified to comprehend it. Although Yi Xian had already comprehended the first 5 parts, his realm was not enough, so there were some side effects. It's just a headache. Copy it for me. Yi Xian did not care about anything else as he stared at the demon god statue. Ding. Discovered the Tao Heartseed Demon Technique, Demon God Chapter. Do you want to copy it? Yes. Beginning copy. Current completion rate is 51%. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's head continuously. The copy required time and the completion rate was slowly increasing. F***ck, I thought I could finish copying it in one go. Yi Xian cursed. At this time, the experts from the Alliance of Righteous Sects had also reached the 9th floor. Humph, do you think I can't do anything to you now that you're on the 9th floor? Calm heart mantra. The old man snorted in his heart. Yi Xian glanced at the old man and was shocked when he saw that the old man dared to stare at the demon god statue. Looks like this old man has some method to not go crazy. Yi Xian thought to himself as he charged forward. When they were on the 8th floor, Yi Xian and the old man were evenly matched. Now that they were on the 9th floor, Yi Xian was actually weaker. Why? Because he had to divert his attention. He had to fight while looking at the demon god statue. Otherwise, the completion rate would not increase. Ha ha ha, you're affected by the demon god statue. Go to hell. This is the 160th chapter, which has greatly exceeded the 100 chapters that Moonfall promised. Now, Moonfall did not have a single chapter left. The hundreds of chapters that were released in October were the chapters that Moonfall had saved for 4 months. Moonfall needed 2 hours to write a chapter. She wrote very slowly, only 3 to 5 chapters a day. Because she had to eat, sleep, and other chores, she could not sit in front of the computer and write all day. Furthermore, Moonfall still needs to save some chapters. After all, I often have power outages and can't connect to the broadband. I hope everyone can understand. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Demon God Chapter. Ha ha ha, you have been affected by the demon god statue. Go to hell. When the old man realized that Yi Xian's strength had decreased, his aura surged and he launched a frenzied attack on Yi Xian. 80%. 81%. 82%. In the Devouring system, the completion of the Demon God chapter of the Taoist Heart Demon God chapter was increasing. In a while it would be completed. Little bastard, go to hell. The old man suddenly stopped and swung his right hand wildly. Streaks of flaming sword aura slashed towards Yi Xian. The speed of the attacks was twice as fast as before. Oh no. Seeing this, Yi Xian's figure stopped as well. He instantly reformed the Bahuang sword into the Bahuang shield and stood in front of him. Earth Pulse. A strange power was attached to the Bahuang shield. One after another, the flaming sword beams shot forward. First, some of them were shaken away by the earthen pulse before striking the Octaterra shield. The Bahuang sword was an empty god weapon. It was a weapon used by an empty god realm expert. How could it be destroyed by such an attack? Boom. 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 18 streaks of sword auras landed on the Bahuang shield but did not hurt Yi Xian at all. How is this possible? The old man was stunned. His series of attacks was enough to kill anyone in the Green Cliff territory. However, Yi Xian was actually able to completely withstand it. That sword, the old man frowned and exclaimed, an empty god weapon? Hearing these 3 words, Yi Xian's mind trembled as well. As expected, an expert from a top sect in a high-level territory recognized the Bahuang sword. So what if you recognize it? Yi Xian snorted and admitted to it. Indeed, it was useless to recognize it as they were in a battle of life and death. At this moment, there was only 5% of the Demon God chapter of the Taoist Heart Demon God chapter left. In a while, Yi Xian would be able to learn the Demon God chapter. Die, brat. The old man's eyes turned red. If he could obtain this Bahuang sword, he could become the strongest in the Green Cliff region. The Bahuang sword must be obtained. Die. He then shot out 18 flaming sword chis at Yi Xian, each stronger than the last. However, Yi Xian used the Octaterra shield to block with all his might. It had to be said that the throbbing pulse of the world was simply too useful. If it hadn't been for the throbbing pulse of the world shaking off a large portion of the power of the fiery sword chi, he probably wouldn't have been able to block it and would definitely have been sent flying. 98%. 99%. Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter, about to be copied into the Devouring system. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly rushed toward the old man. You are courting death. His actions were exactly what the old man wanted. But at this moment. 100%. Ding. Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter. Copy successful. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Ding. Successfully learned. After several twists and turns, Yi Xian finally learned this super powerful martial art. Now, it was time for him to explode. Demonic God Shadow, appear. As Yi Xian rushed forward with the Octaterra shield, a demonic aura that even the old man was wary of suddenly surged out of his body. Immediately after, it condensed into a demonic God Shadow behind Yi Xian. Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter. Yi Xian's aura instantly skyrocketed. What? the old man was once again stunned. Previously, Yixian was only possessed. Now, he was using the demonic god chapter. How was this possible? Could it be that he comprehended it on the spot? That was even more impossible. However, there was no time for him to think because Yixian was already in front of him. Octoterra sword. Yixian instantly disintegrated the Octoterra shield and reformed it into the Octoterra sword. Then, he slashed with the sword. Bam! The old man forcibly received the sword and was immediately sent flying. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. It's over. Die. Yixian's expression froze. He swept the sword with lightning speed and cut off the old man's head. Dead, this old man was a high-ranking figure in the alliance of the orthodox sects. His position was second only to the sect leaders of the three major sects. However, today, he died at the hands of Yixian. Haha. Yixian threw his head back and laughed loudly. The demonic god chapter was indeed extraordinary. The old man, who was evenly matched with him just now, was instantly killed after he used the demonic god chapter. This was the difference between the bewitched chapter and the demonic god chapter. Ding. The host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently at 23 points. The old man was extremely wealthy. After all, he was an expert who had cultivated in seclusion for decades. He was specially invited by the three major sects to guard the demonic god statue. Unfortunately, all these things were taken advantage of by Yixian. After the old man died, Yixian's gaze fell on the demonic god statue again. This demonic god statue was personally carved by the patriarch of the Thousand Demons sect using himself as a template. He then merged the demonic god chapter into the demonic god statue. However, this demonic god statue was surrounded by a powerful array. Ordinary people would not be able to break through it or move it. Forget it. There are still disciples of the Thousand Demons sect outside. I'll go out and take a look. If I can get it back, this demonic god statue won't have to be destroyed. Yixian thought to himself. After all, he had already put away the bewitched chapter. It was useless for ordinary people to take the demonic god statue. Immediately, Yixian quickly left through the hidden passage on the 8th floor. Soon, he returned to the surface. Rumble. The Thousand Demons sect was still in the midst of a war. This time, the ones who came to attack the alliance of the orthodox sects were indeed the disciples and elders of the Thousand Demons sect. Although the Thousand Demons sect was the headquarters of the alliance of the orthodox sects, there were not many people who stayed here. Most of them were still in their own sections. The alliance was actually just for show. If it was related to benefits, this alliance would most likely collapse in an instant. Yixian turned his head to look. At this time, there was a huge amount of demonic qi in the Thousand Demons sect. He immediately rushed towards the Thousand Demons sect. Soon, he saw the scene of a chaotic battle. Yixian felt a few powerful auras. In this group of experts who attacked the alliance of the orthodox sects, there were two who could use the demonic god chapter. He squinted his eyes and looked. One of the people who used the demonic god chapter was a middle-aged woman. She was Elder Water of the Thousand Demons sect. As for the other person, Yixian recognized him. The sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, however, the Thousand Demons sect's sect leader's left sleeve was empty. It should have been cut off by someone. Unexpectedly, the sect leader is still alive. It seems that the Thousand Demons sect is not completely destroyed. Yixian narrowed his eyes and immediately charged in. What? The few people who were fighting with the alliance of the orthodox sects all turned their heads one after another when they felt the huge amount of demonic qi. Immediately after, they saw Yixian, who was surrounded by the phantom of a demon god, quickly charge over. Translator, Transin editor, Transin revenge. What? It's him? The Thousand Demons sect's sect leader was shocked as he recognized Yixian. But what made him even more surprised was that there was a demon god behind Yixian. Didn't that mean that Yixian had learned the demon god chapter? What a high aptitude. Our Thousand Demons sect will definitely prosper in his hands. The Thousand Demons sect's sect leader and the other experts' eyes lit up. At this moment, the Thousand Demons sect's sect leader and Elder Shui were fighting with two experts from the Righteous Path Alliance. Thus, Yixian had no opponent. What bullshit Righteous Path Alliance? Go to hell. Yixian shouted and directly killed his way into the crowd. Anyone who wore the uniform of the Righteous Path Alliance was his target. Not good, run. The crowd exploded as the experts of the Righteous Path Alliance fled in all directions. What kind of joke was this? Yixian's aura alone was comparable to hundreds of thousand demon sect's disciples. Who could stop such an expert? Yixian's eyes turned black as he began to kill his enemies crazily. This time, the Thousand Demon sect only sent close to 1,000 people, which was organized by the Thousand Demon sect's sect leader with great difficulty. These people might not be able to take down the Thousand Demon sect. But with the addition of Yixian, this matter was much more stable. Go. The two experts of the Righteous Path Alliance looked at each other and chose to retreat at the same time. Want to leave? The Thousand Demon sect's sect leader and Elder Shui did not want to let these two big fish go and immediately entangled them. Ever since Yixian joined the battle, the situation of the battle had been reversed instantly. Yixian had only entered for 3 seconds, but he had already killed hundreds of people. The remaining disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance no longer had the intention to fight and fled crazily. Thus, Yixian was too lazy to chase after them. Instead, he retreated and rushed toward the Thousand Demon sect's sect leader. These two experts of the Righteous Path Alliance were comparable to hundreds of people each. This was a huge amount of experience. Swish! Yixian's speed had already surpassed everyone present. In just a second, he had caught up with the Thousand Demon sect's sect leader and the others. Oh no! The two experts from the Righteous sects paled in an instant. Just now, they were already unable to defeat the other party in a 2-on-2 situation. Now that Yixian, who was even stronger than the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect, had appeared, wouldn't it be over for them? You too, go to hell. Yixian's eyes flashed as he unleashed an earth-shattering sword imbued with the throbbing pulse of the earth. This sword tore through space, causing the wind to whistle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a person. This expert from the Righteous Tao Alliance wanted to block, but he was restrained by the Thousand Demon sect leader. Hiss! A crisp sound rang out. The upper half of this expert's body was separated from the lower half. The wound was instantly petrified and then exploded. However, this was not enough to cause him to die. Profound meaning of Earth? The Thousand Demon sect leader was shocked. While he was still in shock, Yixian unleashed another sword strike. This time, he killed his opponent. Yixian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring, but he was unable to break through. Then, he focused his attention on the other person. Now, it was 3 against 1. Earth-shattering sword. The other person wanted to dodge, but with the Thousand Demon sect's sect leader and Elder Shui holding him back, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the brownish-yellow sword chi entered his body and exploded. Dead, as usual, Yixian went over and kept the universe ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 24 points. Not only that, his Earth attribute affinity had increased to epic grade, which was an unexpected gain. How did you learn the Demonic God chapter? After the two experts from the Righteous Tao Alliance died, the Thousand Demon sect leader could not help but ask. Naturally, it's from comprehending the Demonic God statue. Yixian answered directly. Comprehending the Demonic God statue? The Thousand Demon sect leader was very surprised. Previously, he allowed Yixian to enter the Thousand Demon Pagoda so that Yixian could train on the first and second levels of the pagoda. He did not expect Yixian to be able to kill his way through. If he wanted to comprehend the Demonic God statue, he would have to fully comprehend the 5 parts of the Demonic God statue. Monster, he's really a monster. The Thousand Demon sect's sect leader and Elder Shui thought in unison. Yixian was too lazy to talk nonsense and killed his way back. After all, there were still many people from the Righteous Tao Alliance. These were all experience points. The Thousand Demon sect leader and Elder Water did the same. As for the details, it was better to wait until the end of this battle. But overall, the outcome of this battle had been decided. In less than half a minute, the group of disciples from the Righteous Tao Alliance were all killed. At least, there were no more Righteous Tao Alliance members in sight. The Thousand Demon sect had taken it back, But, this was not the end. Xian, although the 10,000 Demons sect has been taken back, the Righteous Path Alliance has not collapsed. If my 10,000 Demons sect wants to continue surviving in the Green Cliff region, we must eliminate those 3 sects. The 1,000 Demons sect leader said to Xian. Sect leader, you mean? Xian narrowed his eyes. We will split into 3 groups and kill our way into the Holy Fire Peak, Yin and Yang Manor, and Flame Dragon sect. We will kill their higher-ups and force them to disband. The 1,000 Demons sect leader said. Splitting into 3 groups. Xian narrowed his eyes. There were not many experts left in the 1,000 Demons sect, but the fewer people there were, the better. If they could not win, they could retreat safely. Elder Song is not dead yet. He's in the Yonghua Mountain in the north of the Green Cliff region. Xian suddenly said. Oh? That's great. If we can find him, our chances of winning will be higher. The 1,000 Demons sect leader's eyes lit up. If 4 experts who knew the Demon God chapter charged into the 3 sects, they would not be able to resist at all unless the experts of the 3 sects gathered together. In that case, I'll go to the Holy Fire Peak. Xian said. You're going alone? Elder Shui asked in shock. You should go with Elder Song. I think it's better to take a step back and split into 2 groups. It's safer. The 1,000 Demons sect leader was a little worried. Xian was the future of the 1,000 Demons sect. Even if he died, Xian must not die. No need. I alone am enough to destroy them. Xian shook his head. Going with Elder Song? What a joke, he could travel day and night without stopping. It would be a burden to bring another person with him. Moreover, his strength had already surpassed the 1,000 Demons sect leader. Why would he need to team up with others? After seeing the determined expression on Xian's face, the 1,000 Demons sect leader and Elder Shui looked at each other. Translator, trans and editor, trans and exterminate the righteous path. All right. Elder Shui nodded before he turned around and left. I'll go too, Xian said to the sect leader of the 1,000 Demons sect. His plan was to exterminate 2 sects by himself. However, the 1,000 Demons sect needed a large amount of resources to continue its development, so he left 1 sect behind. Be careful. If you encounter a strong enemy, remember not to fight head-on. Retreat if you can. The sect leader of the 1,000 Demons sect reminded him. Immediately, Xian left the 1,000 Demons sect. This time, his target was the Holy Fire Peak of the Righteous Path Alliance. If he had enough time, he would also exterminate the Flame Dragon sect, which was closer to the Holy Fire Peak. As for the Yin and Yang Mansion, he would leave it to the 1,000 Demons sect. After leaving the Myriad Demons sect, Xian madly dashed towards the Sacred Fire Peak. It took him about a day and a half to reach a scorching hot mountain. The Holy Fire Peak was the top power in the Green Rock region. Most of the disciples in the sect were of the fire attribute, so they preferred hot places. The last expert from the Righteous Path Alliance who was killed by Xian was the Great Elder of the Holy Fire Peak. The Great Elder's strength was much weaker than Xian. Now that Xian had another breakthrough, no one could be bothered to stop him. He rushed to the front of the Holy Fire Peak. Then, a monstrous demonic aura gushed out from his body. Demon God Shadow. Kill. Xian killed his way into the Holy Fire Peak. In an instant, the Holy Fire Peak stirred up a storm of blood. His goal was to kill the higher-ups of the Holy Fire Peak, so he showed mercy to the disciples. He only took their interspatial rings, not their lives. Soon, his actions attracted the attention of the experts of the Holy Fire Peak. No, to be precise, it was the monstrous demonic aura that forced the experts of the Holy Fire Peak to stop their actions. What a strong demonic aura! Could it be the sect leader of the 1,000 Demons sect who escaped before? Damn it, this guy actually killed his way in. Quick, gather and fight the enemy. The elders of the Holy Fire Peak quickly gathered. They could feel the monstrous demonic aura moving toward them. When they saw who was the source of the demonic aura, they were astonished. It wasn't the sect leader of the 1,000 Demons sect. Yes? Just as well, let's kill them all. Xian's killing intent was revealed. Ever since he'd killed his way into the Sacred Fire Peak, he hadn't killed a single person. Now, it was time for a massacre. Go, the peak master of the sacred fire peak shouted. He didn't care about anything else and would kill Yixian first. As soon as he gave the order, more than a dozen elders from the holy fire peak charged out. However, their only mistake was that they did not control their chi to fly. Is Dragon's 10 steps, Earth's art? Yixian's feet quickly stepped on the floor a few times. Immediately after, the heads of the dozen or so elders rumbled. Other than the sect master of the sacred fire peak, no one else remained clear-headed. Earth-shattering sword. Yixian took advantage of this opportunity and slashed out more than 10 swords in a second, killing all the elders. He killed more than 10 elders in a second. The peak leader of the holy fire peak trembled at the sight. Esoteric. This is the Earth esoteric. He actually knows esoteric. The peak leader of the holy fire peak was shocked. In the next moment, his face turned ferocious. How dare you kill them? I'll kill you. The peak leader of the holy fire peak shouted. However, his strength was only about the same as the elder guarding the demon god statue. Facing Yixian, he had no power to fight back. Earth-shattering sword. Bang! The elders were killed in a second, and the peak leader of the holy fire peak was also killed by Yixian's sword. It was an instant kill. So weak. Yixian sighed inwardly. The peak leader of the holy fire peak was a top expert in the Green Rock region, but he had encountered Yixian. Yixian had learned the demon god chapter and comprehended the earth-throbbing pulse. It was a piece of cake for him to kill someone who was more than 10 levels higher. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased to 25. It was getting harder and harder to level up. So many interspatial rings had only increased his level by 1 level. However, if he went to destroy the Yin and Yang mansion, he should be able to level up again. But before that, he had to take care of the remaining matters first. The remaining matters naturally referred to the disciples' interspatial rings. The holy fire peak is finished. The peak leader is dead. Everyone, run! Run! This is a demon. Everyone, run! The disciples of the holy fire peak were shouting crazily. At the same time, Yixian was shuttling between them, snatching their interspatial rings. It was perfectly justified to kill and steal. Yixian only snatched the interspatial rings and did not kill anyone. He had done his duty. After ransacking the entire sect, Yixian immediately left and rushed to the Yin and Yang mansion. The Yin and Yang mansion was quite close to the holy fire peak. It only took Yixian a day to reach the Yin and Yang mansion. He immediately used the demon god chapter and killed his way in. Enemy attack. The Yin and Yang mansion also stirred up a storm of blood. They were slower than the holy fire peak, and the elders came to their deaths one by one. Yixian collected the interspatial rings and his strength increased little by little. At this moment, in a large hall of the Yin and Yang mansion, the higher-ups of the Yin and Yang mansion were receiving a young man in white. Young Master Lu is really amazing to represent the Green Rock region in the 100 Territories Summit that is held once every 5 years in the Luosha region, the Lord of the Yin and Yang mansion said with a smile. You flatter me. Xiao Yu is just lucky, the young man in white said with a smile. Young Master Lu is too modest. You're not even 30 years old, but you've already achieved 40% attribute conversion. I'm ashamed of my inferiority, the Lord of the Yin and Yang mansion said helplessly. Yes, I feel that young Master Lu will definitely stand out this time. At that time, if someone from Warlord Palace takes a fancy to you and you join them, you'll have a bright future even though you'll only be a palace guard at first, the great elder of the Yin and Yang mansion said with a smile. Warlord Palace, after hearing these 3 words, everyone present revealed a look of yearning. Seniors, you flatter me. Xiao Yu is going to Luosha region this time and it's a long journey. I hope that I can stay here for the night and continue my journey tomorrow, the young man in white said with a smile. No problem. I'll have someone prepare a place for young Master Lu. The great elder of the Yin and Yang mansion stood up. However, at this moment, rumble. A loud sound entered everyone's ears, causing them to frown. What's going on? Who's fighting? They all thought at the same time. However, in the next instant, their brows tightly furrowed because they felt an aura that caused all of their hearts to palpitate. Demonic Qi. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Lu Xiaoyu. In fact, when they sensed the demonic Qi, everyone present had already guessed what it was. The sect leader and the elders of the Yin and Yang mansion quickly got up. They did not dare to relax because the demon Qi was so powerful that everyone had to go out and take a look. Young Master Lu, please wait here for a moment. The sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion said to the young man in white. It's okay. I'll go too. I want to see who is so bold to come in broad daylight. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. Without further ado, they quickly rushed out of the hall and flew in the direction of the demon Qi. Soon, they saw a black figure wandering around the Yin and Yang mansion without any scruples. Who is that? They were very surprised. They had already eliminated the biggest devil sect in the Green Rock region. Could the person with the demon god's apparition behind him be the escaped sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect? How dare you be so presumptuous in our Yin and Yang mansion? The sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion shouted. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he realized that it was not the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect but a young man. They've gathered together again? Great! Yi Xian's eyes flashed, but he did not rush forward. He was waiting for those people to land. Listen up, people of the Yin and Yang mansion. Today is the day that your sect will be wiped out. Yi Xian shouted arrogantly. How arrogant! Kill! The sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion shouted and quickly landed. I'm waiting for you to land. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he took a few steps toward the ground. Dragon's 10 steps, earth pulsation. In an instant, the sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion and several elders fainted. When they woke up, there was a slash breaking through the ground. What? The suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion froze. He quickly moved to block the strike. However, the others were not as lucky as him. The others, including the great elder of the Yin and Yang mansion, were all dead. This scene stunned the sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion and the young man in white in the air. Throbbing pulse of the earth. That's the throbbing pulse of the earth. He actually comprehended the profound truths of earth. The white-clothed youth's eyes widened. He thought that he was the most talented person in the Green Rock region, but he never thought that there would be another person who was even more monstrous than him. Those who were able to comprehend the mysteries of an attribute at the spirit stage were all geniuses that were one in a million. Who is he? The young man in white thought to himself. At this moment, Yi Xian made his move again. Once I kill you, my mission will be complete. On the ground, Yi Xian took a few heavy steps forward. As long as he killed the lord of the Yin and Yang prefecture, he would be able to avenge the Thousand Demon sect. No. The suzerain of the Yin and Yang prefecture knew how powerful Yi Xian was. He immediately flew up and turned to flee. Swish! An earth-splitting sword that contained the earth-throbbing pulse broke through the air and swept toward the sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion. Just as the earth-splitting sword was about to kill the suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion, the young man in white finally made his move. The young man in white in the air took out his long sword and slashed at the earth-splitting sword. A flaming sword chi shot out and collided head-on with the earth-splitting sword. Boom! When the two genuine chis collided, they immediately exploded and sent the suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion flying. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not notice the young man in white earlier and thought that the young man in white was also from the Yin and Yang mansion. However, he did not expect the young man in white to be so powerful. His attribute conversion had probably reached 40%. Who is it? Yi Xian frowned and asked subconsciously. Humph, the people of the demon sect are so arrogant. Die. The young man in white, Lu Xiaoyu, swooped down. Since the other party did not answer, Yi Xian did not want to ask any more. He first rushed in front of the elders and took off all their interspatial rings. Then, he went up to face Lu Xiaoyu. In an instant, the two of them began to fight. After 3 rounds, both of them were secretly impressed by each other's strength. Where did this person come from? I have never heard of such a powerful disciple in the Yin and Yang mansion. He must not be from the Yin and Yang mansion. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. There were two reasons why he thought so. First, the young man in white was far more powerful than the suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion. Second, if he was a disciple of the Yin and Yang mansion, he would have fought with the suzerain and elders instead of watching from the air. Therefore, Yi Xian concluded that he was from another power. However, only the Lord's mansion of the Green Rock Hill could cultivate such a young master. Or, it could be someone from another high-grade territory who came to visit the Yin and Yang mansion. One of them was using fire, while the other was using earth. Although his attributes were suppressed, Yi Xian relied on the Bahuang sword and earth pulse to fight the young man in white, who was more than 10 levels above him. The young man in white was very surprised. He knew that Yi Xian used the demon god chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. However, he had heard that the Thousands Demon sect had been destroyed. Where did Yi Xian come from? Most importantly, if the Thousands Demon sect had such a powerful genius, the 3 sects of the Yin and Yang mansion should have been destroyed long ago. Boom! 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 As the two fought, they moved quickly. They fought from the center of the Yin and Yang mansion to the east, then from the east to the north. In the end, they fought out of the Yin and Yang mansion. During this time, Yi Xian's demon god chapter was interrupted once. Fortunately, his recovery speed was fast and his genuine chi could keep up. However, in the 100th round of their fight, this guy can't be so powerful. The young man in white, Lu Xiaoyu, finally reacted. At this moment, his attention fell on Yi Xian's right hand. The Bahuang sword. Ethereal divine weapon. This must be a ethereal divine weapon. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened. A ethereal divine weapon was a weapon used by ethereal god realm experts. Among the more than 10 high-grade territories in the Luosha region, no one had heard of a ethereal divine weapon. Only the Luosha region, where the Luosha region's dominator lived, had a ethereal divine weapon. It's a ethereal divine weapon. If I can get this ethereal divine weapon, I can stand out in the 100 Territories Summit and join the Warlord Palace. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and his attacks became more and more violent. You finally found the Bahuang sword? After seeing his expression, Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he only found it after 100 rounds. His reaction was a little too slow. Perhaps he thought it was impossible. Humph. I've been fighting with this guy for so long. My genuine chi is recovering faster than my genuine chi. Even if I use the demon god chapter, I can fight indefinitely. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Xian thought to himself. Translator, Transin editor, Transin seeing Jiang Tianjin again. Boom. 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 The two exchanged dozens of blows. Now, the youth in white had used up half of his chi. This kid is clearly relying on the ethereal divine weapon and ultimacy to fight me. Why does it seem like his chi won't run out? Lu Xiaoyu's brows furrowed. He felt a little uneasy. If there was still no winner after another 100 rounds, he would be in danger. Although it was dishonorable to win by attrition, it was also part of Yi Xian's strength. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong were the righteous. As long as one could win, one could use any method. Yi Xian kept attacking with the earth-splitting sword. Because of what happened just now, his Dragon War Stomp was not very useful and could only be used to dodge the opponent's attacks. However, at this moment. Ding! Host Earth Ultimacy, throbbing pulse of the earth has improved. It is currently at level 2. What? Suddenly, a notification sounded in his head. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. The throbbing pulse of the earth could be improved. After coming to his senses, he slashed out with his sword. The power of this slash was far greater than the previous attack. It dispersed the flaming sword chi of the youth in white and even had the remaining power to attack the youth in white. What? The youth in white trembled. He could not react to Yi Xian's sudden increase in strength. He slashed out with his sword again and destroyed the earth-splitting sword from before. Bang! Bang! When his flaming sword chi clashed with the earth-splitting sword, he clearly saw 2 vibrations. 2 vibrations, the earth ultimacy, throbbing pulse of the earth was actually a vibration. Previously, Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword could only vibrate once. Now, it could vibrate twice, greatly increasing its power. I see. Yi Xian also understood. His confidence suddenly increased. It seemed that he could kill his opponent without waiting for his chi to run out. Haha. Yi Xian did not expect that he would break through on his own while using the earth vein. It seemed that his aptitude was not bad. Not good. The white-robed young man's face turned ashen, and he quickly retreated. Yi Xian unleashed the war dragon stomp as he chased after the white-clothed youth. Originally, Yi Xian's earth splitter had been able to match the white-clothed youth's flaming sword chi evenly. But now, Yi Xian's one sword strike was enough for the white-clothed youth to block with two swords. The gap between them had widened infinitely. The pressure on the white-clothed young man grew stronger and stronger. In a moment of carelessness, he revealed a flaw and was caught by Yi Xian. Die. An earth-shattering sword broke out of the ground and quickly swept in front of the white-clothed youth. Bang! The white-clothed youth was unable to block in time and was struck head-on. Metal element Xianxia was extremely sharp. In terms of power, it was the strongest among the 5 elements. Earth element Xianxia, on the other hand, was blunt and not very powerful. However, after the earth-shatter sword had been infused with the throbbing pulse of the world, its power had increased exponentially. A single sword strike had blasted a large hole in the chest of the white-clothed youth. This is impossible, the white-clothed youth looked at his ghastly chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had the protection of his flames. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. However, would he be able to block the second strike? Die. Yi Xian struck again. He estimated that this strike would be enough to kill the white-clothed youth. It's over. The white-clothed youth had already closed his eyes. He was heavily injured and had no way of blocking or dodging this strike. Therefore, he was in despair. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Bang! The earth-shattering sword that was sure to kill suddenly exploded. The white-clothed youth did not make a move. It was even more impossible for Yi Xian to make a move. Who could it be? What's going on? Yi Xian looked on in astonishment. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure not far away. This person was none other than Jiang Tianjin, the person he wanted to kill even in his dreams. It's you? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, in the next moment, he discovered that he could not move. Damn it, Yi Xian gritted his teeth. He had already broken through to the spirit stage. However, in front of Jiang Tianjin, he still did not have the ability to resist. Not even a little bit. Hee, cousin, we meet again. Jiang Tianjin is wearing a cyan robe, standing in the air, holding the folding fan in his hand. Yi Xian did not speak. He thought that it was impossible for Jiang Tianjin to appear in front of him so coincidentally every time. Jiang Tianjin must have left some sort of mark in his body. That was why Jiang Tianjin could appear so coincidentally every time. Every time, Jiang Tianjin would appear right before he killed someone. The white-clothed youth, Lu Xiaoyu, was stunned. He had even forgotten to heal himself. Void God Realm, how was it possible for an Void God Realm expert to appear in a high-ranked territory? Even the territory lord of the Luosha region was not an Void God Realm expert. In this region, only the Warlord Hall had one. But now, one had actually appeared. Moreover, he was calling Yi Xian cousin. Yes, I was returning from a trip today. I happened to pass by this place, so I came to see you. Jiang Tianjin said with a smile as he fanned himself with the folding fan. See your mother. Yi Xian could not help but curse in his heart. In his heart, Jiang Tianjin was trash. Not only did he kill Wei Zhentian, he even tortured and humiliated him. It seems that cousin is so excited that he can't speak. I'm very happy. Cousin, your strength has improved quite fast recently. You even comprehended a profound meaning. It's just so. Seeing that Yi Xian did not speak, Jiang Tianjin smiled. He then turned to the white-clothed youth and said, You, stab him with your sword. What? The white-clothed youth suspected that he had misheard. Why did this Nihility God stage expert want him to stab Yi Xian with his sword? Just now, he clearly heard Jiang Tianjin call Yi Xian cousin. You didn't hear it? Jiang Tianjin narrowed his eyes. Yes, my lord. The white-clothed youth did not dare to be negligent. He endured the pain and held the long sword tightly. He then stabbed towards Yixian. Sila. The long sword pierced Yixian's shoulder. Blood immediately flowed out from the sword. Haha, again. Jiang Tianjin said with a smile. His expression showed that he was enjoying it. Yixian's face darkened. As expected, Jiang Tianjin wanted to torture him again. His sacred tree of life bloodline was suppressed again. Damn Jiang Tianjin. If you fall into my hands in the future, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yixian roared in his heart. Outside of reality, his physical body was suffering a huge blow. The white-clothed youth's sword landed on his body again and again, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His physical body could recover, but for Yixian, the mental damage was even greater. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 100 Territories Summit. Pft. 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 The young man in white endured the pain in his chest and kept stabbing Yixian with his sword. He knew that Jiang Tianjin wanted to torture Yixian, so he didn't stab him too deeply. Instead, he increased the number of wounds. After a while, Yixian's body was full of bloody holes as if he had been shot by thousands of arrows. Haha, that's all for today. I'm leaving now. When Jiang Tianjin's voice sounded, he had already disappeared. At the same time, Yixian's shackles were instantly released. The bloodline of the sacred tree of life began to take effect. Die. Yixian was furious. After the shackles were released, he suddenly attacked and beheaded the young man in white. When the young man in white's head fell to the ground, a loud roar was heard. Jiang Tianjin, I will tear you into pieces. His voice traveled very far, but Jiang Tianjin couldn't hear him. Soon, the hundreds of bloody holes on Yixian's body were healed. Not even a scar was left. However, Jiang Tianjin had left a ruthless mark in his heart. Humiliation, disgrace, torture. These words flashed through Yixian's mind. If he had the strength, he would have grabbed Jiang Tianjin and beaten him up. Unfortunately, he didn't. Strength, I need to increase my strength. Yixian was eager to break through again. He took off the young man in white's interspatial ring and devoured all the useless things inside. Ding. The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 28 points, 28, which was 28%. He was only 2 points away from 30%. Jiang Tianjin, I will catch up. When the time comes, I will catch a sacred beast and F***CKU. Yixian thought to himself. In the next moment, he rummaged through the young man in white's interspatial ring. The young man in white's strength surpassed the sect master of the Green Rock territory. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Sure enough, as Yixian expected, he found proof of identity in the white-clothed youth's universe ring. The son of the Lord of Green Rock territory, Lu Xiaoyu? Yixian was stunned. As expected, this Lu Xiaoyu was the Bluestone Overlord's son. However, Yixian was not interested in this. What he was interested in was an invitation letter. An invitation to the 100 Lead Summit? When Yixian opened it, he was stunned. This invitation letter was actually sent by the Luosha region's domain master. However, there was no mention of his name on the invitation letter. Yixian speculated in his mind. The 100 Territories Summit, as the name suggested, was a gathering of the 100 territories in the Luosha region. Lu Xiaoyu was going to represent the Green Cliff region in the 100 Territories Summit. Now, the Green Rock territory could no longer hold him. He had to find a better place to improve himself. Only then would he be able to catch up to Jiang Tianjin. Without a doubt, the Luosha region's domain master, the Luosha region, was very suitable for him. The Luosha region was the place where the Luosha region's domain master lived. At the same time, it was also an advanced territory. Spirit stage powerhouses could be seen everywhere. The domain master was at the peak of the spirit stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the empty god stage. He was the strongest person in the Luosha region. Did Lu Xiaoyu receive an invitation from the domain master? Or did the domain master invite his father, and his father gave this opportunity to him? Yixian guessed in his heart. However, the Luosha region was a good place to train. He could go and take a look at the summit organized by the domain master. Who knows, there might be some opportunities. But before that, he still had things to do. He had to destroy the Yin and Yang manor and the Flame Dragon sect. After this, Yi Xian's desire for strength had deepened. Therefore, the Flame Dragon sect would become his stepping stone. He immediately rushed towards the Yin and Yang manor. He would find the sect master of the Yin and Yang manor and kill him. Then, he quickly rushed towards the Flame Dragon sect. 3 days later, there were only 2 peak forces left in the Xian Cliff region. One was the Xian Cliff region's domain master's mansion, and the other was the Thousand Demon sect. No, the Thousand Demon sect was no longer a peak force. They were preparing to hide and recuperate. After destroying the Flame Dragon sect, Yi Xian found the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect and left. Now that the 3 major forces in the Xian Cliff region had been destroyed, the domain master would likely act like the Righteous Alliance and attack the Thousand Demon sect. Therefore, the Thousand Demon sect had no choice but to hide. On the 3rd day after the Righteous Alliance was destroyed, Yi Xian had already left the Xian Cliff region and rushed towards the Luosha region. The Luosha region was the general of the Luosha region. It was also the place where the domain master of the Luosha region resided. There were countless experts in the Luosha region. When Yi Xian entered a city in the Luosha region, he felt many auras that were stronger than him. It's really extraordinary. There are so many spirit stage experts that are stronger than me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully walked into a restaurant. A restaurant was a place where good and bad people mixed together. Therefore, one could hear many interesting things. Therefore, Yi Xian liked to come here the most. He could eat while listening to stories. He walked in and ordered some dishes. A while ago, the Undying Sword God went to the Sword God Pagoda again. This time, he failed again. Furthermore, he was seriously injured. I estimate that he will need to heal for a long time. I heard that the Undying Sword God has been trying to enter the Sword God Pagoda. It's not because he wants to join the Sword God Palace, but because of other reasons. What reason? Some people say that it's for revenge, while others say that it's for love. Tisk, that's just a random guess. Let's not talk about this. Recently, the 2 generals from the Warlord Palace are the ones that are truly powerful. They actually killed a void god beast together and quelled the beast tide in the Yangdu region, saving countless lives. I know. I heard that the 2 of them are siblings. They're not that old, and they're not even 30 years old. Their origins are very mysterious, but they're highly regarded by the Warlord Palace. They're really powerful. They're only at the spirit stage, but they can actually kill a void god beast together. Their future is limitless. After hearing the words of the 2 people at the next table, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the 2 people. Siblings? Could it be adjudicator and adjudicator? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but in the next moment, he felt that it was impossible. It has been almost a year since he came to the Bloodstone continent. He has the Devour system, but he only managed to break through from the strength stage to the spirit stage. In his estimation, Song Suijing and adjudicator Song, who were training outside, should be at the spirit stage. At most, they should be at the spirit stage. It was impossible for them to reach the spirit stage. Therefore, this pair of siblings should be other geniuses. After this matter, I'll spend some time looking for them. Yi Xian thought in his heart. It's not that he didn't want to look for them, but he didn't have any clues. Previously, he wandered between several territories and searched blindly for a few months, but he still couldn't find any clues. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Test. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian left. He spent some money to inquire about the 100 Leaders Summit. The 100 Leaders Summit was to be held in Luosha City. Countless geniuses would gather there. Most of these geniuses came from all over Luosha region. There were also geniuses from other territories who were invited. Most importantly, the 100 Leaders Summit depended on the invitation letter, not the person. Therefore, Yi Xian's invitation letter could be used. Shortly after, Yi Xian rushed toward Luosha City. Luosha region was relatively large. It was at least 10 times larger than Greenrock region. Yi Xian spent about a week to reach Luosha City. I'm finally here. The 100 Leaders Summit will be held in 7 days. I have to inquire about it first. After Yixian entered Luosha City, he went straight to the registration area. The 100 Leaders Summit was actually called the 100 Leaders Debate Assembly. Although it was called the 100 Leaders Summit, only people from high-ranking territories would come. Yixian's Greenrock region was at the bottom of all the high-ranking territories in Luosha region. Therefore, it wasn't very strong. Only Lu Xiaoyu received an invitation letter. There were a total of 15 high-ranking territories that were stronger than Greenrock region. Luosha region's domain lord had sent hundreds of invitations to these territories. In short, Yixian already had more than 100 opponents. Moreover, this didn't include the people from Luosha region. Yixian arrived at the registration area of the 100 Leaders Summit. He originally wanted to use an invitation letter to register, but he discovered that he didn't need one. Without an invitation letter, he needed to go through a round of tests. After all, not everyone could participate. At the same time, it also gave those who didn't belong to a faction a chance. If I use an invitation letter, I can directly participate in the 100 Leaders Summit. If I directly register, I only need to participate in a round of tests. Yixian narrowed his eyes. If there was a test, there might be a battle. Perhaps his realm could also increase. One had to know that his current attribute conversion rate was not even 30%. Since entering Luosha City, he had already met many people with auras stronger than him. These people all had at least 30% attribute conversion rate, and even 40%, 50%, and even 60%. He felt an enormous pressure, therefore, he chose to give up on this invitation and register directly. Your Excellency, you've registered successfully. Please come to participate in the test the day after tomorrow, an attendant of the 100 Leaders Summit said to Yixian. Then, he handed him a special token. All right. Yixian nodded and left immediately. He was still unfamiliar with the 100 Leaders Summit. Therefore, he had to inquire about it. The 100 Territories Summit was organized by the Luosha region's region lord. It was held once every 5 years. Before the 100 Territories Summit was held, they would invite the geniuses of the 100 territories. The number of participants would always reach over 1,000. This summit was actually very simple. It was a competition to see who was stronger. If one were to stand out in the 100 Leaders Summit or be chosen by an expert, one's future would be limitless. They might even be sent by the ruler to participate in the Battle King Hall's Palace Guard test. The Battle King Hall was one of the 3 overlords of the Eastern continent. The other 2 were the Beast King Hall and the Tool King Hall. These 3 great imperial halls were originally one entity. Later on, they split into 3 and divided the Eastern continent. In short, if one was able to join the Battle King Hall, one would reach the heavens in a single bound. What Yixian was most interested in was the reward for standing out in the 100 Leaders Summit. The reward was a place called the 5 Elements Pool. As long as one soaked in the pool for a day, one's affinity with the attribute would be greatly increased. The number of days one could soak in the pool was determined by one's ranking. Yixian's current affinity with the earth attribute was at the intermediate epic rank. If he could soak in the 5 Elements Pool, his affinity with the earth attribute might be increased to the high epic rank. With an increase in affinity, one's cultivation speed would also increase slightly. However, the most important thing was that it could greatly increase one's martial arts attack power and profound meaning. Yixian had already cultivated the earth-splitting sword to 100% completion. In addition to the 8 Desolate Sword, the Sword Saint Bloodline, and the Earth-Throbbing Pulse, his attack power could instantly kill experts with 40% attribute conversion. If his affinity was increased by another level, he might be able to instantly kill experts with 45% attribute conversion, or even 50% attribute conversion. Most importantly, the higher his affinity with the attribute, the stronger his martial arts power, and the easier it would be to comprehend profound meaning. The earth-throbbing pulse had already transformed to the 2nd layer. Next, it might be the 3rd layer, or even the 4th layer. Of course, it could also be the 4th layer, followed by the 8th layer. Therefore, Yixian was determined to obtain this reward. Only by continuously becoming stronger would he be able to catch up to Jiang Tianjin and take revenge. 2 days passed very quickly. When the 100 Leaders Summit arrived, Yixian was already waiting at the designated location. At this time, there were several hundred people participating in the 100 Leaders Summit's test. None of them were weak, and their attribute conversion had already reached at least 30%. Only Yixian alone had not even reached 30% attribute conversion. He was still 2 points away. At this time, a middle-aged expert wearing white armor suddenly flew into the sky and shouted, "Everyone, follow me. It's the Tornado General under the Domain Lord." Someone recognized him. Therefore, no one dared to be negligent. They hurriedly flew up and followed behind the Tornado General, flying out of Luosha City. After flying for half a day, they finally landed on a large grassland. "Alright, let's start the test." The Tornado General glanced at the several hundred people and said, "Next, come out one by one in order, and then launch your strongest attack at me. The first round of the test is to test your offensive power." Test offensive power. When these words fell into everyone's ears, their eyes lit up. Most people majored in offensive martial arts and minored in movement martial arts. Therefore, they were very confident in their offensive power. Number 1. Everyone present was an expert, and they did things swiftly and decisively. Moreover, the examiner was the Domain Lord's subordinate, so they did not dare be negligent. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, a person had already landed in front of him. "Excuse me." This person did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and released a beam of golden sword energy. Bang! The golden sword energy tore through the sky, but it was defeated by the Tornado General with a single hand. So strong. Everyone's hearts trembled. This cultivator number 1's attribute conversion had already reached 40%, and his attack could threaten 50% of the people, but it was easily defeated by the Tornado General. This was the suppression of cultivation. The Tornado General's attribute conversion had reached 80%. 4 stars. The silver-armored man, Tornado General, shouted. This was only the first round of the test, so cultivator number 1 did not reveal his specialty, and the people following him were the same. Those people with the same evaluation were all arranged together by the Tornado General. Instantly, 4 square formations appeared. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Demon God Chapter, lower, the challengers went up one by one, but their attacks were all defeated by Tornado. They all had different evaluations, but the lowest was 3 stars, and some even reached 4.5 stars. No one knew what these star ratings were for, but the higher the better, so many of them took out their trump cards. At the same time, many of the challengers practiced demonic arts. However, Tornado didn't care. So what if they practiced demonic arts? Soon, it was Yixian's turn. Number 438. Tornado shouted. Immediately, Yixian flew in front of Tornado and took out Lu Xiaoyou's supreme-grade celestial weapon. Demon God Chapter. Yixian's eyes turned incomparably black, and a huge amount of demonic chi condensed into the phantom of a demon god. Earth-splitting sword. Battle Dragon Stomp. Tornado raised an eyebrow when he saw the demon god phantom. Yixian wasn't strong, and the demon god phantom's amplification wasn't high. With his strength, he could easily kill Yixian. However, what surprised him was that he had seen this demon god phantom before. Thousand Demon Sect. Tornado narrowed his eyes. Squinting his eyes, Tornado easily defeated the earth-shattering sword with his normal Xianxia. Yes, your realm and martial arts quality aren't high, but your martial arts attainments aren't bad. 3.5 stars. Tornado gave his evaluation. Yixian didn't use the 8 desolate sword this time, nor did he use the throbbing pulse of the earth. 3.5 stars was within his expectations. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, "Little brother, how's the Thousand Demon Sect?" Tornado suddenly asked. Yixian paused and asked in shock, "Senior knows that I'm a disciple of the Thousand Demon Sect?" Although the founder of the Thousand Demon Sect was a Void God Realm expert, after thousands of years of decline, there weren't any experts in the sect who could transform 40% of their attributes. He was very surprised that the Tornado could recognize him. Old Devil One was the number 1 expert in the Luosha region thousands of years ago. He killed many Void God Realm experts with his Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Of course I've heard of him. Tornado smiled. So that was the case. Yixian came to a realization and said, "The Thousand Demon Sect is doing fine." He was lying through his teeth. The Thousand Demons sect was almost annihilated a few days ago. Although they managed to survive, the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect had already hidden away with his experts. Therefore, they could be considered to have ceased to exist. As for that old devil Juan, he should be the ancestor of the Thousand Demons sect. Little brother, you've learned the demonic god chapter at such a young age. Your aptitude is not bad. But let me tell you, you've only mastered half of the demon god chapter. Thousands of years ago, old devil Juan was able to fuse that phantom into his body and transform into a devil god himself. Wan Feng said. What? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He had only mastered half of the demon god chapter, integrate the demon god's phantom into his body? Not many people know about this matter. I reckon that even the experts of your sect don't know about it. Anyway, it's just a rumor. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Tornado smiled, then called out the next participant. Yi Xian flew back in a daze. He had only mastered half of the demon god chapter. What a scam! In the Thousand Demons sect, there was no mention of the demon god chapter being divided into two parts. It seemed that what Tornado said was true. He could still continue to cultivate the demon god chapter. The people of the demon sect are indeed people of the demon sect. Even if it's their own faction, they won't pass down their trump card martial arts. Too stingy. Yi Xian was helpless. It seemed that he had to figure out the demon god chapter himself. Ding, did the host really integrate with the demon god's phantom? The host's current realm is too low. If the host forcibly fuses with the phantom, there is a possibility of chi deviation. Yi Xian tried it after listening to Tornado's words. Indeed, the phantom could be integrated into his body. However, his current realm was too low, the devouring system was good. It would alert him when there was danger. Not only that, the devouring system even gave him a list of items. Calm Heart Seed, Extreme Ice Snow Lotus. As long as he could obtain one of these items, he would be able to integrate with the demon god's phantom. He noted down the names of these items. If he were to encounter them in the future, he would not miss them. After Tornado's reminder, Yi Xian began to feel curious about the integration of the demon god's phantom. After all, this was the trump card of a virtual god powerhouse. He did not even pass it down to his own disciples. There were a total of 600 people who came to take the test. Before long, these 600 people were all done with the test. The lowest was 3 stars, and the highest was 4.5 stars. There was no 5 stars. Alright, the second round. Tornado looked around and said, those with 3 stars, come out. Hearing this, the people present were puzzled. Why did they all come out? However, these people did not dare to delay. More than 30 people flew out from the crowd. Those with 3.5 stars, come out. Tornado continued to shout. Now, more than 100 people, including Yi Xian, flew out. Those with 3 stars will choose from those with 3.5 stars. Choose one of them to fight one-on-one. If you succeed in the cross-level challenge, you will be promoted to 3.5 stars, regardless of life or death. Tornado shouted. Cross-level challenge. Since the beginning, some people had been guessing whether the next round would be a duel. Now that they heard this, they felt a little helpless. Everyone present was a genius. How could a cross-level challenge be easy? The person at the top of the list was number 23. He was the first person with 3 stars. After hearing Tornado's words, he flew out and chose from Yi Xian's 100 people. Him. The young man's gaze fell on Yi Xian and pointed at him. Mother asterisk Kerr, do you think I'm a pushover? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and landed on the ground. Everyone present could feel that Yi Xian's rank was the lowest among all the people present. Moreover, Yi Xian had only reached 3.5 stars after using the demon god's phantom. Let's begin, Tornado shouted. In the next moment, the young man made his move. His attribute conversion had reached 33 points, which was 33 points. He was 5 points higher than Yi Xian. However, his affinity was much worse than Yi Xian's. He had not even reached the epic level. Whoosh, a flaming sword aura swept towards Yi Xian. Everyone had been testing just now. Although some people were a little impatient, others had secretly memorized everyone's attributes. Therefore, in this cross-level challenge, they naturally had to choose someone whose attributes were countered by their own. Insignificant skill. Yi Xian snorted coldly. The demon god's phantom had already condensed behind him. His right hand quickly chopped a few times, and in an instant, 3 earth-shattering swords appeared. So fast. The young man who was flying in the air was stunned. He was instantly struck in the head. Dead, although it was only a test, these people definitely had powerful backgrounds. Killing them was better than not killing them. It would save him a lot of trouble. Most importantly, he wanted to use this test to improve his strength. After the young man died, Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected his interspatial ring. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Domain Leader. Since Yi Xian was the one being challenged, and he failed, he was still given a rating of 3.5 stars. After the battle ended, he quietly returned to the 3.5-star camp. Now, no one dared to underestimate him. After that, the 30 or so martial artists continued to challenge. Most of them lost miserably, and some even died. Only 3 people succeeded, and those 3 people were directly promoted to 3.5 stars. Anyone who succeeds in one challenge will pass the test. However, the higher the star rating, the more advantageous it will be when the time comes, said Wan Feng. Everyone knew when the time came, which was the 100 Leaders Summit. However, the 3 people who advanced did not dare to challenge again. Alright, 3.5 stars, start challenging 4-star stars. Wan Feng shouted again. There were 100 people with 3.5 stars, but more than 300 with 4-star stars, so only 1/3 of them would be called. No, it would be less than 4-star, because some people were giving up. The stronger one was, the more cowardly one was. These people all had wives and children, so if they were not confident, it was better to give up. After about half an hour, it was finally Yi Xian's turn. Yi Xian flew over and pointed at a random person. Him. Good boy, do you think I'm easy to bully? A skinny man flew over. Yi Xian was casually chosen, so he could only count himself unlucky that he was chosen. Because Yi Xian never thought that he would fail, at least, not here. Begin. As soon as Wan Feng finished speaking, the man rushed toward Yi Xian. He had some impression of Yi Xian's demon god projection, so he naturally flew into the air to avoid being tricked by Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was casually chosen, he remembered that the man's metal attribute was countered by his earth attribute. Demon God Chapter. Sword of Earth Splitting. Yi Xian began to attack wildly. This person's attribute conversion was 40%, while Yi Xian's was only 28%. There was a difference of 12 points. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had his bloodline, martial arts, and attributes, so it was not difficult for Yi Xian to deal with him. Bang! 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 Yi Xian and the man attacked in a frenzy under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people. Because this was only a test, Yi Xian felt that it was better to hide the profound meaning, and not to mention, he could not use the Bahuang sword. After all, there was Wan Feng whose attribute conversion was over 80%. That was an existence that could kill him. Damn it, why does this brat have more Xianxia than me? The skinny man couldn't understand. If they continued to fight, then he would very likely be the one to lose, and it was even more likely that he would die. However, he didn't want to give up just like that, so he gave up on the long-range battle and charged towards Yi Xian. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yi Xian's demon god phantom disappeared, and his aura was greatly reduced. A good chance. The skinny man's eyes lit up. However, when he arrived in front of Yi Xian, another of demon god's stage appeared behind Yi Xian. Rip. With a muffled sound, the skinny man's head flew off. Oh? He can use it 4 times in a row? Wan Feng was surprised. During the first test, Yi Xian had used the of Demon God chapter once. When he was challenged, he used it again. Now, he used it twice against the skinny man. In total, it was 4 times. In Wan Feng's memory, the of Demon God chapter consumed a lot of energy. Although it could be recovered, he estimated that Yi Xian could only use it 3 times at most. He did not expect that there would be a 4th time. The skinny man thought that Yi Xian had lost his trump card, so he was careless. That was why he was beheaded. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 29 points. Yi Xian's realm increased again. He broke through. You can leave now, Wan Feng said with narrowed eyes. Now, Yi Xian could be considered to have successfully advanced, so he flew to the 4-star evaluation square. He was wondering if he should continue to challenge the 4.5-star evaluation. However, the thought disappeared in a flash. Whether it was the Bahuang sword or the Earth Pulse, he should hide them and reveal them at the 100 Territories Summit. After all, there were super geniuses in the 100 Territories Summit who could achieve 60% attribute conversion. There might even be some with 70% attribute conversion. If he revealed them now, he would be targeted and killed at the beginning if those people heard about it. What should he do? Keep a low profile. It was better to keep a low profile. Soon, the 3.5-star evaluation was completed. Then, it was the 4-star evaluation. Before long, the 4-star evaluation was also completed. At this time, there were only about 200 people who passed the test. The remaining 400 people either gave up or died. Okay, all of you have passed. Gather at the domain chief's manor in 3 days. Let's go. Wan Feng said and flew toward Luosha City. He flew very slowly because he was afraid that there would not be many people left if the people behind him started to fight. Yi Xian followed Wan Feng and flew back. After entering the city, he quickly left to see if there was anything in Luosha City that he needed to fuse with the demon god's phantom. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. Those things were very precious. They could not be found in the shops or even the auction houses. Sigh, let's wait until the 100 Territories Summit. I heard that the 100 Territories Summit is held in a 5 elements formation. Maybe there will be, Yi Xian thought to himself. During these 3 days, he could not stay idle. He went out of the city to kill monsters and sacred beasts. Every bit of improvement was worth it. 3 days later, he arrived at the domain chief's manor on time. At this time, there were already thousands of people gathered there. So strong. So many experts and geniuses. Yi Xian was shocked. These were geniuses from all over Luosha region. Of course, most of them were locals of Luosha region. Domain Chief Luosha had invited so many people at once. It seemed that the 100 Territories Summit was not to be underestimated. As long as they could squeeze into the top 10, they could soak in the 5 elements pool to increase their affinity with attributes. Even the top 100 would be rewarded handsomely. The geniuses who wanted to participate in the 100 Territories Summit had all gathered there. Yi Xian even felt a few auras that made his heart palpitate. These geniuses all thought highly of themselves. They wished that their noses were in the sky, so they did not hesitate to release their auras. However, they had the right to be arrogant. The thousands of people waited for a while. Then, a huge figure descended from the sky above the domain chief's manor. It's the domain chief's great cloud rock. Someone recognized it. Yi Xian also raised his head to take a look and was shocked. The rock was so huge that its wingspan was probably more than 10,000 meters. Everyone, get on my back. A person's voice sounded in the sky. It's the Overlord. Someone else recognized it. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Begin. At this moment, there were already a few people standing on the back of the 9 Heavens Cloud Eagle. After everyone landed, the 9 Firmaments Great Cloud Rock quickly ascended through the clouds and began its journey. Greetings, Governor. Thousands of people stood on the back of the 9 Heavens Cloud Eagle and greeted a middle-aged man with a square face beside Tornado. Yi Xian followed suit and bowed. At the same time, he glanced over. This is the governor of the Luosha region, the powerhouse closest to the empty god realm? Yi Xian's heart trembled. The governor of the Luosha region was already at the peak of the spirit realm. His attribute conversion had reached 100%, which was 100%. As long as he broke through once more, his spirit would be converted to void, and he would be able to break through to the empty god realm. There were many people beside the governor. They should be the powerhouses of the governor's mansion or the governor's guests. However, Yi Xian felt that these powerhouses were not even half as strong as Jiang Tianjin. No, they were not even 1/10 as strong as Jiang Tianjin. No need to be so polite. The governor looked at these people with a smile. Among these people, there might be geniuses who could join the warlord palace in the future. The Nine Heavens Great Cloud Rock still needs some time to fly to the Five Elements Great Array. Everyone can practice on the back of the Great Cloud Rock first. I can use this time to give you some pointers, the domain ruler said with a smile. He was a super powerhouse at the peak of the spirit realm. He was only one step away from the empty god realm. He definitely had the strength to guide everyone present. After hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. However, there were thousands of people present. How could he guide them? Therefore, these people immediately cowered. Only the top geniuses dared to step forward. I am the stone puppet of the monolith region. Who wants to fight with me? A burly man in his 30s jumped out. Hearing this, everyone's body trembled. The monolith region. Wasn't that the third-ranked region in the Luosha region? Moreover, this man's surname was Sure. This meant that he was from the monolith region's mansion. So you are the stone puppet. Let me fight with you. A short-haired young man jumped out. Gale region's Li Xiao. It is said that his attribute conversion has reached 65%. He is very powerful. Li Studio, Lithe Stone Puppet and Li Xiao did not waste any time and immediately started fighting. The stone puppet, as his name suggested, had a rare earth attribute spirit, while Li Xiao's was of the fire attribute. Earth and fire were adjacent to each other, so the earth element would be countered by the fire element. However, the stone puppet's realm was slightly higher than Li Xiao's, so everyone opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single scene. Bang! 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 The battle between the two was very intense. Both of them had converted 65% of their attributes, and the stone puppet was close to 70%. In terms of realm, the stone puppet was higher than Li Xiao, but in terms of attributes, Li Xiao restrained the stone puppet. Not bad, both of them are very strong, even stronger than the last summit. The domain master could not help but ask. If we let them enter the Five Elements pool, they might be able to comprehend the profound. A person who can comprehend profound at the spirit stage is a super genius. It's 1 in a million. It would be great if such a person could appear. If you're able to comprehend profound at the spirit stage, then you'll be able to enter the warlord palace. I wonder if anyone among this group of young geniuses has comprehended a profound meaning? The group of experts at the peak of the spirit stage discussed softly. At this moment, the battle between the stone puppet and Li Xiao had reached its climax. Because they were on the back of the Nine Firmaments Great Cloud Rock, it was inevitable that they would accidentally enter the Nine Firmaments Great Cloud Rock. However, the Nine Firmaments Great Cloud Rock's defense was extremely strong. Their attacks were unable to break through its defense. After all, this was a super saint beast that was comparable to a peak spirit stage expert. Oh, then the stone puppet is going to lose. The governor's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, in less than 10 rounds, the stone puppet was sent flying by the sword. This Li Xiao is so strong. He actually succeeded in the challenge. This was what everyone thought in their hearts. Amazing. I, the stone puppet, admit defeat. The stone puppet was a person who could accept defeat, so he immediately cupped his fists. Thank you. Li Xiao also cupped his fists. Next, the governor commented on the battle between the two and gave them some guidance. The two of them benefited a lot and retreated to digest the information. After the first battle ended, another 2 people quickly walked out. They were 2 experts who had achieved 60% attribute conversion. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and watched carefully. Right now, his attribute conversion wasn't even 30%. If he used his trump card, he would probably only be able to fight against experts with 45% or 50% attribute conversion. If he encountered an expert with 60% attribute conversion, he probably wouldn't be able to fight back. Fortunately, there weren't many people who had achieved 60% attribute conversion. There were only 8 people out of 1,000. These 8 people had all come out to show their faces, so Yi Xian recognized them. However, these 8 people were hiding their strength. It was unknown if any of them had achieved 70% attribute conversion. Although the governor and the other experts could sense who was strong and who was weak, they wouldn't say it out loud. The battles continued one after another. Generally, the stronger ones would go out first. Of course, there were also people who chose to hide for the upcoming 100-liter summit. About a day later. See? The young geniuses on the back of the 9 firmaments Great Cloud Rock smelled a fishy smell. When they opened their eyes, they discovered that the 9 firmaments Great Cloud Rock had already descended below the clouds. Below, there was a blue sea. I heard that the 5 elements Great Array is in the sea. If we were to hurry, I'm afraid it would take us a month. Someone said. At this moment, in the boundless sea, a black dot suddenly entered everyone's eyes. We're almost there. The Luosha region governor narrowed his eyes. He knew that the black dot in front of them was an island, and this island was called the Blade Island. The 9 firmaments Great Cloud Rock flew very quickly, and the black dot rapidly enlarged. That's the Blade Island? The Metal Island in the 5 elements Great Array? A group of people looked at it curiously. The 5 elements Great Array had a total of 5 arrays. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. The Blade Island represented the metal attribute. Alright, we've arrived at our destination. The Luosha region governor walked out and said loudly, I'm sure everyone has heard of the 5 elements Great Array, so I won't say much. Next, everyone will enter one of the 5 islands at random. Moreover, the time of entry will be determined by your star rating. 7-star rating people can enter first after the departure time is up. After 1 hour, it will be 6.5 stars. After 2 hours, it will be 6 stars, and so on. What you have to do is to collect the tokens in the 5 islands. These tokens are spread across the 5 islands. The metal token is a special golden blade, the wood token is a life saint seed, the water token is the ocean star, the fire token is the firestone, and the earth token is the pure gold sand. Only by collecting these 5 tokens can you enter the central island. If anyone sets foot on the central island without collecting all the tokens, they will be disqualified. Finally, this is the first round of the 100 liters summit. The first round's reward is to enter the 5 elements pool. As for the time of immersion, it will be determined by your ranking. Oh right, there's one more thing. These 5 islands are all covered with a flight restriction array. You can only jump 50 meters at most. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Tailing. Draw lots, everyone. Tornado held the lot tube and walked in front of each person. Metal. Wood. Wood. Fire. Earth. Water. When the lot was drawn, those who drew the same lot gathered together. Metal. When it was Yixian's turn, he randomly drew a stick. The word metal was written on it. Gold meant that he would be going to Blade Island first. Before coming, he had done his homework. The 5 elements formation was arranged in order. The metal element of Blade Island was sandwiched between the earth and wood element islands. The left was wood, and the right was earth. His luck was pretty good because he was of the earth attribute, so he definitely had an advantage on Blade Edge Island. Soon, everyone was done with their draws. At the same time, the 9 firmaments Cloud Rock flew to one of the entrances of Blade Island. Yixian glanced around and discovered that the island was filled with broken limbs. The broken limbs here referred to those broken swords and sabers. He didn't know where they came from, but there were so many of them. Alright, everyone who drew a metal element stick, come with me. Tornado shouted. Soon after, more than 300 people, including Yixian, followed him. Good luck. On the back of the 9 heavens Great Cloud Rock, the Luosha region's domain leader said and flew away. Yixian didn't expect so many people to draw metal element sticks. That was more than a fifth of them. Tornado did a head count and confirmed each person's identity. Then, he divided Yixian's group into several groups according to their star rating. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was no 6-star expert on their Blade Island. Whirlwind brought everyone to the edge of Blade Edge Island and said, all of you, wait here for now. When the time is up, you can enter according to your star rating. The interval is 1 hour. Also, to prevent experts from lying in wait, there is a restriction on the outer circle of Blade Island. You can only fight when you enter the inner circle. That golden line is the dividing line. Everyone looked in the direction of Tornado's finger. Sure enough, they saw a golden line. Those with low ratings could go around the Golden Line and find a good spot to enter Blade Island. That way, they could avoid being ambushed by experts. After all, it was a matter of who got the 5 tokens first and entered the central island. They wouldn't waste time on that. The 300 people began to wait for Tornado's instructions. Not long after, the sky darkened. Tornado took out a time crystal and said, "Now, the 7-star experts can enter the island. However, you haven't. The highest among you are 5.5 stars, so you'll have to wait for 3 more hours." Everyone nodded. They all understood that although no one with a 7-star evaluation had appeared on Blade Island, there might be 1 in 1,000 people. In 3 hours, this 7-star evaluation expert might have found the token and arrived on Blade Island. At that moment, Xian, who was resting in a corner, opened his eyes. "I'm a 4-star, so I'll have to wait for 6 more hours. What a scam." Xian felt helpless in his heart. He couldn't help it. In the 100 Leaders Summit, he was the one with the lowest rank. No one was lower than him. If he unleashed his full strength, he would probably get a 5-star evaluation at most. A 5-star would have to wait for 4 hours before they could enter. He was too far behind. "I'll have to wait until dawn to enter. When that time comes, I'll have to break through quickly and find the tokens," Xian planned in his heart. However, compared to these people, he had an advantage. That was because he had an endless supply of qi and stamina. He could take advantage of the time when others were recovering. An hour later, the 300 people on Blade Island didn't move. 2 hours later, they were still as silent as ever. It wasn't until the 3rd hour that Tornado shouted again, "All right, 5.5 stars can enter now." Following that, more than 10 people left. Some directly passed through the Golden Line, while others went around the Golden Line to leave. At the 4th hour, the 5-star people entered. Xian only had a 4-star evaluation because he wanted to hide his strength. He still had to wait for 2 more hours. At the 5th hour, the 4.5 stars entered. After these people left, Xian looked around and realized that there were only 100 people left. In other words, the remaining people were 4-star, 3-star, and 3.5 stars. Xian sat there cross-legged. Finally, the 6th hour had arrived. "All right, the 4-star people can enter now." Hearing this, Xian also stood up. More than 20 people stood up at the same time. Xian didn't pay attention to them and actually charged in. "This kid is really bold. How dare he not avoid us? This kind of person is either a fool or an expert. Big brother, what do you think? Go up and kill him." A group of 3 people stared at Xian. After all, some of the people who participated in the 100 Leaders Summit were there to kill. They followed me? Xian, who had already stepped into the Golden Line, squinted his eyes. All the people he was afraid of had already entered. The remaining people could not threaten him. If they dared to follow him, they would be courting death. However, if he did not reveal his trump card, it would be difficult for him to kill these 3 people. Therefore, he decided to enter the forest behind the Golden Line first. He's going to enter the forest. Get ready, we'll kill him after we enter. All right. Soon, Xian rushed into the forest. The 3 people behind him also rushed in 2 seconds later. Experience. I need a lot of experience. The 3 of you will become my experience. Xian, who was running in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, he turned around and stomped. Battle Dragon's 10 steps, Earth's Pulse 2 layers. Buzz. The 3 people only felt a roar in their heads. By the time they reacted, their heads had already been separated from their necks. Insta-kill 3 people in an instant. This kind of strength was already extremely strong. However, this was also reasonable. After all, Xian's Earth's Pulse 2 layers had already transformed, and its power was twice as strong as before. Under the circumstances of 2 vibrations, even if Xian's attribute was restrained by the fire attribute, he could still easily kill his enemies. As for these 3 people, their attribute conversion was only around 40%. They had no power to fight back at all. Before these 3 people were completely dead, Xian rushed over and collected their universe rings. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently 30 points, 30 points of attribute conversion was 30%. This increased Xian's strength by a little. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Black Blade. Right now, Xian had already entered Blade's Edge Island. There were broken swords and sabers everywhere. This was a treasure trove for Xian. Some of the broken swords and sabers were supreme-grade celestial artifacts. Although they were broken, Xian could still devour them. Immediately, Xian began to quickly collect them. Xian didn't want low-grade celestial artifacts, mid-grade celestial artifacts, high-grade celestial artifacts. He only wanted supreme-grade celestial artifacts. Most importantly, these supreme-grade celestial artifacts were all dropped on the ground. Xian's speed was fast, and his strength was improving all the time. Haha, awesome. If I collect all the celestial artifacts on Blade Island, my attribute conversion will increase by at least 5 points. Xian was in a good mood. However, these broken swords and sabers weren't the only things on Blade Island. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions entered Xian's ears. Xian paused and turned to look in a certain direction. This was the sound of a battle, and it was probably only 10,000 meters away. Those who entered Blade Island before are probably all in the center. The one closest to me is at most 4.5 stars. With that in mind, Xian rushed in that direction. When he arrived at the scene of the battle, he saw two figures fighting. One of them was naturally a human, while the other was actually a metallic creature. This metallic creature was covered in blades. Its hands and feet were black blades, and even its head was the same. It looked a little like a pine cone. What the hell is this? Xian raised an eyebrow. He understood that this was probably some kind of exotic beast. Oh no. The warrior's expression darkened when he saw Xian. He was alone and had no reinforcements. More importantly, he was currently entangled by a black blade. A 4.5-star evaluation? Xian had seen this person before. A rating of 4.5 stars meant that the attribute conversion rate had reached at least 40%. It was more likely that it had reached 45%. Of course, it was also possible that it had reached 50%. After all, many people had hidden their strength. As long as it wasn't a 5-star rating or above, Xian wasn't afraid. However, Xian wasn't in a hurry to make a move. After all, he wanted to let this person test the black blade's strength first. Boom. 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 This martial artist attacked with his flaming sword chi as he retreated. The defensive power of that black blade was very strong. Furthermore, it was able to use a two-handed blade to break through the flaming sword chi. It was very powerful. This black blade had no eyes, so it was unknown how it attacked. However, at this moment, its two black blade legs paused, and then its entire body began to spin wildly. It directly turned into a black blade tornado, sweeping towards the human. What? This martial artist's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He immediately turned around and fled. However, the black blade's spinning speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it caught up with the cultivator and used the blade to dismember the cultivator. This scene completely fell into Xian's eyes, causing him to be stunned for a moment. This Blade Island was indeed dangerous. Not only was the black blade's defensive power strong, but its offensive power and speed were also very strong. After the black blade tore the cultivator to pieces, it didn't stop. Instead, it swept towards Xian. Humph, you dare to cause trouble for me with just you? Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately drew his Bahuang sword and slashed out a few earth-shattering swords. Sacred Swordsman Bloodline, Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 2, Bahuang sword, these three factors made Xian's attack extremely powerful. In addition, this 5 elements array had 5 islands. Each island had its own attribute. Therefore, Xian believed that Earth attribute attacks would be able to increase the damage. Furthermore, this black blade might be a mutated beast. The Beast King bloodline might be of some use. Bam. 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 The swords of the earth-splitting sword slammed into the black blade and shattered it in an instant. After its death, all the black sabers on its body fell apart, revealing the main body of the black saber. You can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Xian ridiculed, then walked over. A black blade that could instantly kill a 4.5-star rated cultivator had been instantly killed by him. Compared to the others, he had a huge advantage on this blade island. Yi Xian walked over, picked up the cultivator's severed finger, removed the intact interspatial ring, and devoured the items inside. Then, he put away the black blade. Oh? You can devour them? That's quite a lot of experience. Yi Xian was very surprised. He continued to devour the black blade. The value of this black blade was comparable to that of a supreme-grade heaven artifact. However, what he didn't expect was that the value of the black blade far exceeded that of the other black blades. Its value could be as high as 1 to 100. This black blade was the main body of the black blade. The other black blades were embedded in this black blade. Big black saber, I understand now. So this is the token on Blade Edge Island. However, the Luosha region ruler said that the token is a golden blade. Then, I should kill a golden blade and obtain the main body of its golden blade. Yi Xian understood instantly. This black blade was probably just a small monster on Blade Island. As for the golden blade, it should be a boss. As long as he killed a golden blade, he could leave Blade Island. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's guess. Now, Yi Xian no longer collected those broken swords and sabers. This was purely a waste of time. Instead of collecting broken blades, he might as well kill these black blades. Let's go. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly left and started running. Soon, he encountered a second black blade. Its strength was about the same as the previous one. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth, second layer. This time, Yi Xian didn't attack. He attacked directly with his feet. What surprised him was that he only stomped 4 times. Before he even reached the black blade, it was already dead. All the black blades on its body scattered on the ground. Sure enough, there's an attribute counter. Yi Xian was now certain. He then put away the black blade. At this rate, I'll be able to break through again after killing a few more black blades. He was very satisfied with the experience of these black blades. Moreover, it was late at night. Compared to the others, he had a greater advantage. Among all the young talents participating in the 100 Leaders Summit, Yi Xian's realm was the lowest. Even if he broke through, he would still be the lowest. Therefore, he wanted to quickly improve his realm on Blade Island. Only then would he be qualified to compete with others for the right to enter the 5 Elements pool. This place was destined to be extraordinary. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Golden Blade. By the time dusk arrived, Yi Xian's realm had soared to 35%. Although it was only 5%, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. I still haven't encountered the Golden Blade. Perhaps I'll have to go deeper. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not want to encounter the Golden Blade for the time being. He estimated that the Golden Blade's strength was at least 5 stars, or even 6 stars. There were simply too many talented youths. Those who were below 5 stars were just there to make up the numbers. Perhaps someone had already obtained the Golden Blade, or perhaps someone else had come from another island. In any case, Yi Xian occupied Blade Island. If he was able to kill all the Golden Blades, then wouldn't there be a place for him in the 5-element pool? After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian continued on his way. His target was the person and the black blade. Because it had been night the previous night, everyone had been very careful. However, their speed would increase during the day. At the same time, the chances of them encountering Yi Xian by chance would increase greatly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately rushed in that direction. When he arrived, he saw 2 people fighting. This time, it was 2 humans. Their attribute conversion is over 50. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and watched the battle from the sidelines. The 2 of them had also noticed Yi Xian and split their attention to guard against him. Earlier, Tornado's test had not produced a 5-star evaluation. At most, it was 4.5 stars. These 5-star evaluators had all come with invitations. Therefore, their backgrounds were more powerful than the average person's. "What are you looking at, kid? Scram!" the youth in white robes shouted. "Scram?" Xian was enraged by this. He had been watching the battle because he thought that someone else might come. However, he could no longer sit still. Demon God Chapter. The phantom of a demon god suddenly condensed behind Xian. Immediately afterward, he charged over to kill them. "You overestimate yourself. Kill him first," the young man in white said. "All right." His opponent nodded. The two of them instantly reached a consensus. Both of them had already converted more than 50% of their attributes, while Xian had only converted 35%. However, they did not comprehend any ultimacy, nor did they possess any illusionary divine weapons. Most importantly, there was a space ceiling formation on the 5 islands. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Buzz. Xian instantly took a few steps forward. The War Dragon stomp, which was imbued with the pulsation of the earth, instantly shook their heads. Earth-splitting sword. Swish. 2 earth-shattering swords shot out from the ground and instantly cut off their heads. I can insta-kill someone with 50% attribute conversion. My strength can be considered above average among this group of geniuses. Even so, Xian was not very satisfied with this strength. At this time, he dared to use the Bahuang sword because there was no one around. If there were many people, he would definitely not take out the Bahuang sword. After all, it was an illusionary divine weapon. If he only relied on ultimacy, it would not be enough to deal with these geniuses. Hence, he needed to continue improving. After killing the two of them, Xian looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, he walked over and took off the 2 interspatial rings. However, before he could devour them, he found something good in one of the interspatial rings. "Is this pure gold gravel?" Xian's eyes lit up. Pure gold gravel was one of the 5 tokens that represented the earth attribute. In other words, one of the 2 corpses might have come from the earth attribute island next door. In that case, he did not need to go to the yellow sand island. Perhaps he did not need to go to the other islands either. He only needed to wait on the Blade Island and wait for the others to deliver him. However, this pure gold gravel seemed to be very precious. Hence, Xian felt that it was better to devour it first. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased to 38 points. The 2 interspatial rings allowed Xian to break through 3 times at once, from 35 points to 38 points. I don't care if the pure gold gravel is a mission item. I need to improve my strength first. Xian devoured everything in the interspatial rings and continued on his way. By now, he had a rough idea that the Blade Island was divided into 2 parts. He was still in the outer area. As for the golden blades, they should have appeared in the inner area. Hence, this time, he headed straight for the center of the island instead of circling around the outer area. He advanced for a while. Although he did not find any golden blades, he did find a group of black blades. There were more than 10 black blades in this group. At this moment, Xian's attention suddenly fell on the back of the black blades. There seemed to be a blade mountain there. The golden blades might be in there. Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly dashed out. He did not need to attack to deal with the black blades. All he needed to do was to stomp his feet. Bam! 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 A series of shockwaves traveled up the black blades and instantly killed them. Xian flashed over and devoured all the black blades. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly flew up the Blade Peak mountain. Is that the 5.5-star guy? Xian's eyes flashed. Their Blade Island had never had a 6-star rating before, so Xian remembered all the 5.5-star and 5-star people. This figure had a 5.5-star rating, so his attribute conversion had reached at least 55%. If I kill him, my attribute conversion will probably soar again. But it'll be difficult. Xian hesitated. Although he had killed 2 people with 50% conversion before, this was 55%. Besides, who knew if this person was hiding his true strength? What if his true strength had reached 60% conversion? I'd better back off. Yi Xian decided not to cause trouble for that person. He would kill some black blades around the Blade Mountain first. The Blade Mountain was not big, but Yi Xian spent 5 minutes running around it. During this time, he killed more than 100 black blades. There were strong and weak black blades. The weak ones could fight to a draw with someone with 40% conversion. As for the strong ones, they could pose a slight threat to Yi Xian. Therefore, there were naturally high and low experience points. After Yi Xian circled the Blade Mountain, his attribute conversion increased by 1 point, reaching 39. Just a little more and he would reach 40. At this moment. Ka. 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 Blade Peak Mountain, is it that person from before? Yi Xian focused his eyes. Sure enough, it was the martial artist with a 5.5-star evaluation. Behind this martial artist was a group of golden blades. As expected, the golden blades are on this Blade Peak Mountain. Yi Xian's heart trembled. If it was a group of golden blades, he would not be afraid, but now that there was a group of golden blades chasing after the martial artist, Yi Xian had no choice but to retreat. He hurriedly hid himself and watched quietly. I'll fight it out with you. The martial artist roared and rushed back. However, after he was surrounded by the golden blades, he was instantly hacked to death. F***ck, so strong. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He was not admiring the martial artist's strength, but was afraid of the group of golden blades. What he was most afraid of was that these golden blades moved in groups. If he provoked one, it would attract a group. Previously, he had obtained the pure gold gravel, but the other party's attribute conversion had only reached 50%. This meant that the pure gold gravel was not difficult to obtain. As for this martial artist, his strength was very close to 60%, but he was chased by a group of golden blades and then hacked to death. However, Yi Xian's eyes still lit up, because he saw that the group of golden blades, after killing that martial artist, all returned to the Blade Peak Mountain. Haha, I'm going to take advantage of you. Yi Xian laughed in his heart and quickly rushed over. However, what he did not expect was that there were actually people around, and they had the same idea as him. Brat, you're courting death. A man shouted angrily and slashed out a flame slash at Yi Xian. Insignificant skill, die. Yi Xian directly dodged the slash. Before that, his feet had already stepped out a few war dragons 10 steps. Buzz. Crack. This martial artist who wanted to take advantage of the situation had his head crushed by Yi Xian's kick and instantly fell to the ground. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian snorted coldly. He ran to the corpse of the warrior who had been hacked to death and picked up his interspatial ring. The interspatial ring had been grazed by the golden blade. Fortunately, it did not shatter. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have cried. Ding. Host's Earth attribute conversion has reached 43 points. This yin and yang ring had increased Yi Xian's attribute conversion by 4 points. It was a good harvest. Then, Yi Xian turned around and walked to the unlucky guy whose head had been crushed by his kick. He picked up the interspatial ring. Pure gold sand again? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This person's attribute conversion was only at 45%. He wasn't very strong. It seemed that the Yellow Sand Island was more relaxed. Now, Yi Xian had the strength to survive on Blade Edge Island. At this moment, he was wondering if he should climb this mountain full of blades. I'll just go and take a look. If worst comes to worst, I'll just run. In any case, I have the Earth Pulse. They shouldn't be able to catch up to me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He had made up his mind. He could attack enemies even if he was running. Although the group of golden blades was strong, it would be fine as long as he did not get surrounded. At this thought, he took a step forward and ran toward Blade Edge Mountain. Blade Edge Mountain. There were no blades on the mountain, only some metal blades. Yi Xian tried to break off one of them, but found that the benefits were very low after devouring it, so he did not bother with it. At this moment, he had already climbed up Blade Edge Mountain. Golden blades. They are very strong. If there are only 1 or 2, I should be able to deal with them. If there is a group, I will have to run. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, He had seen many black blades form blade tornadoes, so he guessed that the golden blades could do the same. Flying was not allowed on Blade Edge Island, so it would be difficult for him to avoid them. So many black blades? At this moment, Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He found a group of black blades on Blade Edge Mountain. There were more than 100 of them. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. Kill. Xian immediately rushed over. When he got close, he suddenly used the Battle Dragon Stomp. Boom! The entire earth shook. Every step Xian took was able to kill a black blade. In less than 3 seconds, these hundreds of black blades were all killed by him. After all, his speed was measured in units of 1,000 meters per second. He could cross dozens of meters with each step. Xian put away all of the black blades. His strength had increased slightly, and his chi had also recovered to its peak. There were more than 100 black blades. Even someone with 60% attribute conversion would not dare to recklessly make an enemy out of him. However, Xian could kill them with ease. It was not that no one saw this scene. A person in a white cloud in the sky had a panoramic view. This kid really is hiding his strength. He can kill over 100 black blades in 3 seconds without making a move. His strength is already at 6 stars. This person was Tornado, who was in charge of Blade Edge Island. Although there was a flight restriction formation here, he was not affected because of his strength. However, what he didn't understand was why Xian had to hide his strength. If he had a 6-star evaluation at the beginning, then he would have been able to enter the Blade Edge Island in the 3rd hour. He would have been able to buy a lot of time. However, he was too far away, so he did not know that Xian had comprehended the ultimacy. He also did not know that the weapon in Xian's hand was a virtual god weapon. However, he continued to follow and observe. At this time, it had been more than 10 minutes since Xian entered Blade Edge Mountain. In this half an hour, he had killed several groups of black blades. There were more than 1,000 of them in total. With his extraordinary recovery speed, he did not need to rest at all. He did not need to recover. He just killed his way up. That's strange. That person encountered the golden blades not long after he went up. I've been here for more than 10 minutes. Why haven't I seen them yet? Xian was very helpless. However, he really did get what he wanted. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he found a trace of gold on the blade's peak mountain. A golden blade. I finally found it, and it's alone. You're finished. Xian's eyes lit up. He estimated that the value of this golden blade was at least equivalent to 500 black blades. In an instant, Xian rushed over. The golden blade also discovered Xian and used its 2 golden blade legs to welcome him. Sword of Earth Splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 Steps. Earth Pulsation. Before this golden blade could get close, several golden blades were first shaken off by the Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Then, they were immediately struck by the Sword of Earth Splitting and disintegrated instantly. I killed the golden blade in 1 hit. My attack power is not bad. Xian was very satisfied. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation 6-star Slayer. The main body's golden saber was probably even tougher than a supreme-grade heaven-tier weapon. If not for the lack of enhancement, Xian could have played around with the golden saber. Unfortunately, the golden saber had no enhancement at all. It could only be used as a toy. Xian felt that he could encounter more golden sabers, so he devoured the golden saber. So much experience. If I can kill a few more, I'll probably be able to break through again. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed out. At the same time, another person entered Blade Peak Mountain. If Xian were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was one of the 8 6-star rated people from the other day. A 6-star rated person with an invitation card would have at least 60% attribute conversion. His actual combat power would definitely surpass that of a 6-star. Xian, who did not know this, was still pacing around Blade Peak Mountain. So the golden sabers aren't as scary as I thought. As long as there aren't more than 10 of them, I can easily deal with them. Xian was still slaughtering the black and golden sabers. Now, his confidence was greatly boosted. Even if he encountered a group of golden sabers, he was confident that he could exhaust them to death. Ding. The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 44 points. The system notified. Finally, he broke through. Seems like it's still hard to level up by killing monsters. The fastest way is still to kill. Xian shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, those experts were scattered across the 5 islands. There were not many experts on Blade Peak Island. Those 5.5-star rated experts might have already obtained golden sabers and gone to other islands. Rumble. Just as Xian broke through, a rumbling sound came from afar. Xian raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "There's still someone on Blade Peak Mountain." Someone was here. This was a good sign. If it was an easy target, he would go over. Immediately, he rushed in that direction. Not long after, he saw a group of golden sabers chasing after a young man. F***ck, I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen a group of golden blades. Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck that he didn't encounter a group of golden blades. He narrowed his eyes and discovered that the young man being chased was actually one of the 8 6-star experts. His eyes immediately lit up. If he were to fight one-on-one, he might have to fight a tough battle. However, it was not a one-on-one battle. That young man was being chased by 7 golden blades. If he didn't take advantage of this situation, how could it be justified? Kill. Xian's eyes flashed as he swiftly swept over. In this world of the strong, he would not show mercy because he knew that if he was the one being hunted down and the young man saw it, he would definitely do the same. Damn it. The young man also noticed Xian and immediately cursed. Then, he shouted, "Sir, help me kill these golden blades, and we'll split them equally." Split equally? Hearing this, Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. He could slowly deal with these golden blades. Why would he need to team up with someone else? Moreover, the young man's universe ring was the real deal. If he got it, he could at least break through once. Cut the crap and die. Xian shouted and took a step forward with his right foot. Battle Dragon's 10 steps, Pulse of the Earth, 2nd layer. This attack directly passed through the group of golden blades and blasted toward the young man. What? The young man was shocked and hurriedly gathered his attribute True Qi at his feet. Although he was still hit, his fire attribute True Qi blocked a lot of the impact. However, his feet couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, the golden blades closed the distance between them. What kind of martial art is this? How can it be so powerful? The young man was very puzzled. At this time, he only thought that this martial art was powerful. He didn't expect it to be the weakest Earth attribute martial art that had only merged with the profound meaning of Earth. However, that kick just now was just an appetizer. Bang! 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 Xian's feet quickly alternated as he continuously used the Battle Dragon's 10 steps that had merged with the Pulse of the Earth, 2nd layer. Even if the young man had fire attribute True Qi, he couldn't block such a frequent attack. After all, he still had to defend against those golden blades. Although Xian's Battle Dragon's 10 steps didn't hit every time, it was enough that one of the 3 strikes could hit the young man. Crack! When the 3rd Battle Dragon's 10 steps that contained the Pulse of the Earth landed on the young man's feet, a unique crisp sound finally rang out. This was the sound of the young man's bones shattering. Not good. The young man's expression changed. He didn't expect to fall in such a damned place. He also didn't expect that he would be attacked by countless golden blades. Xian didn't want the young man to be hacked to death by the golden blades. What if they broke the universe ring? Therefore, he started to clean up the golden blades. Sword of the Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd layer. A series of explosions rang out as Xian slashed out 5 Sword of the Earth splitting, disintegrating one of the golden blades. This scene fell into the young man's eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. So strong. This person's attack power is so strong. Who is he? Why didn't he show off when we were on the back of the 9 firmament's Great Cloud Rock? Why did he give up on the guidance of the Dominator? The young man had many questions in his heart, but he was in no mood to ask them now that he was in danger. He had to escape, or he might die here. Boom! the second golden blade fell. Boom! The third golden blade fell. At this moment, only 4 golden blades were left chasing after the young man. Kid, I won't let you go just like that. Yi Xian's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of a golden blade. He then slashed the ground with the sword of the earth splitting. The sword of the earth splitting that he used just now was thrown out, so the young man didn't notice it. When the young man felt something was wrong, a cold light suddenly swept out from under his feet and hit his left hand. Rip! A broken arm flew up. What? The young man's eyes widened. He didn't expect this. His interspatial ring contained a large number of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures, as well as the 5 elements tokens that he had spent a day collecting. He couldn't lose them. I'll fight it out with you. The young man made up his mind. He gripped his long sword tightly and rushed back. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly flew over and caught his severed arm. It was Yi Xian. Haha. The moment Yi Xian took off his universe ring, he couldn't help but smile. Ding. The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 47 points. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Meditation Seed Ding. Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 47 points. This time, it was another huge breakthrough as it increased by 3 points. The young man was the young city lord of one of the big cities in Luosha region. His interspatial ring contained unimaginable wealth. However, all of it went to Yi Xian. Haha. Die. Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged as a large amount of demonic aura gushed out from his body and condensed into the shadow of a demon god. He had not used the demon god chapter from the beginning so that he could unleash his power at this moment. Now, the time had come. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Sword of the earth splitting. Pulse of the earth. The young man only felt his eyes flicker as if the entire world was shaken. In the next moment, he saw the 4 golden blades in front of him disintegrate instantly. Strong, so strong, this was his first reaction, and also his last reaction. Gotcha! A crisp sound was transmitted into his mind. Then, his vision quickly blurred. His head had been shattered by Yi Xian. Plop! The young man's body fell to the ground. Not only that, but the 4 golden blades also fell. Yi Xian instantly exploded and killed them. This was his true strength. Even a 6-star person was killed by me. With my strength, I should be able to squeeze into the top 10 among these 1,000 people, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not become arrogant. After all, he could not reveal the Bahuang sword. Without the Bahuang sword, he was at most a 6-star person. Those 6-star people usually hid their strength. Who knows, there might be a few who could achieve 70% conversion. After pausing for a moment, he kept the corpses of the golden blades and began to investigate the items inside. Just now, he had devoured the cultivation resources and did not take a closer look. This person's status was definitely not low. Who knows, he might have something good. Fiery stone, pure gold sand? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect this young man to have been to 2 islands. This was too good for him. With the addition of the golden blade, he now had 3 tokens of the 5 elements. Right now, I'm still not strong enough. Let's first explore this Blade Peak mountain, then go to wood and water. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then disappeared in a flash. It had only been a day, but he had already collected 3 tokens. Perhaps the first batch of 7-star evaluators had already collected 5 tokens. He didn't dare be negligent, because there were only 10 spots to enter the 5-element pool, and the time was determined according to the number of spots. However, what he did not know was that his actions were seen by Tornado. To think that this brat's strength is so terrifying. Since the 1,000 Demon sect was able to nurture such a genius, I reckon that they wouldn't decline too far. Tornado narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was wondering if he should get closer to observe Yi Xian and see what kind of trump cards he had. However, after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, with Yi Xian's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to collect the 5 elements tokens. After this round, wouldn't he find out in the second round? Tornado stood high in the sky, watching Yi Xian. He watched as Yi Xian walked around Blade Peak Mountain, killing the black and golden blades. Does this brat want to go around Blade Peak Mountain and collect all the golden blades? After realizing Yi Xian's intentions, Tornado didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If that was the case, then the others wouldn't be able to complete the task. However, there was a fixed number of golden blades on Blade Peak Mountain. Tornado knew how many golden blades there were on Blade Peak Mountain. Moreover, before Yi Xian came to Blade Peak Mountain, someone had already obtained a golden blade and left. Below, Yi Xian didn't notice that someone was watching him. He killed his way from the south to the north, killing more than 100 golden blades. I've only improved a little. It's too slow. Let's go to Wood Island. Yi Xian shook his head. If he lost a spot to enter the 5-element pool because of collecting these golden blades, then the loss outweighed the gain. His goal was to enter the top 10, he immediately left Blade Edge Island and tried to get his bearings. Blade Peak Island was the Metal Island, the left was the Earth Island, and the right was the Wood Island. This time, he was going to the Isle of Wood, then the Isle of Water, and finally the Isle of Ice. Finally, he would be able to enter the Central Isle. However, when he arrived at the edge of Blade Peak Island and saw the Wood Island, a voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Someone has already reached the Central Island. I hope everyone will work hard and be careful. Yi Xian recognized this voice. It belonged to the Luosha region's domain lord. Yi Xian exclaimed inwardly, sure enough, someone reached Blade Peak Mountain before me and obtained a golden blade. I don't know who this person is, but first place gets to soak in the 5-element pool for 10 days first. He didn't dare to delay and jumped into the sea. Only the 5-element island had a forbidden space formation. This sea had one as well. Those who weren't strong enough had to swim obediently. Yi Xian had a bloodline, so he swam extremely fast. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the Wood Island. Yi Xian didn't know the name of this Wood Island, but he knew that this Wood Island should be very dangerous. After all, he had seen a few people come from the Earth Island, but he had never seen the Wood Island before. The Wood element's attack power isn't strong, but it has many effects. This Wood Island should be poisonous. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. He wasn't afraid of poison. After all, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. As long as his strength continued to increase, his resistance to poison would also increase. However, not all poisons could be detoxified immediately. If he was poisoned by a paralyzing poison and was killed while he was detoxifying, that would be terrible. Yi Xian reached the Wood Island. He guessed that the tokens of the 5 elements should be at the center of each island. Now that someone had already reached the center island, he had to hurry. He rushed straight to the center. Previously, on Blade Edge Island, Yi Xian had seen quite a few heavenly and earthly treasures, but this island of wood was even more terrifying. Heavenly and earthly treasures could be seen everywhere, so Yi Xian was extremely happy to receive them. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was stunned. Without thinking, he rushed toward the source of the sounds. This time, it was a battle between 2 people. Scram! I found this tranquil seed first. Rare treasures belong to the capable. So what if you found it first? Didn't I pluck it first? You're courting death. 2 quarreling voices came. Yi Xian looked around and saw that 2 people were fighting. However, he focused his attention on the conversation between the 2 of them. Tranquil seed, it was actually the tranquil seed. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Translator, Transin editor, Transin demon god transformation. Yi Xian had tried to fuse the demon god's projection into his body after hearing Tornado's words, but the system had notified him that his realm was not high enough. It was still the same now. However, if he obtained some things, he could bring it forward. For example, the meditation seed. Haha, the meditation seed. If I can get the meditation seed, I can fuse the demon god's projection into my body. When that happens, I will be a demon god. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He observed for a moment and realized that these 2 people were not very strong. At most, they had a 5.5-star evaluation. He had even killed a 6-star evaluation. What was a 5.5-star evaluation to him? Let me be the fisherman one more time. Yi Xian instantly charged out of the forest. What? The two people turned around in shock. Then, their heads buzzed as two war dragons 10 steps imbued with the throbbing pulse of the earth shattered their heads. Instant kill. Xian's strength had already grown to such a terrifying level just by moving his feet. After the two people died, Xian quickly went over and took their interspatial rings. Sure enough, there was a green seed in one of the rings. It looked a little like a bloodline seed. This was the meditation seed. Ding, will the host fuse with the demon god's projection? Yes. After Xian answered in his mind, the meditation seed in the devour space disappeared. Ding, the fusion of the demon god's projection is successful. The host has learned the Dao Heartseed demon technique, demon god transformation. Success. Xian's eyes suddenly widened. He immediately used the Dao Heartseed demon technique. A large amount of demonic qi surged out of his body and condensed into the demon god's projection. This was no different from the demon god chapter. However, this was not the end. After the demon god's projection appeared, it suddenly rushed into Xian's body. In the next moment, Xian's aura suddenly expanded. So strong. It's at least twice as strong as the demon god chapter. Xian was bursting with confidence. He was thinking that if he had been able to fuse with the demon god phantom back on Blade Peak Mountain, he would have been able to finish off the 6-star rated youth even without using the Bahuang sword. In other words, he could now put away the Bahuang sword as a trump card. I'll keep the Bahuang sword for now and use the demon god transformation. Xian put away the Bahuang sword and casually took out a high-quality heaven artifact. Although the demonic god transformation was powerful, when it was used, 4/5 of Xian's true qi would be drained. The more true qi he consumed, the stronger his amplification would be. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Otherwise, he could only use it as a trump card. Now that he could fuse with the demonic god's phantom, he had the ability to compete with those geniuses. Therefore, he had to hurry up. The sooner he collected the 5 elements token, the sooner he could go to the central island and obtain the title. Xian fused with the demon god's phantom and charged toward the center of the Isle of Wood with his black eyes. The center of the Isle of Wood was still a forest, but there was a special danger here. It was the demon tree that Xian had encountered before. Xian casually killed a person and obtained the so-called sacred seed of life. The sacred seed of life was a good thing. It was a holy item for healing. However, Xian already had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. It was equivalent to devouring the sacred seed of life at all times. Then, Xian quickly left the Isle of Wood and headed for the Isle of Water. At this time, he had already obtained 4 tokens. As long as he obtained the Star of the Ocean, he could go to the central island. However, just as he was about to enter the sea, a second person has already reached the central island. He is currently in second place. The Luosha region's domain ruler's voice suddenly rang out. Xian was startled, but suddenly felt a sense of hope. Now that a second person had reached the central island, he might be able to snatch the top 3. Third place would be able to soak in the 5 elements pool for 8 days. Xian estimated that if he were to soak in the 5 elements pool for 8 days, it would be enough to raise his attribute affinity to the upper epic level. At that time, his attack would have a qualitative leap. However, when he arrived at the Isle of Water. Damn, is the Isle of Water a donut? Is it the center of the island or the sea? Xian was speechless. It seemed that if he wanted to obtain the Star of the Ocean, he would have to go to the bottom of the sea. He also understood that there should be an array at the bottom of the Isle of Water. Xian didn't even think as he directly jumped into the sea. Damn, it's so cold. As soon as he jumped in, his whole body shivered. The water here was much colder than the water outside. Most people can only stay here for an hour. But I have the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. I can maintain my body temperature and breathe underwater. I have an advantage over others. At this thought, Xian immediately dove in. Several bloodlines immediately came into play. The bottom of the sea was very dark, but Xian could see clearly. After jumping in, he kept diving. He estimated that the Star of the Ocean should be in the depths. He dived for a while. Boom. 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 There was a flash of light in the distance, as well as some impact. As expected, the bottom of the sea was still dangerous. Of course, it could also be two humans fighting. Xian quickly rushed over. If two humans were fighting, it could be because they were fighting for the star of the ocean. However, he was disappointed. The two people who were fighting were not both humans. Only one of them was fighting with an undersea saint beast. When Xian went over, he just happened to kill the undersea saint beast and quickly put away the corpse. However, Xian's sharp eyes saw that after the sacred beast died, a part of its body glowed. The star of the ocean, a thought flashed through his mind and he immediately rushed over. You want to steal it? You're courting death. The young man instantly charged at Xian. Although they were at the bottom of the sea, he happened to be of the water attribute, so his attack power would not be reduced by much. At this moment, Xian noticed that the young man seemed to be one of the 8 6-star experts. The corner of his mouth immediately curled up. You can only count yourself unlucky to have met me. Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately summoned the demon god's shadow and merged it into his body. He held the Bahuang sword in his hand and slashed several earth-shattering swords in front of him. The earth-shattering swords, which contained the pulse of the earth, broke through the water and instantly dispersed the young man's water attribute chi. What? The young man did not expect his attack to be broken. He was a little careless because he was unfamiliar with Xian. You want to kill me with this little bit of skill? Dream on. The young man clenched his teeth and used his trump card. Water dragon burst, the earth-shattering swords were instantly swallowed by the young man's water dragon. However, the earth-shattering swords were not to be trifled with. The water dragon had just formed when it was on the verge of collapse. Water dragon, swallow him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Central Island Xian snorted and charged forward with Dragon War Stomp. The water dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Xian in one gulp. However, in the next moment, its body violently shook, creating a violent impact that shook away the surrounding water, forming a vacuum space. Xian, on the other hand, dashed toward the young man unscathed. Earth-shattering sword. Xian swung his sword a few more times. His attack was blocked due to the distance just now. Now that they were 1,000 meters apart, the young man would not be able to block his attack so easily. Run! Seeing that his water dragon was destroyed, the young man immediately turned around and fled. However, how could he be faster than Xian, who had the bloodline of the bladefish and had advanced his agility 3 times? You still want to run? Xian quickly caught up with him and waved his Bahuang sword crazily, blocking the young man's escape route. Die. In the next moment, Xian released his killer move. The young man was unable to block it and was cut into pieces by the earth-shattering sword. Dead. Star of the ocean. Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly dashed over and kept the young man's interspatial ring. Indeed, the source of light in the sacred beast's corpse was a stone that looked like a starfish. It should be the so-called star of the ocean. Now that Xian had collected all 5 elements tokens, he would be third as long as he reached the central island. Let's go. Xian quickly crawled out of his sleeping bag and swam to the shore. After identifying the location, he swam toward the central island. At this moment, the sky was already dark. The 5 elements formation had 5 elemental islands, and the central island was in the middle. Xian quickly swam over because there was no third place yet. If he could get the third place, he could stay in the 5 elements pool for 8 days. 8 days, he had heard that a legendary prodigy had appeared in the 5 elements pool. He estimated that if he soaked in it for 8 days, his affinity with the earth element would at least increase to the upper epic level. It was even possible for him to reach the legendary level. Charge. Xian could not care less. At this moment, he was thinking that even if he met someone along the way, he would not make a move. He would fight for third place first. However, what he wished for really happened. When he saw the central island, there was actually a person from the neighboring fire island who wanted to go to the central island. F***ck, what a coincidence. Xian was stunned for a moment. He could feel the aura from thousands of meters away, so he could not fall behind. As the sky was rather dark, the other party had only discovered Xian and did not know who Xian was. However, there was actually someone who wanted to snatch his third place. Courting death. You bastard, you want to steal my third place? Don't even think about it. The young man's eyes turned cold as he rushed towards Yixian. In terms of distance, he was closer than Yixian, but he suddenly turned back because he felt that Yixian was faster than him. If the two of them were to compete, Yixian would definitely reach the central island faster. You're coming towards me. How dare you overestimate yourself? Fine, I'll send you to hell. Yixian took out the Bahuang sword, stomped his feet, and flew towards his opponent. Demon God Transformation. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd level. When his opponent got close, Yixian did not hesitate to attack. His opponent was slower than him, but he could not detect much. Fortunately, his opponent was of the fire attribute. In the sea, the power of his attack would be greatly reduced. Yixian's Sword of the Earth Shattering took 3 flaming sword chis from his opponent to break through. The gap was instantly exposed. How strong? I can't fight him. Retreat. The young man's face darkened as he quickly turned back. You want to run after showing off? Yixian did not want to find trouble with him, but his opponent was clearly in front of him, yet he came looking for trouble. You can come and go as you please, but it won't be that easy to leave. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd level. Yixian attacked crazily and blocked his opponent's escape route. At the same time, he quickly chased after him. He estimated that his speed in the sea was the fastest among the 1,000 geniuses, definitely the best. Bang! 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 Yixian's legs alternated rapidly and caught up with his opponent in the blink of an eye. Not good. The other party's expression had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he take the initiative to provoke Yixian? If he hadn't provoked him just now, getting 4th place wouldn't be bad. After all, it was only 1 day less. But now, he had to bear the wrath of Yixian. There was a possibility of dying. No, it was not a possibility, he would definitely die. Die. Yixian stomped his feet and waved his Bahuang sword crazily. In a second, he sent out more than 20 slashes. These 20 swords of the Earth Shattering easily broke through the sea water that could freeze a strength realm martial artist to death and swept towards the young man. The angles of these attacks were extremely tricky. According to Yixian's estimations, this youth would definitely die under these series of attacks. Sure enough, it was just as Yixian expected. After blocking 3 of the swords of the Earth Shattering, the young man was hit by the remaining swords of the Earth Shattering. His entire body exploded in the sea. You overestimate yourself. Yixian snorted coldly. He swept over and put away the interspatial ring. This young man was also one of the 8 6-star geniuses. Unfortunately, he met Yixian in the sea. Now, Yixian had personally killed 3 6-star geniuses. Ding. The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 48 points. 48 points, only 2 points left from 50%. After his opponent died, Yixian did not hesitate for a moment. He quickly swam towards the central island. A minute later, he successfully landed on the central island. Oh? Another one came. A surprised voice sounded out. Yixian raised his head to look and saw a person in the air. The 5 elements Great Array had a space restriction array. Even the strongest geniuses could not fly. Since this person was able to stand in the sky, he was naturally someone beside the Luosha region's domain master. You are third. Come with me. The old man smiled at Yixian. Then, he slowly flew in a direction. Yixian used his true qi to dry the water and followed him. Soon, he saw a small palace that was emitting golden light under the night sky. There was a group of people in front of the palace's gate. Oh? When this group of people saw Yixian, they all looked at him in surprise. After all, these people had never seen Yixian before. Little brother, take out the 5 elements tokens. If they are correct, you will be third. If they are wrong, you will be eliminated. The old man who led Yixian here just now landed on the ground. Yixian nodded. Then, he took out the tokens one by one from the devouring space. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 5 Elements Pool. Not bad, all 5 of them are correct. You are the 3rd place of the first round of the 100 Territories Summit. The old man nodded. He did not take away Yixian's items. Although the Luosha region's domain leader did not take out a sample for these geniuses to see, what was the use of being a genius if they did not even have this much insight? Yes. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. He did not expect that he would be able to squeeze into the top 3. His original plan was to be in the top 10. After obtaining the rankings, Yixian's gaze fell on the others. He felt a little strange because he did not find the 1st and 2nd place among this group of experts. Could it be that they have already entered the 5 elements pool? Yixian thought to himself. Only then did he remember that this was to save time. The 1st place was rewarded with 10 days of immersion in the 5 elements pool. The 2nd place was rewarded with 9 days of immersion. Yixian was 3rd and could immerse himself in the pool for 8 days. If he immersed himself in the pool by himself, it would take 2 months. Therefore, he was sure that the 1st and 2nd place had already entered the 5 elements pool. Kid, I see a large amount of demonic aura on your body. Which force are you from? At this time, the Luosha region's domain leader suddenly asked. I am from the Thousand Demons sect in the Green Cliff region. Yixian replied. Oh, the Thousand Demons sect, the sect established by Old Devil One thousands of years ago. The Luosha region's domain leader nodded slightly and did not ask any more questions. He said directly, then you can go in. You are the 3rd place, so you can immerse yourself in the pool for 8 days. Let's go, I will bring you in. The old man from before walked over and directly brought Yixian into the palace. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this group of experts had concealed their auras. Otherwise, if all of them were to be released, he would not be able to breathe. Kid, don't jump in recklessly later. The 5 elements pool was formed by the 5 elements great array after thousands of years. The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. Each element is gathered from the 5 islands. Every drop is very precious. When you come out, you must shake the water dry before coming out, the old man reminded him. Junior knows. Yixian nodded. Very soon, the old man brought Yixian to a small room. The moment the door was opened, Yixian could smell a dense spiritual energy. 5 elements pool, Yixian widened his eyes and looked at the square pool in front of him. This square pool was only 10 meters long. What? Just one? He was a little surprised. He thought that the 5 element pool would be the 5 pools of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He didn't expect them to be together. At this moment, there were already 2 figures in the 5 elements pool, a man and a woman. Yixian had seen this man before. It was Li Xiao, who had fought with the stone puppet before. As for that woman, Yixian had never seen her before. At this moment, she had concealed her aura, so Yixian could not see through her. Alright, take off your cosmos ring and enter, Elder said. Yes. Yixian nodded and walked over. After taking off his cosmos ring, he slowly entered the pool. When his body was immersed in the 5 elements pool, he felt 5 types of energy enter his body. At this moment, he understood that the 5 elements pool did not only increase the highest attribute, but also increase all 5 attributes together. At this moment, Yixian noticed that there was an old man sitting in the corner of the small room. He should be the old man guarding the 5 elements pool. His strength was unfathomable. Your 3rd? When Yixian was about to close his eyes and wait for 8 days, Li Xiao suddenly opened his eyes in another corner. That's right. Yixian nodded. That's not bad. Where are you from? Li Xiao asked again. Green Cliff region, a small sect. Yixian casually replied. If Green Cliff region and Luosha region were to be compared, the former was like a baby. Naturally, the sects there were not up to par, so it could only be called a small sect. Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Li Xiao's eyes. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. He could feel that Yixian was not strong. He was probably just a kid with good luck. This was good. When it came to the second round of the 100 Territories Summit, he would have one less opponent. Li Shou did not ask again and waited quietly. Yi Xian's attention fell on the other woman. This woman was around 20 years old and had a pretty face. She stood motionlessly in another corner of the pool. I've never seen her before. It seems that she's a hidden expert. I just don't know which one of them has a 7-star evaluation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that among these 1,000 experts, there would definitely be a 7-star evaluation expert. Otherwise, the first one to set out would have a 6.5-star evaluation. A 7-star evaluation meant that one's strength was very strong and would not fall behind others. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that one of these two people had a 7-star evaluation. Or perhaps, both of them had a 7-star evaluation. My current attribute conversion is only 48, not even 50%. If I use the Demon God transformation, Earth Pulse, and Bahuang Sword, I should be able to contend with a 7-star evaluation. However, if I don't use Bahuang Sword, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat them. Yi Xian was very conflicted. However, these things should wait until 8 days later. After all, the 5 Elements Pool's upgrade was based on each person's aptitude. Some people had very little, while others could upgrade to the legendary level. It was not certain who would emerge victorious, however, just as Yi Xian was soaking in the 5 Elements Pool. Outside the palace. Territory Leader, the 3rd-ranked kid has a pretty good aptitude. His attribute conversion has not reached 50% yet, but he was the first to obtain 5 tokens. Not bad. His aptitude is good and he's very young. If he's nurtured for a few years, he might be the second Huang Tianyu. This Huang Tianyu has some ambitions after entering the Warlord Palace. I wonder how he's doing and whether he has broken through to the virtual god realm. A group of Luosha region experts were chatting. The Huang Tianyu that they were talking about was the genius whose attribute affinity had increased to the legendary level after soaking in the 5 Elements Pool. This genius was sent to the Warlord Palace by the Luosha region's territory leader. After passing the examination, he successfully joined the Warlord Palace and became a palace guard. Oh ho ho, it would be best if another one appeared. The Luosha region's territory leader said with a smile. At this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the central island. No one noticed his appearance. The figure held a folding fan in his hand, and then silently descended. Everyone. When the white figure landed above the Luosha region's territory leader, he suddenly spoke. Hearing this voice, everyone raised their heads in surprise, only to see a stranger standing above them. Who is it? The Luosha region's territory leader was shocked. He was at the peak of the spirit stage and was only one step away from the virtual god realm. Translator, Transin editor, Transin. My surname is Jiang. However, this white figure was able to silently arrive above their heads. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. The white figure waved his fan and smiled. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This was because the white figure was Jiang Tianjin, who had killed Wei Zhentian and tortured and humiliated him twice. What are you saying? The Luosha region ruler and the others were upset. However, they understood that the white figure in front of them was an empty god realm existence. It would be easy for an empty god realm expert to kill spirit realm experts like them. They could not understand why an empty god realm expert would appear here. Is there anything I can help you with? The Luosha region ruler asked respectfully. Jiang Tianjin did not beat around the bush and said, I know that you are holding a 100 Territories Summit. The winner will have the opportunity to enter the Warlord Hall, right? Yes. The Luosha region ruler nodded. 3 people have already entered the 5 Elements Pool, right? What are you going to do next? Jiang Tianjin asked. What are we going to do? The leader of Luosha region was stupefied. He turned his head and looked at the crowd. It's like this, the Battle Emperor Palace gave us 5 spots this time. Therefore, the top 10 cultivators will fight against each other and the last 5 will be chosen. I will go to the Battle Emperor Palace and take the exam. Pairs? That's great. Jiang Tianjin smiled and said, then I order you to put the 1st and 3rd place together. 1st and 3rd place? The Luosha region ruler was stunned and refused. Sir, this is against the rules. Rules? What rules? Jiang Tianjin closed his fan and shouted, I am the rules. The Luosha region ruler's expression changed. Not only that, but the others also changed. They did not understand why the first and third place were put together. Could it be that the first and third place had angered the white figure? May I ask who you are? The Luosha region ruler did not answer immediately and asked. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that my surname is Jiang. Jiang Tianjin said coldly. Ginger, when this surname fell into everyone's ears, they also looked around blankly. Only the Luosha region's domain master reacted. Jiang, the king of Tul's palace? The Luosha region's domain master exclaimed. Only then did the group behind him react. It turned out that this Jiang was from the Jiang clan of the king of Tul's hall. This young man in white who was at the virtual god realm was actually from the Jiang family. One had to know that the Luosha region was adjacent to the Beast King Hall's Kaitian region, not the Tul King Hall. Then, why would the Jiang clan appear in the Battle King Hall's territory? Your Excellency, we are under the jurisdiction of the Battle King Palace. The Luosha region's region master reminded him. The Battle King Hall, the Tul King Hall, and the Beast King Hall used to be one entity, but they later split up, dividing the entire eastern continent into 3 parts. The Luosha region was under the jurisdiction of the Warlord Hall. So what? I only know that I am in charge here. Jiang Tianjin said domineeringly. However, he also had the strength. A single virtual god realm powerhouse was enough to kill everyone here and sink all 6 islands. I want to know the reason. The Luosha region's domain master hesitated for a moment before asking. His question almost scared the group of experts behind him to death. The Luosha region's domain master was too bold. He dared to ask so many questions in front of a virtual god realm powerhouse. Wasn't he afraid of angering the other party and causing a massacre? Reason? It's just for fun. You can choose not to do as I say, but the consequences will be severe. Jiang Tianjin squinted his eyes. Everyone trembled. I understand. The Luosha region's domain master finally decided to compromise. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the other party was a virtual god realm powerhouse. Every virtual god realm powerhouse had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. Even if these huge islands were in front of them, they could easily destroy them. Hence, they could not be provoked. Hee, then I will leave first. Oh right, pretend that I was never here. Jiang Tianjin laughed coldly and disappeared. Everyone present did not notice how he left. It was as if he had teleported. Speaking of which, they found it ridiculous. Was it possible to play around? If Jiang Tianjin came down to watch the battle, it would make sense. However, Jiang Tianjin actually used his strength to suppress everyone and privately set the battle order. This was too fake. I don't know. Who provoked him? The Luosha region's domain master and the others all thought so. They still did not understand. If someone really provoked Jiang Tianjin could kill the other party with a snap of his fingers. Why would he do this? Time passed day by day. Xianxia arrived on the 2nd night. He was the 3rd. After him, no one else came. On the 3rd day, the 4th came. Following that, the 5th, 6th, and 10th came. These people were very strong. None of them obtained the 5 elements token by luck. After they arrived, they were also brought into the 5 elements pool. At this time, the 5 elements pool was already filled with 10 people. The 10th could only soak in the 5 elements pool for 1 day. However, this 1 day also benefited the 10th. Although there were many people in the 5 elements pool, each person's soak time was different. After 1 day, the 10th was asked to leave the 5 elements pool. 2 days later, it was the 9th. The geniuses left one by one. In the end, only Yixian and the other 2 were left. At this time, Yixian had been in the 5 elements pool for 7 days. In another hour, he would have to leave the 5 elements pool. In these few days, Yixian's attribute affinity slowly increased. He had also been paying attention to his attribute panel. Now, his earth attribute affinity had increased to the upper epic level. He was only a little bit away from the legendary level. Increase, don't stop. Just a little bit more and you'll reach the legendary level. Although Yixian closed his eyes and quietly waited in the corner of the five elements pool, he was shouting in his heart. If he could reach the legendary level, his strength would soar again. At this time. Whoosh whoosh. A wind suddenly blew in the palace. The old man sitting in the corner opened his eyes and exclaimed, "The gathering of the fire attribute heaven and earth's chi of heaven and earth. Legendary?" Not long after, the door of the room was violently pushed open and a group of people walked in. "Who is it?" The Luosha region's domain master asked in horror. In the five elements pool, Yixian and the other woman opened their eyes and looked at Li Xiu in the other corner. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 3 Legends. Haha, great, I didn't expect another legend to appear this year. The Luosha region leader was grinning from ear to ear. Huang Tianyu also reached the legend level and successfully joined the Warlord Hall. Maybe Li Xiu can do it too. 5 spots, if one of them can join the Warlord Hall, that would be great. A group of people were discussing this matter. But at that moment, huff, huff. The water attribute chi of heaven and earth in the room suddenly increased. Oh my god, another legend! The Luosha region leader and the others gasped. They wouldn't have come if it wasn't for them. Now, 2 of them came at once. They were really lucky. If they gave these 2 to the Warlord Hall, they could exchange them for a large amount of cultivation resources. Yixian's face was gloomy. He was the only one left who hadn't broken through the epic level and reached the legend level. However, not long after Li Xiu and the woman increased their affinity to the fire attribute and water attribute to the legend level, ding. The host's affinity to the earth attribute has increased. It is currently at the lower legend level. The earth attribute gathered again after the fire and water attributes. The room was filled with 3 types of chi of heaven and earth, almost squeezing the other 2 out of the room. The earth attribute chi of heaven and earth, how is this possible? It's too fake. The 3 of them reached the legend level almost at the same time. Is this a miracle? I remember that this should be the last day of this kid's life. The crowd was in an uproar. However, the Luosha region leader's face turned pale in an instant. He suddenly remembered the Jiang family disciple from 8 days ago. The first place was going to fight the third place. Under normal circumstances, it was a battle of life and death. However, the first place Li Xiu and the third place Yixian had both increased their affinity to the legend level. The people present, including the Luosha region leader, didn't have a legend level affinity. Yixian and the other 2 juniors were all legend level. If Yixian and Li Xiu were to fight, both of them would be injured. If Yixian wasn't careful, Yixian would die. Others might not know, but the Luosha region leader and the others knew Li Xiu's level. Li Xiu was able to defeat Yang when he was on the back of the Cloud Eagle. However, at that time, he still had his strength. Li Xiu's Li's was. To Li Xiu's to himself. To the Luosha region leader. To Li Xiu Yang. As for Yixian, his affinity wasn't even 50%. His aptitude was far from Li Xiu's. This is bad. I don't know who provoked the Jiang family. If it's this brat, then it's fine. If it's Li Xiu, the Luosha region too. Li too. Is Li Xiu Yang Tian? Yang. To Li Xiu. To Li, to Xiu Yang to Tian. The Luosha region's domain master reacted instantly. This was because Murong Shui also received a 7-star evaluation, which was also given by him personally. If Li Xiu provoked Jiang Tianjin, then Li Xiu and Murong Shui would fight. That way, both sides would suffer. That was to say, the one who provoked Jiang Tianjin wasn't Li Xiu. It was Yixian. Sigh. To provoke an empty God realm expert. What a pity. The Luosha region leader shook his head helplessly. However, 8 days ago, Jiang Tianjin only asked him to put Yixian and Li Xiu together. If Yixian was strong enough or admitted defeat, there was still a chance. The Luosha region leader wanted to accept Yixian and nurture Yixian for a few years before giving him to the Warlord Palace. Now, even if the Luosha region leader had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to accept Yixian, Yi Xian had provoked an empty god realm expert. Moreover, he was from the Jiang family of the Weapon King Palace. Jiang Tianjin obviously wanted to torture Yi Xian and kill Yi Xian. How could the Luosha region leader protect him? Kid, I don't have the ability to help you. You can only count on yourself. The Luosha region leader thought to himself. He thought that Yi Xian must have provoked Jiang Tianjin by accident. However, due to Jiang Tianjin's identity, he didn't want to do it himself. Then, Li Xiu would do it for him. Yi Xian, Li Xiu, and Murong Shue's affinity had all increased to the legendary level. However, because they had just broken through, the Luosha region leader didn't disturb them. Soon, Yi Xian's time was up. He was asked to come out. I didn't expect the 5 elements pool to be so effective. It increased my affinity to the earth element from the epic level to the legendary level. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He was the third, so he only had 8 days. The second place had 9 days, and the first place had 10 days. He still had to wait for 2 days. When he came out of the palace, he saw that there were already close to 100 people outside. These people were all looking at Yi Xian with envy. However, they also received a corresponding reward. Kid, you will stay here for 2 days. After 2 days, we will draw lots for the battle. There are 5 slots. As long as you win one battle, you will be sent by the region leader to participate in the Warlord Palace's Palace Guard assessment, said the old man who had brought Yi Xian in. Draw lots for the battle? Yi Xian was stunned. There were only 5 slots. In other words, the top 10 of them would fight each other in pairs. Haha, that's right. As long as I don't meet Li Xiu and Murong Shui, I have almost 100% chance of winning. Yi Xian was overjoyed. There were a total of 10 people who had entered the 5 elements pool. Yi Xian felt that these people weren't very strong, but compared to him, they were still a lot weaker. Even if he didn't use the Bahuang sword, he still had the strength to kill his opponents. It would be fine as long as he didn't meet the first or second place. However, he didn't know that the order of the battle had already been decided. Soon, 2 days had passed. The first one to come out was Murong Shui, which meant that she was the second place. Then, the first place was undoubtedly Li Xiu. Although Li Xiu had advanced to the legendary level at the same time as Yi Xian and Murong Shui, he was the first place. He stayed 1 day longer than Murong Shui and 2 days longer than Yi Xian. Coupled with his own strength, this battle was a sure win. Murong Shui was the same. As long as she didn't meet Li Xiu, her 7-star evaluation was almost guaranteed. After Li Xiu came out, the region leader of Luosha region said loudly, "Alright, the top 10 are here. Next, we will fight for the position of the palace guard of the Warlord Palace. We have already decided the order of the battle. Next, please listen carefully. The first and third place, the second and 7th place, the 4th and 6th place, the 5th and 10th place, the 8th and 9th place." Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Fair. When the Luosha region ruler's words fell into the ears of the 100 geniuses, their bodies trembled. They already knew that the affinity of the top 3 geniuses had reached the legendary level. Therefore, they thought that the Luosha region ruler would use some tricks to separate the 3 geniuses. Who would have thought that the Luosha region ruler would be so fair as to put the first and third geniuses together? Oh my god, the 2 legendary geniuses are fighting for a spot. The region ruler is indeed fair. This is bad. The third geniuses have good aptitude. If they fight against Li Xiu, they won't have any chance of winning. That's fine. That kid looks young. As long as they nurture him for 5 years, they can always come back next time. A group of people discussed. At the same time, Yi Xian was helpless. He thought that he had used up all his luck to meet Li Xiu. He was sure that he had never offended the Luosha region ruler. However, he was guessing in his heart. He guessed that the Luosha region's domain lord already knew of his strength, which was why he set him and Li Xiu together. This is bad. With so many people, I can't use the Bahuang sword. I might not be able to win if I only rely on other things. Yi Xian thought to himself. The reward for this battle was a spot to be a palace guard of the Warlord Palace. He had to enter the Warlord Palace because it was a clue left by his father. Only by entering the warlord palace could he get the next clue. Therefore, he had to fight, he had to defeat Li Xiu. Alright, let's start from the 8th and 9th geniuses. The Luosha region ruler sighed helplessly and said. The crowd was a little disappointed because they thought that the first battle would be between Yi Xian and Li Xiu. However, it did not matter. There were only 5 battles and it would be over soon. You can admit defeat in this battle. The winner will get a spot to be a palace guard of the warlord palace. After hearing the Luosha region ruler's words, the 8th and 9th geniuses stepped forward. Please. Please. The 2 geniuses were about the same age and their evaluations were 5.5 stars. Therefore, this battle might be worth watching. However, it was a pity that the person ranked 8th had a water attribute physique, while the person ranked 9th had a wood attribute physique. The water attribute was countered. Thus, the 9th ranked disciple won and obtained the opportunity to participate in the Battle King Palace's examination. Next, it was the 5th and 10th place. There was a great disparity in strength in this battle. The 5th ranked person won and obtained a spot. The 3rd battle was between the 4th and 6th place. There was no suspense. In 4th place was the stone puppet, who had hidden his strength during the evaluation. His true combat strength had reached 6.5 star, close to 7 star, while his opponent was only 5 star, so the stone puppet easily suppressed his opponent and won. These 3 matches were just average to everyone. But in the next round, everyone's eyes widened. Morong Shui, the daughter of the mayor of one of the main cities in Luosha region, was blessed by the heavens. She was only 22 years old, but her attribute conversion had reached 70%. After soaking in the 5 elements pool for 9 days, her water affinity had broken through to the legendary level. Her opponent was ranked 7th. Although he had also concealed his strength, he only had a rating of 5.5 stars. 22 years old and 70% attribute conversion? After hearing the discussions of the others, Yi Xian also came back to his senses. He had also reached 21 years old, 1 year younger than Morong Shui. But Morong Shui's attribute conversion had surpassed his by too much. But this was to be expected. Morong Shui's father was the mayor of Luosha region, and his attribute conversion had reached 90%. He was also a strong person. Morong Shui grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth. How bad could her aptitude be? At this time, the 7th ranked disciple walked out and said, I've heard of Miss Morong's great name. Although I'm a little overconfident, but I still hope to receive one of Miss Morong's sword attacks. When these words came out, the surrounding people were all shocked. His attribute conversion had not even reached 60%, and he dared to say that he would receive one of Morong Shui's sword attacks? He was courting death. One had to know that the disparity in strength in this battle was too great. It was almost impossible for Morong Shui to lose, so this young man's best choice was to admit defeat. Okay. Morong Shui also walked out without hesitation. She gently pulled out her long sword and then slashed it out. This slash had an ordinary color, and it was just an attack of pure chi of no attribute. However, due to the suppression of her realm, her opponent did not even have time to react before his right arm was chopped off. Rip. A severed arm was thrown up into the air. The reason this young man risked his life to come out was actually to make a good impression on the beauty. He was really bold. Thank you for your mercy, Miss Morong. The 7th ranked disciple expressed his gratitude. Everyone thought in their hearts, this person is so scheming. Morong Shui defeated the 7th ranked disciple and obtained the 4th place for the palace guard assessment. Then, it was time for the 5th round. This round was the key. I heard that Li Xiu's attribute conversion has also exceeded 70%. Now, his attribute affinity has increased to the legendary level. Among the geniuses present, except for Morong Shui, I don't think anyone can fight with him. That guy's attribute affinity is also legendary. It's a pity that it's a few years too late. He doesn't have the strength to contend with Li Xiu. I think he'll admit defeat immediately. Yes, that's definitely the case. Such a genius will definitely be carefully nurtured by the zone leader. He'll participate in the 100 Territories Summit in 5 years. The surrounding people were whispering to each other. However, at this moment, Yi Xian slowly walked out of the crowd. What? This guy actually walked out? Could it be that he really wants to fight with Li Xiao? What kind of joke is this? Has this guy's attribute conversion reached 60%? He's really courting death. Everyone was shocked, including Li Xiao. This guy actually dares to come out. Isn't he afraid that I'll kill him with one strike? Li Xiao thought in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and did not move. He shouted, "You want to fight with me?" That's right. Yi Xian had already walked out. Humph, this is the first time I've seen someone who overestimates himself. Don't think that you're qualified to challenge me just because your attribute affinity has reached the legendary level. Li Xiao still did not move. He stood in place and shouted. How do you know that I'm overestimating myself if we haven't fought? Maybe you're the one who's overestimating yourself? Yi Xian took out a high-quality celestial weapon. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Xiao snorted and jumped out. He also understood that Yi Xian's aptitude must have caught the eye of the Luosha zone leader, so he did not dare to kill him. Yi Xian took a deep breath and said, "Come on." The first profoundly Xiao's attribute conversion had already reached 70%. The martial arts he practiced were all top-notch. Moreover, his fire attribute qi countered Yi Xian's earth attribute. More importantly, he couldn't use the Bahuang sword in this battle. Therefore, Yi Xian was going to go all out. Brat, I want you to see that not just any random cat or dog can challenge me. Li Xiao shouted loudly as he slashed at Yi Xian. His realm was the highest among all the geniuses. Morong Shui had only used one strike to deal with her opponent, so Li Xiao wanted to use one strike as well. This flaming sword qi was extremely sharp. It was aimed at Yi Xian's left hand. If Yi Xian was hit by this sword qi, his left hand would probably be incinerated in an instant. I won't hide anymore. Demon God transformation. Suddenly, the shadow of a demon god appeared behind Yi Xian and merged into his body. At this moment, his eyes were pitch black. This is Old Devil Wan's demon god transformation. Luosha region's domain leader, Tornado, and the others were all shocked. When Yi Xian left Blade Island that day, Tornado didn't follow him, so he didn't know that Yi Xian had obtained the Tranquility Seed. He also didn't know that Yi Xian had learned the demon god transformation. The demon god transformation was created thousands of years ago by a void god realm elite. That person was Old Devil Wan. This Old Devil Wan was a little selfish. He didn't pass down the demon god transformation, so it was passed down after his death. But who would have thought that Yi Xian had comprehended the demon god transformation on his own? Li Xiao was stunned for a moment. So he was hiding his strength. But can you block this move? Li Xiao thought to himself. Although Yi Xian had used the demon god transformation, the surrounding elites didn't think that he could block it. At most, he could dodge. But Yi Xian didn't want to dodge. He had been hiding his strength in order to wait for this moment. Now that the time had come, what was the point of hiding it? Sword of the Earth splitting. Second level pulse of the Earth. A brownish-yellow sword qi slashed out and collided with the flaming sword qi. Although the earth attribute was countered by Li Xiao's fire attribute, it was still an attribute qi. Its power was much stronger than normal qi. Moreover, the sword of the earth attribute had increased affinity, so Yi Xian could only use earth attribute qi to counterattack. Bang! The flaming sword qi and the earth splitter sword suddenly exploded, and the shockwave swept out, shaking some people to the point that they couldn't open their eyes. Yi Xian had blocked. What? The domain leader of the Luosha region was already prepared to watch Yi Xian be killed, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to actually be able to block it. One had to know that Yi Xian's attribute conversion was only at 48%, not even 50%. Li Xiao's conversion. There was a differently, coupled with the fact that he had an attribute advantage. The difference in attribute conversion might be close to 30%. Yi Xian was actually able to block a 30% difference in attribute conversion. Why was that? Battle Yi Yi. Li Xiao cried out in shock. He couldn't understand. An attack that could kill someone with 60% attribute conversion was blocked by Yi Xian, who hadn't even reached 50% attribute conversion. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Even the Luosha region's domain master and Tornado had misjudged him. Only Morong Shui frowned slightly, as if she had realized something. Is this kid more talented than Morong Shui? But the yuan qi he used was only about 50%. It can't be higher. The difference between 50% and 70% attribute conversion is huge. How could he block it? Li Xiu must have gone easy on him. Or is Li Xiu a paper tiger? When Li Xiu heard that, he immediately shouted, "What did you say?" The person who called him a paper tiger shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say more. Yi Xian had blocked Li Xiu's attack with the Sword of the Earth-splitting sword, which contained the second-level pulse of the earth. Moreover, it took him 3 moves to block Li Xiu's attack. This was the difference. "I don't believe you can block it again." Li Xiu shouted in his heart and slashed again. Yi Xian had been waiting for this for a long time. He slashed 3 more times. Bang! The 3 Sword of the Earth-splitting sword collided with the flaming sword aura and exploded. This time, Luoxia's domain master understood. Ultimacy, earth-throbbing sword? Luoxia's domain master couldn't help but exclaim. Not only that, the surrounding experts also saw it. Earth elemental spirits were as rare as wood elemental spirits. It was relatively rare compared to the other 3 elemental spirits. However, this didn't mean that they were ignorant. They could still recognize ultimacy. What, ultimacy? The surrounding people trembled. They suspected that they had misheard. Ultimacy? Impossible, how did you comprehend ultimacy? Li Xiu couldn't believe it. He had seen his flaming sword aura being shaken twice. This was the earth-throbbing sword of the ultimacy of earth. Everyone was stunned. Luoxia's domain master was even more so. His attribute conversion had reached 100 points. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the empty god realm. However, if he wanted to break through to the empty god realm, he would need to comprehend an ultimacy. He had been stuck for several years, but he still couldn't comprehend an ultimacy. Although the 5 elements pool could increase attribute affinity, the increase was different for everyone. Luoxia's domain master had only reached the upper epic level. The 5 elements pool had no effect on him. Therefore, he had been stuck at the peak of the spirit realm and couldn't break through. However, today, he saw a super genius who had comprehended an ultimacy at the spirit realm. Unfortunately, this super genius had offended an empty god realm powerhouse. What a pity, what a pity! Luoxia's domain master and the others thought. They suddenly remembered Jiang Tianjin from 10 days ago. If he only has this much strength, I have a chance of winning. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had another advantage, and that was the anti-flight formation. On the central island, other than the experts, Li Xiu couldn't fly. This way, his battle dragon's 10 steps could be used as a trump card. When necessary, he might be able to catch his opponent off guard. Thinking about this, Yi Xian continued to attack. The vigor realm and spirit realm mainly depended on one's physique. When one reached the essence realm, the increase in physique would not be as great. It was the same for the spirit realm. In terms of physique, Yi Xian's physique was about the same as Li Xiu's. However, his attack speed was faster than his opponent's. After all, he still had the Fist Emperor bloodline, which could increase his attack speed by 30%. Sword of the Earth splitting. Sword of the Earth splitting. Sword of the Earth splitting. Yi Xian stepped on the battle dragon's stomp as he attacked. Translator, Transin editor, Transin pulsating guard, I'm going to kill you. Li Xiu felt humiliated. He roared and began to attack crazily. Now, he dared not underestimate Yi Xian. If he lost, he might as well kill himself. At this moment, Yi Xian saw Li Xiu attack. This was a good opportunity. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Earth's Pulsation 2 steps. Although the Battle Dragon's Stomp was the lowest level of Earth attribute martial arts, it was extremely powerful after incorporating the Earth's pulsation. Yi Xian had used it to shatter quite a few people's heads, as well as their leg bones. This time, it was a great opportunity. Wang! Li Xiu, who was attacking, suddenly felt a roar in his head and pain in his legs. His first reaction was to know that he had been hit. In the blink of an eye, his fire attribute true energy gushed out and protected his feet. But at this moment, Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword arrived. Pung! Li Xiu's reaction was quite fast. He casually slashed apart the earth-splitting sword. Otherwise, this sword would have been enough to take his life. My attributes are restrained. This is terrible. Yi Xian was helpless. He thought that if Li Xiu's true energy was of the metal attribute, he would have the upper hand now. Pung! 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 The roars fell into the ears of the surrounding people. They were so shocked that they prostrated themselves on the ground. A person with less than 50% attribute conversion could actually challenge someone with 70% attribute conversion using ultimacy. This ultimacy was so powerful. This is too scary. If this kid had the same attribute conversion as Li Xiu would have been killed instantly. The Luosha region governor thought to himself. At the same time, he was very envious because Yi Xian had comprehended ultimacy. This meant that as long as Yi Xian's attribute conversion reached 100, he would be able to break through to the virtual god realm without any shackles. 3 earth-splitting swords can only block 1 flaming sword aura from the opponent. But my move is very insidious. The opponent can't find the time to attack me and is in a passive position. Yi Xian thought as he attacked. He was able to suppress Li Xiu temporarily because he took the opportunity to attack while Li Xiu was in a daze. If he had taken out the Bahuang sword, Li Xiu would have been a corpse. Unfortunately, he did not dare to take out the Bahuang sword. After all, it was perfectly justified to kill and rob others of their treasures. If a virtual god weapon appeared, it was understandable that the Luosha region's domain master would kill everyone here. Earth-splitting sword. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Earth's 2 waves. Yi Xian's to say, Li Xiu as Li Xiu had to defend against the earth-splitting sword while also defending against the war dragon stomp. At this moment, he was already cursing Yi Xian in his heart. Yi editors Fox as art editors Lucas Li translation Li Xiu to die to kill Fan as guard as Li as. Originally, Yi Xian's attribute affinity had reached the legendary level, which made him very unhappy. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended the ultimacy, Li Xiu was enraged. Li Xiu enjoyed the discussions of the people around him. However, after Yi Xian appeared, he was kicked out of the group. All the discussions revolved around Yi Xian. This made him very unhappy. This kid is so strong. After this, the governor might make an exception and let him join us for the assessment. This is not a good thing for me. Li Xiu thought. He was very confident that he would join the Warlord Hall. Morong Shue's appearance was within his expectations. But now, there was another Yi Xian. This meant that if they joined the Warlord Hall successfully, the 3 of them would be valued by the Warlord Hall. How could it be the same to value 3 people and 1 person? Most importantly, if Yi Xian joined the Warlord Hall successfully, the Warlord Hall would definitely nurture Yi Xian first. When that time came, he and Morong Shue would be in an awkward situation. Therefore, Yi Xian had to die. Kill, I'm going to kill you. Li Xiu roared in his heart. His aura suddenly surged. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Li Xiu still had a trump card. Although the increase in strength of Li Xiu's martial arts couldn't compare to the Demon God chapter, the gap between Yi Xian and him wasn't too big. With this increase in strength, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Die, kid. After Li Xiu's aura surged, he quickly charged at Yi Xian. Sword of the Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd level. Yi Xian quickly made his move. At this moment, his face had sunk to the bottom. Li Xiu's strength had far surpassed his. If he persisted, there was a high possibility of an accident. Although he had the blood of the sacred tree of life in his body, Li Xiu's qi was of the fire attribute and had the effect of burning. If he was grazed, Yi Xian would be in danger. Admit defeat? Or take out the Bahuang sword and kill Li Xiu? Yi Xian hesitated in his heart. If he took out the Bahuang sword, he did have the ability to kill Li Xiu. However, he could not guarantee that the Luosha region's domain leader would not be jealous. Even if he had to kill everyone, he must obtain the Bahuang sword. He did not dare to take the risk. No, he could not take the risk. If he died, what would happen to Skywater Island? What would happen to Song Suijing and the others? Admit defeat? Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed. Sometimes, it was necessary to admit defeat. After all, where there was life, there was hope. Although he would lose the quota this time, he heard that there were more than one quota in Warlord Palace. Yi Xian did not use an invitation card at the 100 Leaders Summit, so this was not his only chance. Kid, go to hell. Li Xiao slashed at Yi Xian with all his strength. Yi Xian was ready to admit defeat, but when he stepped on the floor. Ding! Host has comprehended the pulsating guard. What? Yi Xian was stunned. Pulsating guard? He hurriedly glanced at his attribute panel and saw that there was an additional ultimacy. No, it was the pulsating earth ultimacy. There was an additional branch, the pulsating guard. He hurriedly sensed it. Immediately after, a special energy surged out of his body. Bang! 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 The 3 earth-shattering swords collided with the flaming sword chi. Even though it contained the pulsating earth ultimacy, it was unable to disperse the flaming sword chi. Yi Xian widened his eyes as he watched the flaming sword chi hit his body. No, it should have hit the special energy outside his body. Bang! The flaming sword chi shook twice in an instant and then dissipated. This, Yi Xian was stunned. The pulsating guard, as the name suggested, used the pulsating earth ultimacy for defense. The pulsating earth ultimacy was used for offense, while the pulsating guard was used for defense. Furthermore, the pulsating guard was the same as the pulsating earth ultimacy. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. If he had this pulsating guardian, then he would have the strength to fight Li Xiao. Reversing the situation, haha, Li Xiao, you're finished. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Previously, his 3 earth-shattering swords were able to disperse Li Xiao's attack. Now that Li Xiao had used his trump card, he might need 4. However, Yi Xian could only throw out 3 earth-shattering swords. Now that he had comprehended the pulsating guard, the remaining flame sword chi could be blocked by the pulsating guard. Yi Xian was safe. This is the pulsating guard? The Luosha region's ruler recognized it. Previously, he was fortunate enough to see an empty God Realm powerhouse. Furthermore, it was a rare earth attribute, so he recognized it. The pulsating earth wasn't the only profound earth attribute. There were several other kinds. However, the difficulty of comprehending the pulsating earth was ranked in the top 3. It was even more difficult to comprehend the pulsating guard branch of the pulsating earth. However, Yi Xian had actually comprehended it. Genius, this is a genius. The Luosha region's ruler was filled with admiration. He had broken through to the spirit realm several decades ago, but he hadn't comprehended a single profound. Therefore, he couldn't help but be excited. Unfortunately, he suddenly remembered Jiang Tianjin's words. Yi Xian might die here. Even if he wasn't killed by Li Xiao, he might die in the Warlord Palace's palace guard assessment. What a pity! At this moment, Yi Xian, who had comprehended the pulsating guard, began to attack Li Xiao crazily. What the hell is this? Li Xiao was also shocked. He didn't realize that Yi Xian had suddenly comprehended it and thought that it was Yi Xian's trump card. The situation was instantly reversed. Now, it was a tie. What is that? I can't see it, but I can feel the fluctuations. The entire space seems to be distorted. I'm not sure either. However, there is a martial art called the flame protection that is similar to this. How can a trash martial art like the flame protection be compared to this? Don't you know what realm Li Xiao is at? Is this also a profound? I think so too. After all, none of us understand profound. I'm afraid that even the ruler hasn't seen it before. The group of people began to discuss in low voices again. At this time, there was a white figure above the crowd. It was Yi Xian's cousin, Jiang Tianjin. TSK. He has even comprehended Pulse Guard. This kid really can't be left alive. Jiang Tianjin held a folding fan in his hand. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with killing intent. I even wanted to give his head to Auntie as a gift. Forget it, I suddenly want to see him grow up. Then, I want to see the expression on his father's face when he is ravaged countless times. Jiang Tianjin's eyes flashed, and then he disappeared. He already knew the outcome of this battle, so it didn't matter if he watched or not. On the ground. Li Xiao, weren't you very proud just now? Come and kill me. Yi Xian shouted. Stinking brat, don't be so arrogant. Li Xiao replied as he gritted his teeth. Ever since Yi Xian comprehended Pulse Guard, Li Xiao's threat to Yi Xian had greatly decreased. As long as Yi Xian didn't reveal any flaws, it would be very difficult for him to kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's true qi was still at its peak, while his normal true qi and fire attribute true qi had already decreased by half. Impossible. Impossible. I was actually beaten by this brat to the point where I couldn't even fight back. This is impossible. Li Xiao shouted in his heart. Who was he? He was the top genius of the Luosha region. He was only 25 years old, but his attribute conversion had already reached 70%. If he was given another 20 years, he was confident that he could break through to the peak of the spirit stage. During this time, he would comprehend a fire attribute profound. Then, he would be able to break through to the Void God Realm. Void God Realm. How long had it been since the Luosha region had a Void God Realm powerhouse? As long as he broke through, then the name Li Xiao would be known by everyone. Die. You must die. I, Li Xiao, will step on your corpse to enter the Warlord Hall. Li Xiao was about to go crazy. He no longer defended and began to madly attack Yi Xian. A good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Since his opponent wasn't defending, wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? At the very most, he would exchange blood for blood. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, two sword beams flashed. Bang. Bang. Yi Xian and Li Xiao's shoulders were hit at the same time. Humph. You have the earth attribute. Even if you petrify me, my fire attribute true qi can quickly dissolve your petrification. Li Xiao thought in his heart. However, he was wrong. Yi Xian's attack didn't only contain petrification. After all, it was the earth-splitting sword that contained the second layer of the earth pulse. After the petrification, there were two vibrations. Crack. Li Xiao's shoulder instantly exploded, and a large hole appeared on his shoulder. Damn it. Li Xiao cursed angrily and focused his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian was holding the long sword in his hand and cutting off his burning left shoulder diagonally. Only a part of it was connected to his left arm. However, in the next moment, Li Xiao was stunned. He saw that Yi Xian's left shoulder, which was constantly spurting blood, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a second, his left shoulder grew back. How was this possible? Not only was Li Xiao shocked, everyone present was shocked, including the Luosha region's territorial ruler. This kid, does he have the earth attribute or the wood attribute? No, even the wood attribute spirit wouldn't have such a powerful effect. Did he consume the holy seed of life beforehand? That must be it. He must have consumed the holy seed of life when we weren't paying attention and grew his left shoulder. The surrounding people were exclaiming in surprise. Even the Luosha region's territorial ruler and the others looked at each other because they didn't see when Yi Xian consumed the holy seed of life. However, there were no rules in this battle. Everything was a part of one's strength. Even if one used poison or concealed weapons, it was fine. Therefore, it was okay to consume the holy elixir of recovery during a battle. Cunning kid, let's see how you recover this time. Li Xiao cursed in his heart and prepared to exchange blood with Yi Xian again. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. This time, let's see if you can still resolve it. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he suddenly slashed out with the earth splitter that he had been accumulating power for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two sword rays swept past each other but didn't collide. These two attacks once again landed on each other's bodies. Yi Xian was still hit in the shoulder, but Li Xiao was hit in the chest. Bang! The earth splitter exploded in front of Li Xiao's chest and instantly split his chest open. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Li Xiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt bad because his cultivation level was about to drop. Rip. Yi Xian's pulsating guard was also broken by his flaming sword qi and then slashed on his shoulder. In an instant, the flames spread rapidly. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios die, Yi Xian ruthlessly drew his sword and once again cut off his shoulder. In less than a second, it grew back. Oh my god, he hid 2 life saint seeds in his mouth. 1 life saint seed is already so hard to get, but he got 3 in a day. What a joke, with his strength, he could get 10 in a day. This kid, he wanted to fight to the death with Li Xiu from the beginning. He never thought of admitting defeat. Nonsense, he has comprehended ultimacy. If Warlord Palace knew, they would definitely focus on nurturing him. The surrounding geniuses could not help but exclaim. Li Xiu's face was gloomy. He did not know why, but his heart was beating wildly. He could no longer hear the voices of the people around him, only the sound of his own heartbeat. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Fight. Li Xiu was already prepared to fight to the death. Yi Xian had comprehended ultimacy and was much more talented than him. If Yi Xian did not die now, he would be the one to die in the future. Kill. Li Xiu shouted and rushed toward Yi Xian. Good timing. Yi Xian was also prepared for close combat. He knew that Li Xiu was already at the end of his strength, but if they fought from a distance, the Luoxia region's domain master would probably save Li Xiu before he was killed. At that time, he would have wasted an interspatial ring. In an instant, the 2 figures approached each other and attacked wildly. Li Xiu's realm upgrade time was almost up, and he did not have much true qi left. If he could not kill Yi Xian this time, he would be dead for sure. Therefore, he had to be extremely focused and slay Yi Xian under his sword. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had the pulsating guard now, so his attacks could hardly threaten Yi Xian. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned white. The duration of the demon god transformation had actually passed at this time. Haha, kid, you're finished. Seeing that Yi Xian had returned to its original state, Li Xiu laughed in his heart. How could such a martial art be used twice in a row, but Yi Xian could be used continuously? This is my chance. Demon God transformation. Another phantom of the demon god condensed behind him and entered Yi Xian's body. His aura skyrocketed again in an instant. What? Li Xiu was shocked. He had been careless when he saw Yi Xian's aura weaken. But to his surprise, Yi Xian actually used the demon god transformation again. Not good. The Luoxia region's domain master reacted and prepared to attack. After all, Li Xiu was also a genius. However, just as he was about to make a move, a head was thrown into the air. It was Li Xiu's head. The Luoxia region's domain master was stunned. He had wanted to intervene, but he was 1 step too slow. What a waste of a genius. Initially, he felt that it was a pity for Yi Xian, but now, he felt that it was a pity for Li Xiu. In the next moment, he thought of one thing. That mysterious Jiang family expert allowed the 1st and 3rd place to fight. Now that the 3rd place, Yi Xian, had killed the 1st place, Li Xiu, would that expert make a move, or could it be that he was wrong from the start? Did the other party think that Yi Xian would win from the start? The Luoxia region's domain master hurriedly glanced around, but did not see anyone in the air. Yi Xian wins. Tornado announced. Li Xiu's head fell off. Naturally, Yi Xian had won. This was an indisputable fact. At this moment, Yi Xian walked over and took Li Xiu's universe ring under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 50 points. The system notified. The people present were not weaklings. Even if Yi Xian had concealed his aura, they could still sense it. Damn, he broke through. This kid is really a monster. He's so scary. Where did he come from? Not only did his attribute affinity increase to the legendary level, but he also comprehended the ultimacy. In the end, he broke through after the battle. Is he the reincarnation of an elite? Looks like our Luoxia region is going to be famous. The people around them were so shocked that they could not calm down. As for Yi Xian, he couldn't help but smile. He finally won. Not only did his attribute affinity increase to the legendary level, but his attribute conversion had also reached 50%. If it doubled, he could break through to the virtual god realm, the virtual god realm. Aha! At this moment, the Luoxia region's domain master suddenly said, "Alright, the 5th slot is out. This is the Warlord Hall's Palace Guard Assessment Certificate. Keep it well." After he finished speaking, He threw a quaint token with the word battle printed on it to Yixian and the other four. Then, he continued, the 100 Leaders Summit has ended. You can rest here and wait for me to return. You can also leave immediately. As for the 5 of you, I will personally lead you to the Warlord Hall. Yes. Everyone nodded in response. In the next moment, the 9 heavens cloud rock in the sky slowly descended. The 100 Leaders Summit had ended. Since the others were not in a hurry, they naturally did not need the 9 heavens cloud rock. The 9 heavens cloud rock was now given to Yixian and the other 4. Let's go. The Luosha region's domain master jumped onto the 9 heavens cloud rock. Yixian and the other 4 quickly followed. After they got on, the Luosha region's domain master said again, the 5 of you are qualified to participate in the Warlord Hall's Palace Guard assessment. I will send you there first. You can stay there for the time being. Originally, the 5 of them could have rested for a few days before going. However, the Luosha region's domain master wanted to claim credit, so he set off immediately. After all, there might be a virtual God Realm elite watching them. If Yixian died, he would not have a chance. One should know that Yixian had comprehended the Earth pulsation and Earth protection. His attribute affinity had reached the legendary level. He would definitely be heavily nurtured by the Warlord Hall. He did not need the reward. However, if he introduced Yixian to the Warlord Hall, he might be able to receive guidance from an empty God Realm elite. At that time, he might be able to comprehend an abstruse meaning and break through to the empty God Realm. The 9 heavens cloud rock immediately left and flew towards the Warlord Hall. Yixian, Morong Shui, Shi Shao, Lin Feng, Wang En. The Luosha region's domain master glanced at the 5 of them and said, the assessment of the Warlord Hall is different every time. I don't know the specifics. You have to be careful. Yes. Yixian and the other 4 slightly nodded. There is still a long way to the Warlord Hall. You don't have to be so nervous. When the Luosha region's domain master finished speaking, he looked at Yixian and asked, Yixian, can you share your experience of comprehending an abstruse meaning with us? Experience? Yixian was stupefied. He realized that Morong Shui and the other 4 were also looking at Yixian. Even though the 5 of them were geniuses, Yixian was too monstrous. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. Battle King Hall, that's right, Brother Yi, please share your experience with me. I'm also of the Earth attribute. The stone puppet couldn't help but ask. He was of the Earth attribute, and so was Yixian. Yixian's experience would be most useful to him. Yixian paused for a moment, then said, actually, I don't know how I comprehended it, but I can only summarize the throbbing pulse of the earth into one word, quake. Then, he took out 2 books and threw them to the stone puppet, saying, these are the 2 martial arts I comprehended from the throbbing pulse of the earth. Brother Sure, you can try learning them. Sword of the Earth Splitting. Battle Dragon Stomp. The stone puppet caught the 2 books, glanced at them, and said, many thanks, Brother Yi. These were the martial arts Yixian had copied from the Devouring system after spending some Devouring crystals. He had indeed comprehended the profound from these 2 martial arts. Although these 2 martial arts were of the lowest level, they might be useful to the stone puppet. Then what's the pulsating guard? From what I know, the throbbing pulse of the earth is extremely difficult to comprehend, and the pulsating guard, a branch of the throbbing pulse of the earth, is even more difficult. The Luosha region's domain master couldn't help but ask. This? The throbbing pulse of the earth can be integrated into any martial arts to increase its power, while the pulsating guard is used for defense. This pulsating guard, I've only just comprehended it. Yixian casually replied. Levels could be increased by devouring, but he really didn't know how to comprehend profound. Just comprehended it? Everyone was shocked. It turned out that Yixian was really suppressed to the brink of despair, and then his potential was stimulated, and he suddenly comprehended the pulsating guard. Genius, he was really a super genius. At this time, Yixian suddenly asked, Sir Domain Master, may I ask how many types of profound earth are there? This kid only comprehended it recently, so I don't know much about it. I'm not very clear about the specifics, I've only heard of a few. The pulsating pulse of the earth is one of them, and the pulsating guard is a branch of the pulsating pulse of the earth. Besides that, the profound of Earth includes strength and gravity. As for the rest, I don't know. The Luoxia region's domain master paused for a moment before he continued. If we were to talk about which of the 5 elements has the strongest ultimacy, I think it would be the earth element. Yi Xian frowned and thought for a moment. Besides the earth pulse, there was also force and gravity. These 2 powers Upanishads were easy to understand. The power Upanishad should be to increase the power, and the gravity should be to increase the gravity to slow down the opponent's speed. Yi Xian thought to himself. His speed was fast, so he was curious about the gravity Upanishad. If he could comprehend the gravity profound and reduce the opponent's speed, the opponent's strength would be greatly reduced. This was a divine skill. Most importantly, this was equivalent to a flight restriction formation, which could force the other party onto the ground. I wonder when I can comprehend the profound of gravity. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian closed his eyes. He wasn't cultivating, but he didn't want to answer other people's questions. After all, he had only comprehended the profound of gravity by chance. When the others saw him like this, they didn't ask any more questions. Yi Xian had just comprehended the pulsating guard, so he needed to carefully comprehend it and strike while the iron was hot. The Luoxia region's domain master didn't say anything, but he was constantly looking around to see if anyone was following them. However, his worries were unnecessary. Jiang Tianjin did want to kill Yi Xian, but he changed his mind and left. Therefore, the journey was smooth and unhindered. 3 days later, the 9 firmament's great cloud Peng arrived at the Battle King Hall. We're finally here. The stone puppet, who had been cultivating the earth-splitting sword and battle dragon stomp for the past 3 days, stood up from the ground and looked at the huge, solemn palace in front of him. That's the Battle King Hall? Yi Xian opened his eyes and said slowly. This is the Battle King Hall, but it's just a branch hall. If you pass the test, you will be appointed as a guard in this branch hall. The Luoxia region's domain master said. Just a branch hall? Yi Xian frowned. Don't worry, your aptitude is very good. As long as I report this matter, the branch hall will definitely send experts to escort you to the main hall. The Luoxia region's domain master said. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The branch hall shouldn't be able to find anything, so he had to go to the main hall. At this time, the Luoxia region's domain master suddenly said, however, I heard that a mysterious force has appeared recently, and they are constantly attacking the experts of the Battle King Hall. I want to warn you. Mysterious force? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and 2 names flashed through his mind. Weapon King Hall, Beast King Hall. The Battle King Hall and the other 2 King Halls were the overlords of this region. However, if there was anyone who dared to provoke them, it would be the experts sent by these 2 forces. Morong Shui and the others also thought so. However, the Luoxia region's domain master suddenly said, don't think too much about it. Although the Seat Royal Hall is split into 3, they still cooperate with each other. This mysterious faction was not secretly formed by the other 2 Seat Royal Halls. If it's not the other 2 King Halls, then who is it? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At this time, the 9 Heavens Cloud Rock had already landed in front of the huge palace. Who are you? A man in silver armor walked forward quickly. I am the Luoxia region's domain master, this is my proof of identity. The Luoxia region's domain master jumped off the 9 Heavens Cloud Rock and handed over a token. The man in silver armor checked it, then took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and compared it. Okay, identity confirmed. You came this time to send off the geniuses? The man in silver armor looked at Yi Xian and the others. Yes, it's the 5 of them. The Luoxia region's domain master nodded and secretly handed over an interspatial ring. He then pointed at Yi Xian and said, Sir, his name is Yi Xian. He has already comprehended ultimacy. The man in silver armor took the interspatial ring and quickly put it away. However, when he heard the Luoxia region's domain master's words, he was so shocked that he almost dropped the interspatial ring in his hand. What? Ultimacy? The man in silver armor was stunned and looked at Yi Xian. Those who could comprehend ultimacy in the spirit stage were all geniuses that were 1 in a million. Although it was said that one could only break through to the nihility stage after comprehending ultimacy, Most people would only begin to comprehend ultimacy after their attribute conversion reached 100. However, Yi Xian had only completed half of his attribute conversion. Is what you said true? The man in silver armor looked at the Luosha region's domain master. It's absolutely true. Yi Xian has an earth attribute spirit. He has already comprehended the earth throbbing pulse and a branch of the earth throbbing pulse, pulsatile guard. The Luosha region's domain master said seriously. What? He has even comprehended the pulsatile guard. The man in silver armor exclaimed and said, Boy, attack me and let me see. Yi Xian was stunned and immediately understood that the man in silver armor wanted to test him. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Deputy Palace Master. This man was a palace guard of Warlord Palace. His strength was on par with Tornado, at least 10 times stronger than Li Xiu. Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword was not enough to threaten him. Pung! Pung! 2 muffled sounds were heard. The earth-splitting sword was easily defeated by the silver-armored man. It is indeed the pulse of the earth, and it has evolved to the 2nd level. Genius, what a genius! The silver-armored man widened his eyes and threw out a flaming sword chi. This sword chi was very weak. It was only used for testing. Pung! Pung! The sword chi swept in front of Yi Xian and was dispersed by Yi Xian's pulsating guard. Good, this is great. Another genius who has comprehended ultimacy has come. Very good. The silver-armored man was very happy. However, his words revealed something else. Again, before Yi Xian, there was someone else who had comprehended ultimacy? A sub-palace is in charge of several regions. Each region is very large and full of talents. It is not a big deal to have another genius who has comprehended ultimacy. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Luosha region's region master was full of smiles. He had been on tenterhooks for the past 3 days. After all, he was afraid that Jiang Tianjin would suddenly attack and kill Yi Xian. Now, he had finally delivered her to him. My lord, may I ask, how is Huang Tianyu, who I sent here 5 years ago? The Luosha region's region master suddenly asked. Huang Tianyu? The silver-armored man recalled and said, not bad. He became a small captain and his attribute conversion has reached 90%. However, he has not comprehended ultimacy. Small captain? The Luosha region's region master paused. It seemed that this person was doing well. Alright, I will bring these 5 people in. Luosha region's region master, you can leave first. The silver-armored man said. Yes, my lord. The Luosha region's region master nodded slightly. Although he was stronger than the silver-armored man, the silver-armored man was a palace guard of Warlord Palace. He could only obediently call him lord. Domain lords were nothing in front of the Battle King Hall. After the 9 firmaments cloud plume took off, the Luosha domain ruler also returned to Luosha domain. Only after the 9 firmaments cloud plume disappeared did Yi Xian suddenly remember something. He had forgotten to ask the domain ruler to help inquire about Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Forget it. I'll come back after I settle down. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Although the palace guards had the word guard in their name, they were actually divided into 2 types. One type was responsible for guarding the palace, while the other type was allowed to go out and do missions. Of course, these 2 kinds of palace guards could apply to exchange positions. Alright, come in with me. The man in silver glanced at Murong Shui, then walked up to Yi Xian and asked, Young man, what's your name? Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. However, in the next instant, the silver-armored man began to crazily ask questions. He even said that he had a daughter and so on. Yi Xian was also speechless. He also knew that the silver-armored man was trying to get close to him, so he vaguely answered. Murong Shui and the other 3 were instantly left out. They didn't even ask for his name. However, this was understandable. After all, with so many domains, who wouldn't want to get close to a super genius like Yi Xian? Brother Yi, the 5 of you can stay here for now. I'll report to the higher-ups. The silver-armored man led Yi Xian and the other 4 to a small residence in the palace. This palace was very big, but there was everything inside. Along the way, Yi Xian even saw some sacred beasts. At this time, they were in a small palace, but this place didn't look like a palace corridor. There were mud, flowers, trees, and 5 mansions here. It was really a different world. This warlord palace is really amazing. The black dragon we saw just now wasn't a sacred beast, but a virtual god beast. After the silver-armored man left, Xiao couldn't help but say. Virtual god beast. Hearing this, everyone, including Xian, was stunned. Wasn't this the name of a creature that had surpassed a sacred beast? A virtual god beast could easily kill spirit realm trash like them. Xian also didn't expect that the black dragon they saw just now was a virtual god beast comparable to a virtual god realm powerhouse. Xian, the experts of the warlord palace might be coming soon. Then, you will be sent to the main palace. Congratulations. Xiao walked over and cupped his fists. Thank you. Xian also cupped his fists. Xiao was tall and sturdy, and he had a straightforward personality. He was worth making friends with. However, he would be leaving soon for the main palace of the warlord palace. If Xiao and the other 3 passed the test, they would become palace guards of this palace. After that, they could choose to go out and carry out missions, or guard the palace. Of course, the palace guards who went out to carry out missions had high risks, but the rewards were also high. Most of the time, the young ones would go out. The older ones would comprehend mysteries here. However, Xian also wanted to participate in the palace guard test. Who knows, he might be able to increase his realm, his aptitude might be rare in the branch palace, but there might be many in the main palace. Moreover, the main palace was filled with virtual god realm powerhouses. The surroundings were probably very dangerous. His strength was too weak, so he might be slower if he went over. Soon after, the 5 of them were assigned to their respective residences. Not long after, the silver-armored man who had just left came back with a black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man had a serious expression. He didn't look excited at all as he slowly walked in through the door. Vice Palace Master, it's him. The silver-armored man pointed at Xian. Vice Palace Master, Xian and the other 4 were stunned. There were many virtual god realm powerhouses in the Warlord Palace's branch palace. Those who could become the Vice Palace Master were naturally virtual god realm powerhouses. At this moment, the middle-aged man was able to suppress his aura. Otherwise, Xian and the other 4 would be so shocked that they couldn't move. Oh? You're the one who comprehended the earth pulse and pulsating guard? The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Xian. Yes, senior. Xian nodded. Attack me. The middle-aged man didn't beat around the bush and said directly. Seeing that the other party was so swift and decisive, Xian didn't dare to dawdle. He immediately took out a supreme-grade heaven weapon and used the earth-splitting sword on the middle-aged man. Pung! Pung! The earth-splitting sword shook twice and then disappeared. It's indeed the earth pulse level 2. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes. Just like the silver-armored man, he casually threw out a streak of pure qi. Xian was shocked. After all, the black-robed middle-aged man in front of him was a virtual god realm powerhouse. However, he didn't move and directly used the pulsating guard. Pung! Pung! This streak of pure qi was very weak. After being shaken twice by the pulsating guard, it dissipated. Void divine weapon. Xian's heart trembled when he heard this. He had been guessing whether the next level of the throbbing pulse of earth was the 3rd or 4th level. Now he finally understood that it was the 4th level, then its power was indeed much stronger than the 2nd level. Your aptitude is very good, even better than Sun Xingyu's. It's just that your level is much lower. The middle-aged man said, however, rules are rules. Even if your aptitude is good, you still have to pass the Palace Guard assessment. Palace Guard assessment? Everyone present was stunned. Did a genius like Xian need to take the assessment? Was this a joke? Vice Palace Master, this. The silver-armored man said in confusion. A sword's edge is sharpened. I'm sure you've experienced many life and death battles. Only under such circumstances can a true genius be born. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then looked at Xian and said that Sun Xingyu has also comprehended the profound meaning. He also wants to participate in the Palace Guard examination. My warlord Hall wants a true genius, do you understand? His words were very provocative, and no one could refute him. True geniuses rose up in the midst of difficulties. Most importantly, this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. Understood. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Good, then gather at the entrance in 3 days. The black-robed middle-aged man turned and left after he finished speaking. 3 days later, it would be the sub-palace's assessment. After the black-robed middle-aged man left, the silver-armored man sighed helplessly. Brother Yi, the vice-palace master is like this. He always says those words. Please don't be offended. Yi Xian did not agree. He also felt that a sword's edge was sharpened. He also felt that this saying was correct. As long as he participated in the assessment, he could continue to break through. Brother Chen, what is the content of the palace guard assessment this time? Yi Xian asked. The silver-armored man shook his head. I'm not sure. Only on the day of the assessment will the elders of the sub-palace come out and explain the content of the assessment. That Sun Xingyu, how strong is he? Yi Xian asked again. The stone puppets group of 4 also pricked up their ears, curious as to what attribute this genius called Sun Xingyu had and how high his realm was. This Sun Xingyu's attribute conversion has already reached 70%. His divine soul is of the metal attribute, and he has already comprehended the profound meaning of metal, Midas touch. The silver-armored man replied. Metal attribute, turning stone into gold. Yi Xian was stunned. He knew too little about elemental mysteries, so he couldn't help but ask, what's the effect of turning stone into gold? It seems that Brother Ye's understanding of profound meanings is very limited. The silver-armored man chuckled. You should know the characteristics of the metal element. Its attack power is the strongest of the 5 elements. And this metal elemental mystery is to allow his attacks to have the effect of assimilation. Assimilation? Yi Xian frowned. He did not understand what that meant. The silver-armored man explained, won't your earth element Xianxia petrify your enemies after you injure them? This metal attribute's Midas touch is very similar to your petrification. You petrify, but it condenses into metal. It is extremely difficult to dissolve and will also hinder the flow of Xianxia. The longer the metal lasts, the harder it becomes. If it is not dissolved in time, a part of your body will be crippled. So that's how it is. Since I have earth element Xianxia, if I am hit, I should be able to dissolve it better than other elements, right? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, that's why you can restrain that Sun Xingyu. However, your realm is too low. If you face him, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to win. The silver-armored man shook his head helplessly. Yi Xian was good at everything, but his realm was too low. Does this Midas touch profundity only have an effect after injuring someone? At this time, the stone puppet behind Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had actually forgotten this point. Yes, it only has an effect when you injure someone. Pure Xianxia collision has no effect. The silver-armored man nodded. Yi Xian was still a little worried just now, but after hearing this, he was not worried at all. This Midas touch profundity was actually a strengthened version of petrification. As long as he was not injured, this profundity would not be much of a threat to him. Moreover, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. What was there to be afraid of? Big Brother Chen, I have one last question. Is there any way to get an ethereal divine weapon in the branch palace? Yi Xian paused for a while and could not help but ask. Ethereal divine weapon? The silver-armored man did not know why Yi Xian asked this. He thought for a while and said, ethereal divine weapons are actually not that precious. The ethereal divine realm elders in the branch palace have one. Ethereal divine weapons are different from heavenly weapons. Only ethereal god realm experts can fully utilize its value. Moreover, every ethereal divine weapon can grow. It needs to be nurtured by the ethereal god realm expert's elemental Xianxia. The longer it is nurtured, the greater the amplification of the ethereal divine weapon. It needs to be nurtured? The 5 of them were shocked. This was the first time they had heard this, and their eyes lit up. Yi Xian frowned slightly because he had an ethereal divine weapon. However, he was not of the ethereal god realm, but the spirit realm. Therefore, he could not nurture an ethereal divine weapon. A ethereal divine weapon is very expensive for a spirit realm expert, but it is nothing for an ethereal god realm expert. Moreover, a ethereal divine weapon will recognize its owner. Brother Yi, if you are at the ethereal god realm and you spend 10 years nurturing a ethereal divine weapon, then this ethereal divine weapon will increase your earth elemental attack power. If this ethereal divine weapon is taken away by someone else, then this ethereal divine weapon will be the same as if it has never been nurtured. It will only be a normal ethereal divine weapon. This is the same as raising a child, it will recognize its owner. The silver-armored man continued. I see. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and said, if I obtain an ethereal divine weapon that has been nurtured by someone else, then I will have to nurture it with my Xianxia again? That's right. After an ethereal god realm expert obtains an ethereal divine weapon, they will have to nurture it themselves. After all, a divine weapon that they have nurtured themselves is more convenient for them. Of course, there are also good and bad ethereal divine weapons. At this point, the silver-armored man could not help but ask, Brother Yi, do you have an ethereal divine weapon as well? Being asked this question, Yi Xian's heart trembled. He quickly shook his head and said, how is that possible? I am only at the spirit realm. How can I have an ethereal divine weapon? I am just curious. That's right. Although everyone has an ethereal divine weapon, it is not something that anyone can forge. Most of the ethereal divine weapons in the Warlord Hall are bought from the Weapon Lord Hall. The silver-armored man smiled. Yi Xian let out a dry laugh and did not say anything. His Bahuang sword was the weapon of the Bahuang sword god. It was an ethereal divine weapon. However, he had no idea what grade of ethereal divine weapon this Bahuang sword was. Was it the lower grade, the middle grade, the upper grade, or the supreme grade? Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Palace Guard Assessment. Brother Yi, you can rest here for 3 days. The assessment will begin in 3 days. I will take my leave. The man in silver armor left. Yi Xian and the other 4 returned to their own courtyards to rest. What they didn't know was that the man in silver armor didn't return to the entrance. Instead, he went to look for the middle-aged man in black. Vice Palace Master. In a small courtyard, the man in silver armor knelt down on one knee. The Vice Palace Master turned around and said, you will lead them to the assessment in 3 days. Yes. The man in silver armor nodded. After a pause, he asked, when should I convert him? During the assessment. Test him first. As for the other 4, the little girl and the big guy are fine. You can do as you see fit. The Vice Palace Master said calmly. Then, he took out 3 small red stones from his interspatial ring and said, these are 3 half-demon hearts. If you don't succeed, kill them. Yes, I will complete the mission. The silver-armored man nodded. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he put the 3 small stones into his universe ring and left. During these 3 days, Yi Xian stayed in his residence and practiced the Dragon War Stomp and the Earth-Shattering Sword. He wanted to see if he could raise the Earth Pulse to the 4th level. Unfortunately, the ultimacy wasn't a martial art. It wasn't that easy to raise the level. 3 days passed by quickly. On the morning of the 4th day, Yi Xian and the other 4 woke up and walked to the entrance of the palace hall. At this time, there were more than 100 people gathered at the entrance. There were 9 palace halls under Warlord Hall. Each palace hall was in charge of 12 regions. In total, there were 108 regions. Each region could have 5 domain lords. Some larger regions could have 7 or 8 domain lords. Therefore, there were more than 100 people in total. Luosha region was ranked 3rd among the 12 palace halls. At most, there were 6 domain lords. Yi Xian and the other 4 walked out and found an empty space to stand. They looked around. Those who had come to participate in the Warlord Hall's examination were all geniuses among geniuses. All of them had at least 50% attribute conversion. Yi Xian was the worst. However, he still had his power Upanishad. Among the dozens of people here, only Sun Xingyu could compare to him. He just didn't know who Sun Xingyu was. More and more people came out from the side hall, and soon, the number of people had exceeded 100. Not only that, but a group of palace guards also walked out from the side hall, including the silver-armored man who had received Yi Xian. Hey, brother Yi. The silver-armored man jogged towards Yi Xian. Big brother Chen. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. The silver-armored man smiled and said, the assessment mission is out. Furthermore, I will be the one leading the 5 of you to the assessment. As he spoke, he took out a parchment scroll from his interspatial ring. Yi Xian did not think too much about it and looked over curiously. Exterminate the Earth's core spider cave. Each person must exterminate 100 Earth's core spiders and bring back 100 Earth's core spider poison sacs. Time limit, 2 days. Xiao could not help but read out the mission. Immediately, the 5 people had the same question. Were these Earth's core spiders strong? The silver-armored man read their doubts and explained with a smile, a single Earth's core spider can fight against a cultivator whose attribute conversion has reached 50%. Attribute conversion of 50%, Yi Xian paused for a moment. His attribute conversion was exactly 50%, Murong Shui's was 70%, Shi Zhao's was 65%, and the other 2 were both at 55%. Therefore, these Earth's core spiders were not a threat. However, this assessment mission required 100 Earth's core spider poison sacs, which meant that they would need at least 100 Earth's core spider corpses. There is a Earth's core spider cave to the west of the side hall. Our mission is to go there. At the same time, this mission can only be done alone. During the assessment period, non-assessors need to wait outside while I go in to evaluate, the silver-armored man said. The 5 people nodded. This was easy to understand. Combat ability was 1 point, but overall quality was still important. Strength alone was not enough to pass the assessment. Alright, let's go. The silver-armored man did not waste any time. He put away the parchment and led Yi Xian's group to the west. There were many dangers in the vicinity of the Warlord Hall's side hall, but the experts of the Warlord Hall did not take action to give others a chance. The more dangerous a place was, the more opportunities there were, and the greater the improvement. If they died in there, they could only blame themselves for being too weak. The silver-armored man led Yi Xian's group and rushed for an entire day before stopping in front of a mountain. That cave is the Earth's core spider cave. Within 2 days, each of you has to kill 100 Earth's core spiders and bring out the corpses. The silver-armored man pointed at a pitch-black cave and said. Understood. Yi Xian's group nodded. Alright, the 4 of you wait here first. Yi Xian, you go ahead with the assessment. After the silver-armored man finished speaking, he quickly descended to the ground. This Earth's core spider cave mission seemed to be only accepted by their team. The others had all gone to do other missions. Yi Xian did not mind and followed the silver-armored man. Yi Xian, after you go down, it will depend on your own abilities. Even if your life is in danger, I will not interfere. This is the rule. The silver-armored man said to Yi Xian. Understood. Yi Xian replied and directly rushed into the pitch-black cave. The silver-armored man followed behind him and opened up a distance of 1,000 meters. The cave was very dark, but after going down a certain distance, there was a sudden light. It turned out to be the light emitted by some heavenly treasures. Yi Xian quickly plucked these treasures and swallowed them. Although the Earth's core spider cave was strong, it was not to the point where he needed to use the 8 desolate sword. After entering the cave, Yi Xian did not even use the demon god transformation. He just held a supreme-grade celestial weapon and wandered around. SSSSSSSSS. When Yi Xian landed in the catacombs, he heard a slight sound. He felt it for a moment. Other than the silver-armored man behind him, there was also a huge creature lying on the stone wall. Yi Xian turned to look. Indeed, it was a spider. Don't think that I can't see you just because you're hiding in the dark. Go to hell. Yi Xian immediately slashed with the earth-splitting sword and instantly killed the Earth's core spider cave. After that, he walked over and kept the Earth's core spider cave's corpse. 2 layers of the Earth's throbbing pulse. You're indeed powerful. You've comprehended the ultimacy at such a young age. If the transformation is successful, you'll definitely become a great general of the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness. The silver-armored man behind Yi Xian had a gleam in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Xian had already kept the Earth's core spider cave's corpse and continued to move forward. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Complete. The assessment mission was to kill 100 geocentric spiders in 2 days. This mission was considered easy for Xian. After all, his sacred tree of life bloodline was 10 times or even 100 times faster than it would attribute spirit. He did not need 2 days at all. Xian went deeper into the catacombs and encountered many scattered geocentric spiders. These geocentric spiders were all easily killed by him. 7. 8. 9. Soon, the number of geocentric spiders in Xian's devouring space had reached 10. It had only been 10 minutes since he entered the catacombs. If Lin Feng and Wang An had entered, they would have used up all their true qi and needed to recover. A red geocentric spider? A ball of fiery red color suddenly appeared in Xian's line of sight. He turned around and saw a spider dragging a flame as it ran towards him. This flaming spider was much stronger than a normal geocentric spider. It could probably fight a martial artist with 60% attribute conversion. Unfortunately, Xian was even able to kill Li Xiu, who'd achieved 70% of his attribute conversion. Demon God Transformation, Die. Xian immediately used his trump card and killed the flaming spider in an instant. Then, he walked over to the flaming spider and said, "Big brother Chen, how many can this spider count as?" "It can only count as 1, said the silver-armored man behind him. Since that was the case, Xian put away the corpse of the flaming spider and devoured it. His strength increased by a lot. This kid, I didn't expect him to be so strong. I thought he would need more time to deal with the flaming spider, thought the silver-armored man. Of course, with his realm, he could easily kill the flaming spider. Xian continued to go deeper into the catacombs. The strong fighters of Warlord Hall had explored this catacombs before. There was a geocentric spider king here. Its strength was comparable to an expert with 75% attribute conversion. However, this geocentric spider king lived at the bottom, tens of thousands of meters above ground. At this time, Xian was already deep into the catacombs. He would start to encounter groups of geocentric spiders here. 13. Kill. Without another word, Xian charged forward. By the time he reached the group of geocentric spiders, only 3 of the 13 geocentric spiders remained. He quickly slashed out 3 slashes, killing the 3 earth core spiders. Yes, it's over 30. Give me a few more hours and I'll be able to complete the mission. Xian was very satisfied. However, this assessment task was 2 days for each person. He only spent a few hours to complete the task, which was too wasteful. Therefore, he was thinking that after completing the mission, he would stay in the Earth's core spider cave and increase his strength. 40. 50. 60. 70. Xian's killing speed was very fast. In less than 2 hours, he had killed 70 geocentric spiders. There were only 30 left before the mission was completed. But at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out in the lair. Xian frowned. Sensing the commotion, it seemed that a large group of spiders was approaching. The silver-armored man also took out a supreme-grade heaven artifact. Although he said that he could not attack, it was just a casual remark. The Vice Palace Master thought highly of Xian. If he allowed Xian to make any mistakes, he would definitely die a horrible death. "They're here." Xian's eyes lit up. He turned his head and saw geocentric spiders rushing out from the end of a fork in the tunnel. Sword of Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, second layer. He began to attack wildly. These geocentric spiders were on par with him. Even if he did not use the Pulse of the Earth, he could block the entrance of the cave with the Demon God Transformation and not let the geocentric spiders rush out. He estimated that after this, he would meet the requirements of the assessment task. 96. 97. 98. 99. Xian attacked as he counted. Soon, the number reached 100. As long as he collected these geocentric spiders, he would have completed the assessment. At that time, he would be able to join the Warlord Palace and become a palace guard that even the domain leader would have to show respect to. However, since these geocentric spiders were rushing out endlessly, he was not in a hurry. He killed every one that came out. He stood there like this for a minute. 363. Holy shit, why are there so many geocentric spiders? Yi Xian was shocked. With so many geocentric spiders, if it were anyone else, such as Murong Shui, they would have turned pale with fright. 363 geocentric spiders was a large number. Although they were not strong individually, how could ordinary people have such terrifying recovery speed like Yi Xian? What is this kid's background? Why is his Xianxia endless? The silver-armored man was very surprised. At this time, an even larger figure appeared at the end of the tunnel. Not good, it's the geocentric spider king. The silver-armored man's expression changed. The geocentric spider king could fight a martial artist with 75% attribute conversion. Yi Xian's attribute conversion was only 50%. Could he win by relying on his profound? The silver-armored man could not estimate, but he did not make a move. Instead, he watched quietly. So it's boss. Good, I'll turn it into my experience. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He had even killed Li Xiu with 70% attribute conversion. What was there to be afraid of against a mere sacred beast? One had to know that almost all humans could challenge sacred beasts above their level. Sword of the Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, second layer. Before the geocentric spider king appeared, the normal geocentric spiders were all dead. Then, the geocentric spider king rushed out from the pile of corpses. A boss battle, but to the silver-armored man's surprise, Yi Xian did not start a fight with the geocentric spider king. Instead, he passed by it and started to quickly collect the geocentric spider king's corpses. This brat is still collecting things at such a crucial time. Is he planning to run away after collecting them? The silver-armored man thought to himself. He saw that Yi Xian was faster than the geocentric spider king, so he was not worried. In a short while, Yi Xian collected all 300 geocentric spider king's corpses. He kept 100 of them and then devoured the rest. Ding! Host Earth attribute conversion has increased to 53 points. More than 300 sacred beast corpses and sacred beast souls caused Yi Xian's stats to increase by 3 levels. Awesome! Big guy, go to hell! Yi Xian roared and suddenly attacked. The geocentric spider king's carapace was considered tough. This geocentric spider king was relatively strong and difficult to deal with. Although the carapace was tough, Yi Xian's pulse of the earth loved things with strong defenses. In less than half a minute, the geocentric spider king fell. Half-demon so weak. Even Li Xiu could easily kill it. How boring. Yi Xian shook his head and kept the Earth Core Spider King's corpse before devouring it. Ding! Host Earth attribute conversion has increased to 55 points. This Earth Core Spider King gave Yi Xian a large amount of experience and allowed him to break through twice. Then, he turned around and said to the astonished silver-armored man, "Big Brother Chen, I've completed my mission." The silver-armored man came back to his senses and smiled, "Not bad. You've greatly exceeded the mission requirements. I've also observed you along the way and the overall evaluation is pretty good. However, this evaluation is still half complete." "What else?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. "This is the Palace Guard's assessment mission. There's a hidden assessment that I can only tell you now." The silver-armored man gripped the longsword in his hand and said, "This hidden assessment is to fight with me. I need to know your true combat strength." "Hidden assessment?" Yi Xian did not doubt him and said in shock, "But Big Brother Chen, you've already converted 80% of your attributes. That's enough to kill me." "That's right, but we still have to fight." "Don't worry, I'll only defend and not attack." The silver-armored man nodded. "Oh, if that's the case, then I won't hold back." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He had never fought with an expert who had converted 80% of his attributes. He wanted to see if he could threaten his opponent without using the Bahuang sword. "Come." The silver-armored man gripped his longsword and said. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure flashed and raised his foot to use the War Dragon's 10 steps, which contained the Earth Pulse. However, the silver-armored man had been following him for so long. How could he be hit by this move? The silver-armored man's feet had long left the ground, so the war dragon's 10 steps were useless against him. This was also within Xian's expectations. He began to slash rapidly with his right hand, and the earth splitter continuously attacked the silver-armored man. Some of these earth-shattering swords directly pierced through the air, while others drilled into the ground and swept past the silver-armored man. The silver-armored man stood in midair, brandishing his longsword and instantly destroying the swords in front of him. As for the earth-shattering swords, they were all destroyed by his left hand. Only then did Xian realize that the silver-armored man's true chi was of the fire attribute, which perfectly countered his earth attribute. This is a hidden part of the assessment. If you get a high evaluation, you might get a reward. Xian thought to himself as he attacked. However, what he didn't know was that the hidden test was actually made up by the silver-armored man on the spot. The silver-armored man had an ulterior motive. Boom. 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out as Xian's attacks were all defeated by the silver-armored man. If they were to continue fighting, the winner would definitely be Xian. After all, he had an endless supply of elemental chi. Even if the silver-armored man had converted 80% of his elemental chi, it was impossible for him to not use it up. Of course, this was if the silver-armored man didn't attack him. Xian, why do you have so much true chi? Finally, the silver-armored man couldn't help but ask. Haha, big brother Chen, that's not very kind of you. This is my secret. Xian wouldn't tell him that he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Alright. The silver-armored man didn't think much of it. At this moment, he suddenly put away the long sword in his hand. Next, he faced the earth-shattering swords with his fists. Moreover, he used one punch to destroy the earth-shattering swords. Boom. 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 What, a fist technique? Xian was shocked. Xian, more ferocious, the silver-armored man shouted. Xian's eyes flashed as he attacked with all his might. His attribute conversion had already reached 55%. Even if Li Xiu was still alive, he wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. However, in the silver-armored man's eyes, these attacks couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, Xian suddenly realized something. He realized that the silver-armored man didn't seem to be using true chi. Instead, he used his bare hands to destroy the earth-shattering swords. How was this possible? One had to know that after the spirit realm, a martial artist's physique didn't increase by much after breaking through. However, the silver-armored man didn't even use true chi. He used only his fists to destroy the earth-shattering swords. This made him feel incredulous. He stopped and asked in shock, Big brother Chen, how is your physique so strong? The silver-armored man smiled and said, This is also my secret. Alright, the test is over. You passed. Passed, when this word fell into Xian's ears, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Did this mean that he had joined the warlord palace? Thank you, Big brother Chen. Xian smiled and said, Let's go out. Don't rush, the silver-armored man called out to Xian and said, I still have some things to tell you. What? Xian stopped in his tracks and quietly looked at the silver-armored man. He didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. Just now, you asked me why my physique is so strong. I can tell you this secret, but it's up to you if you want to know. The silver-armored man slowly said. Secret, want to know, these two words caused Xian to be at a loss. This was the silver-armored man's secret. If he wanted to tell him, he would tell him. What did he mean by it's up to you if you want to know? If Big Brother Chen is willing to share, then I am willing to listen. Xian nodded. Alright, then I'll tell you. After the silver-armored man said this, he suddenly asked, Xian, have you heard of the Yao clan? Yao clan? Hearing this, Xian was stunned. He had heard of the human clan and the sea clan, but he had never heard of the Yao clan. Thus, he subconsciously shook his head. In this world, there are actually many races, such as the human clan, the sea clan, and the demon clan. The Yao clan is also a race of this world. Since you have never heard of the Yao clan, then you should have never seen one. You can think of the Yao clan as a race of sacred beasts that can transform into human form. the silver-armored man explained. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of a few people, namely the Flood Dragon clan in the Deep Sea Palace. Yu Man, and the others all had the ability to transform due to their ancestors consuming a transformation grass. Then, were they the Sea clan or the Yao clan? However, this wasn't important. The important thing was, why did the silver-armored man tell him this? Could it be, Big Brother Chen, you? Yi Xian's mind flashed as he asked in shock. There was no effect. Not a human? A half-fiend? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He started to doubt his own eyes. This silver-armored man clearly looked like a human. How could he be a half-fiend? Yi Xian, the reason why my physique is much stronger than normal people is because of this half-fiend heart. Now, let me ask you, do you want to be like me? The silver-armored man asked with squinted eyes. This was his goal today. Like you? Yi Xian paused and frowned. He subconsciously asked, what are the requirements to become a half-fiend? There are no requirements. As long as you consume this half-fiend heart, then half of your heart will become a half-fiend heart. At that time, you will also possess a physique like mine. When that time comes, you will be able to challenge people of a higher rank than you. You will become the #1 genius of the Warlord Palace. The silver-armored man said. The #1 genius of the Warlord Palace, what a joke. Although Yi Xian wasn't very smart, he wasn't stupid either. Jiang Tianjin wasn't much older than him, but he had already broken through to the Nihility God realm. Even if his physique was strengthened, he wouldn't be able to break through to the Nihility God realm so quickly. The silver-armored man's words were just to test him. Do the palace masters know that you're a half-fiend? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and asked. The silver-armored man was stunned. He then shook his head and said, they don't know. That's why I'm very careful. This is because humans and fiends are mortal enemies. If humans discover us, we will definitely be besieged. Mortal enemies? Yi Xian's heart trembled. If that was the case, why did the silver-armored man dare to tell him? Suddenly, he thought of many possibilities and immediately asked, then, Brother Chen, why do you want me to become a half-fiend? Because I admire you. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. This half-fiend heart was refined from the heart of a heavenly dragon that was at the peak of the spirit realm. Its amplification is much stronger than my half-fiend heart. If you swallow it, you'll have the ability to fight against me. When the time comes, I'll teach you a concealment martial art. Even a Nihility God realm master won't be able to discover us. The silver-armored man extended his hand and showed the red stone to Yi Xian. To be honest, Yi Xian was initially tempted. However, when the silver-armored man mentioned that humans and half-demons were mortal enemies, he made up his mind. What a joke, if he became a half-demon, how would he face his family and friends in the future? Therefore, it was impossible for him to agree. Big Brother Chen, if I don't agree, will you kill me? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, because this is my secret. If you are still alive, you will definitely reveal my secret. Only the dead can keep a secret. The silver-armored man nodded. Now that he had said his piece, it was up to Yi Xian to decide. Yi Xian had already guessed his words. If Yi Xian refused, the silver-armored man would definitely explode and kill him. Furthermore, this was the Earth Core Spider's nest. Even if Yi Xian died, he would have plenty of excuses. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, how many half-demons are there in the Warlord Hall's branch palace? Just me and my captain. The silver-armored man said. On the way to the Earth Core Spider's nest, Yi Xian had asked the silver-armored man about a lot of things. In the Warlord Hall's branch palace, the captain's attribute conversion had reached at least 90%, while the captain was at the peak of the spirit realm. There were only 2 half-demons in the Warlord Hall. If the captain that the silver-armored man spoke of could refine a spirit realm peak half-demon's heart, why didn't he give it to the silver-armored man first? Yi Xian's intuition told him that this was a lie, however, he wouldn't be so stupid to refuse. Okay, Big Brother Chen. I agree. Yi Xian nodded. Great. Yi Xian, this half-demon's heart that was refined from a spirit realm peak sky dragon's heart is yours. The silver-armored man grinned without any suspicion. This was because Yi Xian didn't need to play any tricks. After all, his strength was there. Even if Yi Xian consumed the half-demon's heart and became stronger, Yi Xian would already be a half-demon by then. They would be the same as him. Yi Xian received the half-demon's heart and put it into his mouth under the silver-armored man's gaze. However, he did not swallow it. Instead, he quietly put it into his devour space. He made a swallowing action and asked, "Big Brother Chen, when will this half-demon's heart take effect?" "Very soon. You might feel a heart-wrenching pain. You must endure it. The longer you endure, the stronger your half-demon's heart will become," the silver-armored man solemnly reminded. "Oh." Yi Xian nodded slightly. However, he waited for a while, but there was no reaction. Of course, there was no reaction. After all, the half-demon's heart had been put into his devour space. "Yi Xian, how do you feel?" the silver-armored man asked curiously when he saw Yi Xian's calm expression. Logically speaking, the half-demon's heart should have begun to take effect. However, why didn't Yi Xian have any reaction? "Big Brother Chen, there's no effect," Yi Xian said pretentiously. "Impossible. Could it be that the half-demon's heart was not refined successfully? Wait for a while and see." The silver-armored man frowned. They waited for a while. Including the previous time, it had been a full 5 minutes. "Big Brother Chen, there's still no effect." Yi Xian shook his head. "That's strange. Could it be that there's a problem with the half-demon's heart that the Vice Palace Master gave?" the silver-armored man thought. He waited for a while, but there was still no reaction from Yi Xian. It was impossible for Yi Xian to be pretending. After all, he had experienced that kind of heart-wrenching pain. Yi Xian could not remain indifferent. Therefore, there must be a problem with the half-demon's heart. "Yi Xian, try eating this one." The silver-armored man took out another one. This one was originally prepared for Murong Shui. This half-demon's heart was also refined from the heavenly dragon's heart. However, this heavenly dragon isn't at the peak of the spirit stage. It's a bit lacking. The silver-armored man tossed the half-demon's heart to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught it and put it into his mouth in front of the silver-armored man. This time, the silver-armored man stared at Yi Xian. He could feel that the spiritual energy of the half-demon's heart had disappeared. This meant that it had been swallowed by Yi Xian. However, the strange thing was that Yi Xian still did not have any reaction after eating the half-demon's heart. "What the F***ck? What's going on? 2 half-demon's hearts have no effect?" the silver-armored man roared in his heart. "Demonization, Brother Chen, did your half-demon's heart change?" Yi Xian asked. "Change? What kind of joke is this? I don't believe it." The silver-armored man descended from the sky and walked in front of Yi Xian. He handed over the last half-demon's heart and said, "This is the last one." To be honest, if this half-demon's heart still had no effect, he could only knock Yi Xian unconscious and report to the deputy palace master of the Warlord Palace. After all, Yi Xian already knew his secret and could not return to the Warlord Palace with him. Yi Xian took the last half-demon's heart and swallowed it. The silver-armored man was 1 meter away from Yi Xian. He could clearly feel that the half-demon's heart's aura was disappearing. "Let's see how much of a breakthrough these 3 half-demon's hearts can give me." With a thought, Yi Xian directly devoured the 3 half-demon's hearts in the devour space. Of course, this was a normal devour, not a special devour. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 60 points. The system prompted. Before Yi Xian consumed the half-demon's heart, it was 55 points, which meant that it was 55%. But now, it had suddenly increased to 60 points, which meant that it was 60%. Although these 3 half-demon's hearts were precious, they were only refined from the hearts of saint beasts at the peak of the spirit stage. Therefore, their value was not high. If it were 3 void god beasts' hearts, then Yi Xian would probably be able to increase it by 10 points. Yi Xian was already very satisfied with this. The silver-armored man standing in front of Yi Xian was startled. He felt that Yi Xian's aura had suddenly increased. He asked in surprise, "Yi Xian, how do you feel?" "However, I've broken through." Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. "Breakthrough?" The silver-armored man did not understand. The half-demon's heart would only greatly increase the physique. How could it help Yixian break through? However, in the next moment, he felt an extremely strong murderous intent and immediately retreated. Yixian, you. The silver-armored man looked at Yixian in fear. Big brother Chen, thank you for the 3 half-demon hearts. Yixian grinned. What do you mean? The silver-armored man narrowed his eyes. Hee, big brother Chen, I've already refined your 3 half-demon hearts. However, my heart is still a human heart. I am still a human, not a half-fiend. Yixian replied with a smile. This is impossible. The silver-armored man frowned. I don't care if you believe me or not. In any case, I am a human. I used my special method to refine those 3 half-demon hearts. Yixian stretched his body because he knew that there would be a battle coming up. Actually, he could have launched a sneak attack and killed the silver-armored man earlier. However, he did not because he wanted to see how strong this half-demon's physique was. So you're saying that you were fooling me? The silver-armored man finally reacted. That's right. Yixian nodded. In this world, if you did not trick others, others would trick you. If he was a weakling who could be easily crushed by the silver-armored man, would the silver-armored man let him go if he refused? Of course not. I never thought that I would be fooled by you. I admire you and want to make you stronger, but you don't cherish it. Fine, now let me send you on your way. The silver-armored man suddenly took out a supreme-grade celestial artifact. It's not certain who will send who off. Yixian's eyes flashed and he gripped the longsword in his hand tightly. A demon god's shadow condensed behind him. In the next moment, the demon god's shadow merged into his body. The silver-armored man's attribute conversion had reached 80% and he had a half-demon body. His strength had already surpassed the tornado general under the command of the Luosha region's domain master. However, Yixian was no longer the same as before. His attribute conversion had broken through 60% and he had the 2 profound meanings of Earth Pulse and Pulsating Guard. Even if he did not use the 8 Desolate Sword, he was not afraid of his opponent. Kill. At this time, the 2 of them shouted in their hearts at the same time, and their figures quickly dodged. Sword of Earth Splitting. Earth Pulse. Yixian attacked with all his might. The silver-armored man kept swinging his longsword and streaks of flaming sword chi swept towards Yixian. Like Li Xiao, who was killed by Yixian, he had fire attribute vital energy. Therefore, he was more effective against Yixian. In addition to his half-demon body, his strength was above Yixian's. However, Yixian was able to kill Li Xiao with an attribute conversion that surpassed 20%. Today, he was only slightly more than 20. He might be able to fight him. Boom. 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 The 2 of them had just started and were already using all their skills to kill each other. Yixian was at a disadvantage in terms of realm and attribute, but his speed was not slower than the silver-armored man. Therefore, the 2 of them were in a stalemate. This kid, his attribute conversion was only 50% before. How did he suddenly increase it to 60%? The silver-armored man was very surprised. He thought that Yixian must have an extremely strong aura concealment technique that could conceal his aura and strength. However, he did not know that Yixian had just broken through. Moreover, it was all thanks to his 3 half-demon hearts. Big brother Chen, you're a little weak. Is this all you've got? Yixian mocked as he dodged. Kid, don't be so arrogant, the silver-armored man roared. He knew that he would either succeed or die trying this time. If he did not kill Yixian, Yixian would definitely announce this matter. When that happened, things would be bad, therefore, even if he had to risk his life, he had to kill Yixian. Unfortunately, his current realm was not enough. The 2 of them exchanged more than 30 rounds, but neither of them could do anything to the other. However, compared to the beginning, Yixian had the upper hand. The bloodline of the sacred tree of life, endless elemental qi, this was an advantage. The half-demon heart is not bad, but I, Yixian, am not blindly chasing after power. Since humans and demons are mortal enemies, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you today. Yixian roared. Cut the crap. You're courting death, the silver-armored man also shouted. However, he felt an immense pressure. This pressure came from Yixian. Ever since Yixian entered the geocentric spider's lair, he had not stopped to rest. Before the geocentric spider king came out, Yixian had killed more than 300 geocentric spiders using earth elemental qi. He could not understand why Yixian's qi was so different from his realm. Yixian's elemental qi had probably surpassed his own. If this continued, he would be the one to lose when his elemental qi ran out. Demodification. At this moment, the silver-armored man suddenly roared at the sky. His entire appearance began to change. This is Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Dai. Yixian watched as the silver-armored man's hands turned into claws, horns grew from his head, and a slender tail grew out. However, he had seen this kind of tail before, and it wasn't just once. Sky Dragon, this silver-armored man's half-demon heart was refined from the heart of a sky dragon, so after demodification, he looked a little like a sky dragon. Brat, I'm going to kill you. The silver-armored man transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form. After a loud shout, he threw away the long sword in his hand and pounced at Yixian. This time, Yixian didn't dare to hold back anymore. Bahuang sword. Yixian unhesitatingly took out the Bahuang sword, but it immediately shattered. Bahuang wind formation. Whoosh! 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 Numerous sharp blades flew towards the demonified silver-armored man. Yixian had already comprehended the throbbing pulse of the earth, so he could fuse it with any attack. This Bahuang wind formation could do the same. What? The silver-armored man was stunned. Seeing the 8 sharp blades flying towards him, he stretched out his claws and tried to grab them, but they were fiercely repelled. Ethereal Divine Weapon. This is an ethereal divine weapon. The silver-armored man immediately recognized it. He finally understood why Yixian had asked him about the ethereal divine weapon in detail. It turned out that Yixian really did have an ethereal divine weapon. This was going to be troublesome. Big Brother Chen, I'm sorry. I was very willing to befriend you, but who knew that you would be so greedy as to target me? So, please die. Yixian's eyes widened. He controlled the 8 sharp blades and attacked with the sword of the earth shattering. At this moment, the silver-armored man's feet landed on the ground. After all, if one's body was strong, it would be faster to run on his feet. It was much faster than flying. This also gave Yixian a chance. Battle Dragon's 10 steps, throbbing pulse of the earth, 2 layers. Boom. 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 Under the 3-pronged attack, the silver-armored man couldn't release his hands and was forced into a passive state. The silver-armored man's half-dragon face was already ashen as if he had eaten poison. He didn't expect that he would end up like this. Now, he couldn't hold on much longer. Yixian, I admit defeat. The silver-armored man finally said. Admit defeat? Admit defeat? Yixian almost laughed out loud. In a battle of life and death, there was still someone who would admit defeat. Editors Lucas. Big Brother Chen, let me send you to heaven. Yixian didn't Yixian. Bahuang wind formation, sword of the earth shattering step, battle dragon's 10 steps, Transin Xian Dragon Island move run divine Xian ice steps, EMN Transin technique. Under the 3-pronged attack, wounds began to appear on the silver-armored man's body. These wounds were all caused by the earth elemental true energy, which could obstruct the flow of his true energy. Although his true qi was of the fire attribute, he didn't have the time to dispel the stones on his body in the face of such a difficult joint attack. Finally, in the 105th round of the battle. Bang! Yixian's sword of the earth suddenly swept past the silver-armored man's thigh and cut it off. The wound was instantly petrified and then exploded. Losing a leg, he couldn't fight anymore. He hurriedly begged for mercy, Yixian, spare my life. When these words entered Yixian's ears, he was unable to convince him. Die. Yixian swept his sword and instantly cut off the silver-armored man's head. Die. Yixian only knew that his surname was Chen. He didn't even know his name. Although the silver-armored man had family, did Yixian not have family? Natural selection. The weak were always eliminated first. Since he dared to target Yixian, he should be prepared to be killed. After the silver-armored man died, he regained his original appearance. Yi Xian walked over and collected the man's interspatial ring along with the corpse. Ding. The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 62 points. The silver-armored man was a guard of the Warlord Hall's branch. He was very strong and very wealthy. However, Yi Xian's current level wasn't low, so it only increased Yi Xian's level by 2. Still, this was pretty good. After all, when he entered the underground spider's lair, his attribute conversion had only increased by 50%. I didn't expect him to be a half-demon. Although he's not a true demon, he's still a mortal enemy of humans. How dare he try to recruit me? What kind of joke is this? Yi Xian snorted inwardly. The silver-armored man was already dead. However, he was the examiner for this trial. Who would take over if he died? Looks like I have to find a reason to shove him in. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were definitely other half-demons in the Warlord Hall. There might even be demons in human form. However, most of the people in the Warlord Hall were humans. It was impossible for half-demons to infiltrate too many of them. Therefore, Yi Xian had to return to the Warlord Hall. Let's get out of here first. Yi Xian calmed down and cleaned up the scene. Then, he rushed to the surface. Before long, he was back on the surface. Yi Xian, why did you come out? Xiao, who was hovering above the underground spider's lair, couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Xian fly out. I was in the middle of killing when Big Brother Chen suddenly asked me to come out. I don't know why, Yi Xian replied casually. Xiao immediately understood. He probably saw some treasure on the way, so he stopped the trial. Morong Shui and the others nodded. They all understood. Therefore, Yi Xian stayed with them for a whole day. That's strange. Didn't they say that the underground spiders weren't strong? Big Brother Chen should have come out in a day. Xiao frowned. This wasn't the first time he asked this question. There's a spider king in the underground spider's lair. Could it be that Big Brother Chen went to kill it to be safe for us? It's also possible that he was surrounded by a large number of spiders. Big Brother Chen's attribute conversion has reached 80%. How could there be an accident? Xiao and the other two people were still discussing. Morong Shui stood quietly to the side, not saying anything. Only Yi Xian knew the reason. The silver-armored man was killed by him, so he couldn't come out. The corpse was still in his devouring space. If he really came out, Yi Xian would probably be scared to death. At the same time, the silver-armored man had prepared 3 half-demon hearts, so Yi Xian guessed that Morong Shui and Xiao were also on his list. By killing the silver-armored man, Yi Xian indirectly saved Morong Shui and Xiao. Wait, when it's about time, the 5 of us will go back. Then, we'll get a new palace guard to take the trial. This was Yi Xian's plan. Reassessment very quickly, another day passed. Xiao and the others had been waiting for the man in silver armor for a long time. Yi Xian, what should we do now? Asked Xiao, frowning. It seems like Brother Chen had an accident. Should we go back and report this to the higher-ups? Said Lin Feng before Yi Xian could say anything. Agreed. Brother Chen is our examiner. If he has an accident, we can't take the exam anymore. Let's go back, said Wang En, nodding. Xiao turned to Morong Shui and said, Miss Morong, what do you think? Alright, said Morong Shui, nodding. I don't mind either. Replied Yi Xian. He wanted to go back anyway. Alright, let's go back. Something must have happened in the underground spider nest. We should report this to the higher-ups and then reassess, said Xiao, flying back in the direction they had come from. When they had arrived, the man in silver armor had taken them a day. When they went back, it still took them a day. When the 5 of them arrived at the Champion Palace, they were noticed by a guard at the entrance. What are you doing here? Asked the guard, who was also wearing silver armor. Big brother, we are participating in the palace guard assessment this time. However, an accident happened to the palace guard in charge of the assessment and we were unable to come out of the Saint Beast lair, so we came back to report. Yi Xian landed on the ground and cupped his fists. What? The examiner had an accident? Where did you take the exam? Asked the guard, frowning. The underground spider nest on the west side of the palace, replied Yixian. The guard took out a scroll from his ring of cosmos and glanced at it. Chen Liang is in charge of the underground spider nest. When he saw the name of the examiner, his eyes lit up. You're Yixian? That's me, said Yixian, nodding. He wasn't surprised. Among the 100 geniuses who had taken the exam, only he and Sun Xingyu had understood abstruse energies. The guard would definitely recognize him. Tell me what happened in detail, the silver-armored palace guard said. Following that, Yixian told him the story he made up. It was just that when he was in the middle of killing, the silver-armored man suddenly called out to him and asked him to leave first. However, the silver-armored man never returned. That's strange. We've already explored that geocentric spider lair, and there's only a 75% geocentric spider king. Could it have encountered a large number of spiders and been surrounded and killed? The silver-armored palace guard narrowed his eyes and said, Wait here, I'll report to the captain. After he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the side hall while Yixian and the other 4 waited there. Not long after, he walked out with a young man in golden armor. The young man in golden armor had already heard of what had happened. He walked out and looked at Yixian. Now, I will lead all of you to the trial. The location of the trial will not change. It will still be the Earth Core Spider Lair. Yes. Yixian and the others nodded. The golden-armored young man immediately led the 5 of them away. Along the way, the young man in golden armor could not help but ask, Are the 5 of you from the Luosha region? Yes. My name is Huang Tianyu. I came here 5 years ago through the region lord. You might have heard of me, the young man in golden armor said. Huang Tianyu, Yixian and the others were stunned. They did not expect to meet a senior here. Although we came from the same place, don't think that I will help you. I will follow the rules of the trial. After the young man in golden armor finished speaking, he did not say anything else and continued on his way. One day later, Yixian and the other 4 returned to the Earth Core Spider Lair. There are 100 poison sacs in the Earth Core Spider Lair. The time limit is 2 days. Yixian, you go first, Huang Tianyu said. Yixian nodded silently as he carefully guarded against Huang Tianyu. However, when he flew to the entrance of the Earth Core Spider Lair, he realized that Huang Tianyu did not follow him. Huang Tianyu had joined the Warlord Hall 5 years ago and his attribute conversion had already reached 90%. He was much stronger than the silver-armored man. If he had followed, Yixian might have been in danger. However, since he did not follow, Yixian was not worried. Moreover, this indirectly proved that Huang Tianyu was not a half-demon. Of course, this was only a possibility. Yixian re-entered the Earth Core Spider Lair. He estimated that he would be able to flip the entire lair in 2 days. He had wanted to find a chance to clear out this lair. Now, he had a chance. 2 days. Kill. Yixian's eyes flashed as he began a frenzied slaughter. Previously, he could even kill the Earth Core Spider King. After breaking through, this Earth Core Spider Lair was no longer a threat to him. Therefore, he turned the entire lair upside down and took away all the treasures. Of course, he did not go too far. He left behind many Earth Core spiders. After a day and a half, Yixian finally came out. His attribute conversion had reached 63 points. Although it was only 1 point, breaking through in less than 2 days was very fast for him. Yixian, you're really amazing. You actually still have the energy to look for treasures. Xiao could not help but say. Yixian smiled awkwardly. At this time, Huang Tianyu snorted coldly, Stop talking nonsense. Next. He had a bad temper. Yixian had already completed the test, but he had not come out yet. How dare he make him wait outside? If Yixian had not understood the abstruse meaning, he would have flipped out on the spot. Before Yixian had entered, the order had already been set. Morongxue was next. After hearing Huang Tianyu's words, she had jumped into the Earth Core Spider Lair. Her attribute conversion had reached 70%. Killing these Earth Core spiders would only take 1 strike. Therefore, she came out in a few hours. Next was Xiao. He was not bad. He came out in half a day. The next one was Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Wang Yan's attribute conversion had reached 55%. Although it was higher than the Earth Core spiders, they needed time to recover and kill them slowly. Lin Feng spent more than a day to complete the test. As for Wang Yan, after 2 days, he did not come out of the Earth Core spider lair. Huang Tianyu did not know whether he was dead or delayed. The time limit for the test was 2 days. Since he did not come out, it meant that he had been eliminated. Therefore, Huang Tianyu did not wait for him. Let's go. When the time was up, Huang Tianyu took Yixian and the others back to the Battle King Hall. Their group was the slowest. When they came back, all the other participants had already returned. There is still a second round. If you get a good ranking, you may get a hollow godly weapon. Do your best. After returning, Huang Tianyu said to Yixian. Then, he left. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Reward Battle. However, the ethereal divine weapon that Huang Tianyu mentioned made Yixian and the other three's eyes light up. It was an ethereal divine weapon. Although a spirit stage martial artist couldn't use an ethereal divine weapon, the amplification was definitely better than the best celestial artifacts. The second round? It seems that I have to take first place. In the future, even if I don't use the Bahuang sword, I can use other ethereal divine weapons to replace it. My strength will increase tremendously, Yixian thought to himself as he returned to his residence. However, what he didn't know was that Huang Tianyu, who he didn't think was a half-beast, had also gone to look for the Deputy Hall Master. At this moment, in a residence in the Warlord Hall. Deputy Hall Master, I'm back. Huang Tianyu knelt down on one knee. What clues did you find? The Deputy Hall Master frowned and asked. Nothing. There's still no news of Chen Liang. He should be dead. Huang Tianyu shook his head. Do you think he was killed by Yixian or did he die in the nest? The Deputy Hall Master asked. Huang Tianyu hesitated for a moment before replying, I think that Yixian didn't have the strength to kill Chen Liang. Therefore, I think that there's something wrong with the nest. I'm going to investigate it later. There's no need for that. I'll send someone else to investigate. Once Yixian passes the test, he'll be assigned to your team. The Deputy Hall Master said. Then, he doesn't need to go to the main hall? Huang Tianyu asked again. How can we send such a good seedling to the main hall? Moreover, the main hall is filled with experts. It's easy for him to be exposed. Let him stay in your team and observe him. If you find anything wrong, you can kill him. I heard that there are 2 ethereal divine beasts in the area under our jurisdiction. I'm going to refine 2 half-beast hearts. After the Deputy Hall Master finished speaking, he turned around and said, You can go first. The main hall will send someone to investigate later. You should go out and walk around. Don't stay in the sub-hall. It's easy to expose yourself. Yes, Deputy Hall Master. Huang Tianyu nodded and left the room. He was also a half-beast. He was a half-beast. As for the Deputy Hall Master Huang Tianyu Mao Nen, very quickly, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Yixian had stayed in his residence. However, he couldn't increase his power Upanishad by cultivating blindly. Fighting was faster. 3 days later, someone called the 4 of them to gather at the entrance of the branch hall. This was the second round of the palace guard assessment. Yixian already knew what it was. It was a battle. When the 4 of them arrived at the entrance, there were already dozens of geniuses from the 12 domains gathered here. Before the examination, the total number of people had exceeded 100. But after the first round, only half of the participants remained. Indeed, the Battle Emperor Hall wanted elites. Those who were weak were all eliminated. At this time, the average attribute conversion of these geniuses was estimated to have reached 60. Among these people, there were many geniuses who had achieved 70% attribute conversion, the same level as Murong Shui. Some were even higher than her, achieving 75% attribute conversion. However, the strongest amongst them was naturally Sun Xingyu, who had comprehended the profundity of the Midas touch. Metal-type attacks were the strongest, and there were few Earth-type attacks that countered metal-type attacks, so Sun Xingyu could be considered the strongest. After him was Yi Xian. If Yi Xian had just arrived at the Battle Emperor Hall's branch hall, he might have been afraid of Sun Xingyu. But now, Yi Xian was confident that he could kill Sun Xingyu. After waiting outside for a while, a group of palace guards walked out from inside. The leader was a young man in golden armor. He was the one who had tested Yi Xian's group of 5, Huang Tianyu. The second round of the palace guard assessment begins now. Huang Tianyu looked around and said loudly, "All of you are considered to have joined the Battle Emperor Hall. The second round of the assessment is not for elimination, but for rewards. All of you add up to 60 people. Next, you will be divided into 12 groups of 5 people. After that, the 5 of you will fight in a chaotic battle. The last person standing will be promoted to captain when he has enough contribution points." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Huang Tianyu's words. Did that mean that they were now palace guards of the Battle Emperor Hall, so this round was for rewards? This was good news. There will be a total of 3 rounds in the second round of the assessment. The first round will determine 12 people, the second round will determine 6 people, and the third round will determine 3 people. The last 3 people will receive a hollow divine weapon as their reward. Huang Tianyu said. This time, the crowd burst into an uproar. The reward is a hollow divine weapon? Wow, there's a hollow divine weapon. This is awesome. Awesome my ass. You only converted 60% of your attributes. Do you think you can enter the top 3? Why not? I can't beat Sun Xingyu. I heard that Yi Xian converted less than 60% of his attributes. If we meet, it's hard to say who will win. Keep bragging. He can easily defeat you. Everyone started whispering to each other. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Out of the 3 hollow divine weapons, he had reserved one. Alright, let's start drawing lots. Huang Tianyu took out a pot with 12 bamboo sticks and let these people draw one by one. 1, 3, 10, 6, 12. There were 12 bamboo sticks in the container, representing 12 groups. Each stick could be drawn 5 times at most. After a short time, Huang Tianyu came back with the container. Yi Xian drew a stick, number 12, then, Morong Shui drew number 3, Shi Xiao drew number 5, and Lin Feng drew number 7. Very quickly, all 60 people finished drawing lots. Alright, number 15, come out. When drawing lots, everyone was paying attention to the numbers of the people around them. However, they didn't know each other and there were so many of them, so the number 15 didn't know their opponent's strength. After hearing Huang Tianyu's words, the 5 of them walked out from the crowd and stood in front of the crowd in 5 different directions. In this open space, 4 sword scars had already carved out an arena. You can fly, but you can't fly more than 5 meters. The one who leaves the arena loses. Also, you can't kill. Let's start. Huang Tianyu reminded them. When Huang Tianyu's voice faded away, the 5 of them didn't move at all. They surveyed the surroundings. Because they didn't know the strength of the others, they couldn't recklessly make a move. The 5 people remained silent for a few seconds. Then, one of them couldn't help but attack the person on his left. In an instant, the other 3 people attacked as well. The 4 people reached a consensus in an instant. The unlucky guy's face darkened. He quickly retreated and shouted, "I surrender." This was not a battle to the death, it was just a reward battle. Since they were already palace guards, they didn't need to risk their lives. Although they weren't allowed to kill, they could still make mistakes. When this person admitted defeat, a palace guard immediately took action and destroyed the 4 attacks one by one. The person who had admitted defeat was safe and sound. Translator, trans and editor, trans and turning stone into gold. The 4 of them remained silent for a moment before attacking. This time, they did not reach a consensus, so a chaotic battle broke out. At this time, Shi Xiao, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly approached Yi Xian and whispered, "Yi Xian, that person has been looking at you." Hearing this, Yi Xian paused and followed Shi Xiao's gaze. He saw a young man in white. Could it be that he is Sun Xingyu? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into his opponent's eyes. His opponent's eyes were full of murderous intent. Yi Xian looked at him in confusion. This was his first time seeing Sun Xingyu. Why was he so hostile towards him? After thinking about it for a while, he finally understood. Sun Xingyu was of the metal attribute, while he was of the earth attribute. Both of them had comprehended profound meaning, so in Sun Xingyu's eyes, Yi Xian was far more dangerous than the others. Obviously, Sun Xingyu also needed a hollow god weapon, so he was determined to make it to the top 3. He was not afraid of the others. Only Yi Xian could threaten him. What number is he? Yi Xian asked. Look, I saw him. He's number 11. He almost fought you. Xiao said in surprise. Sun Xingyu was number 11, and Yi Xian was number 12. They were so close to a winner in the first round. That was close, however, Yi Xian did not care. He needed a hollow god weapon anyway. If his opponent dared to block his way, he would just kick him away. At this time, the winner of the first arena was decided. The winner was a person with 65% attribute conversion. Then, it was the second battle. There was nothing to see in the second battle. It was also a person with 65% attribute conversion who crushed the other 4. The third battle was Luosha Regent's Murong Shui. Oh, it's a beauty. That's rare. Not bad, not bad. She's so graceful and curvy. If we could train together, it would definitely be awesome. Shu, lower your voice. I heard that her attribute conversion is 70% and she's only 22 years old. What? 70%? It is said that among the 60 of us, including Sun Xingyu, only 5 of us have achieved 70% conversion. When they heard the news, those who had designs on Murong Shui immediately shut up. In this world where the strong were respected, there were still many female experts. If they were heard, then they would have a grudge and would definitely not have a good ending in the future. There was still no suspense in this round. The other 4 also knew Murong Shui's level, so they all admitted defeat to leave a good impression on her. Luck played a large part in this reward battle. As soon as the battle started, many people who were self-aware admitted defeat, so the battle was not very intense. He had won the battle with the stone puppet. As for Lin Feng, who had only converted 55% of his attributes, he admitted defeat as soon as he entered the arena. He knew that his strength was at the bottom, so there was no need to show off. Soon, it was the 11th round. Sun Xingyu is going on stage. Everyone's eyes lit up. Only then did they notice that there was another expert who had achieved 70% attribute conversion alongside Sun Xingyu. At this time, all 5 of them had already entered the arena. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. 3 voices rang out in a row. Except for Sun Xingyu and the cold-faced young man, the other 3 all admitted defeat. The 5 people's chaotic battle suddenly became a one-on-one battle. You don't admit defeat? Sun Xingyu looked at the cold-faced young man in front of him. As far as I know, your ultimacy is Midas Touch. If this ultimacy doesn't hit the opponent, it won't have any effect. The cold-faced young man said indifferently. Yes, but do you think you can fight against me? Sun Xingyu narrowed his eyes. Midas Touch's metal element ultimacy was not very effective in a battle of pure qi. However, Sun Xingyu's strength was also very strong. He had converted 73 points to the cold-faced young man's 70 points. Although it was a small gap, Sun Xingyu's metal element ultimacy was stronger than the cold-faced young man's fire element ultimacy. Therefore, if the cold-faced young man wanted to win, it would depend on his martial arts attainment and battle experience. Stop talking nonsense, let's begin. Huang Tianyu shouted in his golden armor. Sun Xingyu's eyes flashed with displeasure. He snorted and said, if that's the case, I'll send you out. In an instant, he attacked. At the same time, the cold-faced young man did the same. The metal element and the fire element were both attributes with strong attack power. However, if they were to compare, the metal element was still slightly better. As soon as the battle began, Sun Xingyu suppressed his opponent and forced him to retreat. The surrounding people also opened their eyes wide. They wanted to see what kind of effect Midas Touch's gold element ultimacy had. Bang! 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 The 2 of them began to exchange blows. The battle was very intense. Outside the arena, Yi Xian, if you were to fight against Sun Xingyu, how confident are you? Sherdang could not help but ask. Hearing this question, Yi Xian paused. Although Sun Xingyu was strong, he could not even defeat the silver-armored man, let alone the silver-armored man who had undergone demon transformation. Yi Xian did not need to use the Bahuang sword to deal with him. He could use the demon god transformation to kill him instantly. 30%. Yi Xian answered casually. Oh, that's fine. There are 12 groups anyway. With so many people, we might not necessarily meet him. Sherdang comforted him. Suddenly, he did not know that Yi Xian was talking nonsense. Yi Xian nodded silently. He felt that Sherdang was a good person. He could make friends with him. In the arena, the two experts who had transformed their attributes to 70% were fighting fiercely. At this time, the battle had reached its climax. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light flashed and brushed past the cold-faced young man's shoulder. In an instant, the cold-faced young man's shoulder was frozen. Ultimacy, Midas touch, a golden stone instantly condensed on the cold-faced young man's shoulder. The circulation of his vital energy rapidly decreased. Not good. The cold-faced young man quickly dispelled the attack, but Sun Xingyu was not idle. Get out! Sun Xingyu's eyes flashed. He slashed at the cold-faced young man and sent him flying. Another golden stone condensed on the cold-faced young man's stomach. Because it was not a battle to the death, Sun Xingyu showed mercy and did not take his opponent's life. In a battle between experts, a small detail could often determine the outcome of the battle. After seeing the cold-faced young man being blasted out of the arena, a palace guard quickly rushed over and used his vital energy to help the cold-faced young man dispel the golden nugget. This palace guard happened to have Earth attribute vital energy. Moreover, his attribute transformation had reached 80%, so he easily dispelled the golden nugget. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Yi Xian entered the arena. Thank you. The cold-faced youth thanked him. Round 11, Sun Xingyu won. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Sun Xingyu snorted coldly and left the arena. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian. The next round was Yi Xian's turn. Yi Xian ignored Sun Xingyu's glare and slowly walked out of the arena. He couldn't be bothered to compete with Sun Xingyu. If Sun Xingyu accidentally drew him in the next round, he wouldn't mind teaching this arrogant guy a lesson. If not, as long as Sun Xingyu didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered. Now, there were only 5 people left who hadn't entered the arena. After Yi Xian walked out, the other 4 paused for a moment. They were also hesitating. This was because Yi Xian had comprehended the profound meaning, but they hadn't. This wasn't because they were afraid of Yi Xian, but because they were afraid that Yi Xian would rise and cause trouble for them in the future. The 5 of them entered the arena and stood apart. However, the other 4 had their eyes on Yi Xian. After thinking for a moment, they made a decision. Whatever. Although this kid has comprehended the profound meaning, he might be sent to the main hall. If I can obtain a void god weapon, my strength will increase greatly. This was the thought in their minds. The 4 of them had all achieved 60% of their attribute conversion. However, they didn't know that Yi Xian had also achieved 60% of his attribute conversion. Their information was from before the assessment. If they were to compare realms, Yi Xian wasn't the weakest of the 5. Let's begin. Outside the arena, Huang Tianyu said impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 except for Yi Xian exchanged glances and reached a consensus. First, they would clear Yi Xian out of the arena. In an instant, the 4 of them launched attacks at Yi Xian. Haha, you think you can win against me? Yi Xian attacked 4 times in an instant and destroyed all the attacks. At the same time, he took a step forward. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Throbbing Pulse of the World, second layer. Buzz. The 4 of them only felt a roar in their heads. By the time they reacted, they felt a pain in their chests. Shockingly, they had already fallen outside the ring. Yi Xian blasted the 4 of them out of the arena in an instant and won the 12th match. What's going on? Didn't you say that his attribute conversion was only 50% and not 60%? It's all nonsense, this is clearly 60%. Shocking 4 people with a single kick? Is that the throbbing pulse of the earth? Incredible. I wonder who is stronger between him and Sun Xingyu. The people outside began to discuss again. Sun Xingyu watched with a dark face. Apparently, Yi Xian's Upanishad was more practical than his. However, he wasn't envious. After all, he was of the metal element. If he could comprehend the metal guard in the future, then his defensive power would greatly increase. He wouldn't be any weaker than the pulsating guard. Powerful indeed. Huang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and watched with envy. His attribute conversion had already reached 90%. If he was given more time, he would be able to reach the peak of the spirit stage. However, if he didn't comprehend the Upanishad, then he wouldn't be able to break through to the void god realm. Right now, all 12 matches had been completed. Out of the 60 people, only 12 people had been eliminated. Out of the 12 people, other than Yi Xian, all of them had converted at least 65% of their attributes. Among them, there were even 4 who had converted 70% of their attributes. The 12 of you can go to the martial arts hall and choose a void god rank martial art. Huang Tianyu said. A void god rank martial art was better than a heaven rank martial art. It was a martial art that allowed people to comprehend the Upanishad better. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. What was their purpose for coming to the Warlord Hall? Wasn't it to learn more powerful martial arts and become stronger? Although only 12 people had obtained it, they would be able to obtain merit points as long as they went out to do missions. Once they had enough merit points, they would be able to exchange for a void god rank martial art. Alright, let's move on to the second round. The winner will be able to choose another void god rank martial art. Huang Tianyu took out the pot from before. This time, he was the one who drew the lot. Everyone held their breaths. Would there be a good show to watch in the second round? Other than Sun Xingyu and Murong Shui, there were 2 others who had converted 70% of their attributes. Adding on Yi Xian, the chances of them facing each other was very high. Soon, the order of the 6 matches was out. Sun Xingyu faced a person who had converted 65% of his attributes. The same went for Murong Shui. Yi Xian faced a person who had converted 70% of his attributes. As for Xiao, he faced an opponent of the same level. The first match was against Sun Xingyu. There was no suspense in this match. Sun Xingyu's opponent chose to forfeit. Number 2's opponent was number 3, and number 3 was Murong Shui. Therefore, his opponent also forfeited. The third match was between number 4 and number 6. They fought to their heart's content. In the end, number 4 won. The fourth match was between number 5, Xiao, and an opponent who had converted 65% of his attributes. It was supposed to be a good show. However, Xiao's opponent had the metal attribute. Hence, Xiao suppressed him and lost. In the fifth match, number 7 faced another expert who had converted 70% of his attributes. He had no choice but to forfeit. Then, it was time for Yi Xian's 7th match. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. After all, this was the highlight of the show. If they won, they would be able to learn another virtual god martial art. They would not need any merit points. Everyone present knew that Yi Xian and the young man in white would not choose to forfeit. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian and the young man in white slowly walked out. After entering the arena, the young man in white could not help but say, "I'm very envious of you. You actually comprehended ultimacy. It's just good luck." Yi Xian smiled. "I think that luck is also a part of one's strength. You have comprehended ultimacy, but my realm is higher than yours. Furthermore, I can restrain your attributes. Hence, I have a higher chance of winning this match," the young man in white continued. "It's useless to have a higher chance of winning. Even if my chances of winning are less than 50%, I still have a chance of winning." Yi Xian smiled again. He really did not want to bicker with his opponent. A man should use his fists instead of his mouth. High chance of winning? What a joke. With Yi Xian's current realm, even if the silver-armored man was not dead, he was confident that he could kill him in an instant, let alone this young man in white. The white-robed young man finished speaking. He took out a long sword and was ready to strike. "Let's begin," Huang Tianyu said. Whoosh, in an instant, the young man in white made his move. This match was related to virtual god martial arts. If he won, he would be able to learn 2 martial arts at once. Unfortunately, his opponent was Xian. I don't want to reveal too much of my strength. I'll take care of you quickly, Xian thought to himself. In the next moment, he took a step forward. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Translator, trans and editor, trans and slightly better. Earth-splitting sword. Earth-splitting sword. Earth-splitting sword. 3 earth-splitting swords flew past the white-clothed young man's feet. They were so fast that the white-clothed young man could not react to them. The white-clothed young man was at the same level as Li Xiu and had the same attributes. Xian was able to defeat Li Xiu that day. How could he be defeated today? 3 swords. Xian only used 3 swords to send the white-clothed young man flying out of the arena. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 swords in less than a second. This was an instant kill. So strong. He defeated someone of a higher level in an instant. Is this the power of ultimacy? No, the earth-throbbing sword only increases attack power, not attack speed. That kid's physique is better than ours. He defeated a genius with 70% attribute conversion in an instant. Doesn't that mean Sun Xingyu is also powerless in front of him? Some people were discussing this in private. Not only them, but even Sun Xingyu was the same. He finally understood the difference between him and Xian. He was now envious of Xian because the practicality of the earth-throbbing sword had far surpassed the ultimacy of Midas. Humph. Sun Xingyu snorted in displeasure at the thought of this. The battle ended. Xian won and advanced to the top 6. As long as Xian won another battle, he would be able to obtain a virtual god weapon. At that time, with the virtual god weapon in hand, the earth-splitting sword, the war dragon stomp, and the deadly wind formation, who would be his match? Next, Huang Tianyu drew another lot. This round was extremely important. Sun Xingyu, Morong Shui, Xian, and Xiao. Out of the remaining 2, one had 70% attribute conversion, while the other had 65% attribute conversion. I wonder who's fighting whom, everyone was curious. At the same time, they hoped that Xian and Sun Xingyu would meet. The battle between 2 geniuses who had comprehended ultimacy would be very exciting. However, the one who was the most emotional at this time was the stone puppet. This was because among the 6 of them, there was another person whose strength was similar to his. As long as Shifeng fought against this person, he had a 50% chance of winning. At that time, he would be able to obtain a void god weapon. His strength might even be able to catch up to those who had achieved 70% attribute conversion. At this time, Huang Tianyu had finished drawing 3 rounds and decided on the order. He shouted loudly, the first round, number 3 against number 11. The second round, number 5 against number 9. The third round, number 10 against number 12. What? Everyone pondered for a moment before taking their seats. The first round was between Sun Xingyu and Morong Shui. The second match was between the stone puppet and the cultivator whose attribute had been converted to 65%. The third match was between Xian and the last genius who had converted 70% of his attributes. After hearing the order of the battle, Xian glanced at it. Morong Shui looked helpless, while Xiao was very excited. A 1 in 5 chance, and he actually encountered it. Now that everyone knew that Huang Tianyu didn't like to talk nonsense, Sun Xingyu and Morong Shui walked out directly. The void god weapon was also very attractive to Morong Shui. She wouldn't admit defeat. When the 2 of them reached the center of the arena, Sun Xingyu sneered, "You'd better get down. I won't show you mercy just because you're a woman. Please make your move." Morong Shui didn't say much. Her slender fingers gripped her long sword tightly. "Humph, you're courting death." Sun Xingyu's eyes flashed with a strange light. For a strong person like him, if he wanted a woman, countless beauties would throw themselves at him. Beauty was no longer useful to him. Since Morong Shui was so stubborn and wanted to fight, then he would accompany her. This time, without waiting for Huang Tianyu to speak, Sun Xingyu directly attacked. Whoosh! A golden sword chi with astonishing offensive power swept directly towards Morong Shui. Morong Shui's genuine chi was of the water attribute, so she couldn't fight it head-on. She immediately dodged. The metal attribute had the strongest attack, while the water attribute had many moves. Even if they fought head-on, the water attribute would at most be cut by the metal attribute, and it would still attack Sun Xingyu. However, Morong Shui did not do so. In the field, the two of them had already started to fight. Outside the field, the crowd began to discuss softly. Sun Xingyu is too ungentlemanly. He's so ruthless. That's right. Miss Morong is a woman. Do you think it's easy for her to stand here? Nonsense, this battle concerns the virtual god weapon. If it were you, would you show mercy? When these words were said, the surrounding people fell silent. Yi Xian, who do you think will win? Shi Yang couldn't help but ask. Sun Xingyu's attribute conversion is slightly better. Moreover, he has the metal attribute, so his attack power is strong. Unless Morong Shui's combat experience is far greater than his, it will be difficult for her to win. Yi Xian expressed his opinion. Under such circumstances, it would depend on whose martial arts attainments were higher and whose combat experience was richer. This battle didn't cause much of a commotion. The two of them were moving quickly in the field. Sun Xingyu constantly attacked with his golden sword qi, while Morong Shui defended herself with a lotus-like sword qi. Water lotus explosion. At this moment, Morong Shui's eyes suddenly flashed. Bang! The lotus flower that she blasted out suddenly exploded in front of Sun Xingyu. Countless water droplets shot in all directions. Sun Xingyu was stunned. He quickly defended himself, but many of them still hit him. Damn it! Sun Xingyu cursed in his heart. He was shocked to find that Morong Shui's genuine qi had entered his body through these small wounds, obstructing the flow of his genuine qi. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. The water attribute is so strange. The sword qi that was thrown out can explode. It's impossible to guard against. The metal attribute genuine qi is sharp. It can't completely destroy the lotus. Sun Xingyu is in trouble. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Is Sun Xingyu going to lose here? When Sun Xingyu heard the mocking laughter of the surrounding people, he was very angry. Who was he? He was a genius who had comprehended the ultimacy. How could he lose to someone whose cultivation level was lower than his? Most importantly, Morong Shui was a woman. This made him feel even more ashamed. Bitch, I didn't want to reveal it. You forced me to do this. Sun Xingyu shouted. The long sword in his hand suddenly lit up. As he thrust out his long sword, a golden round ball instantly destroyed a water lotus. The eyes of the experts outside the field lit up. They felt that this move had surpassed the realm of Tian-level martial arts. This was void god martial arts. If this move landed on Morong Shui, it would definitely be able to pierce through her chest in an instant. Therefore, Huang Tianyu couldn't stand it anymore. Boom. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Green light sword. Morong Shui, who did not have time to react, was blown out of the ring by the shockwave. Huh? Sun Xingyu was stunned and turned to look at Huang Tianyu. That's enough. You win this round. Huang Tianyu said. This round was not a battle of life and death but a battle of rewards. There was no need for any casualties. Moreover, Morong Shui was on Huang Tianyu's conversion list. It would be a waste if she died. Humph. Hearing this, Sun Xingyu could only forcefully suppress his emotions, coldly snorted, and then walked out. Morong Shui, I declare you the loser. Do you have any objections? Huang Tianyu asked. Morong Shui shook her head with a look of pity. If Sun Xingyu did not know any hollow god martial arts, she would have won. Then, she would have a hollow god weapon. Unfortunately, her opponent still had a trump card. Next, it was Shi Zhao's turn to fight another person who had converted 65% of his attributes. This battle was rather intense. For the sake of that faux divine weapon, the stone puppet even risked its life. Finally, it managed to knock the other party out of the arena. Although the other party did not land on the ground, as long as he crossed the line, he would lose. Haha, I, Shi Zhao, am going to have a hollow god weapon. Shi Zhao roared. The surrounding people all had envious expressions on their faces. In terms of strength, there were many who were stronger than Shi Zhao. However, Xianxia was lucky to have passed 3 rounds. In the last round, he had to rely on Yixian's Dragon War Stomp and Earth-splitting sword to win. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Therefore, he had to thank Yixian. These 2 martial arts were given to him by Yixian. As they were inferior, he learned them quickly. Now, 2 out of the 3 hollow god weapons had been won. Next was the 3rd round. In the last round, Yixian defeated a genius who had converted 70% of his attributes. This time, his opponent was of a similar level. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yixian and his opponent landed on the arena. "I admit defeat." As soon as Yixian landed, his opponent shouted. Sure enough, the other party was terrified. It couldn't be helped. Yixian's strength had already far surpassed the other geniuses. Even Sun Xingyu might not be a match for him. If he didn't admit defeat, would he wait to lose face? At least you have some self-awareness. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that the 3rd illusionary divine weapon would be his. This brat can instantly kill a martial artist with 70% attribute conversion. However, this is still not enough to kill Chen Liang. Huang Tianyu thought to himself as he watched Yixian slowly walk over. Chen Liang was the silver-armored man from before. His attribute conversion had reached 80%, and he also had the heart of a half-demon. In his demon form, his strength was not something that Yixian could withstand. Unless Yixian had a virtual divine weapon. There are only 2 regions where a void divine weapon has appeared. This Luosha region has never had one, so he shouldn't have one. Therefore, something must have happened to Chen Liang. This Yixian shouldn't know that the Warlord Branch Hall has been infiltrated by the demon clan. Huang Tianyu thought to himself and then raised his head. His actions caused everyone to be somewhat baffled. In the next moment, they understood. It turned out that someone was watching from the sky. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. This time, I have recruited some good seedlings. Here, these are 3 virtual divine weapons. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and hovered in front of everyone. It was an old man with white eyebrows. He waved his hand and threw 3 identical weapons to Yixian, Xianxia, and Sun Xingyu. Virtual divine weapons, everyone's eyes lit up. At this moment, there were 3 virtual divine weapons in front of them. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to move. If anyone dared to snatch them, the consequences would be dire. Yixian hurriedly caught the virtual divine weapon and glanced at it. The longsword was exquisitely made and was very heavy. It was suitable for a man to use. Yixian knew that this was a void divine weapon, a low-grade one. This azure light sword was recently bought from the Weapon Lord Hall. It is a lower virtual divine weapon. When the 3 of you break through to the empty god realm, you can use your true chi to nurture it. It is priceless. Don't lose it. The Warlord Hall Elder said with a smile. Virtual divine weapons were very precious to those in the spirit realm. However, for people in his level, he could obtain a lot of them. When martial artists started to allow virtual divine weapons, they treated them like children. Even if they obtained a middle virtual divine weapon, they might not use it. After all, not all lower virtual divine weapons were worse than middle virtual divine weapons. Virtual divine weapons could be nurtured. As long as they were nurtured for a few dozen years, they would be more useful than middle virtual divine weapons. Of course, this depended on the speed of nurturing. Nurturing consumed true chi, so it couldn't be done constantly. Thank you, Elder. Yixian and the other 2 quickly bowed and expressed their gratitude. Alright, bring all of you to register. All of you newcomers will first join an old group and be led by an old guard. After the white-eyebrowed elder finished speaking, he rushed into the Battle King Hall. Alright, everyone follow me. Huang Tianyu shouted and entered the Warlord Hall. Everyone followed closely behind him. When Yixian moved, he felt a malicious gaze. He turned his head and saw Sun Xingyu looking at him with narrowed eyes. Sun Xingyu's eyes were filled with coldness. Yixian knew that Sun Xingyu wanted to fight with him. This was because the surrounding people thought that he was the first amongst the geniuses and Sun Xingyu was the second. It was that simple. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I won't care who you are. Yixian snorted and followed behind Sun Xingyu. In fact, when everyone was fighting earlier, he had been observing their constitutions. Previously, the silver-armored man had used the half-demon's heart to bait him. The other groups might have half-demons as well, so he had to observe them to see who had better constitutions. However, he didn't discover anything because many of them had admitted defeat. Moreover, as long as they deliberately hid it, it would be difficult to find them. Perhaps not many half-demons have infiltrated the Warlord Hall, but they should come looking for me. Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that the Warlord Hall had been completely infiltrated. Otherwise, he would have been captured and forced to eat the half-demon's heart. Why would they do this? More than 60 people followed behind Huang Tianyu and arrived at a small hall. They registered and received a few sets of clothes and other miscellaneous items. Next, they had to wait for the small groups in the Warlord Hall to pick their members. Xian, you're in my group. Huang Tianyu suddenly shouted. What? Xian thought that he had misheard. Huang Tianyu was picking him? Xian paused for a moment. The higher-ups have instructed that you and Sun Xingyu won't be sent to the main hall. Instead, you will be groomed by the side halls. Huang Tianyu said. Xian raised an eyebrow. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Profound of Earth. Is this because it's rare for a genius like me to appear? Do they really want to nurture me, or do they want to keep me and wait for an opportunity to turn me into a half-demon? Xian asked himself. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in the end. This was because he knew that if many demons had infiltrated, he might be attacked on his way to the main hall. If that happened, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he wanted to take a look first. At most, he could just leave. Huang Tianyu went to register. Then, Xian became his team member. Alright, you're now a member of my team. My team specializes in going out to carry out missions and earn merit points. You should adapt to the environment for a few days. After a while, I'll bring you out to carry out missions. After Huang Tianyu finished speaking, he brought Xian to his team's residence. In the Warlord Palace, a team usually had around 5 people. Of course, there were also 7 to 8 people. Huang Tianyu's team only had 4 people. Including Xian, there were 5 people. He brought Xian to his residence. Xian and the other 3 team members got familiar with each other. Then, they found a residence to stay in. I don't know if Huang Tianyu is a half-demon. It's better to be careful. Xian reminded himself in his heart. Then, he changed into his silver armor and left his residence. He suddenly remembered that his reward was not only the Azure Light Sword. He could also go to the martial arts hall to obtain 2 Void God martial arts. Along the way, he encountered many Warlord Palace guards. These Warlord Palace guards were not weak. Silver armor meant that they were ordinary palace guards. Gold armor meant that they were squad leaders. Black armor meant that they were at the peak of the spirit stage. Now that Xian had obtained the Azure Light Sword, he should be able to fight against squad leaders if he went all out. Of course, this referred to ordinary people and not the demons. Soon, he arrived at the martial arts hall. Hey, it's you? As soon as Xian entered, he heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw that it was an elder with white eyebrows. He was the elder of the Battle Emperor Hall who had given him the hollow divine weapon. Greetings, elder, I am here to receive 2 Void God martial arts. Xian said respectfully. I know, you have the earth element. Go to the 5th zone and choose for yourself. Just give me the number of whatever you like. Elder Bai Mei said. The martial arts hall's 5th district stored earth attribute Void God martial arts. Of course, there were also heaven-level martial arts, but Xian was not interested in them at the moment. Wait a moment, kid. Just as Xian was about to leave, Elder Bai Mei suddenly called out to him. Xian turned around. Kid, you have comprehended the throbbing pulse of the world and the pulse guard, right? Elder Whitebrows asked. Yes, senior. Xian nodded. If you want to comprehend more ultimacies, go and get the Emperor Dragon Fist and the Martial Dragon Movement Technique. Elder Bai Mei said. Xian paused for a moment. He understood what Elder Bai Mei meant. His throbbing pulse of the world was actually comprehended from the Martial Dragon Stomp. Senior, What ultimacies can I comprehend from these two martial arts? Yixian asked curiously. These two martial arts were obtained from the main palace. It is said that an expert comprehended the strength ultimacy of the earth ultimacy based on the Emperor Dragon Fist. As for the martial dragon movement technique, there is a precedent for comprehending the underground movement technique. Elder Bai Mei explained. Strength, underground movement technique. Yixian did not know much about ultimacies. He did not even know about the earth element. Hence, he quickly asked, Senior, what are the effects of these two ultimacies? The strength ultimacy, as the name suggests, can increase your strength explosively. A single sword strike can split mountains and split the earth. As for the underground movement technique ultimacy, it can greatly increase your running speed on land. If you comprehend it deeply enough, you can even comprehend the second level of the underground movement technique, shrinking the earth. This is a godly skill that can allow you to break through the earth and move at high speeds. It is several times faster than imperial air flight. Elder Bai Mei said. After hearing this, Yixian's eyes were already filled with stars. The second level of the underground movement technique allowed him to move several times faster than imperial air flight. In the future, he would be able to travel freely. As for the second level of the ultimacy, Yixian actually knew one as well. It was the pulse guard. Branch ultimacy was also called the second level of the ultimacy. Senior, isn't there another gravity ultimacy? Yixian quickly asked. Oh, right. There is also the gravity ultimacy. However, I have never heard of anyone comprehending this ultimacy. I only heard that this ultimacy can force a person onto the ground. Elder Bai Mei chuckled and said, think about it. If you comprehend the earth pulse guard, underground movement technique, gravity ultimacy, and strength ultimacy, who will be your match in the future? Yixian followed his words and imagined a scene in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If he could comprehend these four ultimacies, he would be the one calling the shots on land in the future. No, even if someone was flying in the air, he would be able to force them down. Haha, that is why I feel that the earth element spirit is the most powerful type. Elder Bai Mei looked at Yixian and laughed. Senior, can you tell me more about the ultimacies of the other elements? Yixian was suddenly interested and quickly asked. Sure, but I am just an ordinary void god realm cultivator. I don't know much. Elder Bai Mei paused and said, you already know about the metal element Midas touch. Apart from that, there is also the metal defense. This metal defense is the second level ultimacy of the Midas touch. It can condense a golden armor around the body for defense. This golden armor is indestructible. The wood element is rapid healing. There is also death withering. The former can heal injuries, while the latter is used for attack. If anyone is brushed by it, their body will rapidly wither. This is much more effective than the normal wood element true chi. The water element is stacking waves ultimacy. It is the same as your strength ultimacy. Apart from that, there is also the binding of water. It uses true chi to bind the enemy and slow down their movements. The fire element is inextinguishable flames. It is the enhancement of fire element attacks. However, this flame is extremely difficult to extinguish and is very difficult to deal with. Apart from that, there is also the fire rebirth ultimacy. It is similar to the wood element rapid healing, but it cannot heal others. As for the earth element, there is the earth pulse guard, strength ultimacy, gravity ultimacy, and underground movement technique. These are the ultimacies that I know. Of course, there may be others, but I have never heard of them. Yixian was already immersed in the knowledge. He did not expect that the five elements would have so many ultimacies. Moreover, his earth element ultimacy seemed to have the most. However, Elder Bai Mei also said that these were only the ultimacies that he knew. There may be more ultimacies that he did not know. In any case, it was awesome. Quest ice, flame, wind? Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked, not everyone has these attributes, right? Yes, everyone has the normal 5 elements. These attributes are 1 in a million and are extremely powerful. Ice and flame are the strengthening of water and fire. They have both the water and fire attributes. The white-browed old man nodded. At this moment, Yixian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ice and flame, this made him think of two people, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. The yin-yang dual life body. Could it be ice and flame? Yi Xian recalled that when he entered the cultivation room of the two of them, he felt an ice-cold and scorching heat. It was not strange for it to be hot, but Song Suijing was not water, but ice. So that's how it is. Yi Xian instantly understood. Unfortunately, Adjudicator Song and Song Suijing had disappeared. Yi Xian had spent half a year looking for them, but he still could not find them. However, Yi Xian understood that they were not dead. They were probably chosen by an expert during their travels and were brought back to be nurtured. This was because Yi Xian had given a pair of earrings to Song Suijing. Although it did not have a life-saving effect, he would know if anything happened to Song Suijing. Okay, it's useless for you to know this now. There are too few people who have comprehended profound at the spirit stage. You should go and choose a nihility god martial art. The white-browed old man waved his hand. The spirit stage that he was talking about did not include those who had reached the peak of the spirit stage with 100 points. He was referring to those who had not reached 100 points in their attribute conversion. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded and immediately entered the fifth area of the martial arts hall. There were piles of earth attribute martial arts here. After browsing for a while, he realized that there were too few earth attribute martial arts. There were only 12 of them, which was enough to fill a single bookshelf. The earth, wood, and water attributes were relatively rare, so there were naturally fewer martial arts. Yi Xian glanced at the bookshelf and found the Emperor Dragon Fist and Martial Dragon Movement technique that the white-browed old man had mentioned. He immediately took them out. Sure enough, they were empty. Senior, I've chosen. Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the martial arts hall and said to the white-browed elder. The white-browed old man glanced at them and said, "Go find a room. Someone will give you the two martial arts later. Remember, you are not allowed to copy them, and you are not allowed to teach them to others. Once discovered, you will be killed on the spot." Yes. Yi Xian nodded and found an empty room on the first floor of the martial arts hall. Not long after, a palace guard brought over two martial arts. They were the Emperor Dragon Fist and the Dragon Martial Movement technique. Although these two martial arts techniques were copied down, Yi Xian still had to memorize them himself, just in case. Recently, when Yi Xian killed people, the number of martial arts he obtained had decreased. This was because these people had all memorized them in their minds. If he copied it down and was killed, then the martial arts would be spread out. Even if someone were to question them, they might reveal it immediately. However, there were also those with moral integrity who would rather die than admit it and not mention it at all. However, this did not matter to Yi Xian. Immediately, he copied the two martial arts techniques into the engulfing system and started learning them. Ding. Host has learned the Emperor Dragon Fist. Current proficiency is 10%. Ding. Host has learned the Dragon Martial Movement technique. Current proficiency is 10%. Yi Xian had not learned any new martial arts for a long time. The Sword of Earth Fisher and Dragon War Stomp that he used previously were bought when he was in the Heavenly Pulse realm. The Sword of Earth Fisher and Dragon War Stomp were very powerful after fusing with the Earth Pulse. However, they were not enough in a place where geniuses gathered. Now that he had the Dragon Martial Movement technique, Yi Xian's combat strength had increased by another level. After all, this was a Void God martial arts technique. Then, he stayed in the room for half a day before he left. This was the Battle King Hall. Although it was only a side hall, the main hall was too big. All the buildings were inside, including the martial arts field. Yi Xian went to the martial arts field and started practicing the Emperor Dragon Fist and Dragon Martial Movement technique. Previously, the Sword of Earth Fisher improved quickly because it was only a heaven-level martial arts technique. Moreover, it was enhanced by the Sword Saint bloodline. Now, the Emperor Dragon Fist would not improve that quickly. However, Yi Xian still had the Fist Emperor bloodline, which increased his comprehension by 30%. Huh. Yi Xian found a corner and started practicing the Emperor Dragon Fist. He unleashed a fist strike, and his Earth-type true energy transformed into a heavenly dragon that shot forward. This move also contained the power of the second order of the throbbing pulse of the world. The Earth pulse was very practical. It could be used on any martial arts technique, including the dragon martial movement technique. Currently, these two martial arts were only at 10%. However, when the dragon martial movement technique was combined with the earth pulse, its power was comparable to the dragon war 10 steps. It was worthy of being a void god martial arts technique. Ding! Emperor Dragon Fist's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding! Dragon martial movement technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding! Emperor Dragon Fist's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding! Dragon martial movement technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding! Emperor Dragon Fist's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 40%. Xian stayed in the martial arts field for an entire day and finally increased the proficiency of these two martial arts to 30% and above. Emperor Dragon Fist's proficiency was 40% and its power was extraordinary. Fortunately, he was in a small room in the martial arts field and no one saw him. If others saw him practicing two void god martial arts in a day and increasing his proficiency by such a high level, they would be scared half to death. Even a void god realm expert would need at least a month to learn void god martial arts. If they wanted to increase their proficiency, they would need to accumulate over a long period of time, continuously practicing and fighting. However, Xian could reach such a high level just by practicing. After that, Xian practiced diligently day and night. On the third day after he joined the Warlord Palace and became a palace guard, someone knocked on the door of the training room. At this moment, Xian's Emperor Dragon Fist had reached 60% proficiency, while his Dragon Martial Movement technique was at 40% proficiency. Because his realm was not high enough, the Emperor Dragon Fist could not reach 70% proficiency. He would need to wait until he reached the Void God realm. Xian opened the door and found his captain, Huang Tianyu, standing outside. "Captain," Xian greeted. "I heard that you've been training for the past few days?" Huang Tianyu asked. "Yes." Xian nodded. He had been training for the past few days. There was no doubt about it. "Very good. Then go back and prepare. You'll be going out for a mission in a while." Huang Tianyu was very satisfied. When Xian heard this, his eyes lit up and asked, "What mission is it?" "Eliminate a group of bandits. They've been very rampant recently and have been robbing houses. They have a leader who is at the peak of the spirit stage." Huang Tianyu replied. Bandits. The peak of the spirit stage represented an expert with an attribute conversion rate of 100. They only needed to comprehend the profound to break through to the nihility god realm. "Peak of the spirit stage? Is it only for our team?" Xian said in shock. "That's right. You don't have to worry. We are the elites of the Warlord Palace. If we can't even handle this, we might as well pack up and go home." Huang Tianyu said indifferently. "Indeed, who were they?" "They were the elites of the Warlord Palace." "Okay, I'll prepare." Xian nodded. However, he didn't need to prepare anything. Although he had pulled several all-nighters, he was still full of energy. With the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, he didn't need to rest. "Then wait for me at the entrance." After Huang Tianyu finished speaking, he left. Xian also went back to take a shower and gathered at the entrance of the branch palace. This was his first mission. It was also his first show after learning the neo-martial arts. It was inevitable for him to be excited. Before Huang Tianyu came out, Xian, who was guarding outside the branch palace, saw an acquaintance. It was the stone puppet. "Hey, Xian, you're also going to do a mission?" The stone puppet, who was wearing silver armor, came over and said with a smile. "Yes." Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone puppet. Although they belonged to the same faction, Xian was still on guard against everyone. After all, there was the matter of the half-goblin. Half-goblins and humans were mortal enemies. He didn't know whether the stone puppet was a human or a half-goblin. "I'm also going to do a mission to destroy a sacred beast's nest." "What about you?" the stone puppet asked. "A bandit's nest." Xian replied honestly. The stone puppet's eyes lit up. That's a good job. Bandits are much richer than sacred beasts. That's true, but it's also dangerous. The bandit leader is at the peak of the spirit stage. Yixian said. Between humans and sacred beasts of the same level, humans were more dangerous. The stone puppet did not refute. At this time, 3 more people came out of the hall. When the stone puppet saw them, he immediately said, Yixian, be careful, I'm leaving. Alright, you be careful too. Yixian nodded. The Shao had also joined a small team and was now carrying out a mission with 3 other members. The leader of this small team gave Yixian a strange look and then hurriedly left with his team. Not long after, Huang Tianyu also came out with 2 members. Yixian raised an eyebrow. He remembered that Huang Tianyu had a total of 3 members. Could it be that he had applied for leave? Captain, just the 4 of us? Yixian asked in surprise. That's right. One of them has made a breakthrough in his martial arts and needs to continue cultivating. He won't be participating in this mission. After Huang Tianyu finished speaking, he took out a piece of parchment from his universe ring and said, there are over 300 people in this bandit lair. Even the weakest person has converted half of their attributes. There are 3 leaders. One of them is at the peak of the spirit stage, while the other 2 have converted 90% of their attributes. The reward for this mission is 3,000 merit points. We will break it down when the time comes. 3,000 merit points was not a low reward. Most importantly, this was a bandit lair. There was a lot of profit to be had. Yixian had asked around when he passed by. A Void God weapon required 50,000 merit points. A Void God level martial art required 10,000 merit points. However, don't forget that this reward was for the entire team. When the time comes, they will break it down. Yixian didn't ask any further questions. He just followed along. Let's go. Huang Tianyu gave the order and ran in a certain direction. Yixian and the other 2 members followed closely behind. Yixian, you seem to be using the martial dragon movement technique, right? Have you mastered it? One of the members smiled at Yixian. Yes, I finally mastered it after 4 days. Yixian nodded. He had seen this person before. His name was Zhou Huiran, and he had converted 85% of his attributes. He had joined the Warlord Palace for more than 10 years. He had also exchanged his merit points for a Void God martial art. However, due to his lack of aptitude, he had not been able to increase his proficiency. He looked at Yixian enviously and said, a genius is a genius. Sigh, I wonder when I will be able to comprehend the profoundness. Old Zhou, why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late for you to comprehend it after you reach the peak of the spirit stage. Another member called Pengbo said. That's true. If I have enough aptitude, I will be able to comprehend it sooner or later. If I don't have enough aptitude, I will be stuck at the peak of the spirit stage. Zhou Huiran nodded. Huang Tianyu, who was leading the way, remained silent. At this moment, he was planning something in his mind. For example, when to convert Yixian. Yixian had obtained a Void God weapon and his strength had increased greatly. He estimated that he could only suppress Yixian for a short period of time. After that, he had no confidence in suppressing Yixian. Therefore, he had to convert Yixian. He had to convert Yixian into a half-fiend and make him one of them. This bandit's lair was only 2 days away from the branch palace. Previously, it was not rampant and was hidden well. Therefore, there were no missions. Yixian and the other 3 spent 2 days to arrive at the bandit's lair. At this moment, they were discussing countermeasures in the sky. Yixian, Zhou Huiran, you 2 deal with the small ones. Pengbo, I'll leave the 2nd and 3rd leaders to you. I'll deal with the 1st leader. Do you have any problems with that? Huang Tianyu said. Yixian was stunned. This ordinary-looking Pengbo was actually going to intercept the 2 leaders who had converted 90% of their attributes? Don't be surprised. Pengbo obtained a Void God weapon when he was on a mission alone. His strength is only 2nd to the leader. Zhou Huiran laughed. With this explanation, Yixian also understood. A Void God weapon was enough to increase his strength greatly. Moreover, Peng Bo also had a void god martial arts. It was not difficult for him to stop the two of them. If that's the case, then let's go. If there's any pressure, then quickly retreat. Staying alive is more important, Huang Tianyu said. Understood. Yi Xian and the other two nodded. Kill. As soon as Huang Tianyu's voice fell, the four of them quickly rushed down. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The bandits below were enjoying the delicacies. Some of them were even performing piston exercises in front of everyone. They were having a great time. He estimated that he might be able to achieve another breakthrough this time. Yi Xian, be careful, Zhou Huiran reminded. Then, he separated from Yi Xian and landed at a place where there were more bandits. Pa! Yi Xian used his true qi to increase his speed and quickly landed on the ground. At the same time, he also used the earth's pulse. In an instant, more than 10 weaker bandits were killed. What? The bandits stopped what they were doing and looked at Yi Xian. After a while, they saw Yi Xian start killing people. Only then did they realize what was going on. Enemy attack. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken out his void god weapon, the azure light sword, and executed the demon god transformation. These were all bandits who had committed all sorts of crimes. No one would show mercy to them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Collusion. Although Yi Xian had learned the Emperor Dragon's Fist, he still hadn't given up on such a useful martial art like the earth-splitting sword. However, he could retire the Dragon Warrior Stomp. After all, the martial dragon movement technique could also be combined with the throbbing pulse of the earth. Emperor Dragon Fist. Earth Shatter Sword. Yi Xian stood there. In less than 10 seconds, he'd killed dozens of bandits. These bandits had different strengths, and the weaker ones only had 50% of their attributes, while the stronger ones had 70%. However, no one could take a single blow from him. When the bandits who had just arrived saw Yi Xian's bravery, they were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. Yi Xian quickly cleaned up the corpses on the ground and devoured everything. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 63 points. With the increase in realm, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. In a bandit nest, the richest ones are definitely the leaders. I can't let them take the loot. Yi Xian glanced at Zhou Huiran and saw that he did not feel much pressure, so he quickly flew toward Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo. It could not be said that he was stealing the credit. After all, they were a small team and should help each other. Yi Xian is actually so strong? Zhou Huiran was stunned when he saw Yi Xian escape. At this point, he had only killed a few dozen bandits. The 3 leaders of the bandits all lived on the mountain peak. Yi Xian quickly flew over. Before he got close, he saw a few figures. However, these figures were not fighting. Instead, they were gathered together and seemed to be talking. What's going on? Yi Xian quickly stopped. He saw Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo talking to 3 men. They seemed to know each other. Snakes and rats in the same nest, this thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but in the next moment, he thought of something else. Half-demons. Could it be that the 3 leaders have long since been transformed into half-demons? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Of course, it was only a guess. Huang Tianyu could have colluded with the 3 of them. Leader, I'll help you. Yi Xian pondered for a moment in his heart, then loudly shouted and charged over. What? You came so quickly? Huang Tianyu heard this and attacked without hesitation. At the same time, he said in a low voice, You 3, hurry up and leave. He did not expect Yi Xian to come to help in less than half a minute. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo began to put on a show with the 3 leaders. Although the battle seemed fierce, they actually avoided the vital points. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's astonishing vision and seeing that scene, he really might have been deceived by them. Although I can't be sure, they are. Yi Xian continued. He knew that his aptitude had attracted the attention of the demon race. The demon race definitely wanted to convert him, so he was not worried that Huang Tianyu would attack him. As long as he could get rid of these 3 and obtain the interspatial ring, his cultivation base might be able to increase again. Damn it, let's retreat. The first master's face darkened and he quickly retreated. Huang Tianyu gave chase, but he was only acting. After all, the three of them were half-demons and were on his side. Don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian rushed over and attacked wildly. Get out of my way, brat. The third master threw a punch at Yi Xian. A golden fist shadow flew toward Yi Xian. Oh no. Huang Tianyu's face darkened. He had forgotten to tell the three that Yi Xian was a genius on the conversion list. The third master's attribute conversion had reached 90%, which was 30% higher than Yi Xian's. His attack was enough to kill a martial artist with 80% attribute conversion. But was Yi Xian an ordinary person? Emperor Dragon Fist. Coincidentally, Yi Xian also had a fist-type martial art. Bang! The two huge fist shadows collided and instantly exploded. Although Yi Xian's god realm was much lower, his Emperor Dragon Fist was a void god-level martial art. Moreover, it was at 60% and was enhanced by the King of Fighters bloodline. As for the opponent's martial art, it was also a void god-level martial art. However, it was probably only at 20 to 30%. It was already pretty good to be able to draw. This brat's aptitude is actually so good. It seems that I have to convert him quickly. If he doesn't agree, I can only use force. Huang Tianyu's eyes flickered. Converting into a shifter was actually a mission. As long as he succeeded, he would obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. If he succeeded, he might be able to cultivate all the way to the peak of the spirit stage. However, he had to deal with the current problem first. Captain, Brother Pengbo, these three people are full of evil. We can't let them go. Yi Xian shouted. Huang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and made a decision in his heart. It seems that I have to place my hopes on these two people. Huang Tianyu thought to himself. Of the three heads, two of them had reached 90% attribute conversion, while the last one had reached the peak of the spirit stage. If the three of them were to use their shifter transformation, their strength would increase. The other two people were fine, but if the head, who was at the peak of the spirit stage, also used his shifter transformation, even Huang Tianyu would not be able to do anything to him. Let's capture those two first. Huang Tianyu shouted. His voice only reached Yi Xian and Pengbo's ears. Okay. Pengbo narrowed his eyes. He instantly understood Huang Tianyu's intention and chased after them. Damn it. The second head and third head looked at each other. They knew that if they did not use their shifter transformation, they would probably die here. Shifter transformation. The two of them did not hesitate and immediately used their shifter transformation. As for the great master, he fled without even turning his head. Kill. Seeing that the other party had already used their shifter transformation, Huang Tianyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although they were all half-demons, the leader of the bandit nest did not listen to his orders. Now that they were in a life-and-death situation, the other party might reveal his secret. Therefore, he had to kill them quickly. Azure Light Sword, go! Huang Tianyu also took out his ethereal divine weapon and charged forward. When Yi Xian saw the two of them using their shifter transformation, he pretended to be stunned. Then, he began to attack with all his strength. At this moment, he understood that Huang Tianyu was also a half-demon. Previously, Huang Tianyu might not have recognized the three heads. However, half-demons might have a way of distinguishing their auras, which was why they were able to recognize them. And now, Huang Tianyu was going to eliminate them completely. In an instant, the five of them began to fight, while the head's figure had already disappeared into the horizon. Damn it, Big Brother actually left just like that. Didn't we agree to share the joys and sorrows together? The second head cursed in his heart. He was helpless because if the head returned and used his shifter transformation, he would definitely be able to turn the situation around. However, the head of the bandit nest was also a half-demon. He was afraid that he would be discovered and be hunted down. Therefore, he did not turn back. After all, the recent deaths of the powerhouses from the Battle King Hall were related to him. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the matter was exposed. Although Yi Xian's cultivation level was low, his strength was not much weaker than Pengbo's. If the two of them worked together, they could fight against the second head. As for the third head, Huang Tianyu would be in charge. I have to end this quickly, Huang Tianyu thought to himself. He began to fight with the third head, but he intentionally distanced himself from Yi Xian, Peng Bo, and the second head. Hey, what are you trying to do? The third head asked softly. I'll give you a chance. Run away, Huang Tianyu said as he approached. The third head's eyes lit up when he heard that. He instantly understood. When Huang Tianyu got closer, he relaxed a little. The third head immediately understood that this was an opportunity. However, he would never have thought that Huang Tianyu did this on purpose. Huang Tianyu's original intention was not to let him go. Instead, he wanted to kill him. Die. The killing intent hidden in Huang Tianyu's eyes suddenly burst out. What? The third head was stunned. He finally realized that he had been tricked. However, by the time he reacted, his head had already flown into the air. Kill. Third brother. The second head's eyes turned red. Then, his gaze fell on Huang Tianyu as he roared, Bastard, you're both half-demons. How dare you try to kill him? Half-demon, this word came out of his mouth. Most importantly, the second head actually said that Huang Tianyu was a half-demon. Of those present, only Yi Xian was a human. The rest were all half-demons. Half-demon? When he heard this word, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. This person had indeed revealed the secret. However, it was not surprising. If he did not reveal it now, he might not have another chance. Yi Xian, they are demons. They are mortal enemies with us humans. Kill them. Huang Tianyu ignored the second head's words and shouted directly. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. However, he was already certain that Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo were half-demons. Because if it was only Huang Tianyu or Peng Bo, why would the second boss use you? However, even though Yi Xian said yes, his figure dashed towards the third master's corpse. Why? Of course it was to take something. Huang Tianyu was stunned for a moment. He thought that Yi Xian had discovered something and was coming for him. He deliberately took a detour, only to find that Yi Xian didn't attack him. Instead, he dashed to the third master's corpse and picked up the universe ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 65 points. One universe ring allowed Yi Xian to increase his level by 2 levels. Awesome! Why did this brat's aura suddenly skyrocket? Even though Yi Xian could suppress it, Huang Tianyu could still feel Yi Xian's aura growing stronger. However, he did not think too much about it. He would deal with the second master first. The second master had already revealed the secret. However, seeing that Yi Xian did not take it seriously, he guessed that Yi Xian was in cahoots with Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo. Hence, he did not waste any more time and fought with all his might. However, he was no match for Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo, who had ethereal divine weapons. He was quickly killed. However, when he was about to die, someone suddenly dashed over and took the universe ring. Huang Tianyu found that it was Yi Xian again, so he did not pay much attention to it. They did not have the devouring system, so they could not retrieve anything from the universe ring. Hence, it did not matter who had the universe ring. They could just distribute it later. However, how could they have known that Yi Xian could empty the universe ring in an instant? Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 66 points. Yi Xian's level increased again. At this moment, Peng Bo turned around and asked, Leader, should we chase after them? Not only that, but the other exchanger, Zhou Huiran, had also finished off most of the bandits and dashed over. Nope. Huang Tianyu shook his head. Once the attribute conversion reached 100%, there would be a qualitative leap. It was much more powerful than 99%. If the great leader, who was at the peak of the spirit stage, transformed, they would not be able to defeat him even if they worked together. The 4 of them had successfully eliminated the bandits without any casualties. It was a complete victory. However, this was not the end. Leader, that person said that you're a half-beast. What is a half-beast? Yi Xian pretended not to know anything and asked. Half-beast? I've heard of it before. It's the Beast clan. It's the mortal enemy of humans. Zhou Huairan blurted out. At this moment, Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo's expressions changed. This Zhou Huairan. Is he not a half-beast? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He could not understand why Huang Tianyu did not convert Zhou Huairan as well since they were in the same team. That's right. Half-beasts and humans are mortal enemies. These half-beasts were originally humans, but they were later converted into beast clans. That person said I'm a half-beast. You must have heard wrongly. Peng Bo hurriedly said. Yi Xian pretended to have a change in expression and said, impossible. I heard it clearly. How could I have heard wrongly? As he spoke, he began to back away. When Zhou Huairan saw this, he also did the same. Half-beasts belonged to the beast clan. The beast clan and humans were mortal enemies. If Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo were both half-beasts, then they might make a move. Yi Xian had to keep a distance from them. Peng Bo's heart trembled as he turned to look at Huang Tianyu. Alright, then I won't hide it. That's right. Peng Bo and I are both half-beasts. Huang Tianyu saw that there was no way to smooth things over, so he could only say it out loud. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Zhou Huairan's expression sank. Leader, you, Zhou Huairan couldn't believe it. He had joined Huang Tianyu's team for 2 years. He didn't expect that Huang Tianyu had spent 2 years with a half-beast. This almost scared him to death. The two of you saw it too. The 2 people who died were both half-beasts. They suddenly became stronger because they used half-beast transformation. Now, I'll give you a chance. As long as you join, you can become stronger like them. Huang Tianyu suddenly took out 2 half-beast hearts. But beast clan and humans are mortal enemies. Zhou Huairan frowned. That's right. But you have to know that this is a world where the strong are respected. As long as you can become stronger, what's the difference between beast clan and humans? Besides, I became a half-beast for a long time. If I didn't say it, even the elders wouldn't know. What's there to be afraid of? Huang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. Now, there are only 2 paths in front of you. One is to swallow this half-beast heart and increase your strength. 2 is to die. This, Zhou Huairan looked hesitantly at Yi Xian. To tell the truth, he was already wavering. He knew that if he refused, he wouldn't be able to return alive. So this was the only path. This? All right. Zhou Huairan nodded silently. After glancing at Yi Xian, he walked towards Peng Bo. Have a falling out you? Yi Xian widened his eyes. The reason why he did not speak was because he wanted to see Zhou Huairan's choice. He never expected that Zhou Huairan would yield. If Zhou Huairan refused, the 2 of them could join forces to fight against Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo. It was not certain who would win. However, Zhou Huairan accepted. If that's the case, then I can only do this. Yi Xian had already made a decision in his heart. At this moment, Huang Tianyu spoke again. Yi Xian, your aptitude is very good. If you become a half-fiend, your physique will be greatly improved. At that time, who would be your opponent on land? This half-fiend's heart was refined from the blood essence of a peak spirit stage sky dragon's heart. If you swallow it, you might have the strength to fight against me. In fact, Yi Xian had already heard of this from the silver-armored man. If it was before, he might have used this move. However, this was only a sky dragon's heart. Even a peak spirit stage half-fiend's heart would not be able to increase his strength by much. No, I, Yi Xian, will not become a half-fiend. Yi Xian directly refused. Although he had the bloodline of a beast king, others would not be able to see it. He was not resisting the half-fiend's heart, but he did not want to become a fiend. If he became a fiend, then he would be hunted down by human experts if he was exposed in the future. At that time, his family might be implicated. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Look at his changes first. Huang Tianyu waited until Zhou Huairan approached and threw a half-fiend's heart at him. Zhou Huairan caught the half-fiend's heart and paused for a moment. He held the sword in one hand and the half-fiend's heart in the other. He felt the strange spirit chi emitted by the half-fiend's heart. Suddenly, he glanced at Yi Xian and gave him a look. Yi Xian frowned. In the next moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Yi Xian, run! With a shout, Zhou Huiran suddenly attacked. He caught Peng Bo, who was nearby, off guard and sent him flying. What? This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhou Huiran had actually changed his mind and launched a sneak attack on Peng Bo. No, it wasn't necessarily a change of heart. Perhaps Zhou Huiran had been feigning submission from the start. As expected, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he used the demon god transformation again. However, Huang Tianyu moved as soon as the demon god's phantom entered his body. You piece of trash, die. Exasperated, Huang Tianyu slashed out with an extremely fast slash that swept past Zhou Huiran's body in an instant. Hiss. Zhou Huiran was cut into two halves. Fortunately, the cut was horizontal, so he was not dead yet. Huang Tianyu. Yi Xian roared. This time, he no longer held back and directly took out the Bahuang sword. 8 Baron Wind Killing Formation. Earth-splitting sword. Throbbing Pulse of the World, second layer. Because Huang Tianyu was flying in the air, the martial dragon movement technique was unable to fuse with the throbbing pulse of the earth to create the effect of the battle dragon's 10 steps. However, the 8 Baron Wind Killing Formation was beyond Huang Tianyu's expectations. This brat actually has another ethereal divine weapon. This means that Chen Liang was killed by him. At this moment, Huang Tianyu instantly understood. It turned out that Yi Xian had already known about the half-goblin. If that's the case, then you can die. Huang Tianyu did not underestimate Yi Xian and immediately used the demon transformation. In an instant, he became the same as Chen Liang and grew a heavenly dragon's tail. His attribute conversion had already reached 90%. Now that he had an ethereal divine weapon and used the demon transformation, his combat power had reached the peak of the spirit stage. So what if you use the demon transformation? Yi Xian did not care about anything else and attacked crazily. On land, he was the king. Therefore, he would not foolishly fly into the sky and reduce his speed. After Huang Tianyu used the demon transformation, his attack speed was very fast. However, Yi Xian was even faster. The former's attack could only hit the latter's afterimage. After the two of them exchanged blows, it turned out that Yi Xian had the upper hand. This made Peng Bo and Zhou Huiran extremely shocked. This brat is actually so strong. Peng Bo suddenly crawled up from the ground and watched in shock. Fortunately, he had protected his vital parts. Otherwise, he would have been heavily injured by Zhou Huiran. However, Zhou Huiran had already been split in half by Huang Tianyu and had no combat power left. Demon transformation. Peng Bo also grew a pair of legs and a tail. He grabbed his ethereal divine weapon with his claws and rushed towards Yi Xian and Huang Tianyu. At the same time, he shouted, "Captain, I'll help you." Although his strength was much weaker than Huang Tianyu, he still had an ethereal divine weapon. Coupled with the demon transformation, he would be able to help. I'll let you know that numbers don't necessarily mean strength. On land, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he instantly changed his target. He controlled the 8 blades that contained the second layer of the earth pulse and rushed towards Peng Bo. Not only that, but the sword of the earth splitter also changed its target from Huang Tianyu to Peng Bo. Trash, get lost. Huang Tianyu's expression changed as he shouted angrily. It did not occur to him that Peng Bo was his teammate. He and Yi Xian were having a good time when Peng Bo suddenly came in. This would not only not help him, it would also make things worse. This was because he suddenly remembered that Yi Xian's strength had skyrocketed after he obtained the 2 interspatial rings. Huang Tianyu wanted to stop him, but Yi Xian was already in front of Peng Bo. After Peng Bo's demon transformation, his strength was not bad. However, in front of Yi Xian, he could not withstand a single blow. Die. Yi Xian's sword shook Peng Bo's defense and in the next instant, the 8 blades came at him. Boom. 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 All 8 blades were powered by Earth-type true energy, and all of them contained the pulse of the earth. The blades pierced Peng Bo's body, petrifying him instantly. Then, the pulse of the earth vibrated twice, shattering the petrification. Among them, one of the ice blades pierced Peng Bo's throat. This explosion caused him to bleed profusely. Die. Yi Xian chopped Peng Bo's head off with his sword. Then, he seized his interspatial ring and the void god weapon. Ding. The host's Earth Essence conversion has increased to 68 points, 66 points. He had jumped to 68 points. This Pengbo was still very rich. Of course, the Void God weapon accounted for a large portion of his wealth. Just now, Yi Xian had already suppressed Huang Tianyu. Now that he had broken through, how much longer could Huang Tianyu jump around? Not good. Huang Tianyu had been surprised before. After thinking about it, although he did not understand, he knew that as long as Yi Xian obtained the interspatial ring, Yi Xian's strength would increase. Now, his guess was confirmed. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Kill Huang Tianyu. Huang Tianyu, die. Yi Xian did not waste any more time as he charged forward. Huang Tianyu had joined the Warlord Palace for 5 years, which meant that he was part of the previous batch. After 2 years of testing, he was finally transformed into a half-demon. As a result, his physique improved, and he was rewarded with a Void God weapon and Void God martial arts. However, the Void God martial arts were too complicated for him. He had only mastered one after a few years, and he had only mastered 30% of it. Ever since he had mastered this move, he had never used it on anyone else. This time, he was going to use it. Solar Golden Flame Sword. Huang Tianyu roared in his heart. Metal attribute True Energy began to surge out crazily, condensing into a huge golden sword on his Azure Light Sword. Void God martial arts? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, Huang Tianyu's move reminded him of something. Huang Tianyu had refined the heart of a sky dragon to become a half-demon. Therefore, he might have the blood of a sky dragon flowing in his body. In that case, the dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation might have an effect on him. However, at this level, very few people would engage in close combat. Most of the time, it was a tug of war. Therefore, the dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation was not useful for the time being. However, even if Huang Tianyu used this Void God martial arts, he would not be able to defeat Yi Xian. Go, 8 Desolation Sword. Yi Xian quickly controlled the 8 sharp blades to continuously attack the several-meter-long golden sword. The sound of the explosions was deafening. Boom. 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 Huang Tianyu's face darkened. He did not expect Yi Xian to have such an ability. The wind formation of desolation was giving him a headache. Die, brat. His face darkened as he slashed down. The power of his metal attribute True Energy increased after being strengthened by the golden sword. Even his speed was much faster. However, when he was halfway through his attack, the giant golden sword suddenly exploded. What? Huang Tianyu was stunned. His ultimate skill was actually dispersed by these 8 sharp blades. Was the earth pulse of 2 layers so terrifying? Huang Tianyu, die. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian swiftly swept over. Under the double attack, Huang Tianyu was instantly beaten until he let out a roar of rage. Brat, you will definitely die. You will definitely die miserably. Huang Tianyu roared towards the sky. I, Yi Xian, will die, but I will definitely not be killed by you. Go. Yi Xian's eyes were cold as he prepared to deal the final blow to Huang Tianyu. Huang Tianyu was very unwilling. He did not think that he would die here, so he quickly took off the universe ring, wanting to destroy it. Once an interspatial ring was destroyed, no one knew where the items inside would go. He had been in the Battle King Hall for 5 years and had become a member of the demon clan. His superiors had given him many good things. How could Yi Xian allow him to destroy the universe ring? Swish. A slash quickly swept past Huang Tianyu's arm. Bang. 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 In the next moment, all 8 blades pierced into Huang Tianyu's body. 2 of them even blew up half of his head. Huang Tianyu, dead. Ding. Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 70 points, 70 points was 70%. Now, Yi Xian was only 30% away from the empty god realm. Now, the 4 half-demons were all dead, but Yi Xian was not idle. He quickly turned around and rushed towards Zhou Huiren. Zhou Huiren would rather die than become a half-demon. He wanted to buy some time for Yi Xian, but he was cut in half by Huang Tianyu. Big brother Zhou. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took out a bottle of healing medicine, preparing to connect Zhou Huiran's body. Yi Xian, go back and report this. Unexpectedly, Zhou Huiran, who had long been unable to hold on, steeled himself and continued to watch the battle. Now, after seeing Yi Xian successfully kill Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo, he finally said his last words. Big brother Zhou. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he checked Zhou Huiran's aura. It was gone. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. The world was truly unpredictable. He originally thought that Zhou Huiran had also been transformed by Huang Tianyu, but he didn't expect it to be so. As a result, when he was asking about the half-demon, Zhou Huiran suddenly spoke up. At that time, Yi Xian realized that Zhou Huiran had not been converted into a half-demon, but was a human like him. Speaking of which, Zhou Huiran's death had something to do with him. However, the dead could not be revived, so Yi Xian only felt a little pity. Then, he personally buried Zhou Huiran's body and kept Huang Tianyu's and the other 3 half-demons' corpses. That first master has already disappeared without a trace. I can't even chase after him. Now that I'm alone, should I go back or, after burying Zhou Huiran, Yi Xian thought to himself. He now understood that there were many half-demons in the Warlord Hall. These half-demons knew some techniques to conceal their aura, so even the elders could not detect them. Therefore, the Warlord Hall was like a tiger's den to him. In the previous assessment, Chen Liang had died. Now that Huang Tianyu had brought him out to carry out a mission, Huang Tianyu had also died. Both of them were half-demons. If the demons hiding in the Warlord Hall knew about this, they would definitely be suspicious. If he went back, he would definitely be walking right into a trap. However, he wanted to go back and take a look. Of course, it would be fine as long as he did not enter the Warlord Hall. He would disguise himself and secretly investigate. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I can already fight against those at the peak of the spirit stage. Even if it's a demon at the peak of the spirit stage, I should have the ability to protect myself. After thinking about it, Yi Xian moved. Before leaving, he also investigated the surroundings, but did not find any survivors. Since that was the case, this matter should not be leaked. As for the first master, he was a half-demon himself. He would not leak this matter, right? After Yi Xian left the bandits' den, he rushed towards the Warlord Hall. However, just as he was about to reach the Warlord Hall, a large group of people suddenly rushed towards him. What's the situation? Yi Xian's eyesight was amazing. Furthermore, there were many people in this group, so it was difficult for him not to notice them. Hundreds of people. There are at least a dozen groups. Are they going to carry out a mission? Furthermore, there's a leader in black armor? Yi Xian was very surprised. The leader was at the peak of the spirit stage. His attribute conversion had reached 100. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Nihility God stage. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Xiao. Previously, Xiao also went out to do a mission. It was to eliminate the Saint Beasts, so it should be very fast. After he returned to the Warlord Hall, he quickly went out for a second mission? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. At this moment, the group had already approached him. Conspiracy. My captain is Huang Tianyu. We went to eliminate the bandits, but we were forced to split up because the bandits were too powerful. I couldn't find the captain, so I came back first. Yi Xian replied. Oh, Huang Tianyu? The black-armored captain nodded. The stone puppet suddenly flew to the front and said, Captain, he's Yi Xian. You're Yi Xian? The black-armored captain narrowed his eyes and nodded. If that's the case, then there's no need for you to return to the Warlord Palace. Follow me. In the Warlord Palace, the palace guards had to listen to the orders of the gold-armored captains. As for the black-armored captains, they were naturally able to command the captains. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to obey this order. It's a bit strange. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and blended in with the group. Yi Xian, how was the mission this time? The stone puppet came over and asked with a smile. Not good. 2 peak spirit stage warriors appeared. In order to protect me, the captain and the 2 brothers lured them over. Yi Xian shook his head. Oh, don't worry. We're all elites in the Warlord Palace. They'll be fine. the stone puppet said. Yi Xian nodded silently and asked, "Do you know where we're going this time?" "I'm not sure. The captains should be taking us to carry out a mission. Otherwise, why would they mobilize so many people?" The stone puppet shook his head. "I heard that an important figure came to the main palace to discuss important matters. The elders were afraid that we would offend this important figure, so the captains led us out to carry out the mission," someone in the crowd suddenly said. However, before he could finish his sentence, the leader of the black-armored soldiers shouted, "Shut up." This time, the person did not dare to speak. However, the words had already left his mouth, and Yi Xian had already heard it. Important figure? These captains? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that they had mobilized many palace guards this time. No, rather than saying that they were mobilized, it would be better to say that they were hiding. Could it be that the Devil Clan experts were afraid that this important figure would discover them, so they sent everyone out to carry out the mission? Yi Xian suddenly guessed. If that was the case, then there might be quite a few half-demons in this group. By the way, Xiao, do you know which team Big Brother Chen, who led us through the assessment, belongs to? Yi Xian suddenly asked in a low voice. I know, he's from my team. I replaced him, Xiao nodded. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Had the stone puppet replaced Chen Liang and joined his team? After all, Chen Liang's captain was also a half-demon. Then, had the stone puppet also been transformed into a half-monster? Previously, Chen Liang took out 3 half-demon hearts. Perhaps he was preparing to transform me, Morong Shui and the stone puppet. It seems that the stone puppet has already been transformed. Yi Xian finally understood why the new palace guards had to be brought along by the old palace guards. Although Morong Shui was not in the team, she might have been converted. Otherwise, she would have died. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Since the important figure from the main palace had arrived at the sub-palace, the Devil Clan experts in the sub-palace were afraid that they would be exposed. Therefore, they sent all the half-demons out to carry out the mission. Yi Xian observed for a moment and found that other than the captain, who was at the peak of the spirit stage, there were 10 other captains. They were powerful and were far from what he could fight against right now. Most importantly, he was unable to distinguish who was a human and who was a half-demon. Therefore, he could only hide for the time being. He mingled in this large group, and then was chased by the black-armored captain for a total of 4 days. Finally, they landed on an ordinary mountain. Where is this? Could it be a sacred beast's nest? Of course, why else would the captain bring us here? It could also be a rest. After all, we have been flying for 4 days. A group of people began to discuss. At this moment, the black-armored captain suddenly shouted, "Silence!" No one dared to speak again and listened quietly. Everyone, stay on this mountain. Without my order, no one is allowed to leave. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot. The black-armored captain yelled. Hearing this, the expressions of the humans who did not understand changed. What made the black-armored captain become so cruel? Kill on the spot, others might not understand, but Yi Xian knew that the black-armored captain's last sentence was probably meant for the other half-demons. If anyone dared to leave, the half-demons would immediately attack and kill them. You 5 captains, follow me. The black-armored captain yelled and pointed at a few people. Immediately after, 5 captains wearing golden armor followed him. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. He understood what the black-armored captain wanted to do. The black-armored captain was probably going to be converted. As for the other 10 captains, there were probably a few half-demons as well. At that time, under the pressure of these experts, the human captains would probably submit and become one of them. If all the human captains were to become half-demons, then it would be Yi Xian and the others' turn. What a big appetite. He's going to convert all of them in one go. Is he going to go all out? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He glanced at the stone puppet and found that the stone puppet's expression was very calm, as if he already knew what the black-armored captain was going to do. It seemed that the stone puppet had already surrendered and become a half-demon. Damn it, I don't know how to distinguish between humans and half-demons. If I continue to sit here, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Yi Xian's face sank, but he forced himself to remain calm. Even if the 10 captains were all humans and only the black-armored captain was a half-demon, the captain could still bring them out alone. If anyone refused, he would instantly kill them without a trace. Moreover, half-demons seemed to be able to sense their own kind. The human captains would not choose a third option. It seems that we have to go. Yi Xian already had a plan in mind, but he felt that it was not the right time. He should wait for the black-armored captain to come back first. At this time, the black-armored captain had already left with the 5 captains. The 100 or so palace guards of Warlord Hall remained here, waiting for them. In less than half an hour, the black-armored captain returned. However, one of the captains was missing. Only 4 had returned. Why is one of the captains missing? Everyone had noticed it, but only the human palace guards had doubts in their hearts. On the human side, only Yi Xian understood that the missing captain was probably killed on the spot because he was unwilling to submit. Captain Bao Jianfeng has been assigned to a secret mission by me. Next, I will choose from among you. All converted of the 6 people who had gone out, 5 had returned. Now, there were still 6 people who had gone out. How many of them would return? However, Yi Xian was certain that the 4 returning captains were all half-fiends. The situation was exactly as he had thought. Then, he had to leave. After the black-armored captain left with the other 5 captains, Yi Xian suddenly landed on the ground and said, "I need to relieve myself." The 4 captains looked at each other and one of them said, "The captain ordered us not to leave this mountain." "I will go with you. Then I will trouble you." Yi Xian smiled and turned around. "Yi Xian, I also need to relieve myself." "I will go with you." Xianxia suddenly stood up and followed. The 3 of them entered the forest. "Hurry up. If the captain comes back and finds you missing, you will suffer." The captain scolded. This time, the Battle King Hall only accepted a few people. Amongst them, only Yi Xian and Sun Xingyu had comprehended profound mysteries, so he naturally recognized them. If Yi Xian were to lose him, then he would probably be killed by the captain. Yi Xian took the lead and entered the forest. Immediately, he took out the azure light sword and Bahuang sword. "Yi Xian, you." Xianxia was stunned and asked in shock. 2 ethereal divine weapons? Brat, what are you doing? The captain who had converted 90% of his attributes frowned. "I will not waste time and get straight to the point. You all have refined the half-fiend heart, right?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said. "What?" Xianxia and the captain thought they heard wrong. How did Yi Xian know about the half-fiend heart? "Yi Xian, could it be that Chen Liang was killed by you?" The stone puppet opened its eyes wide. The azure light sword he obtained was already in his hands. "That's right. He wanted to convert me and turn me into a half-monster to serve the monster race. However, I refused, so I killed him." Yi Xian nodded and looked at the 2 of them. "Humph. Since you know, then you should make a decision. I have a spirit stage peak half-fiend's heart here." The captain wasn't a fool. He didn't take the half-fiend's heart, but a weapon. No, Yi Xian doesn't want to become a half-demon. Yi Xian shook his head. "Yi Xian, don't you want to become even more powerful? I heard that an expert has already gone to kill the void god beast. At that time, you might be able to refine a better half-demon heart and become even stronger." Thanks to Yi Xian, Xianxia had obtained a virtual god weapon. Therefore, he was very grateful and was prepared to try to persuade Yi Xian. "I, Yi Xian, will become stronger, but I won't be reduced to such a method. If I become a half-demon, how can I face my family and friends in the future?" Yi Xian gripped the azure light sword tightly and stared at Xianxia and the captain. If there were any changes, he would immediately take action. Since that's the case, then let's not talk nonsense. Let's capture him and hand him over to the captain. The captain coldly snorted. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. Swish! A cold light flashed and his head was thrown into the air. "Yi Xian, you," the stone puppet was shocked. The moment Yi Xian took off the universe ring of the golden armored captain, he also made a move. After all, he was now a half-demon, and Yi Xian was a human. Humans and the monster race were mortal enemies. Sure Xiao, if you hadn't become a half-demon, I could have taken you and killed our way out. Unfortunately, you've become a half-demon yourself. Murderous intent flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as Sure Xiao's head was thrown into the air. Both Sure Xiao and the captain could demonize, but Yi Xian was now on land and very close to them. At such a close distance, if Yi Xian could not kill them instantly, he might as well kill himself. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 71 points. The golden-armored captain was quite wealthy, and the stone puppet also had a void divine weapon, which allowed Yi Xian to break through once. The palace guards and the 3 captains did not know about their deaths, so Yi Xian could leave immediately. However, he did not want to do so. Since they're colleagues, I'll save them if I can. If not, you can only blame your bad luck. Yi Xian put away the azure light sword and the Bahuang sword. He had used the Bahuang sword just in case. At this moment, he had adjusted his state of mind and walked out. Hey, why did he come back alone? Someone noticed Yi Xian. Yi Xian was now very famous, much more so than Sun Xingyu. The 3 captains turned their heads in unison and looked at him thoughtfully. Oh no, a mysterious expert suddenly appeared and killed Sure Xiao. The captains are now chasing after that mysterious expert, Yi Xian shouted as he ran toward the 3 captains. Mysterious expert? Everyone was stunned. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian revealed his murderous intent. I'm sorry, I was just speaking nonsense. By the time the 3 captains reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of them. Die. Hiss. 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 3 crisp sounds were heard as 3 heads flew up at almost the same time. Yi Xian instantly killed the 3 captains and collected their universe rings. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. Before they could react, they heard Yi Xian shout, "Everyone, listen up. The person next to you is most likely a half-beast. He is the mortal enemy of humans. Be careful. These 3 captains and the captain are all from the beast race." What? Everyone was stunned. The humans began to look at each other, while the half-beasts were communicating with their eyes. Let's go. In the end, everyone reached a consensus and scattered. The humans wanted to escape, but the half-beasts also wanted to escape. After all, Yi Xian had killed 3 captains with a single strike. Only the senior captain could contend against such strength. That captain is at the peak of the spirit stage. He has an attribute conversion of 100 points. He is much stronger than someone with an attribute conversion of 99 points. If he were to transform, I wouldn't have the confidence to win. Yi Xian thought in his heart and quickly retreated. The captain was an expert on the same level as the leader of the bandits. Although Yi Xian had broken through again, he didn't have the confidence to kill him, so he could only remind the people around him. Whether he lived or died, he could only pray for his own good fortune. In reality, there were only a dozen or so half-beasts among the hundreds of warlord palace guards. Otherwise, why would the black-armored captain need to transform so stealthily? When the half-beasts saw that Yi Xian had left, they gathered together and killed the surrounding human warlord palace guards. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The demonic beasts appear, humans, gather and fight against the enemy. Someone shouted. Although the humans had the advantage in numbers, they were too scattered. Moreover, the half-demons could demonize and increase their strength to fight against a group of 30. If the humans did not gather, more than half of them would be killed. This matter must not be leaked. Someone, go and inform the commander. A half-demon shouted. But in the next moment, their expressions changed because they saw that Yi Xian had actually killed his way back to them. All of you, go to hell. Yi Xian, who had rushed back, started a massacre. In less than 5 seconds, all the half-demons were killed and their interspatial rings fell into Yi Xian's hands. The remaining dozens of humans paused and immediately gathered. Yi Xian, what do we do now? A palace guard shouted. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not sure either. We can't return to Warlord Hall. You better organize yourselves and find a place to hide. At the same time, announce this matter to the world. What about you? Let's go. There's a commotion here. The commander should be here soon. Be careful. Yi Xian did not answer the question and left immediately. The group of human palace guards looked at each other and hurriedly flew toward the nearest city. With dozens of palace guards gathered together, even the 30 captains might not be able to defeat them. As expected, not long after they left, the black-armored commander returned with 5 squad leaders. When he saw that there was no one on the mountain, he immediately understood. "Commander, what do we do now?" A squad leader shouted. "A bunch of trash. Forget it. We don't need 100 of them. Let's go." The black-armored captain shouted coldly, then turned around and left. However, what they did not know was that there was a figure following them in the clouds. "Since you didn't chase after them, it seems like you're prepared to be exposed. Fine, let me see where you're going." This stalker was naturally Yi Xian. He felt that the demonic beasts were going to do something big this time, so he wanted to follow the black-armored commander. The black-armored commander left with 5 squad leaders. However, they did not notice that someone was following them. 3 days later, Yi Xian followed the black-armored commander to a mountain range. He watched as the black-armored commander led 5 squad leaders into the mountain range. This time, Yi Xian didn't follow because he saw many captains wearing black armor. There were over 100 of them. Warlord Hall's Hall were recruiting people from the 12 regions every 5 years. This year, there were 100 of them. This meant that there were only 1,000 of them. However, there were quite a few cities in the Battle King Hall's territory, and the area they occupied was larger than the total area of the 12 regions. Thus, they would naturally recruit people from the territories under their control. However, wasn't the hundreds of black-armored commander, wasn't it a little? How terrifying. Have the Yao clan infiltrated to this extent? Did I actually stay in the tiger's den for so many days? Yi Xianxiang. Previously, he was not very strong, and any of the black-armored captains could easily take care of him. But this time, there was a Yair got him. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a strange figure in the group of black-armored commander. It was Sun Xingyu, who had comprehended the Midas touch. It seemed that Sun Xingyu had defected to the Yao and gained power. At this time, another group of black figures flew over. Yi Xian squinted and was almost scared to death. These people were all palace guards in silver or gold armor. There were more than 10,000 of them. Impossible. How can there be so many experts? Yi Xian did not dare to believe it. Even if they were recruiting, it was impossible to gather so many palace guards. However, he understood in the next moment. These people were not all palace guards of the Warlord Hall's Hall. However, he was sure that these people were not humans. They were half-demons. So many people gathered. Are they planning to attack the hall? This thought suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Otherwise, why would they gather so many people? He watched from the sky. Because it was night, no one could see him. The group of palace guards and squad leaders gathered with the black-armored commander and waited quietly. Not long after, 3 figures appeared. Yi Xian was surprised to see that he had seen one of them before. It was Elder Bai Mei from the Martial Arts Hall of the Warlord Hall. What the F***ck? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He had chatted with Elder Bai Mei for a long time. He did not expect Elder Bai Mei to be a half-demon. No, Elder Bai Mei was an empty god realm expert. He might be from the Yao clan and not a half-demon. As for the 2 old men who appeared with him, they should be elders of the Warlord Hall as well. Everyone. At this moment, Elder Bai Mei suddenly shouted. Everyone quietened down. Everyone, you are now part of the demon race. Next, we are going to do something big. If we succeed, each of you will be able to obtain a void divine weapon. Before Elder Bai Mei could finish his sentence, the crowd was in an uproar. Each of them would get an ethereal divine weapon. There were more than 10,000 people here. The big thing is for you to attack the Warlord Hall. If you can take it down, you will get countless cultivation resources. When the time comes, I will give them all to you. Elder Bai Mei continued. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. Give them all to him, how many would that be? Everyone was calculating in their hearts. The wealth of an empty god realm expert was equivalent to 10,000 of them. If the Warlord Hall's branch was robbed, how many empty gods would come out? Although one would need to understand an ultimacy to break through from the peak of the spirit realm to the empty god realm, there would definitely be something that could increase one's comprehension within the treasures. However, would they be able to take down the Warlord Hall with just the few of them? Elder Bai Mei continued, the attack on the Warlord Hall will not be carried out by the 10,000 of you. What you need to do is to destroy, kill, and attract their attention. Now that the branch hall is empty, there are less than 300 people left. If you continue to destroy, you will attract the empty God Realm elders. When the time comes, we will attack the Warlord Hall. That was the plan. When everyone heard the plan, their eyes lit up. The Warlord Hall's branch hall was in charge of 12 districts. If these districts were to be destroyed, would the branch hall not do anything? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Massacre. Many of the half-demons were palace guards of the Warlord Hall. Now that they had joined the goblin race, they became agitated when they heard that they were going to attack the branch halls. Elder, can this plan really succeed? A leader in black armor asked. I'm 80% sure. Once it's done, I'll give you all the resources without taking a single cent. Elder Bai Mei shouted. Elder, what are you doing this for? Someone else asked. It would be reasonable to ask them to attack the Warlord Hall if it was just a feud between the two races. However, people were more realistic now. If there were no benefits, would the goblin race spend so much time infiltrating the branch halls just to destroy them? If a branch hall fell, the main hall could still send experts down and rebuild it quickly. It was impossible for them to spend so much effort just to destroy them. However, we have other plans. You don't need to know what they are. Anyway, I'm a man of my word. Once it's done, the martial techniques, ethereal divine weapons, and cultivation resources will all belong to you. Elder Bai Mei said solemnly. Now, everyone was curious. What was the goblin race after? However, there was no doubt that this was much more valuable than cultivation resources, ethereal divine weapons, and martial techniques combined. What was it? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. Alright, all of you, scatter to the 12 districts. 1 month later, we'll attack the branch halls. Also, the leaders will stay behind. Elder Bai Mei waved his hand and the 10,000 people scattered in an orderly manner. Then, they flew to the various districts. 1 month later, they would attack the Warlord Hall. Yi Xian finally knew the plan and the time. Now, he had something to do. Let's kill these half-demons first and report back to the Warlord Hall. This was the plan that Yi Xian had just come up with. If he returned to the Warlord Hall first, wouldn't those half-demons escape? The 10,000 half-demons instantly split into 3 large groups. Yi Xian randomly picked one group to follow. There were still virtual God Realm masters from the 3 major demon tribes here. Therefore, Yi Xian had to wait until he was far away from them before he could make his move. Although this group of half-fae were all wearing the uniform of palace guards, only 1/10 of them were actually palace guards. The remaining 90% were half-fae that the fae had secretly nurtured. The reason why they wore the palace guards uniform was to smear the Warlord Palace's name. Moreover, it was convenient for them to move around while wearing this uniform. Those who didn't know would think that they were on a mission. The more than 10,000 people were first divided into 3 groups, each with more than 4,000 people. Yi Xian followed behind a group of half-demons. At this time, the 4,000 people in front of them were preparing to disperse again. Damn it, how long has it been? Can't we just stay for a day? Yi Xian felt very helpless. This place was still quite close to the mountain range just now. If they were to make a move, what if they attracted the attention of a virtual God Realm expert? So, Yi Xian had no choice but to endure. The 4,000 people were once again divided into 3 groups, each with more than 1,000 people. Yi Xian randomly picked a group to follow. When they were about to disperse again, Yi Xian finally couldn't take it anymore. It's about time. I don't believe that there will be a virtual God Realm master coming from so far away. He took out the Bahuang sword and the green light sword and instantly attacked. These 1,000 people were all half-demons, members of the Fei clan. The Fei clan was the mortal enemy of humans. Therefore, Yi Xian wouldn't show any mercy. Earth-splitting sword. Bahuang wind-killing formation. A cold light flashed as Yi Xian rapidly approached the 1,000 people. Someone's attacking. Everyone reacted, but Yi Xian was extremely fast. They only knew that someone had rushed in, but they didn't know where that person was. Now that he had the green light sword, Yi Xian's combat strength had increased greatly. The Bahuang sword could be his assistant. Every second, dozens of people's heads would be pierced by the Bahuang sword. If Yi Xian was included, the number of people who died every second was more than 100. This large group only had about 1,300 people. Simply put, Yi Xian only needed about 10 seconds to destroy them. Ding. Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is at 73 points. Ding. Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is at 74 points. Ding. Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is at 75 points. Ding. Proficiency of the martial dragon body technique has increased. Currently, it is at 50%. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian's strength had increased, so his killing speed had also increased. 10 seconds. He only used 10 seconds to kill this large group of people. As for those who were lucky enough to escape, there were at most 20 people. However, Yi Xian did not care about these 20 over people. Instead, he quickly rushed in one direction. A large group of more than 1,000 half-monsters. If he were to kill all 10,000 of them, his attribute conversion would probably reach 80 or even 90 points. Therefore, he could not afford to be careless. He quickly rushed toward another large group. However, this large group had been gone for some time. Therefore, it took him some time to find them. It had to be said that his luck was not bad. It only took him an hour to find the second large group of 1,000 people. Then, he destroyed them. Then, he left again. These half-monsters were not strong. The weaker ones had 50% of their attribute conversion while the stronger ones only had 70% to 80%. In any case, they were all killed by Yi Xian in one hit. Previously, when the goblin tribe converted humans, they did not convert them indiscriminately. Instead, they chose those who were more secretive. Recently, they had started to refine the hearts of the half-monsters on a large scale. Then, they started to recruit more people. After Yi Xian killed 4 large groups of 1,000 people, 7 days had passed. After 7 days, his attribute conversion had reached 80%. He was only 20% away from the virtual god realm. It's about time. Let's hurry to the Warlord Hall and inform them. Yi Xian did not chase after the remaining thousands of half-monsters. Instead, he flew toward the Warlord Hall. He estimated that it would take him 3 days to reach the Warlord Hall. In other words, the Warlord Hall had 20 days to prepare. At this moment, Yi Xian could only hope that the experts in the Warlord Hall would not leave. Otherwise, things would be difficult. 3 days later, Yi Xian finally entered the territory of the Warlord Hall's branch hall. However, he heard a loud rumbling sound from afar. What's going on? Have they started the attack? It's only been 10 days. Yi Xian thought to himself in surprise. In 10 days, the Warlord Hall would not have sent out many elders. Could it be that they were confident that they would be able to win? Yi Xian quickly rushed over. The next moment, he was stunned. Indeed, hundreds of black-armored captains had started to attack the Warlord Hall under the command of some elders. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales attacking the Warlord Palace. Goblin Clan, how dare you find trouble with the Warlord Palace? A middle-aged man in a black robe flew into the sky and shouted through the array. He was the deputy palace master of the Warlord Palace. In front of him, there were hundreds of captains in black armor who were at the peak of the spirit stage. In front of the captains, there were 6 Goblin Clan elites. The white-browed elder was among them. Deputy Palace Master, since things have developed to this point, I won't waste any more words. As long as you leave the branch palace, this matter can be resolved peacefully. Otherwise, don't blame me for not taking into account our past relationship. The white-browed elder said. At this moment, a group of empty god stage elders from the Warlord Palace walked out. There were more than 10 of them. One of the elders in green robes couldn't help but shout, "What kind of joke is this? Ma Cheng, what are your intentions for infiltrating the Warlord Palace in human form?" Do we need a reason to attack the warlord palace? The white-browed elder squinted his eyes. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would you infiltrate the warlord palace for dozens of years? The green-robed elder shouted coldly. That's right. Who would believe that you don't have a motive? The palace master isn't here and Lord Yigu has just left. You guys have already attacked. You definitely have a spy. A red-robed elder shouted. When these words were spoken, the hearts of the goblin clan elites trembled. In addition, there was another person who frowned guiltily. This person was the deputy palace master of the warlord palace. He was the spy of the goblin clan. However, no one would have thought that the deputy palace master of the warlord palace was actually a member of the goblin clan. Even Lord Yigu, who came from the main palace, didn't find anything wrong with him. However, Lord Yigu couldn't be blamed. After all, the deputy palace master was a human. He was only cooperating with the goblin clan. Stop talking nonsense. You can guess whether or not the goblin clan has a spy. Deputy Palace Master, I will only ask you one question. Are you going to open the Guardian Array or not? The white-browed elder frowned. If you want the branch palace, then attack it yourselves. The Deputy Palace Master frowned and said coldly. Humph. If that's the case, then don't blame us for being heartless. Elder Baimei said coldly. Then, he shouted, attack. In an instant, the 6 virtual God Realm Demon Clan Masters, together with hundreds of black-armored senior captains, began to attack the Guardian Array. This great protective formation was set up by an expert. Its defensive capabilities were extremely strong. Even with so many people besieging it, it would not be broken in a short period of time. Rumble. Immediately, the sound of the array breaking rang out once again. It was a soul-stirring sound. Vice Palace Master, why don't you let us go out and fight them to the death? The green-robed elder asked in confusion. That's right, we have 12 elders here. Including you, Vice Palace Master, it's impossible for us to lose. The red-clothed elder subconsciously said. When the Vice Palace Master heard this, he shook his head and said, don't be careless. On the surface, there are only 6 empty God Realm Masters, but they can all transform into their true forms. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Also, how do you know that they only have these people? At that moment, a white-haired elder spoke, that's right. There must be a spy among us. If we were to rashly activate the Great Protective Formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. But, Master Yigu has seen us before, but he could not recognize anyone among us. First Elder, what do you think we should do? The green-robed elder frowned. That's right. Even Master Yigu could not identify who is from the demon clan. What should we do? The red-clothed elder continued. At that moment, the 12 elders there were all suspects. Not only that, but the Vice Palace Master was also suspected. If there were only 1 or 2 traitors, it would be fine. However, if there were 3 or 4 traitors, it would be troublesome. The first elder and the Vice Palace Master looked at each other and said, if that's the case, we can only ask the Palace Master to come out. Palace Master? All the elders' faces changed. First Elder, hasn't the Palace Master left for almost a year? Could it be that he has returned? The green-robed elder asked. That's right. The Palace Master has always been in the sub-palace. Going out is just an excuse. Only the Vice Palace Master and I know about this. Since things have come to this, let's ask the Palace Master to come out first. The first elder said slowly. That's right. The Palace Master is so powerful. If he comes out, he will definitely be able to take charge of the situation. The Palace Master is so talented and has been in seclusion for almost a year. His strength must have improved. If he comes out, the demon clan will be scared witless. But, where is the Palace Master in seclusion? When the first elder heard the question, he said, I know. All of you wait here. The Vice Palace Master and I will ask the Palace Master to come out. Yes, First Elder. The group of elders responded. Then, the First Elder and the Vice Palace Master entered the sub-palace. They walked all the way to the end of the sub-palace where there was a small hidden room. In the room, there was a passageway that led downwards. The two of them walked down quickly. Then, they saw a quaint door. The sub-palace is in danger. Please come out and resolve this crisis. The first elder shouted. In the next moment, the quaint door opened slowly. Behind the quaint door was a spacious white jade hall. In the white jade hall, there was a huge corpse. A dragon corpse, moreover, it was the corpse of a sky dragon. A red-browed middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged beside the huge sky dragon corpse. He was the main palace master of the sub-palace of Warlord Hall. After the first elder and the vice-palace master entered, the middle-aged man stood up and asked respectfully, First elder, what happened? Although he was disturbed, the first elder standing in front of him was the previous palace master of the sub-palace. After the first elder stepped down, he took over as the new palace master. Therefore, the red-browed middle-aged man did not dare to show any disrespect. Palace master, there are demon clan experts in our sub-palace. These demon clan experts have turned the guards and captains into half-demons to serve them. At this moment, these demon clan experts are here. We are unable to resolve this crisis. I hope the palace master can come out and uphold justice. The first elder explained. Demon clan? The red-browed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. He had been in seclusion for less than a year. It was inevitable that he would be shocked to hear this. Palace master, even Lord Yigu, who was sent by the main palace, could not recognize these demon clan experts. Lord Yigu left after patrolling one round. Then, these demon clan experts led their experts to attack us. The first elder said. I did not expect this to happen. First elder, how many of the elders are not from our clan? The red-browed middle-aged man asked again. Break. If they dare to attack us with just 6 of them, they must have a spy. The red-browed middle-aged man nodded. At that instant, the first elder glanced at the vice-leader and said, Leader, I have a suspect in mind. After hearing this, the vice-leader's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but frown. Speak. The red-browed middle-aged man said with a frown. Before the demonic beast tribe attacked the side palace, I saw the vice-leader meeting with the experts of the demonic beast tribe. Besides, there were many captains, but the vice-leader would not interact with them with his identity. Therefore, I suspect he is from the demonic beast tribe, or he is colluding with the demonic beast tribe. The first elder said in a serious tone. Oh? The red-browed middle-aged man suddenly turned around and glanced at the vice-leader. The vice-leader felt slightly guilty and said, First elder, what nonsense are you talking about? When Senior Yigu was patrolling the side palace, you took advantage of my absence and sent out a large number of guards to carry out the mission. There were only a few hundred guards left in the side palace, and there were less than 30 captains in black armor. Now, these captains were all transformed into half-beasts by the demonic beast tribe. How do you explain this? The first elder questioned. The vice-leader's face sank and twitched. In the next instant, his aura skyrocketed as he uttered a roar, Old man, die. A thick stream of chi was accumulated in his hand, before he hurled it forward. Everything happened so quickly that the first elder didn't even have time to react before he was struck in the chest by the fist and sent flying. First elder? The red-browed middle-aged man was startled. He took a closer look and realized that the first elder's injury was not serious. At that instant, he was extremely furious. Didn't the punch from the vice-leader prove that the first elder was telling the truth? He was really a traitor. How dare you attack in front of me, you're courting death. The red-browed middle-aged man was enraged. He turned around and realized that the vice-leader had already left. He immediately chased after him. Bastard, stay here. The red-browed middle-aged man instantly caught up to the vice-leader and threw out a punch to avenge the first elder. However, at that instant, the vice-leader's speed suddenly increased and dodged the punch. What? The red-browed middle-aged man was shocked. His strength far surpassed the vice-palace master's. How could the gap between them be widened? In the next moment, he understood. The vice-palace master was actually using the profound meaning of earth-walking technique. So what if you have the world-walking technique? Don't even think about leaving. The red-browed middle-aged man quickly gave chase. Although the vice-palace master's comprehension of the earth traversal technique wasn't high, it was still a speed profound meaning. Even if he couldn't win in a fight, he could still run away. One ran while the other chased. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the subordinate hall. It's the hall master. The hall master is here. What's going on? Why is the palace master chasing after the vice palace master? Could it be that the vice hall master is? The hearts of all the elders trembled. At this moment, the deputy palace master had already rushed out of the sub-palace. The hundreds of black-armored senior captains and the experts of the 6 great demon clans were still attacking, but with a wave of the deputy palace master's hand, the palace protection grand array was instantly shattered. The vice palace master was indeed a traitor. Haha, the guardian formation is broken. Kill. At the moment when the grand protective formation shattered, the white-browed old man shouted loudly and rushed toward the 11 elders. At the same time, among the 11 elders, 3 of them suddenly attacked the people around them. 3 traitors. Bam. 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 Although the other 3 people reacted, they were still successfully ambushed, and were sent flying. A great battle had begun. There were 9 empty God Realm elders on the demon clan side. With the vice palace master, there were exactly 10 of them. On the warlord hall side, other than the red-browed middle-aged man, there were only 8 elders left and 3 of them were injured. In terms of the overall situation, the warlord hall had the upper hand. After all, the red-browed middle-aged man was much more powerful than the rest of them. However, just as the 2 sides started to fight, another figure rushed out of the warlord hall. Grand Elder? The eyes of the experts on the warlord hall side lit up. Originally, after the palace protection grand array was shattered, they had a slight advantage. After all, the palace master had come out. Now, with the addition of the Grand Elder, their chances of winning had greatly increased. The experts of the demon clan would definitely be scared witless by them. However, what no one expected was that after the Grand Elder rushed out, he suddenly attacked an elder of the warlord hall. Bam! The elder flew out. Now, the number of injured people had increased to 3. What? Everyone was shocked. The vice palace master had betrayed the warlord hall. Could it be that the Grand Elder had betrayed the warlord hall as well? The item is in our hands. The Grand Elder quickly flew out and shouted. He then met up with the vice palace master and the experts of the demon clan. Indeed, the Grand Elder was a traitor. Grand Elder? The red-browed middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never expected that the previous palace master would betray the warlord hall. At this moment, he finally realized that the vice palace master's sneak attack on the first elder was just a ruse. Not good, the sky dragon's corpse. The red-browed middle-aged man shouted. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, right? That's right. Our target is the empty God Realm King Sky Dragon's corpse. The white-browed elder laughed. Not many people knew about this matter. At the very least, the elders and the black-armored captains of the warlord hall did not know about it. Grand Elder, you guys. The red-browed middle-aged man looked at them in disbelief. That's right. We have already colluded with the demon clan for the King Realm Sky Dragon's corpse. The Grand Elder nodded. The white-browed elder continued, this empty God Realm Sky Dragon is a senior of the demon clan. When he was alive, he fought with an expert. In the end, both sides were injured. After he died, his corpse was obtained by the vice palace master and has been preserved until today. Today, we are here to retrieve his corpse. The vice palace master that he was referring to was not the red-browed middle-aged man nor the Grand Elder, but the previous palace master of the warlord hall. Just because you say so? The red-browed middle-aged man squinted his eyes. The empty God Realm King Sky Dragon's corpse was very important to him. This was because the Sky Dragon was of the fire attribute and he was of the fire attribute. Previously, when he was in seclusion, he had stayed beside the Sky Dragon's corpse to improve his comprehension. Now, the Sky Dragon's corpse had fallen into the hands of the demon clan. The battle begins. There was a large amount of good items in the Warlord Palace's branch palace. Although they were not as good as the Sky Dragon's corpse, they were still quite good. After all, the white-browed elder had promised to split the items. Naturally, he had to keep his promise. Otherwise, how would they be able to get the human elders to work for them? You want this corpse to be refined into a half-fiend's heart and create a void god realm king. Is this possible? The red-browed middle-aged man suddenly asked. He glanced at the great elder and the vice palace master. This was probably the only thing that could move the two of them. However, the void god realm relied on the comprehension of ultimacy. It was unrealistic to create a void god realm king. TSK, you don't need to know. Make your own choice. I'll give you time. The white-browed elder chuckled. After all, they had already obtained what they wanted. The red-browed middle-aged man looked around. At this moment, the warlord palace still had a few hundred palace guards and dozens of captains. In addition, there were 8 elders, but 4 of them were injured. On the other hand, the other side had 100 peak spirit realm captains that could demonize. Even without the great elder, the vice palace master and the white-browed elder, there were still 8 void god realm captains. If they were to fight, he would be able to hold back the 3 experts. However, the number of spirit realm captains was much lower. Palace master, an elder looked at the red-browed middle-aged man. As long as they gave up the branch palace, the other side could let them leave. However, they were from the warlord palace. How could they be forced to leave the branch palace? Palace master, I'm willing to live and die with the warlord palace. I'm willing as well. The goblin race and humans are mortal enemies. If it weren't for the goblin race, how could our 3 great palaces be trapped in the eastern continent and decline day by day? Yes, let's fight it out with them. A group of elders were shouting. If it weren't for the sword god palace, the experts of the goblin race wouldn't be able to come over. Otherwise, how could the 3 great palaces still exist? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to leave or fight, make your decision. The white-browed elder was displeased. The red-browed middle-aged man frowned. Indeed, the demon clan was very powerful. There were even void god realm great emperors among them. If they came, the 3 great royal palaces would not be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, the sword god palace was there to intimidate the demons of the great wilderness. Today, your demonic race has already come knocking on our door. You want us to leave just like that? Why don't you just let us smash our heads into a wall and die? Everyone from the Battle King Hall, listen up, kill. The red-browed middle-aged man made his decision and shouted. At the same time, his figure had already swept into the sky and attacked the white-browed old man. The white-browed elder was currently the strongest person in the demon clan, but he could not deal with the deputy palace master alone. He had to join forces with the deputy palace master and the great elder. In an instant, the great elder and the vice palace master rushed over. Then, the 3 of them joined forces to fight against the red-browed middle-aged man. A great battle had finally begun, at this moment, in the distant sky. I didn't expect to end up like this. There are so many traitors. Xianxia was surprised. He knew that even if he had arrived first, it would be useless. After all, the great elder and the deputy palace master had colluded with the demonic race. If he had rushed back first, he would be in danger. He looked at the 100 people fighting and hesitated. There were empty god realm experts fighting over there. Every one of them could easily kill him. However, there were more than 100 black-armored captains. There was a large amount of experience points. If he could obtain all of them, he might be able to break through to the empty god realm. Let's go all out. I am also a member of the Battle King Hall. Kill. Xianxia had also made his decision. This was a good opportunity for him to level up. If he broke through to the empty god realm, his strength would increase tremendously. Firstly, he would have various divine bloodlines. Secondly, he would be able to comprehend ultimacy faster. Thirdly, he would be able to cultivate empty god weapons. Fourthly, he would be able to learn the real 8 Desolation swordsmanship. 8 Desolation Skyquake sword and 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying sword were only superficial. Only when one reached the empty god realm could he learn the 3rd level of 8 Desolation swordsmanship. There were so many reasons that he had to kill his way out. He immediately used his martial dragon body movement skill and rushed over on land. The goblin race had brought more than 100 black-armored captains. Some of these people might not have been from the Battle King Hall, but they could all transform into goblins. Peak spirit realm experts were already very strong. Coupled with the transformation, their combat power was much stronger than the human captains. By the time Yixian arrived, half of the human palace guards were already dead. Die for me. Yixian took out his 8 Desolation sword and charged into the encirclement with his other empty god weapon, the green light sword. These black-armored captains had already transformed into goblins. Hence, they were stronger on land. At the same time, the land was Yixian's home ground. Earth-splitting sword. 8 Desolation wind formation. At that moment, Yixian's attribute conversion had reached 80%. Coupled with various bloodlines, martial arts, and ultimacies, his strength was already the strongest under the empty god realm. Even the black-armored captains who had transformed into goblins could only be instantly killed by him. After Yixian charged into the crowd, he began a massacre. He killed every black-armored captains that he saw. Of course, he did not forget to collect the universe rings. His realm was rapidly increasing. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is 81 points. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is 82 points. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is 83 points. These black-armored captains all had empty god weapons. Some even had more than one. They had been in the Battle King Hall for at least 20 to 30 years. Hence, they were extremely wealthy. Now, all of this was benefiting Yixian. Someone knows how to use ultimacies over there. Quickly kill him. Finally, someone noticed Yixian. They hurriedly sent a dozen people to kill Yixian. Unfortunately, they were going to give benefits to Yixian. Originally, this group of demonized black-armored captains was going to help the elders after clearing out the people from the Battle King Hall. However, now that Yixian had suddenly joined the fray, they were held back. One by one, they rushed to their deaths, giving Yixian a large amount of experience points. After a few dozen black-armored captains died, Yixian's Earth attribute conversion had increased to 90%. 90%. Sun Xingyu, where is Sun Xingyu? Suddenly, someone shouted. Hearing someone call his name, Sun Xingyu could not help but turn his head. However, he was stunned the next moment. End of chapter 598. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.